Fidel has his own special way of fusing himself with the people, which can be appreciated only by seeing him in action. At the great public mass meetings one can observe something like the dialogue of two tuning forks whose vibrations interact, producing new sounds. Fidel and the mass begin to vibrate together in a dialogue of growing intensity until they reach a climax in an abrupt conclusion, crowned by our cry of struggle and victory. Che Guevara, 1965. Fidel Castro. Reader. Edited by David Deutschmann and Deborah Schnuckel. Contents. Fidel Castro Biographical Note. Editor's Preface. Chronology. Foreword, Fidel's Virtues by Felipe Pérez Roque. 1. History will absolve me. Santiago de Cuba, October 16, 1953. 2. On the Triumph of the Revolution. Cespedes Park, Santiago de Cuba, January 2, 1959. Camp Columbia, Havana, January 8, 1959. 3. At the United Nations General Assembly. New York, September 26, 1960. 4. The Bay of Pigs invasion and the proclamation of the socialist character of the revolution. Colón Cemetery, Havana, April 16, 1961. May Day, Havana, May 1, 1961. 5. Words to Intellectuals. Havana, June 30, 1961. 6. Manifesto for the Liberation of the Americas, the Second Declaration of Havana. Havana, February 4, 1962. 7. The October Missile Crisis. The 5 Points of Dignity, October 28, 1962. On the Missile Crisis, November 1, 1962. 8. Formation of the Cuban Communist Party and Che's Farewell Letter. Chaplin Theater, Havana, October 3, 1965. 9. On the Latin American Revolution. Havana, August 10, 1967. 10. The Death of Che Guevara. Revolution Plaza, Havana, October 18, 1967. 11. 100 Years of Struggle for Cuban Independence. La Dimajagua Monument, Manzanillo, October 10, 1968. 12. Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Allende's Chile. National Stadium, Santiago de Chile, December 2, 1971. 13. On behalf of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries. UN General Assembly, New York, October 12, 1979. 14. Rectifying the Errors of the Cuban Revolution. Karl Marx Theater, Havana, April 19, 1986. 15. Cuban Internationalism and the Collapse of the Socialist Bloc. Havana, December 7, 1989. 16. Return of Che Guevara's remains to Cuba. Santa Clara, Cuba, October 17, 1997. 17. Inauguration of President Chavez in Venezuela, the Battle of Ideas. University of Venezuela, Caracas, February 3, 1999. 18. Response to the U.S. declaration of the war against terrorism. Havana, September 22, 2001. 19. Assessing half a century of the Cuban Revolution. Revolution Plaza, Havana, May 1, 2003. 20. In Answer to the Empire, Letters to President George W. Bush. Proclamation by an adversary of the U.S. government, May 14, 2004. Second Epistle, June 21, 2004. Epilogue, Fidel Castro on the Cuban Revolution after Fidel. Further reading. Index. Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro was born in Biran, in the former province of Orient, on August 13, 1926. Born into a well-off landowning family, he received his primary education in a rural school, later attended private Jesuit schools in Santiago de Cuba and Havana, and graduated from law school at the University of Havana. While at university, he joined a student group against political corruption. He was a member of the Cuban People's Party, also known as the Orthodox Party, in 1947 and became a leader of its left wing. That same year, he volunteered for an armed expedition against the Trujillo dictatorship in the Dominican Republic. The expeditionaries were unable to leave Cuba to carry out their plans. As a student leader, Fidel Castro was in Colombia to help organize a Latin American anti-imperialist student congress and participated in the April 1948 popular uprising in Bogotá. After Fulgencio Batista's coup d'état of March 10, 1952, Fidel Castro began to organize a revolutionary organization to initiate armed insurrection against the USBAC Batista dictatorship. He organized and led an unsuccessful attack on the Moncada army garrison in Santiago de Cuba on July 26, 1953, for which he and over 24 others were captured, tried, found guilty, and imprisoned. More than 60 revolutionaries were murdered by Batista's army during and immediately after the Moncada attack. While in prison, Fidel Castro edited his defense speech from the trial into the pamphlet History Will Absolve Me, which was distributed in tens of thousands of copies and became the program of what was to become the July 26 movement. Originally sentenced to 15 years, he and his comrades were released from prison 22 months later, in May 1955, as a result of a growing public campaign. On July 7, 1955, Fidel Castro left for Mexico, where he began to organize a guerrilla expedition to Cuba to launch the armed insurrection. On December 2, 1956, along with 81 other fighters, including his brother Raúl, Che Guevara, Camilo Cienfuegos, Juan Almeida, and Jesus Montaigne, Fidel reached the Cuban coast aboard the cabin cruiser Granma. For the next 2 years, Fidel Castro directed the operations of the rebel army, in addition to continuing as central leader of the July 26 movement. After an initial setback, the guerrillas were able to reorganize their forces and by late 1958 had successfully extended the struggle from the Sierra Maestra Mountains to the heart of the island. On January 1, 1959, Batista fled Cuba. In response to a call by Fidel, hundreds of thousands of Cubans launched an insurrectionary general strike that ensured the victory of the revolution. Fidel Castro arrived triumphantly in Havana on January 8 as Commander-in-Chief of Cuba's victorious rebel army. On February 13, 1959, he was named Prime Minister, a position he held until December 1976, when he became President of the Council of State and the Council of Ministers. He has been First Secretary of the Central Committee of the Cuban Communist Party since its founding in 1965. On July 31, 2006, shortly before his 80th birthday, Fidel Castro temporarily handed over all his positions in the Cuban government and Communist Party to his brother Raúl, Minister of Defense and first Vice President of the Council of State. Editor's Preface. Addressing the Millennium Summit at the United Nations in September 2000, Fidel Castro playfully put a handkerchief over the little warning light that was illuminated to advise the speaker when their 5 minutes were up. This incident highlights the dilemma faced by the editors of this book: how can a selection be made of the words of one of history's greatest orators, encompassing 5 decades of speeches? Many of Fidel Castro's single speeches alone would fill an entire book. And how can a selection be made to truly represent all the ideas and issues he has articulated during half a century on the world political stage? There are more than 5,000 speeches over a 48-year period, in addition to countless interviews and political statements of one sort or another. The selection published here is quite different from the initial selection made when this editorial project was first conceived. Undoubtedly, the contents of this volume would have been quite different if selected 5 years before or 5 years hence, as it would inevitably be shaped by the circumstances of the moment, as this selection is. The editors of this volume acknowledge that the present selection is partly framed by 2 considerations: firstly, the dramatic changes in the political landscape in Latin America in the first decade of the 21st century, and secondly, the ongoing consequences of the crisis of socialism and the debate over the future of the socialist project. These events over the last decade especially, and Fidel's decision to temporarily hand over power to his brother Raúl in July 2006, have influenced our choice of speeches. Nevertheless, we are confident it is both representative of Fidel's political thinking and reflective of the process of the Cuban Revolution itself. There are 20 chapters and an epilogue in this volume, encompassing some 28 separate speeches and interventions. Some of these are printed in full, others are excerpted. For this volume, we have included several speeches addressed to audiences outside Cuba. A comprehensive chronology will also guide readers through the history of the periods reflected in this anthology. A selection such as this must inevitably exclude some if not many of Fidel's classic speeches made at key moments of the revolution. It also neglects in part a number of important themes he has returned to over the years, such as Cuba's involvement in Africa, the Third World debt crisis and the environmental disaster threatening humanity. Special mention needs to be made of a parallel publishing project to this anthology. Ocean Press's sister publisher, Ocean Sur, a new Latin American book publisher with several offices in the continent, has embarked on an ambitious project to publish a series of thematic selections of Fidel Castro's speeches, interviews, and writings in order to make these works available in Spanish to readers in Latin America and elsewhere. This will include multi-volume anthologies of Fidel Castro on culture and education, Latin America, Chile during the Allende era, Venezuela and Chavez, political portraits of world and historical figures, socialism, political economy, Africa, and solidarity. ******. As a witness to the spectacle of Fidel Castro's mass oratory, his close collaborator Che Guevara observed that Fidel has his own special way of fusing himself with the people, which can be appreciated only by seeing him in action. At the great public mass meetings one can observe something like the dialogue of two tuning forks whose vibrations interact, producing new sounds. Fidel and the mass begin to vibrate together in a dialogue of growing intensity until they reach a climax in an abrupt conclusion crowned by our cry of struggle and victory. Hopefully, the printed pages of this book convey to the reader some sense of this dynamic relationship between Fidel Castro and the Cuban Revolution. His old friend, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, described Fidel as a man of austere ways and insatiable illusions, with an old-fashioned formal education, of cautious words and simple manners, and incapable of conceiving any idea which is not out of the ordinary. Fidel has never ceased to engage in what he has called the battle of ideas, arguing, "I believe there is something more powerful than weapons, ideas, reason, and the morality of a cause. What can bring about the downfall of a military power with hundreds of bases all over the world? Ideas that are just, at the right moment, and in the appropriate historical circumstances." Since his withdrawal from daily responsibilities in the Cuban government, Fidel has echoed this earlier statement by expressing his total confidence that his ideas would outlive him. Writing to the Union of Young Communists, UJC, in June 2007, he said, "Are ideas born of human beings? Do they perish with an individual? Ideas have come into being throughout the history of the human species. They will exist as long as our species does." We leave the reader to witness throughout this volume the extraordinary voice of one of the major political figures of the 20th century, who speaks not only for Latin America and the Third World, but also for a humanity clamoring for an alternative. The Editors. August 2007. Chronology. 1926. August 13. Fidel Castro Ruz is born on the Manicas farm, in Biran, Mayari, Orient Province. 1933. August 12. The dictatorship of Gerardo Machado is overthrown by a general strike and a provisional government assumes power. September 4. Fulgencio Batista leads the Sergeants' Revolt and the provisional government is replaced by a government of President Ramon Grau San Martin. 1934. January 14. Batista overthrows President Grau, initiating a period in which Batista wields significant political power. 1945. June. Fidel graduates from Belen College, Havana. His final school report notes, Fidel has what it takes and will make something of himself. 1947. July-September. Fidel trains for an expedition to the Dominican Republic to fight against the dictator Rafael Leonidas Trujillo. The plan is intercepted and aborted. 1948. March 31. On an organizing tour of Latin America to prepare a student solidarity conference, Fidel arrives in Bogotá, Colombia. April 9. While Fidel is still in Colombia, he participates in a popular uprising known as the Bogotazo that occurred in response to the assassination of political leader Elir Gaitan. 1950. June. Fidel completes his studies at the University of Havana and graduates with a doctorate in law. 1951. August 16. Eduardo Chivas, founder of the Orthodox Party, commits suicide at the end of his regular radio broadcast. 1952. March 10. General Fulgencio Batista takes power in a military coup. 1953. July 26. Fidel Castro leads the attack by 165 young militants on the Moncada barracks in Santiago de Cuba, in the hope of sparking an uprising against the Batista dictatorship. The attack fails, many are killed, and Fidel narrowly escapes capture. August 1. Fidel is surprised and captured by an army patrol. October 16. At his trial for the Moncada attack, Fidel outlines the revolutionary political program that is later published as History Will Absolve Me. He is condemned to 15 years imprisonment. 1955. May 15. Fidel and his compañeros involved in the Moncada attack are released from prison after a widespread amnesty campaign. The two women political prisoners, Haiti Santamaria and Melba Hernandez, had been released the previous year on February 20. June 12. The July 26 movement is formally established as an underground organization, headed by Fidel Castro. July 7. With legal avenues closed in the fight against Batista, and threats against his life, Fidel leaves Cuba for exile in Mexico. July. In Mexico, Fidel meets Escobedo Che Guevara, who had been befriended by some Cubans in Guatemala before the overthrow of President Arbenz in a Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, sponsored coup the previous year. 1956. November 25. Fidel, Che Guevara, and 80 Cubans leave the Mexican port of Tuxpan aboard the cabin cruiser Granma, with the intention of launching an armed struggle against Batista in the Sierra Maestra mountain range in eastern Cuba. November 30. The urban wing of the July 26 movement, led by Frank País, initiates an uprising against Batista in Santiago de Cuba. December 2. The Granma expeditionaries land at Las Coloradas Beach and the Revolutionary War begins. December 5. The guerrillas are dispersed after being surprised by Batista's troops at Alegria de Pio. Of the Granma expeditionaries, only a handful survive. December 18. Fidel, Raúl Castro, and 6 others reunite at Cinco Palmas. A few days later, they are joined by Juan Almeida, Che Guevara, Ramiro Valdez, and 4 others from the Granma. 1957. January 17. The guerrillas and some new peasant recruits capture the army base at La Plata. January 22. A significant victory over Batista's forces under the command of Lt. Angel Sanchez Mosquera is scored at Arroyo del Infierno. February 17. New York Times journalist Herbert Matthews interviews Fidel in the Sierra Maestra. The same day, the first meeting of the July 26 movement since the start of the Revolutionary War is held. March 13. A group of students attack the presidential palace and seize a major Havana radio station. José Antonio Echeverría, Federation of University Students, FU, president and leader of the Revolutionary Student Directorate, DRE, is shot and killed. May 28. The Battle of El Llavero takes place, in which Che Guevara stands out among the combatants. A few weeks later, he is the first to be named commander by Fidel to lead his own guerrilla column. July 30. Frank País, the young leader of the urban underground in Santiago de Cuba, is killed. August 20. Fidel leads Column 1, José Martí, in the Battle of Palma Mocha. September 17. The First Battle of Pino del Agua takes place. November, December the rebel army conducts the winter offensive against Batista's forces in the Sierra Maestra. 1958. February 16, 17 A significant victory is won by the rebels at the Second Battle of Pino del Agua. March 1 Raúl Castro and Juan Almeida lead columns that open up Second and Third Fronts in Orient Province. April 9 The national general strike called by the July 26 movement is defeated. May 25 Batista's army launches a military offensive against the rebel army, but it fails after 2.5 months of intensive fighting. July 11, 21 At the Battle of El Jig, Fidel personally leads the rebel forces in inflicting a decisive defeat on Batista's army, which is expelled from the Sierra Maestra. This allows the rebel army to significantly expand its operational zone. August 31 Commanders Che Guevara and Camilo Cienfuegos lead columns west toward the center of the island of Cuba, opening new battle fronts in Las Villas Province. November 15 Fidel leaves the Sierra Maestra to direct the rebel army's final offensive in Santiago de Cuba. By the end of the month, Batista's elite troops are defeated at the Battle of Giza. December 28 Che Guevara's guerrilla column initiates the Battle of Santa Clara, successfully taking control of the city within a few days. 1959. January 1 Fidel reaches Santiago de Cuba as the military regime collapses. He calls for a general strike for January 2. Batista and several cronies flee to Santo Domingo, leaving General Cantillo in charge. January 2 In the early hours, Fidel addresses the people of Santiago de Cuba in Cespedes Park. Che Guevara and Camilo Cienfuegos reach Havana. January 8 Fidel arrives in Havana after a triumphant march across the island. A revolutionary government is installed headed by Judge Manuel Urrutia as president and José Miro Cardona as prime minister. Fidel assumes the post of commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Armed Forces. January 23, 27 Fidel visits Venezuela and addresses 300,000 people in the Plaza del Silencio in Caracas. February 7 The 1940 Constitution is reinstated. February 9 Argentine-born Che Guevara is declared a Cuban citizen. February 16 Fidel replaces Miro Cardona as prime minister in the revolutionary government. March 22 At a mass rally in Havana, Fidel explains that the revolutionary government will be outlawing racial discrimination and adopting measures to protect workers in the lowest paid jobs. April Gambling casinos are closed and Mafia boss Santos Traficante, Jr., is arrested. April 21 All private beaches are open to the public. April 15, 27 At the invitation of the Association of Newspaper Editors, Fidel visits the United States, where he has a 3-hour meeting with Vice President Richard Nixon. Nixon later concludes that Fidel is either incredibly naive about communism or under communist discipline. May 8 In a speech, Fidel answers criticisms, saying this revolution is neither capitalist nor communist. Our revolution has its own ideology, its own roots, which are totally Cuban and totally American, so why is our revolution accused of being something it is not? May 17 The agrarian reform law is proclaimed, placing a limit on the maximum land holding allowed. June 26 Cuba breaks diplomatic relations with the Dominican Republic, but dictator Rafael Trujillo continues to back plots against the Cuban revolutionary government. July 16 After a confrontation with Prime Minister Fidel Castro, President Urrutia resigns. Osvaldo Dorticos is appointed president. July 26 To celebrate the anniversary of the 1953 attack on the Moncada barracks, the people of Havana open their homes to welcome thousands of peasant families in an effort to breach the country-city divide. October 7 Che Guevara is designated head of the Department of Industry of the National Institute of Agrarian Reform, INRA. October 21 Two planes flying from the United States strafe Havana, causing 2 deaths and wounding dozens. Former Cuban Air Force Chief Pedro Luis Diaz-Lanz later admits involvement. October 26 Announcing the formation of the National Revolutionary Militias to incorporate workers and peasants into the defense of the revolution, Fidel says the revolution is here to stay. October 28 After successfully negotiating an end to a counter-revolutionary plot led by Huber Matos, Camilo Cienfuegos is killed in a plane accident flying from Camagüey to Havana. October At the end of this month, President Eisenhower approves a CIA covert action program against Cuba. November 25 Che Guevara is appointed Director of the National Bank of Cuba. December 11 Coljc King, head of the CIA's Western Hemisphere Division, sends a memo to CIA Chief Alan Dulles about the possibilities for eliminating Fidel Castro. December The CIA proposes to recruit Cuban exiles and train them for paramilitary attacks against Cuba. 1960 February Soviet Foreign Minister Anastas Mikoyan visits Cuba and the first major trade agreements are signed. March 4 An explosion on board La Cabra, a French vessel bringing Belgian arms to Cuba, results in 101 deaths and more than 200 wounded. March 5 At the funeral for the victims of the previous day's terrorist attack, Fidel first uses the slogan, Patria o muerte, homeland or death. Alberto Corta snaps a photograph of Che Guevara on the platform that becomes the iconic image of the revolutionary guerrilla. March 17 President Eisenhower approves the CIA's plans for a program of covert action against Castro, a comprehensive plan of military action and propaganda to overthrow the Cuban revolutionary government. May 8 Diplomatic relations between Cuba and the Soviet Union are restored, having been broken previously by Batista. May 1 Broadcasts by the CIA-run radio station on the Swan Islands, off the coast of Honduras. June 28, July 1 The revolutionary government nationalizes foreign oil companies that refuse to refine Soviet oil, including Shell, Texaco, and Esso. July 6 Cuba's U.S. sugar quota is suspended. The Soviet Union agrees to buy Cuban sugar. July 23 Cuba's first commercial treaty with China is signed. August 6 Cuba nationalizes other U.S. businesses, including oil refineries, sugar mills, and U.S. electricity and telephone companies. August 7 The Cuban Catholic bishops issue a pastoral letter warning about communism, marking a serious rift between the church and the revolutionary government. August 28 The United States imposes an embargo on trade with Cuba. September 2 In response to the hostile Declaration of San Jose issued by the Organization of American States, OAS, a National General Assembly of the People of Cuba in Revolution Plaza, a gigantic mass rally, adopts the Declaration of Havana, calling for the end of exploitation of human beings and the exploitation of the underdeveloped world by imperialist finance capital. September 17 Cuba nationalizes all U.S. banks. September 26 Fidel Castro addresses the United Nations General Assembly in New York for 4.5 hours. At his hotel in Harlem, Fidel meets with Egyptian President Nasser, Indian Prime Minister Nehru, Soviet Prime Minister Khrushchev and African American leader Malcolm X. September 28 Establishment of the Committees for the Defense of the Revolution, CDRs. October 13 Large commercial and industrial enterprises in Cuba are nationalized. October 14 The urban reform law is proclaimed, ending commercial real estate. October 19 President Eisenhower prohibits all U.S. exports to Cuba except food and medicines. October 21 Che Guevara leaves on an extended visit to the Soviet Union, the German Democratic Republic, Czechoslovakia, China, and North Korea. November CIA broadcasts from the Swan Islands off Honduras warn Cubans of an imminent plan by the revolutionary government to remove parents' rights over their children. November 9 John F. Kennedy defeats Richard Nixon in the U.S. presidential election. December 2 Cuba establishes diplomatic relations with the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, Hanoi. December 16 President Eisenhower cancels Cuba's sugar quota for the first quarter of 1961. 1961. January 1 Cuba's national literacy campaign begins. Over 100,000 high school students are mobilized for the task in the Conrado Benitez brigades. January 3 Washington breaks diplomatic relations with Havana. February 23 The revolutionary government establishes the Ministry of Industry headed by Che Guevara. March 12 As part of a terrorist bombing campaign, an oil refinery in Santiago de Cuba is attacked. March 13, President Kennedy proposes the Alliance for Progress to counter the influence of the Cuban Revolution in Latin America. April 15, bombing raids are simultaneously launched on 3 Cuban airfields by planes with fake Cuban insignia. April 16, at the ceremony to bury the victims of the previous day's terrorist attack, Fidel proclaims the socialist character of the revolution. This same day, the first literacy brigadistas arrive at the Varadero training camp. April 17, the invasion of 1,500 mercenaries, Brigade 2506, trained and armed by the CIA, begins at the Bay of Pigs on the southern coast of Cuba. April 19, with more than 1,200 mercenaries captured, the Bay of Pigs invasion is defeated. May 1, at an enormous May Day rally in Havana, Fidel sums up the lessons of the Bay of Pigs invasion and assesses the stage reached in the unfolding revolutionary process. June 30, Fidel addresses the final session of a 3-day meeting of Cuban writers and artists, explaining, within the revolution, everything; against the revolution, nothing. July, formation of the Integrated Revolutionary Organizations, ORI, as a fusion of the July 26 movement, the Revolutionary Student Directorate, DRE, and the Popular Socialist Party, PSP. August 8, Che Guevara denounces President Kennedy's Alliance for Progress at the OAS meeting in Punta del Este, Uruguay. September 2, Cuba is the only Latin American country to participate in the founding meeting of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries in Bandung, Indonesia. December 2, in a television broadcast, Fidel says he is and will always remain a Marxist-Leninist. December 22, a huge celebration is held in Revolution Plaza to mark the completion of the National Literacy Campaign, and Cuba is declared a territory free of illiteracy. 1962. January 22, 31, the OAS meeting in Punta del Este, Uruguay, decides to expel Cuba from the organization. February 3, President Kennedy announces the total blockade of Cuba to take effect on February 7. February 4, the Second Declaration of Havana, in effect, a manifesto for the liberation of the Americas, is proclaimed by more than 1 million Cubans, stating, "The duty of a revolutionary is to make the revolution." March 12, the ration book system is established in Cuba. March 16, a new CIA covert action program against Cuba dubbed Operation Mongoose is approved by President Kennedy. March 26, Fidel Castro denounces sectarianism within the ORI, and a new party, the United Party of the Socialist Revolution, PURS, is established. August 27, September 7, Che Guevara makes his second visit to the Soviet Union. October 22, after U.S. spy planes discover Soviet missile installations in Cuba, the international crisis that brings the world to the brink of nuclear war unfolds. November 2, President Kennedy announces that the Soviet missiles in Cuba are being dismantled. December 24, the mercenaries captured during the Bay of Pigs invasion are sent back to the United States in exchange for medicines and baby food worth $54 million. 1963. April 27, Fidel Castro arrives in Moscow on his first state visit to the Soviet Union. October 4, Hurricane Flora devastates Cuba, especially the eastern provinces. November 22, President Kennedy is assassinated in Dallas, Texas. Almost immediately, a media campaign attempts to link the assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, to Cuba. December 20, Cuba initiates a campaign in solidarity with Vietnam. 1964. January, conflict between Washington and London arises over a British company's plan to sell 450 buses to Cuba. March 25, Che Guevara speaks at the UN Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, conference in Geneva, at which the Group of 77, a caucus of Third World countries, is born. December 11, Che Guevara addresses the UN General Assembly in New York, condemning the U.S. war in Vietnam and supporting the independence movements from Puerto Rico to the Congo. December 17, Che Guevara embarks on an extended trip to Egypt and several other African countries. 1965. February 22, 27 Che Guevara makes a controversial speech at the Afro-Asian Conference in Algeria, urging the socialist countries to do more to support Third World struggles for independence. March 13 Discussing the Sino-Soviet split at a meeting at the University of Havana, Fidel says, "Division in the face of the enemy was never a revolutionary or intelligent strategy." March 25 Che Guevara returns to Cuba and shortly afterwards drops from public view. April Che Guevara leaves Cuba, along with a brigade of almost 100 Cubans, on a mission to support the liberation movements in Africa. October 3 The newly formed Cuban Communist Party holds its first Central Committee meeting, where Fidel reads Che's farewell letter. October 10 Because of the U.S. suspension of flights from Cuba, the port of Camarioca is opened for boats coming from the United States to take Cubans wishing to emigrate. November 21 Che Guevara leaves the Congo and writes up his account of the mission, which he describes as a failure. 1966. January 1 Tricontinental Conference of Solidarity with the Peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, OSPAL, is held in Havana. September 28 At a ceremony on the 6th anniversary of the establishment of the CDRs, Fidel says we will never build a communist consciousness with a dollar sign in the hearts and minds of men. November 2 U.S. Congress adopts the Cuban Adjustment Act that encourages illegal departures from Cuba. November 4 Che Guevara arrives in Bolivia to begin the revolutionary struggle it is hoped will spread throughout the continent of Latin America. December 31 Che Guevara meets with Mario Monge, the Bolivian Communist Party leader. There is a serious disagreement about perspectives for the guerrilla movement. 1967. March 13 Speaking at the University of Havana, Fidel criticizes several Latin American communist parties, saying, "Those who are not revolutionary fighters cannot be called communists." April 16 Che Guevara's message to the Tricontinental is published in Cuba, calling for the creation of many Vietnams. April 19 On the 6th anniversary of the Bay of Pigs invasion, in the year designated the Year of Heroic Vietnam, Fidel argues, "Our people have no other path to liberation than that of armed struggle." August 10 Fidel addresses the Latin American Solidarity Organizations, OLAs, conference reaffirming armed struggle as the fundamental road for Latin American revolutionaries. Che Guevara is elected honorary chair of the organization. October 8 Che Guevara is wounded in combat and captured. This date becomes known in Cuba as the Day of the Heroic Guerrilla. October 9 Che Guevara is assassinated in cold blood by Bolivian Army Rangers under instructions from Washington. October 15 In a television appearance, Fidel confirms news of Che Guevara's death in Bolivia. October 18 Fidel delivers a memorial speech for Che Guevara to almost 1 million people gathered in Havana's Revolution Plaza. 1968. January The trial of 35 members of the pro-Soviet micro-faction led by Aníbal Escalante takes place. March 13 The revolutionary government confiscates virtually all private businesses, except small family farms. At the University of Havana, Fidel explains, "We did not make a revolution to establish the right to trade." July Che Guevara's Bolivian diary is published and distributed free to the Cuban people. It is simultaneously published around the world. August 21 The Soviet Union invades Czechoslovakia. Fidel responds with cautious approval. October 10 Cuba commemorates the 100th anniversary of the struggle for independence at the Dimajagua Monument, Manzanillo, Orient Province. 1969. July 14 Fidel Castro announces the campaign for a 10-million-ton sugar harvest. 1970. May 20 Fidel acknowledges the failure of the campaign to achieve a 10-million-ton sugar harvest in a televised speech. 1971. November 10, December 4 Fidel visits Chile and tours the country extensively at the time of the Popular Unity Government, led by Salvador Allende. December 2 Fidel gives a farewell speech to a huge crowd in the National Stadium in Santiago de Chile. 1972. July 11 Cuba joins the Socialist Trading Bloc, the Council of Mutual Economic Assistance, CMEA. 1973. September 9, the Cuban exile terrorist group Omega 7 claims responsibility for bombing Cuba's UN mission in New York, and further bomb attacks in October and November. September 11, President Allende of Chile is overthrown in a coup led by General Augusto Pinochet, openly backed by the CIA and U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. 1974. January, Soviet Premier Leonid Brezhnev visits Cuba. March 26, Vietnamese Prime Minister Pham Van Dong visits Cuba and Fidel gives a speech emphasizing the importance of international solidarity. November, Cuban and U.S. officials begin talks seeking a solution to the migration problem. 1975. January 27, a U.S. Senate commission headed by Senator Frank Church is established to investigate the activities of U.S. intelligence agencies against foreign governments and political leaders, including Fidel Castro. February 14, introduction of the Cuban Family Code, affirming women's rights in the workplace and in the home. November 5, as part of Operation Carlotta, Cuba sends troops to support Angola's independence against a South African invasion. December 17-22, the first Congress of the Cuban Communist Party is held. Fidel addresses the closing ceremony, saying, "We are the privileged heirs to what others have done." 1976. February 24, Cuba adopts a new socialist constitution after it has been put to a referendum in which 98% of voters participated. October 6, a Cubana Airlines plane explodes in mid-air off the coast of Barbados, killing all 73 passengers, including Cuba's national fencing team. Cuban exiles Orlando Bosch and Luis Posada Carriles, known agents of the CIA, are arrested in Venezuela and charged with the crime. Cuba cancels the skyjacking agreement signed with the United States in 1973. December 2, the First National Assembly of People's Power is held and elects Fidel Castro as President of the Council of State. 1977. September 1, under the presidency of Jimmy Carter, Cuba and the United States agree to open diplomatic offices, interest sections, in their respective countries. October, African National Congress, ANC, leader in exile Oliver Tambo and Mozambican President Samora Machel visit Cuba this month. Fidel is welcomed in Jamaica by Prime Minister Michael Manley. 1978. February 9, the U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence proposes legislation to prohibit political assassinations by U.S. agents. August 1, 5 Cuban exiles are indicted for assassinating Chilean diplomat Orlando Letelier and his driver Ronnie Moffett in Washington on September 21, 1976. 1979. January 1, as a result of the dialogue on migration issues, Cuban Americans are permitted to visit Cuba. More than 100,000 visit Cuba during this year. March 13, a revolution occurs in the Caribbean island of Grenada led by Maurice Bishop and the New Jewel movement. July 19, the Sandinistas overthrow the Somoza dictatorship in Nicaragua. At the July 26 celebrations, Fidel says, "No two revolutions are the same." September 3, 9 Fidel Castro is elected chair of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries at its 6th summit in Havana. October 12, Fidel Castro addresses the UN General Assembly in New York on behalf of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries, which he explains represents the great majority of humanity. December 23, the first contingent of the Antonio Maceo Brigade, a group of young Cuban Americans, arrives in Havana for a 3-week visit. 1980. April, a new migration crisis unfolds as a group of would-be émigrés crash a bus through the gates of the Peruvian embassy in Havana. Cuba responds by opening the port of Mariel for boats to come and take people to the United States. At a gigantic rally, called the March of the Fighting People, Fidel states that the revolution and the construction of socialism must be the task of free men and women. May 1, Sandinista leader Daniel Ortega and Grenadian Prime Minister Maurice Bishop attend the May Day celebrations in Havana. Fidel describes Cuba, Nicaragua, and Grenada as three giants rising up. July 19, Fidel attends the first anniversary celebrations of the Nicaraguan Revolution and promises Cuba's support for the Sandinista government against Washington's dirty war. September 11 Cuban diplomat Felix Garcia is assassinated in New York by the terrorist organization Omega 7. 1981. January 20 Formation of the Territorial Troop Militia. October 22 The North-South Summit in Cancun, Mexico, is pressured to exclude Fidel Castro, even though he heads the group of 77 developing nations. 1982. April 2, June 13 War between Britain and Argentina over the Malvinas, Falkland, Islands. October 18 French President Mitterrand intervenes to secure the release of Armando Valladares from a Cuban prison after serving 22 years for acts of terrorism. 1983. October 25 The United States invades Grenada after the assassination of Prime Minister Maurice Bishop. Some 600 Cubans working on the island are arrested and sent back to Cuba. 1984. December Cuba and the United States reach agreement on migration issues. 1985. March 15 Mikhail Gorbachev becomes Prime Minister in the Soviet Union and announces a policy of glasnost, transparency, and perestroika, restructuring, of Soviet political and economic life. May 19 U.S.-sponsored Radio Marti begins hostile broadcasts from Florida to Cuba. July 18 In a dialogue with delegates to a Latin American trade union conference on the debt crisis, Fidel says the choice is either to pay tribute to the empire or to pay tribute to your homeland. August 3, 7 Fidel Castro addresses a conference in Havana on the debt crisis in Latin America, the debt now spiraling to $360 billion. 1986. February 4-7 At the closing ceremony of the Third Congress of the Cuban Communist Party, Fidel says, "Our homeland is stronger, our economy more solid, our experience richer." February 26 Fidel goes to Moscow to meet Prime Minister Gorbachev. April 19 On the 25th anniversary of the Bay of Pigs, Fidel Castro announces a campaign to wipe out corruption, economism, individualism, and bureaucratism in the Cuban Communist Party, a campaign that becomes known as the Rectification Campaign. December 20 Cuba releases counter-revolutionary leader Eloy Menoyo Gutierrez from prison. 1987. October 8 On the 20th anniversary of Che Guevara's death in Bolivia, Fidel urges a return to Che's writings on political economy and the transition to socialism. 1988. March 23 Cuban troops play a major role in the victory against the South African Army at Quitaque-Anavel, Angola, paving the way for the independence of Namibia and the downfall of the apartheid regime in Pretoria. July 26 Fidel rejects perestroika as anathema to the principles of socialism, saying, "We will never adopt capitalist methods." 1989. April 2-5 Prime Minister Gorbachev visits Cuba. This is the first state visit by a Soviet leader since Brezhnev in 1974. June 14 General Arnaldo Ochoa and other key officials in Cuban state security are put on trial for drug trafficking. July 26 Fidel warns of the possible collapse of the Soviet Union but declares that even if the Soviet Union disappears, the Cuban Revolution will continue to advance. October 18 Cuba is elected for a 2-year term as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. November 9 The collapse of the Berlin Wall marks the beginning of the downfall of the European Socialist Bloc. December 7 Cuba honors the heroes of its internationalist missions at a ceremony for the Cubans who died fighting in southern Africa. Facing the imminent collapse of the European Socialist Bloc, Fidel says the choice for Cuba is socialism or death. December 20 U.S. military intervention in Panama captures and imprisons President Manuel Noriega. Thousands of people are killed. More than 1 million Cubans protest at the U.S. Interest section in Havana. 1990. February Florida's governor, Republican Bob Martinez, appoints a Free Cuba Commission headed by Cuban-American National Foundation, CANF, Chairman Jorge Mosquenosa. March the first group of child victims from the 1986 Chernobyl nuclear plant disaster arrive in Cuba for treatment. April the Sandinista government is defeated in elections in Nicaragua. August, the Cuban government adopts drastic measures in the face of the looming economic crisis referred to as the special period in time of peace. 1991. February, the CMEA, which had accounted for 85 to 88% of Cuba's foreign trade, formally disbands. July 18, the first Ibero-American summit is held in Mexico City. July 26, ANC leader Nelson Mandela attends the Moncada anniversary celebrations and thanks Cuba for its support in the struggle against apartheid. September 11, Prime Minister Gorbachev announces the withdrawal of Soviet military advisors from Cuba. October 10, Fidel addresses the opening session of the Fourth Congress of the Cuban Communist Party, saying the only situation in which we would have no future would be if we lost our homeland, the revolution, and socialism. October 14, the Cuban Communist Party Congress ends, marking a significant shift toward developing a new, younger party leadership, and making a change in the party rules to accept as members those practicing their religious beliefs. November 25, following the military coup against President Aristide in Haiti, the United States announces that the Guantanamo naval base will be used to accommodate thousands of Haitian refugees. December, the Soviet government collapses. 1992. January 1, first year of the special period is declared and many predictions are made about the imminent collapse of the Cuban Revolution. April 1, TV Marti, initiated in 1990, steps up broadcasts from Florida to Cuba, escalating the battle of the airwaves. June 12, Fidel participates in the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, arguing tomorrow is too late to address environmental problems. Let hunger, not humanity, disappear from the face of the earth, Fidel states. July, somewhat prematurely, U.S. commentators publish various books and articles predicting the final hour of Fidel Castro and the Cuban Revolution. July 23, at the Second Ibero-American Summit in Madrid on the 500th anniversary of the colonization of the Americas, Fidel stresses the need for solidarity among the peoples of the continent. September 5, in a speech in Cienfuegos, Fidel acknowledges Cuba is facing a severe economic crisis, having lost 70% of its trade purchasing power. September 6, the 10th summit of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries demands an end to the U.S. blockade of Cuba and U.S. withdrawal from the Guantanamo naval base. October 3, U.S. Congress approves the Cuban Democracy Act, proposed by Democrat Robert Torricelli, extending the U.S. economic blockade against Cuba to third countries. November 24, the UN General Assembly approves for the first time a Cuban resolution opposing the U.S. economic blockade with a vote of 59-3, with 71 abstentions and 42 absentees. Cuba estimates that the blockade has cost it $30 billion over 3 decades. 1993. February 24, the first direct elections are held to Cuba's National Assembly, with 99.62% of eligible voters participating. July 26, Fidel announces the legalization of the US dollar and other major economic changes, including the approval of free farmers' markets. Cuba will neither sell out nor surrender, Fidel states. 1994. May 10, Fidel attends the inauguration of Nelson Mandela as president of the new democratic South Africa. September 9, a new crisis during July and August of Cubans seeking to cross the Florida Straits on rafts leads to a new migration agreement between the United States and Cuba. 1995. October 22, in a speech at the United Nations, Fidel condemns the fact that 20 million people die each year of curable diseases and that the arms race continues although the Cold War is over. 1996. February 24, 2 planes flown by counter-revolutionary brothers to the rescue pilots flying from the United States are shot down over Cuban territorial waters. March 12, U.S. Congress passes the Libertad, Helms-Burton, Act, which is signed into law by President Bill Clinton. 1997. April, September, a series of bombs explode at hotels in Havana and Varadero, with 1 fatality, an Italian tourist. September 10, Salvadoran citizen Raúl Cruz Leon is arrested for these bombings and admits links to the Miami Cuban exile terrorists, including Luis Posada Carriles. October 10 The Fifth Congress of the Cuban Communist Party concludes with the slogan, "We will defend the unity of the party, democracy, and human rights." October 17 The remains of Che Guevara and other combatants killed in Bolivia 30 years earlier are returned to Cuba and placed in a mausoleum in Santa Clara. December 13 The National Assembly of People's Power votes to make some significant changes to the Cuban Constitution. 1998. January 21, 25 Pope John Paul II visits Cuba and urges that Cuba should open itself up to the world and the world should open up to Cuba. May 6 Nobel Prize-winning author Gabriel Garcia Marquez takes a message from Fidel Castro to President Clinton providing information about the activities of counter-revolutionary terrorist groups based in the United States. July 12 In an article in the New York Times, Luis Posada Carriles admits involvement in the terrorist bombings of Cuban hotels in 1997, saying they were financed by the Cuban American National Foundation, CANF. September 2 Speaking at the summit of the Movement of Non-Aligned Countries in South Africa, Fidel says, "There is no end of history." September 4 Fidel addresses the South African Parliament and receives an enthusiastic welcome in Soweto the following day. September 12 5 Cubans are arrested in Miami on espionage charges, having infiltrated exile organizations in order to avert terrorist attacks against Cuba. December 6 In Venezuela, Hugo Chavez is elected president with a clear majority vote. Chavez makes his first state visit to Cuba the following month. 1999. February Fidel attends the inauguration of President Chavez in Venezuela and speaks about the battle of ideas at a meeting at the university. May 31 Cuba issues a lawsuit against the U.S. government claiming $181.1 billion in damages for aggression and terrorist acts over 40 years. September 19 Fidel sends a message to the Group of 77 saying globalization is an irreversible reality. November 25 5-year-old Elian Gonzalez is rescued off the coast of Florida after his mother and several other Cubans drowned in their attempt to reach the United States. The boy is immediately taken hostage by his Miami relatives and every attempt by his father and the Cuban government to effect his return to Cuba is blocked. November 30, December 3 The World Trade Organization, WTO, summit in Seattle becomes the scene of mass protests against neoliberal globalization. 2000. April 14 At the closing ceremony of the South Summit in Havana, Fidel calls for the abolition of the International Monetary Fund, IMF. June 28 Elian Gonzalez is finally returned to Cuba. September 6 Fidel participates in the Millennium Summit at the United Nations in New York, stating, "Chaos rules in our world, and blind laws are offered up as divine norms that will bring the peace, order, well-being, and security our planet needs so badly." September 8 Fidel speaks to an overflowing crowd at the Riverside Church in Harlem, New York. October 26, 30 During a state visit to Caracas, President Castro addresses the Venezuelan National Assembly and signs important accords for economic cooperation between Cuba and Venezuela. November Cuban intelligence discovers a plot to assassinate Fidel at the 10th Ibero-American Summit in Panama. Luis Posada Carriles and 3 others are arrested by Panamanian authorities. 2001. January 25, 30 The First World Social Forum is held in Porto Alegre, Brazil, raising the slogan "Another World is Possible." April 17 Fidel sends a message of support to protests in Quebec against the Free Trade Area of the Americas, FTAA. June 8 The 5 Cubans arrested for espionage in 1998 are sentenced in the U.S. federal court in Miami to 4 life sentences and 75 years collectively. June 23 During a 3-hour speech, Fidel suffers a fall, giving rise to widespread speculation about his health. September 1 Fidel addresses the World Conference Against Racism, Racial Discrimination, Xenophobia, and Intolerance in Durban, South Africa, arguing that racism is not a natural, instinctive human reaction but a social, cultural, and political phenomenon. September 11 Terrorists use hijacked aircraft to attack the Pentagon in Washington and the World Trade Center in New York. On behalf of the Cuban government, Fidel offers his sympathy and assistance to U.S. authorities. 2002. January 7, Cuba is informed that the Guantanamo naval base will be used to hold enemy combatants captured in the War on Terror in Afghanistan. April 11, President Hugo Chavez is the victim of an attempted coup in Venezuela. May 6, President George W. Bush makes unfounded accusations that Cuba is developing biological weapons. May 12, 17, former U.S. President Jimmy Carter visits Cuba and addresses a large audience at the University of Havana. May 21, Cuba is included in President Bush's list of countries supporting terrorism. 2003. May 13, Washington expels 14 Cuban diplomats. May 26, Fidel attends the inauguration ceremony of President Néstor Kirchner in Argentina and addresses a large, enthusiastic meeting at a university. June 26, after more than 8 million Cubans sign a petition, the National Assembly votes to amend the Constitution to make socialism irrevocable. October 10, President Bush announces a Commission for Assistance to a Free Cuba, CAFC, to prepare for a transition to democracy at the same time as tightening restrictions on U.S. travel to the island. October, in response to severe hurricane damage, the U.S. sale of food and agricultural products to Cuba is authorized. 2004. January 1, Cuba celebrates the 45th anniversary of the revolution. January 29, Fidel Castro accuses President Bush of plotting his assassination. April 29, a U.S. State Department report accuses Cuba of maintaining links with international terrorism. May 8, the Bush administration plan to accelerate the transition to democracy in Cuba is released to the public. Fidel responds on May 14 with his letter titled, Proclamation by an Adversary of the U.S. Government. May 18, a meeting with moderate exile leaders is held in Havana. June 10, 5 opposition leaders are released from prison in Cuba, followed by the release of others. June 21, addressing over 1 million Cubans in front of the U.S. Interests section in Havana, Fidel reads his second epistle to President Bush. July, the U.S. administration further tightens travel restrictions to Cuba. August 26, Cuba breaks diplomatic ties with Panama after the outgoing President Mireya Moscoso grants an amnesty to Luis Posada Carriles and his 3 accomplices in the plot to kill Fidel Castro. October 20, Fidel breaks his arm and fractures his knee in a fall. November 8, the circulation in Cuba of the US dollar is suspended and replaced with a special currency for use in the tourist market. November 23, Chinese Premier Hu Jintao visits Cuba and signs several significant trade agreements. December 14, in the spirit of ALBA, the Bolivarian Alternative for the Americas, a counter-proposal to Washington's FTAA, Free Trade Area of the Americas, Presidents Castro and Chavez agree to close economic cooperation. 2005. March 17, the Cuban peso is revalued against the US dollar as a result of the excellent performance of the Cuban economy. May 17, more than 1 million Cubans accuse the United States of harboring Luis Posada Carriles, who was convicted for the terrorist bombing of the Cubana airplane in 1976. July 28, U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice names Caleb McCary as the coordinator of the transition in Cuba. August 9, an Atlanta court orders a new trial for the 5 Cubans convicted of espionage in 1998, declaring the original trial in Miami invalid. October 14, 15, the Ibero-American Summit in Salamanca, Spain, condemns the blockade against Cuba and demands that U.S. authorities facilitate the trial of Luis Posada Carriles. October 15, a brigade of young social workers are put in charge of gas stations in Havana in an anti-corruption campaign. November 8, the UN General Assembly condemns the U.S. blockade against Cuba for the 14th time. November 17, in a speech at the University of Havana, Fidel says that the revolution can only be destroyed from within, after he had criticized the nouveau riche for corruption and illegal trading in a speech a few weeks earlier. November 23, Cuba reaches the goal of 2 million tourists for 2005. December 18, Evo Morales, leader of the Movement Towards Socialism, MAS, is elected president in Bolivia. Evo Morales comes to Havana on December 30 to sign cooperation accords. December 31. The year ends with an announcement that Cuba has achieved economic growth of 11.8%. 2006. July 31. Prior to major intestinal surgery, Fidel temporarily hands over his government and party responsibilities to Raúl Castro, Minister for Defense and first Vice President of the Council of State. August 1. Fidel's message to the Cuban people from hospital is published. November 5. Sandinista leader Daniel Ortega wins the presidential election in Nicaragua. November 28. December 2. The Guayasamín Foundation holds a colloquium in Havana to celebrate Fidel's 80th birthday, an event postponed from August 13 because of Fidel's illness. 2007. March 28. Fidel writes his first column for Granma since his illness, Reflections of the Comandante. July 31. Fidel sends his message The Eternal Flame, which concludes life is meaningless without ideas. There is no greater joy than to struggle in their name. 2008. February 18. Fidel announces that he will not seek re-election as President of the Council of State. Cuba's National Assembly subsequently elects Raúl Castro to that position on February 24. Forward. Fidel's virtues. Felipe Pérez Roque. The following are remarks made by Felipe Pérez Roque, Cuban Minister of Foreign Affairs, at the international colloquium organized by the Guayasamín Foundation in Havana to mark Fidel Castro's 80th birthday in 2006. Dear friends, you have come from all over the world both to celebrate Fidel's 80th birthday and to reaffirm your solidarity with and love for the Cuban Revolution and its generous people, who have defied storms, blockades, and acts of aggression without losing their optimism, without allowing their hope and joy to be dimmed, and who give you a warm welcome. This is a special moment in our history, as we Cubans wait hopefully, calmly, and steadfastly for Fidel to get better. His illness is unprecedented in the nearly 5 decades of his labors, because Fidel has had a constitution of iron, probably because he has not allowed himself the luxury of getting sick. He has weathered enormous tensions, succumbing only to a few colds and other minor ailments. Therefore, the past few months have been a new experience for us, and our people have faced it with maturity and self-confidence, which Fidel taught us that will serve as a model for present and future generations of Cubans. I was unsure about what to say this afternoon, because most of you have visited Cuba on other occasions and know of the Cuban Revolution's struggles and of the solidarity that it has always expressed. Many of you have said things here that I couldn't say myself. Many of your words have brought lumps to our throats and to the throats of the millions of Cubans who have watched these panel discussions on television. Therefore, rather than make a polished speech, I decided it would be better to express my feelings and say what any Cuban anywhere in Cuba could tell you about what Fidel, the revolution, and our independence mean to us. They are all the same thing and are part and parcel of our present and future. I have come up with 14 or 15 personal virtues of Fidel, which have also become virtues of the Cuban Revolution and even of the Cuban people. One of Fidel's unquestionable contributions over the past 50 years or so is that some of his personal virtues and ideas have become a part of this new nation. The Cuba that he inherited and which existed for centuries has taken a distinctive form over the last 50 years, during which a thoroughgoing, genuine, homegrown social revolution was carried out and victoriously defended on this tiny island. The first virtue that I think Fidel contributed to the revolution, which is now the key to our people's actions, is his concept of unity as a prerequisite for the defense and survival of a revolution, and even for the triumph of an idea. No idea, no matter how correct it is, can triumph if those who believe in it don't defend it together. The Cuban Revolution survived and has been victorious because it created and defended unity, and its strength in the future depends on preserving that unity. Other revolutions have been lost precisely because they lacked unity. At the moment they triumphed, as is only natural in processes of such intensity and diversity, their unity was broken, or was not achieved when it was needed. Lack of unity can destroy a revolution. Cuba's unity is the special contribution of Fidel's character and ideas. This unity is not based on one person or group imposing their views on other people and groups. Some of the protagonists of this revolution are sitting here in this room. They could tell you, better than I, how the revolutionary forces united in Cuba, how a single party was created as a guarantee of the revolution's continuity, and how this was not the result of persecution of anyone who thought differently, or of negotiated power-sharing arrangements. Rather, it was the result of a process that is closely linked to Fidel and the role he has played. What arose with the revolution is now a virtue of all Cuban revolutionaries and the people as a whole. All of us always promote unity, wherever we are. Naturally, we've had our differences, arguments too, but we've always held fast to the key idea of unity as a prerequisite for victory. This is one of Fidel's contributions. Things were not like this in Cuba before Fidel. Earlier wars and struggles for the Cuban people's right to independence and sovereignty failed from a lack of unity. The first big war that Cuba fought to win its independence from the Spanish colonial power, a hard-fought war that lasted 10 years, between 1868 and 1878, failed because of a lack of unity. It had leaders and others who were no less committed and had no fewer good qualities than Fidel, but that heroic war did not conclude in victory, mainly from a lack of unity. This was also true at other moments in the history of the Cuban Revolution, until Fidel made unity an essential task, based on his lack of pretentiousness, on his ability to listen to others, and on his ability to convince and persuade rather than to impose or dictate. What made Che Guevara decide to join that epic effort after meeting Fidel that night in Maria Antonia's house in Mexico? It only took one conversation for Che, with his intelligence, high educational level, ability, honesty, and purity, to decide to join those who proposed what seemed impossible, to go to Cuba aboard a tiny vessel, to wage guerrilla warfare and defeat an army that was supported by the United States, an army of 80,000 men, around 1,000 for each of the expeditionaries who would arrive on the Granma. I don't know if you have ever stood in front of the cabin cruiser Granma and wondered how it was possible for 82 people, with their weapons and supplies, to fit on that tiny vessel designed for 12 or 15 passengers. Participants recall that when the boat left the calm waters of the river in the dark at 2 o'clock in the morning, Che asked, "When do we get to the ship that will take us to Cuba?" He thought the Granma would take them to a larger boat. Naturally, the preparations were secret, everything was compartmentalized, and others must have shared Che's belief that they would be going to Cuba on a larger ship. 50 years have passed since that voyage. 50 years ago today, they still had 2 days sailing to go before they would reach Cuba. Unity is the first thing I put on my list. The second is ethics. I think it was Gilberto López y Rivas who said that Fidel and the Cuban Revolution had made ethics the essence of government. Ethics is rooted in José Martí's thinking, but it was Fidel's practice over the course of 50 years that turned ethics into an absolutely essential virtue of the Cuban Revolution. With Fidel's concept of ethics as an essential component of political and revolutionary action, the idea of the end justifying the means has no place. For Fidel, the end does not justify the means. You can't reach your objective or achieve victory at any price. That is why no prisoners have ever been tortured in Cuba since the revolution, even when they had important information that could have enabled us to prevent other crimes, to prevent other terrorist attacks. Veteran combatants say that Fidel lectured the members of Cuban state security and others about this many times. The founders of the rebel army were peasants who had just learned how to read and write. No one knows of any instances of his ever having allowed, promoted, or tolerated the idea of torture or assassination as a method of struggle. The Cuban Revolution concentrated its activities on defeating the enemy army and its invading troops, and never resorted to retribution. Ethics made the Cuban revolutionaries beloved, in spite of all the twisted propaganda that was launched against them. They always upheld the principle that they would never take anything from the peasants, and the hungry, barefooted members of the tiny guerrilla army always paid the farmers for the chickens or the rice and beans they asked for to keep themselves going. One of Fidel's contributions to the revolution was the recognition that you lose moral authority if your actions are unethical. More than 3,500 Cubans have been killed by acts of terrorism, and more than 2,000 Cubans have physical disabilities caused by bombs, the strafing of civilians by planes and ships off our coast, and other acts of terrorism, but the revolution's actions have always been ethical. This is what Fidel is like, and this is why the revolution has always been defended within limits that exclude any possibility of imitating the enemy's methods because, as I have already said, the end does not justify the means. This is one of Fidel's contributions, as we Cubans are well aware. You can make suggestions to Fidel about how to act, but you know ahead of time, if you propose going even a fraction of an inch outside the ethics, principles, and ideas on which the revolution is based, that you will be turned down probably vehemently. Third on my list is Fidel's lack of interest in receiving homage and material things. This is an essential part of him. It is not just his almost Spartan way of living or his total lack of vanity. He was a brilliant student and could have been an excellent lawyer. His first law partners, two classmates with whom he founded a law practice after they graduated from law school, said that they soon proposed that he leave the partnership and do something else, because when a rich landowner contracted them to evict some poor people from his land, Fidel wound up defending the poor people, and the partners lost the contract. Fidel's lack of interest in material things has become an essential quality of the Cuban Revolution. For example, there's the concept of solidarity as a duty rather than as a means of political influence. Several participants in this conference have said, Cuba helped us without asking anything in return. Aid is often given in the world, but usually in exchange for favors of one kind or another. There is not even one example of this with regard to Cuba. No one can ever say that the Cuban Revolution asked for anything in exchange. Cuba gave its solidarity generously and purely, and it didn't give what was left over, rather, it shared what it had without asking for anything in return. I think that this explains why you are here and why many others like you wanted to be here. Like everyone else, we may make mistakes, we aren't perfect. We can and do make mistakes, but I think that we have never made the mistake of viewing solidarity as a means of furthering our own interests. That is a quality that the Cuban people have, one that is recognized by visitors. It was, perhaps, a characteristic of some sectors of our population in the past, one of those specific qualities that were part of the Cuban essence, but it was the revolution that extended this idea of sharing on a massive scale. This idea enabled Cuba to hold a festival of youth and students at a time of severe crisis, during the special period, accommodating our visitors in people's homes. Everyone recognizes that the idea of sharing is a quality of the people and of the revolution. We have defects, but interest in material things is not one of them. As a people, we have defended the idea that honor and independence are worth more than material possessions. We have never compromised or bargained with our right to be free, we have refused to surrender in exchange for having the blockade lifted. We have said no, and I think that this is essentially a result of Fidel's teachings. Fidel's fourth virtue is consistency. It is not just that if you read what Fidel said about something in 1961, you will find, to your admiration and surprise, that he has repeated those ideas many times, although not all of them, because, logically, some things change. But when I speak of consistency, I'm referring, for example, to the fact that ever since the triumph of the revolution, no Cuban diplomats have had to defend a cause in which they didn't believe or a principle with which they didn't agree. No Cuban diplomats have had the hard, bitter experience that I've often seen other diplomats go through of having to tell someone, "Forgive me. I don't agree with what I've been ordered to say. My government ordered me to say it, but I don't agree with it, myself." No Cuban diplomats have been placed in that situation since the triumph of the revolution, and neither have any other representatives of our revolution and our people. The revolution has been consistent in its principles and has never placed us in the position of having to choose between defending a principle in which we believe or obeying a government order. Consistency has been another feature of the government in Cuba, as has the idea of principles above interests. The Cuban Revolution has made both of them part of the essence of government. That is Fidel's work. Personal example is the fifth item on my list. In Cuba, Fidel has upheld the idea that you can't ask the people to do anything that you yourself are not willing to do first. You may not actually do it, but those who follow you know that you are willing to do so. Starting with the first hurricane that scourged Cuba after the triumph of the revolution, Fidel always went wherever a hurricane was expected to hit, and he did this for nearly 45 years. The people have seen him there, directing things in the midst of each hurricane, risking his life alongside others, and this has become normal practice for Cubans. All Cuban leaders are cut from this cloth. All of them understand that personal example is of key importance and is a duty, that leaders must go in front, that the only right leaders have is the right to sacrifice themselves, that is the only privilege to be obtained from holding a position or being a member of the Cuban Communist Party. You can't be a member of our party unless your compañeros, most of whom are not members of the party, consider that you are sufficiently exemplary and have enough authority to be one. This is why our party is not a mass organization. The idea that the only right that being a member of this vanguard party or holding a position of responsibility gives you is the right to sacrifice yourself more and to accept more restrictions, that is part of what Fidel has given us. Fidel has always been in the midst of every battle, hurricane, and task that requires sacrifice and effort. Well, for obvious reasons, Fidel couldn't go on internationalist missions. He didn't have the same privilege Che had. Fidel had promised Che during their time in Mexico that he could leave for such a purpose one day. As has already been said here, Fidel's internationalist mission was to transform Cuba from a tiny island lost in the sea into solid ground for all who struggle for justice and honor anywhere in the world. Personal example, the authority that ensues from leading the way, from setting an example, from guiding with your own actions, that is one of Fidel's contributions. You can't stay back while asking others to move forward. If you do that, you cannot look them in the face. I remember when Fidel said, "I see my bodyguards preparing to meet new attacks on me, preparing to evacuate me, to get me out of the way while they stay and fight. I let them. I say nothing, but they know, if an attack ever happened, that I'd stay there with them fighting. If I left them there fighting for me, how could I look them in the face?" That quality, applied to all aspects of life, has been one of the bases of Fidel's authority in Cuba, and it explains why the people love him so much. The people know what's what and can't be fooled. Cubans know about sacrifice, but also, as part of their national character, they know how to enjoy themselves. They are joyous, expansive, and like to party, but they are willing to give this up and have done so on more than one occasion. But they don't like anyone who tries to fool them or who stays back while ordering them to move forward. To guide these people, you have to lead them, which means being at the head of the vanguard. That is part of what Fidel has given us, a result of his teachings, and it's not just 4 or 5 people who follow his example in this. It has become a mass phenomenon and can be seen in factories, agricultural enterprises, and government ministries. Leaders must lead, set an example, show the way by their own actions. Che, a minister in the government of which Fidel was prime minister, was an example of this. Sixth is the truth. Telling the truth is absolutely necessary if you are to be respected. I remember when someone suggested to Fidel that he leave out part of the truth. He didn't agree, and the other person said, "But not telling the whole truth is not the same as telling a lie." Fidel replied, "But not telling the whole truth is only a half-truth, and we're talking about telling the truth. The enemy has never been able to show that we have lied, but we have often caught them out and said, 'You're lying.' Here's the proof. The revolution has never told a lie. That is a result of Fidel's practice and his teaching. The 7th virtue is sensitivity. Fidel conveyed that personal quality to the policies and actions of the revolution. I remember when I was Fidel's young, green assistant in 1992 or 1993, and I was overwhelmed by the fact that it was the middle of the night and there were still at least 30 visitors who wanted to meet with him. This was not possible for all of them, and Fidel had just had a long and tiring meeting. He'd spent the whole day in one meeting after another and had not eaten anything. It was in the special period, which were very hard years, with blackouts and shortages of electricity, food and medicine. The country had to meet the challenge of an unprecedented situation in which 85% of our foreign trade had suddenly been cut off, which forced us to seek new markets, under pressure from a blockade that was being tightened. Fidel never rested but spent all day, every day, working. He turned 70 in 1996. Oswaldo Guayasamín was here and did a portrait of his hands. While he was being painted, Fidel protested, "But, Oswaldo, those hands that you're giving me are very thin and pale." And Guayasamín told him, "Don't you understand, Fidel? These aren't hands, don't you see? They're doves. They are pure, they've never stolen anything or been stained with blood." One day during those hard years I told him, "You have several visitors. I suggest that you see one more this morning. And then, how about taking a rest? The only one left is Mr. Trudeau, who's leaving first thing in the morning." The former Prime Minister of Canada and Fidel were friends. And Fidel said, "What? Trudeau's here, and you haven't told me? Even if he is leaving tomorrow, I have to see him." I said, "But there are many people, and you haven't eaten anything today," to which Fidel replied, "No, I have to see him." I said, "But, look, he is not Prime Minister anymore." That day, I learned my lesson once and for all. When I said, "But, really, he is not Prime Minister anymore. If he were still Prime Minister, but that is not the case," Fidel turned around and, a fraction of an inch from my face, told me, "Never again say anything like that to me. I'm interested in people, not positions. In fact, I'm more interested in people when they don't hold important positions." That sensitivity is not just the virtue of one person or of a few men and women, rather, it has permeated deep into the social fabric of the revolution. That same sensitivity led Fidel to go into the room where Ana Fidelia Curat, the outstanding Cuban track and field champion, was hovering between life and death. Because of that sensitivity, he dedicated himself to saving her life. That ability to feel for others, to share in the pain and anguish of others, is one of Fidel's virtues that has become part of the patrimony of millions in Cuba. Fidel's eighth virtue is his lack of pretentiousness and total absence of vanity. Fidel wears the same uniforms, many of which are quite worn out, and there are no decorations on his chest. He has never had a decoration, and only the power of his authority has led other comrades with great merits in Cuba to accept them. For example, Fidel had to persuade Raúl Castro and Juan Almeida to accept the Hero of the Republic of Cuba stars that they wear on their uniforms. They had not wanted to accept them, arguing that Fidel had not received one, but Fidel convinced them to accept. Everyone knows that once Fidel puts his arm around your shoulder and starts persuading you, it's highly likely you will be convinced. Fidel has made this lack of pretentiousness, this total lack of vanity, an aspiration for us. Fidel reminded Tomás Borga, who is sitting here and who said some very moving things this morning, of Marty's comment, "All the glory in the world can fit into a kernel of corn." That has been his watchword, not as an empty phrase, but as something he has consistently applied throughout his life. For example, he still holds the same rank he had in the Sierra Maestra, that of commander. The people call him Fidel, and he feels more comfortable when they use this form of address than when someone says Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. President or Commander. Fidel will become involved in profound discussions about the environment with drivers and hotel waiters. He has never said, "No, that person is not important enough to discuss things with me." It is not in him to make such a comment. Moreover, Fidel has never believed in protocol, and the protocol followed in Cuba has been scaled down to make it more acceptable to him. These days it is more organized, but Fidel has never accepted the idea that it is against protocol for him to go to see a visitor, and he has showed up the night before a visitor was to be officially received. He has absolutely no vanity. This lack of pretentiousness as part of his everyday behavior, which millions of us Cubans hope to emulate and take as our model, is another of Fidel's contributions to the virtues of our revolution and of our nation. Ninth is Fidel's belief that a revolutionary political figure is duty-bound to learn. This is seen in Fidel's infinite curiosity, the hundreds and thousands of questions he asks about things so he can learn all about them in detail, and his eagerness to read, which has led him to keep books and a small light in his car. His keen desire to read and study reflects not only his liking for books and for certain topics, but also his duty as a revolutionary and as a political figure. For Fidel, learning, knowing, reading and studying are not just a hobby but a duty. He is always surrounded by books. In his office, he has books on the theory of cattle grazing and fodder, because the government, representing the people, is trying to improve cattle raising and increase production, to multiply the fishes and the loaves. He has made notes in the margins of all these books: note, check, discuss this with so and so, ask the university for the results of the study. There are books on the theory of grazing, by André Voisin, on soil improvement, the main indicators of the machine industry, biology, and chemistry. He reads them not as a hobby but as a revolutionary who believes that he has the duty to learn and know. Fidel's 10th virtue is how much he demands of himself. He aspires to perfection not as a matter of personal vanity but as part of his duty. Whatever Fidel does, he tries to do the best he can. Often, people don't know everything he has done. Several times, I've been congratulated for a speech half or two-thirds of which Fidel had written. Of course, I couldn't say this at the time, because that would have caused problems. Many of us have witnessed Fidel's desire to remain behind the scenes. He is not given credit for many of the things he does, because no one knows about it. He wants things to be done well. He is very demanding of himself, setting an example for us, doing things well because that is his commitment to the people, his way of helping the cause we're defending. This is what we should do as revolutionaries and cotters in the revolution. 11th is Fidel's belief that defeat is not really defeat if it is not accepted. If you don't accept defeat, you can keep on struggling to reverse it, it will only be a temporary episode and can be turned into victory. This idea of refusing to accept defeat, everyone in Cuba knows that Fidel really hates losing, is a quality that I think has extended from him to all Cuban revolutionaries, to all our people and even further afield. Other people say that it's what characterizes Cubans. This can be seen in our athletes and our people's determination to do the very best they can, never accepting defeat. This is not exactly the example Garcia Marquez gave in his prologue to An Encounter with Fidel, by Johnny Mina, whom I see here in the audience, but he said something to the effect that Fidel's refusal to admit defeat was just as applicable to threading a needle as to waging a battle in Angola thousands of miles away. He'll keep on trying over and over again until he succeeds. This is now a virtue of the revolution. If we had not believed that victory is possible as long as you keep on fighting for it, we might not be here today, for we would not have been able to withstand the nearly 50 years of blockade, acts of aggression, acts of terrorism and attacks to which we have been subjected by the most powerful imperial power the world has ever known. When asked how this tiny country managed to stand firm when it was alone, we had the support of the Soviet Union for 30 years, but we have been alone here for the last 15 years, many times, our friends didn't think we would be able to survive. In light of the adversities we faced, we have to reply, because Fidel made it a part of the beliefs of millions in Cuba that defeat is not defeat if it is not accepted, that there's always a possibility of reversing a temporary defeat. Just like the attack on the Moncada barracks, the initial defeat of those who returned to Cuba on the Granma was temporary rather than definitive. We've always gone back and begun again, starting from scratch. That's why we're still here. 12th is the aspiration to justice for all. Some people aspire to justice only for themselves, striving to be rich or to achieve a personal goal. Some people think of justice for their families or for others who are close to them. Some people have even aspired to justice for their nation, but for Fidel, the idea of fighting for justice has no limits. He has not only fought for justice for the Cuban people, which, in itself, would have been significant, and dedicated his life to this effort, but has also turned justice into a universal cause. In 1959, Cuba had a population of 6 million. It had 6,000 doctors, 3,000 of whom left Cuba, encouraged and paid by the US government, which tried to leave us without any professionals in this sphere. The other 3,000 stayed. Yesterday, Fidel's words, "We will train many doctors," were recalled here. Now, we have 25 doctors for every one of those who left. Fidel said, "We will train them, because we will need them in Cuba and in the rest of the world." Without that universal aspiration to justice, Cuba would not now have nearly 30,000 healthcare personnel, 21,000 of whom are doctors, working in 69 countries. That aspiration to justice for all, beyond the borders of our country, inspires Cuban scientists to work hard, and Fidel has encouraged their projects, including one for a vaccine against malaria, a disease that does not even exist in Cuba. The transnationals don't put money into such research because cosmetics and weight loss pills bring them more money than vaccines against malaria. There is not a big market for the medicines that poor people need. Cuban scientists, inspired by the idea that justice means justice for all, have worked and are working to create vaccines that will cure diseases that don't exist in Cuba. This is another of Fidel's contributions and teachings. 13 is the power of ideas. Personal conviction. This also comes to us from Jose Marti, who said that even from the depths of a cave a correct idea is more powerful than an army. This is why we call our struggle a battle of ideas, for this is the key arena in which to wage the struggle. Fidel's 14th virtue is empathy, which has also become part of our people's patrimony. In spite of all the acclaim and support he has received, even though he has been turned into a myth, especially by enemy harassment, and in spite of his immense authority that comes from his example, his experience, and his knowledge, Fidel can still put himself in someone else's shoes, imagine what someone else is thinking or feeling, and share and understand the pain, doubts and fears of others. I remember one day when I was feeling terrible because of a mistake I had unwittingly made when passing on Fidel's instructions, and he saw I was upset and said, "Would you like me to tell you something? I think it's very good that this has happened. It seems to me that what you've done will be beneficial in the end." At that moment, he was not the commander-in-chief of the Cuban Revolution, the president of the Council of State, or even a veteran fighter who knew that a mistake in one small detail could destroy an important project. At that moment, he was a human being who understood that I wanted to find a hole to crawl into but couldn't find one, and that I was dying of shame and couldn't do anything to fix what had happened. Fidel insisted. I've seen him do the same thing many times with other compañeros, too, on showing me that in the end, my mistake would be a positive thing for the final results of the work. That is Fidel, the human being who, even though he seeks perfection in everything he does and castigates himself if he does not achieve it, nevertheless does not demand it unfairly of others and understands that others may make a mistake. Fidel offers encouragement. That is his way. In Cuba, anyone who does not practice empathy, millions of Cubans have seen Fidel do this, is unpopular, a bum, and Cubans won't accept that person, because empathy is a quality that the people now expect. Finally, Fidel's 15th virtue is his total absence of hatred for anyone. Che said that a revolution was a great act of love. Fidel does not hate individuals, even if they have been or are his enemies. What he hates is exploitation, racial discrimination, and other instances of injustice. The Cuban Revolution has never acted out of hatred, except for hatred of injustice, and that hatred is not directed against those who are responsible for injustice. The Cuban Revolution is not based on hatred, even of traitors. Look at Fidel's replies when Ignacio Ramonet, whom I also see here in the audience, asked him about traitors. There is not a single word of hatred in more than 700 pages of Fidel's replies to Ramonet, in Johnny Mina or Tomasz Borge's books. When they asked him about traitors and about those who had tried to assassinate him, Fidel said very little. Many of the terrorists who made thousands of Cuban families suffer, and are still responsible for their suffering, are still alive. The revolution is very strong, and if it were governed by hatred, it could go after those who committed murder and other acts of terrorism against our country, but the revolution has not done this. This comes from Fidel's thinking, from the idea that we shouldn't execute the tools of imperialism. If we did, others might appear. Rather, we must overthrow imperialism, which has created and supported them. The revolution has not gone after the murderers and torturers who escaped from Cuba on the eve of January 1, 1959, and it didn't even execute them when they returned to our homeland as invaders. Some of them are still alive and can testify to this. There is absolutely no hatred in Fidel. When you ask Fidel about the U.S. presidents such as John F. Kennedy, and his brother Robert Kennedy was president at the time of Operation Mongoose, though not the only one, because it lasted for decades and has not ended yet, you won't find any hatred in Fidel. I remember the day when Eunice, John, and Robert's sister, asked Fidel for a statement, around the time of the 30th anniversary of the October missile crisis. Fidel had a lot of work and didn't want to do this, but she said, "I ask on behalf of my family, Mr. President. I know how my brothers opposed you, and I don't agree with some of the things they did. I respect your complete absence of hatred and the fact that you never felt hatred for my brothers, who gave you reason to hate." Fidel ended up agreeing and gave her an interview that is one of the most complete testimonies on the October missile crisis and what led up to it. Fidel has instilled these qualities in us, qualities that come both from his own behavior and from other sources. Cuban revolutionaries aren't motivated by hatred. More than 350,000 Cubans went to fight in southern Africa to oppose the powerful apartheid troops, who even had several nuclear weapons. In doing so, as Che wanted, they were guided by deep love. 2,000 Cubans lost their lives there. Our combatants were faced with a powerful army. That war, which ended with the preservation of Angola's territorial integrity and with Namibia's independence, lasted for 15 years. Angola wouldn't exist today, and it would have taken much longer to defeat apartheid if the Cuban troops had not opposed the racist army in southern Africa, thousands of miles from our homeland. This is even more meritorious when you consider that this was done alone, at a time when the Soviet Union was already collapsing and the socialist camp was falling apart. Piero Glagisis spoke here and wrote a book about this subject. When that war ended, our combatants came back home, and what Amilcar Cabral had said was borne out, that the Cubans would return home from Africa taking only the bones of their dead. We don't own the mines, the oil wells, the land, or the forests there. We didn't go there looking for diamonds or oil, we went to fight for the idea of justice, a quality that is part of the patrimony Fidel has given our people. Our troops were inspired by altruism, not hatred. That is the way it was in the guerrilla struggle in the Sierra Maestra, where the enemy's wounded were cared for first, and at the Bay of Pigs. That is the way it has always been, including in Angola. This complete absence of hatred of individuals, combined with a hatred of injustice, imperialism, and exclusion, is another of Fidel's qualities, and it explains his total absence of rancor. If you ask him about those who betrayed and attacked him, he won't express any hatred. I think this is another lesson we have received from Fidel. As I mentioned, this is not supposed to be an essay or a rigorous academic work. If it has one virtue, it is its total honesty. Like any other Cuban, I wouldn't say these words here if I didn't believe in them deeply, because Fidel has also taught us to reject vanity and flattery. Nothing annoys Fidel more than flattery. These words also reflect a deep affection, which is the main feeling our people have for Fidel, seeing him as their father, their older brother, a member of their family, apart from his responsibilities and his merits. The enemies of the Cuban Revolution, the enemies of justice, truth, and honor, are counting the minutes, waiting and hoping for Fidel to die, not understanding that Fidel is not just a man, that Fidel is his people, and, when it comes down to it, that Fidel is every man and woman in the world who is willing to fight and does fight to make the world a better place. Our enemies dream on, but they are mistaken when they think that Fidel's absence will mean the absence of his ideas, and that the convictions and principles that Fidel has sown on a mass scale among his people and in the world will disappear. Fidel wants his ideas to remain. Convalescing, recovering, and returning to the battle, he will once more defeat those enemies who are steeped in hatred and mediocrity. Thank you all for coming here. Thank you for having allowed us to celebrate Fidel's birthday in this way. Fidel would not have allowed us Cubans to do so if it weren't for you. I thank you and promise that we will keep on struggling to promote the ideas and dreams to which Fidel has dedicated his life. We will do this with him leading our people again, and, when the time comes that he and the others of his generation are no longer with us, I am sure that our people will have made those ideas and principles their own forever. This is our greatest gift to Fidel, to always defend and struggle to promote those ideas. Thank you. Felipe Pérez Roque. November 30, 2006. 1. History will absolve me. Santiago de Cuba, October 16, 1953. On July 26, 1953, Fidel Castro led a group of young rebels, including 2 women, to attack the Moncada military garrison in Santiago de Cuba, in the eastern province of Orient, in the hope of sparking a popular uprising against General Batista, who had seized power in a coup on March 10, 1952. The attack failed and 70 of the young rebels were brutally tortured or murdered in cold blood. Fidel Castro and 28 others were captured, tried, and convicted. The following is a reconstruction of Fidel's courtroom defense speech that was smuggled out of prison and published as the political platform of the Cuban revolutionary movement with the title "History Will Absolve Me." Fidel was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment but freed in 1955 after a broad amnesty campaign. Honorable judges. Never has a lawyer had to practice his profession under such difficult conditions. Never have so many overwhelming irregularities been committed against an accused man. In this case, counsel and defendant are one and the same. As attorney, he has not even been able to take a look at the indictment. As accused, for the past 76 days he has been locked away in solitary confinement, held totally and absolutely incommunicado, in violation of every human and legal right. He who speaks to you hates vanity with all his being, and his temperament and frame of mind are not inclined toward courtroom posturing or sensationalism of any kind. If I have had to assume my own defense before this court, it is for 2 reasons. First, because I have been denied legal aid almost entirely, and second, only one who has been so deeply wounded, who has seen his country so forsaken and justice so vilified, can speak at a moment like this with words that spring from the blood of his heart and the essence of truth. There was no lack of generous compañeros who wished to defend me, and the Havana Bar Association appointed a courageous and competent jurist, Dr. Jorge Pagliari, dean of the bar in the city, to represent me in this case. However, he was not permitted to carry out his task. As often as he tried to see me, the prison gates were closed on him. Only after a month and a half, and through the intervention of the court, was he finally granted a 10-minute interview with me in the presence of a sergeant from the Military Intelligence Service, SIM. One supposes that a lawyer has a right to speak with his defendant in private, and this right is respected throughout the world, except in the case of a Cuban prisoner of war in the hands of an implacable dictatorship that abides by no code of law, be it legal or humane. Neither Dr. Pagliari nor I were willing to tolerate such dirty spying on our means of defense for the oral trial. Perhaps they wanted to know beforehand the methods we would use in order to reduce to dust the incredible fabric of lies they had woven around the events at the Moncada barracks. How were we going to expose the terrible truth they would go to such great lengths to conceal? It was then that we decided to take advantage of my profession as a lawyer and that I would assume my own defense. This decision, overheard by the sergeant and reported by him to his superior, provoked a real panic. It looked like some mocking little imp was telling them that I was going to ruin all their plans. You know very well, honorable judges, how much pressure has been brought to bear on me in order to strip me also of this right that is ratified by long Cuban tradition. The court could not give in to such machinations, for that would have left the accused unable to defend himself. The accused, who is now exercising this right to plead his own case, will under no circumstances refrain from saying what he must say. I consider it essential that I explain, in the beginning, the reason for the terrible isolation in which I have been kept, the purpose of keeping me silent, what was behind the plots to kill me, plots with which the court is familiar, what grave events are being hidden from the people, and the truth behind all the strange things which have taken place during this trial. I propose to do all this with the utmost clarity. You have publicly called this case the most significant in the history of the Republic. If you sincerely believed this, you should not have allowed your authority to be stained and degraded. The first court session was September 21st. Among 100 machine guns and bayonets, scandalously invading the Hall of Justice, more than 100 people were seated in the prisoner's dock. The great majority had nothing to do with what had happened. They had been under preventive detention for many days, suffering all kinds of insults and abuses in the chambers of the repressive units. But the rest of the accused, the minority, were brave and determined, ready to proudly confirm their part in the battle for freedom, ready to offer an example of unprecedented self-sacrifice and to wrench from the jail's claws those who in deliberate bad faith had been included in the trial. Those who had met in combat confronted one another again. Once again, with the cause of justice on our side, we would wage the terrible battle of truth against infamy. Surely the regime was not prepared for the moral catastrophe that awaited it. How to maintain all its false accusations? How to keep secret what had really happened, when so many young people were willing to risk everything, prison, torture and death, if necessary, in order that the truth be told before this court? I was called as a witness at that first session. For 2 hours I was questioned by the prosecutor as well as by 20 defense attorneys. I was able to prove with exact facts and figures the sums of money that had been spent, the way this money was collected and the arms we had been able to round up. I had nothing to hide, for the truth was that all this was accomplished through sacrifices without precedent in the history of our republic. I spoke of the goals that inspired us in our struggle and of the humane and generous treatment that we had at all times accorded our adversaries. If I accomplished my purpose of demonstrating that those who were falsely implicated in this trial were neither directly nor indirectly involved, I owe it to the complete support of my heroic compañeros. For, as I said, the consequences they might be forced to suffer at no time caused them to repent as revolutionaries and patriots. I was never once allowed to speak with these compañeros of mine during the time we were in prison, and yet we planned to act in the same way. The fact is, when people carry the same ideals in their hearts, nothing can isolate them, neither prison walls nor the sod of cemeteries, for a single memory, a single spirit, a single idea, a single conscience, a single dignity will sustain them all. From that very moment, the structure of lies the regime had erected about the events at the Moncada barracks began to collapse like a house of cards. As a result, the prosecutor realized that keeping in prison all those persons named as instigators was completely absurd, and he requested their provisional release. At the close of my testimony in that first session, I asked the court to allow me to leave the dock and sit among the counsel for the defense. This permission was granted. At that point, what I consider my most important mission in this trial began, to totally discredit the cowardly, malicious, and treacherous lies that the regime had hurled against our fighters, to reveal with irrefutable evidence the horrible, repugnant crimes they had committed against the prisoners, and to show the nation and the world the infinite misfortune of the Cuban people, who are suffering the cruelest, the most inhuman oppression in all their history. The second session was convened on Tuesday, September 22nd. By that time only 10 witnesses had testified, and they had already clarified the murders in the Manzanillo area, specifically establishing and placing on record the direct responsibility of the captain commanding that post. There were 300 more witnesses to testify. What would happen if, with an overwhelming mass of facts and evidence, I should proceed to cross-examine the very military men who were directly responsible for those crimes? Could the regime permit me to go ahead before the large audience attending the trial? In front of journalists and lawyers from all over the island? And in front of the party leaders of the opposition, who they had stupidly seated right in the prisoners' dock, where they could hear so clearly everything that might be exposed here? They would rather have blown up the courthouse, with all the judges, than allow that. And so they devised a plan by which they could eliminate me from the trial, and they proceeded to do just that, manu militari, by force of arms. On Friday night, September 25th, the eve of the third session of the trial, 2 prison doctors visited me in my cell. They were visibly embarrassed. "We have come to examine you," they said. I asked them, "Who is so worried about my health?" Actually, from the moment I saw them I realized what they had come for. They could not have treated me with greater respect, and they explained their predicament to me. That afternoon Colonel Chaviano had appeared at the prison and told them I was doing the government terrible damage with this trial. He had told them they must sign a certificate declaring that I was ill and was, therefore, unable to appear in court. The doctors told me that for their part they were prepared to resign from their posts and risk persecution. They put the matter in my hands, for me to decide. I found it hard to ask those people to sacrifice themselves. But neither could I, under any circumstances, consent to be part of that plan. Leaving the matter to their own consciences, I told them only, "You know your duty, I certainly know mine." After leaving the cell they signed the certificate. I know they did so believing in good faith that this was the only way they could save my life, which they considered to be in grave danger. I was not obliged to keep our conversation secret, for I am bound only by the truth. Telling the truth in this instance may jeopardize the material interests of those good doctors, but I am removing all doubt about their honor, which is worth much more. That same night, I wrote the court a letter denouncing the plot, requesting that 2 court physicians be sent to certify my excellent state of health, and to inform you that if to save my life I must take part in such deception, I would 1,000 times prefer to lose it. To show my determination to fight alone against this whole degenerate frame-up, I added to my own words one of the Master José Martí's lines, "A just cause even from the depths of a cave is stronger than an army." As the court knows, this was the letter Dr. Melba Hernandez submitted at the third session of the trial on September 26. I managed to get it to her in spite of the heavy guard I was under. That letter, of course, provoked immediate reprisals. Dr. Hernandez was subjected to solitary confinement, and since I was already incommunicado I was sent to the most inaccessible corner of the prison. From that moment on, all the accused were thoroughly searched from head to foot before they were brought into the courtroom. 2 court physicians certified on September 27 that I was, in fact, in perfect health. Yet, in spite of the repeated orders from the court, I was never again brought to the hearings. Furthermore, anonymous persons daily circulated hundreds of apocryphal pamphlets which announced my rescue from jail. This stupid alibi was invented so they could physically eliminate me and pretend I had tried to escape. Since the scheme failed as a result of timely exposure by vigilant friends, and after the first affidavit was shown to be false, the regime could only keep me away from the trial by open and flagrant contempt of court. This was an incredible situation, honorable judges. Here was a regime literally afraid to bring an accused man to court, a regime of bloodshed and terror that shrank in fear of the moral conviction of a defenseless man unarmed, slandered and isolated. And so, after depriving me of everything else, they finally deprived me even of the trial in which I was the main defendant. Remember that this was during a period in which individual rights were suspended and the Public Order Act as well as censorship of radio and press were in full force. What unbelievable crimes this regime must have committed to so fear the voice of one accused man. I must dwell on the insolence and disrespect the army leaders have at all times shown toward you. As often as this court has ordered an end to the inhuman isolation in which I was held, as often as it has ordered my most elementary rights to be respected, as often as it has demanded that I be brought before it, this court has never been obeyed. Worse yet, in the very presence of the court, during the first and second hearings, a Praetorian guard was stationed beside me to prevent me from speaking to anyone, even during the brief recesses. In other words, not only in prison, but also in the courtroom and in your presence, they ignored your decrees. I had intended to mention this matter in the following session, as a question of elementary respect for the court, but I was never brought back. And if, in exchange for so much disrespect, they bring us before you to be imprisoned in the name of a legality that they and they alone have been violating since March 10, sad indeed is the role they would force on you. The Latin maxim cedunt arma togae, let arms yield to the toga, has certainly not been observed on a single occasion during this trial. I beg you to keep that situation well in mind. Moreover, these tricks were in any case quite useless. My brave companeros, with unprecedented patriotism, did their duty to the utmost. Yes, we set out to fight for Cuba's freedom, and we are not ashamed of having done so, they declared, one by one, on the witness stand. Then, addressing the court with impressive courage, they denounced the hideous crimes committed upon the bodies of our brothers. Although absent from court, I was able, in my prison cell, to follow the trial in every detail, thanks to the inmates at Boniato prison. In spite of all threats, these men found ingenious methods of getting me newspaper clippings and all kinds of information. In this way they avenged the abuses and immoralities perpetrated against them both by Tabota, the warden, and the supervisor, Lieutenant Rosabal, who drove them from sun up to sundown building private mansions and starved them by embezzling the prison food budget. As the trial went on, roles were reversed. Those who came to accuse found themselves accused, and the accused became the accusers. It was not the revolutionaries who were judged there. Judged once and forever was a man named Batista Monstruum Horrendum. Horrible monster, and it matters little that these valiant and worthy young people have been condemned, if tomorrow the people condemn the dictator and his henchmen. Our people were consigned to the Isle of Pines prison, in whose circular galleries Castell's ghost still lingers and where the cries of countless victims still echo. There our young men have been sent to expiate their love of liberty, in bitter confinement, banished from society, torn from their homes and exiled from their country. Is it not clear to you, as I have said before, that in such circumstances it is difficult and disagreeable for this lawyer to fulfill his duty? As a result of so many turbid and illegal machinations, due to the will of those who govern and the weakness of those who judge, I find myself here in this little room at the civilian hospital, where I have been brought to be tried in secret, so that I may not be heard and my voice may be stifled, so that no one may hear what I am going to say. Why, then, do we need that imposing palace of justice which the honorable judges would without doubt find much more comfortable? I must warn you, it is unwise to administer justice from a hospital room, surrounded by sentinels with fixed bayonets. The citizens might suppose that our justice is sick, and that it is captive. Let me remind you, your laws of procedure provide that trials will be public hearings. However, the people have been barred altogether from this session of court. The only civilians admitted here have been 2 attorneys and 6 reporters from newspapers where the censorship of the press will prevent printing a word I say. I see, as my sole audience in this chamber and in the corridors, nearly 100 soldiers and officers. I am grateful for the polite and serious attention they give me. I only wish I could have the whole army before me. I know, one day, this army will seethe with rage to wash away the terrible, shameful bloodstains splattered across the military uniform by the present ruthless clique in its lust for power. On that day, what a fall awaits those mounted so arrogantly on their noble steeds. That is, if the people have not dislodged them long before that. Finally, I would like to add that I was allowed no treatise on penal law in my cell. I have at my disposal only this tiny code of law lent to me by my learned counsel, Dr. Bautilo Castellanos, the courageous defender of my companeros. In the same way they prevented me from receiving the books by Marty, it seems the prison censorship considered them too subversive. Or is it because I said Marty was the inspiration for July 26? Reference books on any other subject were also denied me during this trial. But it makes no difference. I carry the teachings of the Master in my heart, and in my mind the noble ideas of all those who have defended the people's freedom everywhere. I am going to make only one request of this court. I trust it will be granted as a compensation for the many abuses and outrages the accused has had to tolerate without protection of the law. I ask that my right to express myself be respected without restraint. Otherwise, even the merest semblance of justice cannot be maintained, and the final episode of this trial would be, more than all the others, one of ignominy and cowardice. I must admit that I am somewhat disappointed. I had expected that the honorable prosecutor would come forward with a grave accusation. I thought he would be ready to justify to the limit his contention, and his reasons why I should be condemned in the name of law and justice, what law and what justice, to 26 years in prison. But no. He has limited himself to reading Article 148 of the Social Defense Code. On the basis of this, plus aggravating circumstances, he requests that I be imprisoned for the lengthy term of 26 years. 2 minutes seems a very short time in which to demand and justify that a person be put behind bars for more than a quarter of a century. Can it be that the honorable prosecutor is, perhaps, annoyed with the court? Because as I see it, his laconic attitude in this case clashes with the solemnity with which the honorable judges declared, rather proudly, that this was a trial of the greatest importance. I have heard prosecutors speak 10 times longer in a simple narcotics case asking for a sentence of just 6 months. The honorable prosecutor has supplied not a word in support of his petition. I am a just man. I realize that for a prosecuting attorney under oath of loyalty to the Constitution of the Republic, it is difficult to come here in the name of an unconstitutional, statutory, de facto government, lacking any legal much less moral basis, to ask that a young Cuban, a lawyer like himself and perhaps as honorable as he, be sent to jail for 26 years. But the honorable prosecutor is a gifted man, and I have seen much less talented persons write lengthy diatribes in defense of this regime. How then can I suppose that he lacks the reason with which to defend it, at least for 15 minutes, however contemptible that might be to any decent person? It is clear that there is a great conspiracy behind all this. Honorable judges, why such interest in silencing me? Why is every type of argument foregone in order to avoid presenting any target whatsoever against which I might direct my own brief? Is it that they lack any legal, moral, or political basis on which to put forth a serious formulation of the question? Are they so afraid of the truth? Do they hope that I, too, will speak for only 2 minutes, and that I will not touch on the points which have caused certain people sleepless nights since July 26? Since the prosecutor's petition was restricted to the mere reading of 5 lines of an article of the Social Defense Code, might they suppose that I, too, would limit myself to those same lines and circle round them like some slave turning a millstone? I will by no means accept such a gag, for in this trial there is much more than the freedom of a single individual at stake. Fundamental matters of principle are being debated here. The right of people to be free is on trial. The very foundations of our existence as a civilized and democratic nation are in the balance. When this trial is over, I do not want to have to reproach myself for any principle left undefended, for any truth left unsaid, for any crime not denounced. The honorable prosecutor's famous little article hardly deserves a minute of my time. I will limit myself for the moment to a brief legal debate against it, because I want to clear the field for an assault against all the endless lies and deceits, the hypocrisy, banalities, and moral cowardice that have set the stage for the crude comedy which since March 10 and even before then has been called justice in Cuba. It is a fundamental principle of criminal law that an imputed offense must correspond exactly to the type of crime described by law. If no law applies exactly to the point in question, then there is no offense. The article in question reads: a penalty of imprisonment of 3 to 10 years will be imposed on the perpetrator of any act aimed at bringing about an armed uprising against the constitutional powers of the state. The penalty will be imprisonment from 5 to 20 years, in the event that insurrection actually be carried out. In what country is the honorable prosecutor living? Who has told him that we have sought to bring about an uprising against the constitutional powers of the state? 2 things are self-evident. First of all, the dictatorship that oppresses the nation is not a constitutional power, but an unconstitutional one. It was established against the Constitution, over the Constitution, violating the legitimate Constitution of the Republic. The legitimate Constitution is that which emanates directly from a sovereign people. I will demonstrate this point fully later on, notwithstanding all the subterfuges contrived by cowards and traitors to justify the unjustifiable. Secondly, the article refers to powers, in the plural, as in the case of a republic governed by a legislative power, an executive power, and a judicial power which balance and counterbalance one another. We have fomented a rebellion against one single power, an illegal one, which has usurped and combined both the legislative and executive powers of the nation, and so has destroyed the entire system that was specifically safeguarded by the code now under analysis. As to the independence of the judiciary after March 10, I will not allude to that, for I am in no mood for joking. No matter how Article 148 may be stretched, shrunk, or amended, not a single comma applies to the events of July 26. Let us leave this statute alone and await the opportunity to apply it to those who really did foment an uprising against the constitutional powers of the state. Later I will come back to the code to refresh the honorable prosecutor's memory about certain circumstances he has unfortunately overlooked. I warn you, I am just beginning. If there is in your hearts a vestige of love for your country, love for humanity, love for justice, listen carefully. I know that I will be silenced for many years, I know that the regime will try to suppress the truth by all possible means, I know that there will be a conspiracy to bury me in oblivion. But my voice will not be stifled, it will rise from my breast even when I feel most alone, and my heart will give it all the fire that callous cowards deny it. From a shack in the mountains on Monday, July 27, I listened to the dictator's voice on the airwaves while there were still 18 of our people in arms against the government. Those who have never experienced such moments will never know that kind of bitterness and indignation. While the long-cherished hopes of freeing our people lay in ruins about us, we heard those crushed hopes gloated over by a tyrant more vicious, more arrogant than ever. The endless stream of lies and slanders, poured forth in his crude, odious, repulsive language, may only be compared to the endless stream of pure, young blood that had flowed since the previous night, with his knowledge, consent, complicity, and approval being spilled by the most inhuman gang of assassins it is possible to imagine. To have believed him for a single moment would have sufficed to fill a person of conscience with remorse and shame for the rest of their life. At that time I could not even hope to brand his miserable forehead with the mark of truth to condemn him for the rest of his days and for all time to come. Already a circle of more than 1,000 men, armed with weapons more powerful than ours and with peremptory orders to bring in our corpses, was closing in around us. Now that the truth is coming out, now that speaking before you I am carrying out the mission I set for myself, I may die peacefully and content. So I will not mince my words about those savage murderers. I must pause to consider the facts for a moment. The government itself said the attack showed such precision and perfection that it must have been planned by military strategists. Nothing could have been further from the truth. The plan was drawn up by a group of young people, none of whom had any military experience at all. I will reveal their names, omitting 2 who are neither dead nor in prison: Abel Santamaria, José Luis Tayson, Renato Guitart Rosal, Pedro Mayret, Jesus Montaigne and myself. Half of them are dead, and in tribute to their memory I can say that although they were not military experts, they had enough patriotism to have given, had we not been at such a great disadvantage, a good beating to that entire bunch of generals, those generals of March 10 who are neither soldiers nor patriots. Much more difficult than the planning of the attack was our organizing, training, mobilizing and arming people under this repressive regime with its millions of dollars spent on espionage, bribery, and disinformation services. Nevertheless, all this was carried out by those people and many others like them with incredible commitment, discretion, and discipline. Still more praiseworthy is the fact that they gave this task everything they had, and ultimately, their very lives. The final mobilization of our people who came to this province from the most remote towns of the entire island was accomplished with admirable precision and in absolute secrecy. It is equally true that the attack was carried out with magnificent coordination. It began simultaneously at 5:15 a.m. in both Bayamo and Santiago de Cuba, and one by one, with exact timing, the buildings surrounding the barracks fell to our forces. Nevertheless, in the interests of truth, even though it may detract from our accomplishment, I am also going to reveal for the first time a fatal fact: due to a most unfortunate error, half of our forces, and the better armed half at that, got lost on entering the city and were not there to help us at the decisive moment. Abel Santamaria, with 21 people, had occupied the civilian hospital. With him went a doctor and 2 of our women companeras to attend to the wounded. Raúl Castro, with 10 combatants, occupied the Palace of Justice, and it was my responsibility to attack the barracks with the rest, 95 men. Preceded by an advance group of 8 who had forced Gate 3, I arrived with the first group of 45 men. It was precisely here that the battle began, when my car ran into an outside patrol armed with machine guns. The reserve group, which had almost all the heavy weapons, the light arms were with the advance group, turned down the wrong street and lost its way in an unfamiliar city. I must clarify the fact that I do not doubt for a moment the courage of those people. They experienced great anguish and desperation when they realized they were lost. Because of the type of action it was, and because the contending forces were wearing identically colored uniforms, it was not easy for these people to re-establish contact with us. Many of them, captured later on, met death with true heroism. Everyone had instructions, first of all, to be humane in the struggle. Never was a group of armed people more generous to the adversary. From the beginning we took numerous prisoners, nearly 20, and there was one moment when 3 of our people, Ramiro Valdez, Jose Suarez, and Jesus Montaigne, managed to enter a barracks and hold nearly 50 soldiers prisoner for a short time. Those soldiers testified before the court, and without exception they all acknowledged that we treated them with absolute respect, that we didn't even subject them to one insulting remark. In line with this, I want to give my heartfelt thanks to the prosecutor for one thing in the trial of my companeros. When he made his report, he was fair enough to acknowledge as an incontestable fact that we maintained a high spirit of chivalry throughout the struggle. Discipline among the soldiers was very poor. They finally defeated us because of their superior numbers, 15-1, and because of the protection afforded them by the defenses of the fortress. Our combatants were much better marksmen, as our enemies themselves conceded. There was a high degree of courage on both sides. In analyzing the reasons for our tactical failure, apart from the regrettable error already mentioned, I believe we made a mistake by dividing the commando unit we had so carefully trained. Of our best trained combatants and boldest leaders, there were 27 in Bayamo, 21 at the civilian hospital, and 10 at the Palace of Justice. If our forces had been distributed differently, the outcome of the battle might have been different. The clash with the patrol, purely accidental, since the unit might have been at that point 20 seconds earlier or 20 seconds later, alerted the camp, and gave it time to mobilize. Otherwise it would have fallen into our hands without a shot fired, since we already controlled the guard post. On the other hand, except for the .22 caliber rifles, for which there were plenty of bullets, our side was very short of ammunition. Had we had hand grenades, the army would not have been able to resist us for 15 minutes. When I became convinced that all efforts to take the barracks were now useless, I began to withdraw our people in groups of 8 and 10. Our retreat was covered by 6 expert marksmen under the command of Pedro Miret and Fidel Labrador. Heroically they held off the army's advance. Our losses in the battle had been insignificant. 95% of our casualties came from the army's brutality after the struggle. The group at the civilian hospital only had 1 casualty. The rest of that group was trapped when the troops blocked the only exit, but our young combatants did not lay down their arms until their very last bullet was gone. Among them was Abel Santamaria, the most generous, beloved, and intrepid of our young combatants, whose glorious resistance immortalizes him in Cuban history. We will soon see the fate they met and how Batista sought to punish the heroism of our youth. We planned to continue the struggle in the mountains in case the attack on the regiment failed. In Siboney, I was able to gather a third of our forces, but many of these people were now discouraged. About 20 of them decided to surrender. Later we will see what became of them. The rest, 18 men, with what arms and ammunition were left, followed me into the mountains. The terrain was completely unknown to us. For a week we held the heights of the Grand Pedro Range and the army occupied the foothills. We could not come down, they didn't risk coming up. It was not force of arms, but hunger and thirst that ultimately overcame our resistance. I had to divide the combatants into smaller groups. Some of them managed to slip through the army lines, others were surrendered by Monsignor Pérez Serrans. Finally only 2 compañeros remained with me, José Suárez and Oscar Alcalde. While the 3 of us were totally exhausted, a force led by Lieutenant Sarria surprised us in our sleep at dawn. This was Saturday, August 1st. By that time the slaughter of prisoners had ceased as a result of the people's protest. This officer, a man of honor, saved us from being murdered on the spot with our hands tied behind us. I need not deny here the stupid statements by Ugalde Carrillo and company, who tried to besmirch my name in an effort to mask their own cowardice, incompetence, and criminality. The facts are clear enough. My purpose is not to bore the court with epic narratives. All that I have said is essential for a more precise understanding of what is yet to come. Let me mention 2 important facts that facilitate an objective judgment of our attitude. First, we could have taken over the regiment simply by seizing all the high-ranking officers in their homes. This possibility was rejected for the very humane reason that we wished to avoid scenes of tragedy and struggle in the presence of their families. Second, we decided not to take over any radio station until the army camp was under our control. This attitude, unusually magnanimous and considerate, spared the citizens a great deal of bloodshed. With only 10 combatants I could have seized a radio station and called the people to revolt. There is no question about the people's willingness to fight. I had a recording of Eduardo Chibas's last message over the CMQ radio network, and patriotic poems and battle hymns capable of moving even the least sensitive, especially with the sounds of live battle in their ears. But I did not want to use them although our situation was desperate. The regime has insisted that our movement did not have popular support. I have never heard an assertion so naive, and at the same time so full of bad faith. The regime seeks to show submission and cowardice on the part of the people. They all but claim that the people support the dictatorship. They do not know how offensive this is to the brave people of Orient. Santiago thought our attack was only a local disturbance between 2 factions of soldiers. Not until many hours later did they realize what had really happened. Who can doubt the valor, civic pride, and limitless courage of the rebellious and patriotic people of Santiago de Cuba? If Moncada had fallen into our hands, even the women of Santiago de Cuba would have risen in arms. Many rifles were loaded for our fighters by the nurses at the civilian hospital. They fought alongside us. That is something we will never forget. It was never our intention to engage the soldiers of the regiment in combat. We wanted to seize control of them and their weapons in a surprise attack, arouse the people and call on the soldiers to abandon the odious flag of the dictatorship and to embrace the banner of freedom, to defend the supreme interests of the nation and not the petty interests of a small clique, to turn their guns and fire on the people's enemies and not on the people, among whom are their own sons and fathers, to unite with the people as brothers instead of opposing the people as the enemies. The government tries to make of them, to march behind the only beautiful ideal worthy of sacrificing one's life, the greatness and happiness of one's country. To those who doubt that many soldiers would have followed us, I ask, what Cuban does not cherish glory? What heart is not set aflame by the promise of freedom? The Navy did not fight against us, and it would undoubtedly have come over to our side later on. It is well known that this branch of the armed forces is the least dominated by the dictatorship and that there is a very intense civic conscience among its members. But, as to the rest of the nation's armed forces, would they have fought against a people in revolt? I declare that they would not. A soldier is made of flesh and blood, he thinks, observes, feels. he is susceptible to the opinions, beliefs, sympathies, and antipathies of the people. If you ask his opinion, he may tell you he cannot express it, but that does not mean he has no opinion. He is affected by exactly the same problems that affect other citizens' subsistence, rent, the education of his children, their future, etc. Everything of this kind is an inevitable point of contact between him and the people, and everything of this kind links him to the present and future of the society in which he lives. It is foolish to imagine that the salary a soldier receives from the state, a modest enough salary that should resolve the vital problems imposed on him by his needs, duties, and feelings as a member of his community. This brief explanation has been necessary because it is basic to a consideration to which few people, until now, have paid any attention. Soldiers have a deep respect for the feelings of the majority of the people. During the Machado regime, in the same proportion as popular antipathy increased, the loyalty of the army visibly decreased. This was so true that a group of women almost succeeded in subverting Camp Columbia. But this is proven even more clearly by a recent development. While Ramon Grau San Martin's regime was able to preserve great popularity among the people, unscrupulous ex-officers and power-hungry civilians attempted innumerable conspiracies in the army, and none of them found a following in the rank and file. The March 10 coup took place at the moment when the civil government's prestige had dwindled to its lowest ebb, a circumstance of which Batista and his clique took advantage. Why did they not strike their blow after June 1? Simply because, had they waited for the majority of the nation to express its will at the polls, the troops would not have responded to the conspiracy. Consequently, a second assertion can be made: the army has never revolted against a regime with a popular majority behind it. These are historical truths, and if Batista insists on remaining in power at all costs against the will of the majority of Cubans, his end will be more tragic than that of Gerardo Machado. I have a right to express an opinion about the armed forces because I defended them when everyone else was silent. And I did this neither as a conspirator nor from any kind of personal interest, for we then enjoyed full constitutional prerogatives. I was prompted only by humane instincts and civic duty. In those days, the newspaper Alerta was one of the most widely read because of its position on national political matters. In its pages I campaigned against the forced labor to which the soldiers were subjected on the private estates of high civil personages and military officers. On March 3, 1952, I supplied the courts with data, photographs, films, and other proof denouncing this state of affairs. I also pointed out in those articles that it was elementary decency to increase army salaries. I would like to know who else raised their voice on that occasion to protest against all this injustice done to the soldiers. Certainly not Batista and company, living well protected on their luxurious estates, surrounded by all kinds of security measures, while I ran 1,000 risks with neither bodyguards nor arms. Just as I defended the soldiers then, now when all others are once more silent, I tell them that they allowed themselves to be miserably deceived, and to the deception and shame of March 10 they have added the disgrace, the 1,000 times greater disgrace, of the dreadful and unjustifiable crimes of Santiago de Cuba. From that time the uniform of the army has been splattered with blood. As last year I told the people and denounced before the courts that soldiers were working as slaves on private estates, today I make the bitter charge that there are soldiers stained from head to toe with the blood of the young Cubans they have tortured and slain. And I say also that if the army serves the Republic, defends the nation, respects the people and protects the citizenry, then it is only fair that the soldier should earn at least 100 pesos a month. But if the soldiers slay and oppress the people, betray the nation and defend only the interests of one small group, then the army deserves not a cent of the Republic's money, and Camp Columbia should be converted into a school with 10,000 orphans living there instead of soldiers. I want to be fair above all else, so I can't blame all the soldiers for the shameful crimes that stain a few evil and treacherous military men. But every honorable and upright soldier who loves his career and his uniform is duty-bound to demand and to fight for the cleansing of this guilt, to avenge this betrayal and to see the guilty punished. Otherwise the soldier's uniform will forever be a mark of infamy instead of a source of pride. Of course, the March 10 regime had no choice but to remove the soldiers from the private estates. But it did so only to put them to work as doormen, chauffeurs, servants, and bodyguards for the whole rabble of petty politicians who make up the party of the dictatorship. Every fourth or fifth rank official considers himself entitled to the services of a soldier to drive his car and to watch over him as if he were constantly afraid of receiving the kick in the pants he so justly deserves. If they had been at all interested in promoting real reforms, why did the regime not confiscate the estates and the fortunes of men like Genovevo Pérez Damara, who acquired their riches by exploiting soldiers, driving them like slaves and misappropriating the funds of the armed forces? But no, Genovevo Pérez and others like him no doubt still have soldiers protecting them on their estates because the March 10 generals, deep in their hearts, aspire to the same future and can't allow that kind of precedent to be set. March 10 was a miserable deception, yes. After Batista and his band of corrupt and disreputable politicians had failed in their electoral plan, they took advantage of the army's discontent and used it to climb to power on the backs of the soldiers. And I know there are many military men who are disgruntled because they have been disappointed. At first their pay was raised, but later, through deductions and cuts of every kind, it was lowered again. Many of the old elements, who had drifted away from the armed forces, returned to the ranks and blocked the way of young, capable, and valuable people who might otherwise have advanced. Good soldiers have been neglected while the most scandalous nepotism prevails. Many decent military men are now asking themselves why the armed forces had to assume the tremendous historic responsibility of destroying our constitution merely to put a group of immoral men in power, men of bad reputation, corrupt, politically degenerate beyond redemption, who could never again have occupied a political post had it not been at the point of a bayonet, and they weren't even the ones with the bayonets in their hands. On the other hand, soldiers endure a worse tyranny than civilians. They are under constant surveillance and not one of them enjoys the slightest security in his job. Any unjustified suspicion, any gossip, any intrigue or denunciation is sufficient to bring transfer, dishonorable discharge or imprisonment. Did not General Tabernilla, in a memorandum, forbid them to talk with anyone opposed to the government, that is to say, with 99% of the people? What a lack of confidence! Not even the Vestal Virgins of Rome had to abide by such a rule. As for the much publicized little homes for enlisted men, there aren't 300 on the whole island, yet with what has been spent on tanks, guns, and other weaponry every soldier might have a place to live. Batista isn't concerned with taking care of the army, but that the army takes care of him. He increases the army's power of oppression and killing but does not improve living conditions for the soldiers. Triple guard duty, constant confinement to barracks, continuous anxiety, the enmity of the people, uncertainty about the future, this is what has been given to the soldier. In other words, die for the regime, soldier, give it your sweat and blood. We will dedicate a speech to you and award you a posthumous promotion, when it no longer matters, and afterwards, we will go on living in luxury, making ourselves rich. Kill, abuse, oppress the people. When the people get tired and all this comes to an end, you can pay for our crimes while we go abroad and live like kings. And if one day we return, don't you or your children knock on the doors of our mansions, for we will be millionaires, and millionaires do not mingle with the poor. Kill, soldier, oppress the people, die for the regime, give your sweat and blood. But if blind to this sad truth, a minority of soldiers had decided to fight the people who were going to liberate them from tyranny, victory still would have gone to the people. The honorable prosecutor was very interested in knowing our chances for success. These chances were based on considerations of a technical, military, and social nature. They have tried to establish the myth that modern arms render the people helpless in overthrowing tyrants. Military parades and the pompous display of war machines are used to perpetuate this myth and to create a complex of absolute impotence in the people. But no weaponry, no violence, can vanquish the people once they are determined to win back their rights. Both past and present are full of examples. The most recent is the revolt in Bolivia, where miners with dynamite sticks smashed and defeated regular army regiments. Fortunately, we Cubans need not look for examples abroad. No example is as inspiring as that of our own land. During the War of 1895 there were nearly 500,000 armed Spanish soldiers in Cuba, many more than the dictator counts on today to hold back a population 5 times greater. The arms of the Spaniards were, incomparably, both more modern and more powerful than those of our Mambas's independence fighters. Often the Spaniards were equipped with field artillery and the infantry used breech loaders similar to those still in use by the infantry of today. The Cubans were usually armed with no more than their machetes, for their cartridge belts were almost always empty. There is an unforgettable passage in the history of our War of Independence, narrated by General Miro Argenter, chief of Antonio Macio's general staff. I managed to bring it copied on this scrap of paper so I wouldn't have to depend on my memory. Untrained men under the command of Pedro Delgado, most of them equipped only with machetes, were virtually annihilated as they threw themselves against the solid rank of Spaniards. It is not an exaggeration to assert that of every 50 men, 25 were killed. Some even attacked the Spaniards with their bare fists, without machetes, without even knives. Searching through the reeds by the Hondo River, we found 15 more dead from the Cuban party, and it was not immediately clear what group they belonged to. They did not appear to have shouldered arms, their clothes were intact and only tin drinking cups hung from their waists. A few steps further on lay a dead horse, all its equipment in order. We reconstructed the climax of the tragedy. These men, following their daring chief, Lieutenant Colonel Pedro Delgado, had earned heroes' laurels. They had thrown themselves against bayonets with bare hands. The clash of metal which was heard around them was the sound of their drinking cups banging against the saddle horn. Macio was deeply moved. This man, so used to seeing death in all its forms, murmured this praise: "I had never seen anything like this, untrained and unarmed men attacking the Spaniards with only drinking cups for weapons. And I called it impedimenta. This is how people fight when they want to win their freedom. They throw stones at airplanes and overturn tanks." As soon as Santiago de Cuba was in our hands we would have immediately prepared the people of Orient for war. Bayamo was attacked precisely to place our advance forces along the Cauto River. Never forget that this province, which has 1.5 million inhabitants today, is the most rebellious and patriotic in Cuba. It was this province that sparked the 30-year fight for independence and paid the highest price in blood, sacrifice and heroism. In Orient you can still breathe the air of that glorious epoch. At dawn, when the cocks crow like bugles calling soldiers to reveille, and when the sun rises radiant over the rugged mountains, it seems that once again we will live the days of Yara or Bear. I stated that the second consideration on which we based our chances for success was of a social nature. Why were we sure of the people's support? When we speak of the people we are not talking about those who live in comfort, the conservative elements of the nation, who welcome any repressive regime, any dictatorship, any despotism, prostrating themselves before the masters of the moment until they grind their foreheads into the ground. When we speak of struggle and we mention the people we mean the vast unredeemed masses, those to whom everyone makes promises and who are deceived by all. We mean the people who yearn for a better, more dignified and more just nation, who are moved by ancestral aspirations to justice, for they have suffered injustice and mockery generation after generation, those who long for great and wise transformations in all aspects of their life, people who, to attain those changes, are ready to give even the very last breath they have when they believe in something or in someone, especially when they believe in themselves. The first condition of sincerity and good faith in any endeavor is to do precisely what no one else ever does, that is, to speak with absolute clarity, without fear. The demagogues and professional politicians who manage to perform the miracle of being right about everything and of pleasing everyone are, necessarily, deceiving everyone about everything. Revolutionaries must proclaim their ideas courageously, define their principles and express their intentions so that no one is deceived, neither friend nor foe. In terms of struggle, when we talk about the people we're talking about the 600,000 Cubans without work, who want to earn their daily bread honestly without having to emigrate from their homeland in search of a livelihood, the 500,000 farm laborers who live in miserable shacks, who work 4 months of the year and starve the rest, sharing their misery with their children, who don't have an inch of land to till and whose existence would move any heart not made of stone, the 400,000 industrial workers and laborers whose retirement funds have been embezzled, whose benefits are being taken away, whose homes are wretched hovels, whose salaries pass from the hands of the boss to those of the money lender, whose future is a pay reduction and dismissal, whose lives are endless labor and whose only rest is the tomb, the 100,000 small farmers who live and die working land that is not theirs, looking at it with the sadness of Moses gazing at the promised land, who die without ever owning it. Who like feudal serfs have to pay for the use of their parcel of land by giving up a portion of its produce, who cannot love it, improve it, beautify it, nor plant a cedar or an orange tree on it because they never know when a sheriff will come with the rural guard to evict them, the 30,000 teachers and professors who are so devoted, dedicated and so necessary to improve the destiny of future generations and who are so badly treated and paid, the 20,000 small business people weighed down by debts, ruined by the crisis and harangued by a plague of grafting and venal officials, the 10,000 young professionals, doctors, engineers, lawyers, veterinarians, school teachers, dentists, pharmacists, journalists, painters, sculptors, etc., who finish school with their degrees anxious to work and full of hope, only to find themselves at a dead end, all doors closed to them, where no ears hear their clamor or supplication. These are the people, the ones who know misfortune and, therefore, are capable of fighting with limitless courage. To these people whose desperate roads through life have been paved with the bricks of betrayal and false promises, we were not going to say, "We will give you," but rather, "Here it is, now fight for it with everything you have, so that liberty and happiness may be yours." The 5 revolutionary laws that would have been proclaimed immediately after the capture of the Moncada barracks and would have been broadcast to the nation by radio must be included in the indictment. It is possible that Colonel Chaviano may deliberately have destroyed these documents, but even if he has, I remember them. The first revolutionary law would have returned power to the people and proclaimed the 1940 Constitution as the supreme law of the state until such time as the people should decide to modify or change it. And in order to effect its implementation and punish those who violated it, there being no electoral organization to carry this out, the revolutionary movement, as the circumstantial incarnation of this sovereignty, the only source of legitimate power, would have assumed all the faculties inherent therein, except that of modifying the Constitution itself. In other words, it would have assumed the legislative, executive, and judicial powers. This attitude could not be clearer or more free of vacillation and sterile charlatanry. A government acclaimed by the mass of rebel people would be vested with all powers, everything necessary in order to proceed with the effective implementation of popular will and real justice. From that moment, the judicial power, which since March 10 had placed itself in contradiction to and outside the Constitution, would cease to exist, and we would proceed to its immediate and total reform before it would once again assume the power granted it by the supreme law of the Republic. Without these previous measures, a return to legality by putting its custody back into the hands that have crippled the system so dishonorably would constitute a fraud, a deceit, one more betrayal. The second revolutionary law would give non-mortgageable and non-transferable ownership of the land to all tenant and subtenant farmers, lessees, sharecroppers, and squatters who hold parcels of 5 caballerías, approximately 165 acres of land or less, and the state would indemnify the former owners on the basis of the rental which they would have received for these parcels over a period of 10 years. The third revolutionary law would have granted workers and employees the right to share 30% of the profits of all the large industrial, mercantile, and mining enterprises, including the sugar mills. The strictly agricultural enterprises would be exempt in consideration of other agrarian laws which would be put into effect. The fourth revolutionary law would have granted all sugar planters the right to share 55% of sugar production and a minimum quota of 40,000 arrobas for all small tenant farmers who have been established for 3 years or more. The fifth revolutionary law would have ordered the confiscation of all holdings and ill-gotten gains of those who had committed fraud during previous regimes, as well as the holdings and ill-gotten gains of all their legatees and heirs. To implement this, special courts with full powers would gain access to all records of all corporations registered or operating in this country, in order to investigate concealed funds of illegal origin, and to request that foreign governments extradite persons and attach holdings rightfully belonging to the Cuban people. Half of the property recovered would be used to subsidize retirement funds for workers, and the other half would be used for hospitals, asylums, and charitable organizations. Furthermore, it was declared that the Cuban foreign policy in the Americas would be one of close solidarity with the democratic peoples of this continent, and that all those politically persecuted by bloody tyrannies oppressing our sister nations would find generous asylum, fraternity, and bread in the land of Marti, not the persecution, hunger, and treason they find today. Cuba should be the bulwark of liberty and not a shameful link in the chain of despotism. These laws would have been proclaimed immediately. As soon as the upheaval ended and prior to a detailed and far-reaching study, they would have been followed by another series of laws and fundamental measures, such as agrarian reform, educational reform, nationalization of the electricity trust and the telephone company, the refund to the people of the illegal and repressive rates these companies have charged, and payment to the treasury of all taxes brazenly evaded in the past. All these laws and others would be based on exact compliance with 2 essential articles of our Constitution, one of them outlawing large estates, indicating the maximum area of land any one person or entity may own for each type of agricultural enterprise, adopting measures which would tend to revert the land to Cuban ownership. The other categorically demands that the state use all means at its disposal to provide jobs and ensure a decent livelihood to each manual or intellectual laborer. None of these laws can be called unconstitutional. The first popularly elected government would have to respect them, not only because of a moral obligation to the nation, but because when people achieve something they have yearned for throughout generations, no force in the world is capable of taking it away again. The problem of the land, the problem of industrialization, the problem of housing, the problem of unemployment, the problem of education, and the problem of the people's health. These are the 6 problems we would take immediate steps to solve, along with the restoration of civil liberties and political democracy. This exposition may seem cold and theoretical if one does not know the shocking and tragic conditions of the nation with regard to these 6 problems, along with the most humiliating political oppression. 85% of the small farmers in Cuba pay rent and live under constant threat of being evicted from the land they till. More than half of our most productive land is in the hands of foreigners. In Orient, the largest province, the lands of the United Fruit Company and the West Indian Company link the northern and southern coasts. There are 200,000 peasant families who do not have a single acre of land to till to provide food for their starving children. On the other hand, nearly 300,000 caballerias of cultivable land owned by powerful interests remain uncultivated. If Cuba is above all an agricultural state, if its population is largely rural, if the city depends on these rural areas, if the people from our countryside won our war of independence, if our nation's greatness and prosperity depend on a healthy and vigorous rural population that loves the land and knows how to work it, if this population depends on a state that protects and guides it, then how can the present state of affairs be allowed to continue? Except for a few food, lumber, and textile industries, Cuba continues to be primarily a producer of raw materials. We export sugar to import candy, we export hides to import shoes, we export iron to import plows. Everyone agrees with the urgent need to industrialize the nation, that we need steel industries, paper and chemical industries, that we must improve our cattle and grain production, and the technology and processing in our food industry in order to defend ourselves against the ruinous competition from Europe in cheese products, condensed milk, liquors, and edible oils, and from the United States in canned goods, that we need cargo ships, that tourism should be an enormous source of revenue. But the capitalists insist that the workers remain under the yoke. The state sits back with its arms crossed and industrialization can wait forever. Just as serious or even worse is the housing problem. There are 200,000 huts and hovels in Cuba, 400,000 families in the countryside and in the cities live cramped in huts and tenements without even the minimum sanitary requirements. 2.2 million urban dwellers pay rents which absorb between 1/5 and 1/3 of their incomes, and 2.8 million rural and urban residents lack electricity. We have the same situation here. If the state proposes the lowering of rents, landlords threaten to freeze all construction. If the state does not interfere, construction goes on so long as landlords get high rents, otherwise they would not lay a single brick even though the rest of the population would have to live totally exposed to the elements. The utilities monopoly is no better. They extend lines as far as it is profitable and beyond that point they don't care if people have to live in darkness for the rest of their lives. The state sits back with its arms crossed and the people have neither homes nor electricity. Our education system perfectly matches everything I've just mentioned. Where the peasant doesn't own the land, what need is there for agricultural schools? Where there is no industry, what need is there for technical or vocational schools? Everything follows the same absurd logic. If we don't have one thing we can't have the other. In any small European country there are more than 200 technical and vocational schools. In Cuba only 6 such schools exist, and their graduates have no jobs for their skills. The little rural schoolhouses are attended by a mere half of the school-age children barefooted, half-naked, and undernourished, and frequently the teacher must buy necessary school materials from his or her own salary. Is this the way to make a nation great? Only death can liberate one from so much misery. In this respect, however, the state is most helpful in providing early death for the people. 90% of the children in the countryside are affected by parasites which filter through their bare feet from the ground they walk on. Society is moved to compassion when it hears of the kidnapping or murder of one child, but it is indifferent to the mass murder of so many thousands of children who die every year from lack of services, in agonizing pain. Their innocent eyes, death already shining in them, seem to look into some vague infinity as if entreating forgiveness for human selfishness, as if asking God to stay his wrath. And when the head of a family works only 4 months a year, with what can he purchase clothing and medicine for his children? They will grow up with rickets, with not a single good tooth in their mouths by the time they reach 30, they will have heard 10 million speeches and will finally die of misery and deception. Public hospitals, which are always full, accept only patients recommended by some powerful politician who, in return, demands the votes of the unfortunate one and his family so that Cuba may continue forever in the same or worse condition. With this background, is it not understandable that from May to December over 1 million persons are jobless and that Cuba, with a population of 5.5 million, has a greater number of unemployed than France or Italy with a population of 40 million each? When you try a defendant for robbery, honorable judges, do you ask him how long he has been unemployed? Do you ask him how many children he has, which days of the week he ate and which he didn't? Do you investigate his social context at all? You just send him to jail without further thought. But those who burn warehouses and stores to collect insurance do not go to jail, even though a few human beings may have gone up in flames. The insured have money to hire lawyers and bribe judges. You imprison the poor wretch who steals because he is hungry, but none of the hundreds who steal millions from the government has ever spent a night in jail. You dine with them at the end of the year in some elegant club and they enjoy your respect. In Cuba, when a government official becomes a millionaire overnight and enters the fraternity of the rich, he could very well be greeted with the words of that opulent character out of Balzac Taillefer who in his toast to the young heir to an enormous fortune, said, "Gentlemen, let us drink to the power of gold." Mr. Valentine, a millionaire 6 times over, has just ascended the throne. He is king, can do everything, is above everyone, as all the rich are. Henceforth, equality before the law, established by the Constitution, will be a myth for him, for he will not be subject to laws, the laws will be subject to him. There are no courts nor are there sentences for millionaires. The nation's future, the solutions to its problems, cannot continue to depend on the selfish interests of a dozen big businessmen or on the cold calculations of profits that 10 or 12 magnates draw up in their air-conditioned offices. The country cannot continue begging on its knees for miracles from a few golden calves, like the biblical one destroyed by the prophet's fury. Golden calves cannot perform miracles of any kind. The problems of the Republic can be solved only if we dedicate ourselves to fight for it with the same energy, honesty, and patriotism our liberators had when they founded it. Statesmen like Carlos Salad Rodriguez, whose statesmanship consists of preserving the status quo and mouthing phrases like absolute freedom of enterprise, guarantees to investment capital and law of supply and demand, will not solve these problems. Those ministers can chat away in a Fifth Avenue mansion until not even the dust of the bones of those whose problems require immediate solution remains. In this present-day world, social problems are not solved by spontaneous generation. A revolutionary government backed by the people and with the respect of the nation, after cleansing the different institutions of all venal and corrupt officials, would proceed immediately to the country's industrialization, mobilizing all idle capital, currently estimated at about 1.5 billion pesos, through the National Bank and the Agricultural and Industrial Development Bank, and submitting this mammoth task to experts and people of absolute competence, totally removed from all political machines, for study, direction, planning, and realization. After settling the 100,000 small farmers as owners on the land that they previously rented, a revolutionary government would immediately proceed to resolve the land problem. First, as set forth in the Constitution, it would establish the maximum amount of land to be held by each type of agricultural enterprise and would acquire the excess acreage by expropriation, recovery of swampland, planting of large nurseries, and reserving of zones for reforestation. Secondly, it would distribute the remaining land among peasant families with priority given to the larger ones, and would promote agricultural cooperatives for communal use of expensive equipment, freezing plants, and unified professional technical management of farming and cattle raising. Finally, it would provide resources, equipment, protection, and useful guidance to the peasants. A revolutionary government would solve the housing problem by cutting all rents in half, by providing tax exemptions on homes occupied by the owners, by tripling taxes on rented homes, by tearing down hovels and replacing them with modern apartment buildings, and by financing housing all over the island on a scale previously unheard of, with the criterion, just as each rural family should possess its own tract of land, that each city family should own its own house or apartment. There is plenty of building material and more than enough labor power to make a decent home for every Cuban. But if we continue to wait for the golden calf, 1,000 years will have gone by and the problem will remain the same. On the other hand, today possibilities of taking electricity to the most isolated areas on the island are greater than ever. The use of nuclear energy in this field is now a reality and will greatly reduce the cost of producing electricity. With these three projects and reforms, the problem of unemployment would automatically disappear and the task of improving public health and fighting against disease would become much less difficult. Finally, a revolutionary government would undertake a thorough reform of the education system, bringing it into line with the projects just mentioned with the idea of educating those generations that will have the privilege of living in a happier land. Never forget the words of the Apostle José Martí, a grave mistake is being made in Latin America, in countries that live almost completely from the produce of the land. People are being educated exclusively for urban life and are not prepared for rural life. The happiest country is the one that has educated its children best, both in how to think for themselves and how to develop their sensibilities. An educated country will always be strong and free. The soul of education, however, is the teacher, and in Cuba the teaching profession is miserably underpaid. Despite this, no one is more dedicated than the Cuban teacher. Who among us has not learned their ABCs in the little public schoolhouse? It is time we stopped paying pittances to these young men and women who are entrusted with the sacred task of teaching our youth. No teacher should earn less than 200 pesos, no secondary teacher should make less than 350 pesos, if they are to devote themselves exclusively to their noble calling without suffering want. Moreover, all rural teachers should have free use of the various systems of transportation, and, at least once every 5 years, all teachers should enjoy a sabbatical leave of 6 months with pay so they may attend special refresher courses at home or abroad to keep abreast of the latest developments in their field. In this way, the curriculum and the teaching system can be easily improved. Where will the money be found for all this? When there is an end to the embezzlement of government funds, when public officials stop taking graft from the large companies that owe taxes to the state, when the enormous resources of the country are brought into full use, when we no longer buy tanks, bombers, and guns for this country, which has no borders to defend, and where these instruments of war, now being purchased, are used against the people, when there is more interest in educating the people than in killing them, there will be more than enough money. Cuba could easily provide for a population 3 times as great as it has now, so there is no excuse for the abject poverty of a single one of its present inhabitants. The markets should be overflowing with produce, pantries should be full, all hands should be working. This is not inconceivable. What is inconceivable is that anyone should go to bed hungry while there is a single inch of unproductive land, that children should die for lack of medical attention. What is inconceivable is that 30% of our campesinos cannot write their names, and that 99% of them know nothing about Cuban history. What is inconceivable is that the majority of our rural people are now living in worse circumstances than the Indians Columbus discovered in the fairest land human eyes had ever seen. To those who would call me a dreamer, I quote the words of Marty. A real man does not seek the path where advantage lies, but rather the path of duty, and this is the only way to be a practical person, whose dream of today will be the law of tomorrow, because looking back on the essential course of history and seeing the inflamed and bleeding people seethe in the cauldron of the ages, one knows, without exception, that the future lies on the side of duty. Only when we understand that such a noble ideal inspired them can we conceive of the heroism of the young people who fell in Santiago. The meager material means at our disposal were all that prevented success. When the soldiers were told that Pryo had given us 1,000,000 pesos, this was just the regime's attempt to distort the most important fact: our movement had no link with past politicians, that this movement is a new Cuban generation with its own ideas, rising up against tyranny, that this movement is made up of young people who were barely 7 years old when Batista perpetrated his first crimes in 1934. The lie about the 1,000,000 pesos could not have been more absurd. If, with less than 20,000 pesos, we armed 165 people and attacked a regiment and a squadron, then with 1,000,000 pesos we could have armed 8,000 people to attack 50 regiments and 50 squadrons, and Ugalde Carrillo still would not have known anything until Sunday, July 26, at 5:15 a.m. I assure you that for every combatant who fought, 20 well-trained others were unable to fight for lack of weapons. When these young people marched along the streets of Havana in the student demonstration of the Marty Centennial, they solidly packed 6 blocks. If even 200 more people had been able to fight, or we had possessed 20 more hand grenades, perhaps this honorable court would have been spared all this inconvenience. The politicians spend millions buying consciences, whereas a handful of Cubans who wanted to save their country's honor had to face death barehanded for lack of funds. This shows how the country, to this very day, has been governed not by generous and dedicated people, but by political racketeers, the scum of public life. With the greatest pride I tell you that in accordance with our principles we have never asked a politician, past or present, for a penny. Our means were assembled with incomparable sacrifice. For example, Elpidio Sosa, who sold his job and came to me one day with 300 pesos for the cause, Fernando Chenard, who sold the photographic equipment with which he earned his living, Pedro Marrero, who contributed several months' salary and who had to be stopped from actually selling the very furniture in his house, Oscar Alcalde, who sold his pharmaceutical laboratory, Jesus Montaigne, who gave his 5 years' savings, and so on with many others. each giving the little they had. One must have great faith in one's country to act in such a way. The memory of these acts of idealism brings me straight to the most bitter chapter of this defense, the price the tyranny made them pay for wanting to free Cuba from oppression and injustice. Beloved corpses, you that once were the hope of my homeland, cast upon my forehead the dust of your decaying bones. Touch my heart with your cold hands. Groan at my ears. Each of my moans will turn into the tears of one more tyrant. Gather around me. Roam about, that my soul may receive your spirits. And give me the horror of the tombs. For tears are not enough when one lives in infamous bondage. Multiply the crimes of November 27, 1871, by 10, and you will have the monstrous and repulsive crimes of July 26, 27, 28 and 29, 1953, in the province of Orient. These are still fresh in our memory, but someday when years have passed, when the skies of the nation have cleared once more, when tempers have calmed and fear no longer torments our spirits, then we will begin to see the magnitude of this massacre in its shocking dimension, and future generations will be struck with horror when they look back on these acts of barbarity, unprecedented in our history. But I do not want to let anger blind me. I need a clear mind and serenity in my heavy heart in order to relate the facts as simply as possible, in no sense over-dramatizing them, but just as they took place. As a Cuban, I am ashamed that heartless men should have perpetrated such unthinkable crimes, dishonoring our nation before the rest of the world. The tyrant Batista was never a man of scruples. He has never hesitated to tell his people the most outrageous lies. To justify his treacherous coup of March 10, he concocted stories about a fictitious uprising in the army, supposedly scheduled to take place in April, and which he wanted to avert so that the Republic might not be drenched in blood. A ridiculous little story no one ever believed. And when he himself wanted to drench the Republic in blood, when he wanted to smother in terror and torture the just rebellion of Cuban youth, who were not willing to be his slaves, then he contrived even more fantastic lies. How little respect one must have for a people when one tries to deceive them so miserably. On the very day of my arrest I publicly assumed the responsibility for our armed movement of July 26. If there had been one iota of truth in even one of the many statements the dictator made against our combatants in his speech of July 27, it would have been enough to undermine the moral impact of my case. Why, then, was I not brought to trial? Why were medical certificates forged? Why did they violate all procedural laws and ignore so scandalously the rulings of the court? Why were so many things done, things never before seen in a court of law, in order to prevent my appearance at all costs? In contrast, I cannot begin to tell you everything I went through in order to appear. I asked the court to bring me to trial in accordance with all established principles, and I denounced the underhanded schemes that were used to prevent it. I wanted to argue with them in person. But they did not wish to face me. Who was afraid of the truth, and who was not? The statements made by the dictator at Camp Columbia might be considered amusing if they were not so drenched in blood. He claimed we were a group of hirelings and that there were many foreigners among us. He said that the central part of our plan was an attempt to kill him, always him. As if those who attacked the Moncada barracks could not have killed him and 20 like him if they had approved of such methods. He stated that our attack had been planned by ex-President Pryor, and that it had been financed with Pryor's money. It has been irrefutably proven that no link whatsoever existed between our movement and the former regime. He claimed that we had machine guns and hand grenades. Yet the military technicians have stated right here in this court that we only had one machine gun and not a single hand grenade. He said that we had beheaded the sentries. Yet death certificates and medical reports of all the Army's casualties show not one death caused by the blade. But above all and most important, he said that we stabbed patients at the military hospital. Yet the doctors from that hospital, Army doctors, have testified that we never even occupied the building, that no patient was either wounded or killed by us, and that the hospital lost only one employee, a janitor, who imprudently stuck his head out of an open window. Whenever a head of state, or anyone pretending to be one, makes declarations to the nation, he speaks not just to hear the sound of his own voice. He always has some specific purpose and expects some specific reaction, or has a given intention. Since our military defeat had already taken place, insofar as we no longer represented any actual threat to the dictatorship, why did they slander us like that? If it is still not clear that this was a blood-drenched speech, that it was simply an attempt to justify the crimes that they had been perpetrating since the night before and that they were going to continue to perpetrate, then, let figures speak for me. On July 27, in his speech from the military headquarters, Batista said that the assailants suffered 32 dead. By the end of the week the number of dead had risen to more than 80 people. In what battles, where, in what clashes, did these young people die? Before Batista spoke, more than 25 prisoners had been murdered. After Batista spoke, 50 more were massacred. What a great sense of honor those modest army technicians and professionals had, who did not distort the facts before the court, but gave their reports adhering to the strictest truth. Surely these are soldiers who honor their uniform, surely these are men. Neither a real soldier nor a real man degrades his code of honor with lies and crime. I know that many of the soldiers are indignant at the barbaric assassinations perpetrated. I know that they feel repugnance and shame at the stench of homicidal blood that permeates every stone of the Moncada barracks. Now that he has been contradicted by men of honor within his own army, I defy the dictator to repeat his vile slander against us. I defy him to try to justify before the Cuban people his July 27 speech. Let him not remain silent. Let him speak. Let him say who are the assassins, who are the ruthless, the inhumane. Let him tell us if the medals of honor, which he went to pin on the breasts of his heroes of that massacre, were rewards for the hideous crimes they had committed. Let him, from this very moment, assume his responsibility before history. Let him not pretend, at a later date, that the soldiers were acting without direct orders from him. Let him offer the nation an explanation for those 70 murders. The bloodshed was so great. The nation needs an explanation. The nation seeks it. The nation demands it. It is common knowledge that in 1933, at the end of the battle at the National Hotel, some officers were murdered after they surrendered. Bohemia magazine protested energetically. It is also known that after the surrender of Fort Adders, the besiegers' machine guns cut down a row of prisoners, and that one soldier, after asking who Blas Hernandez was, blasted him with a bullet directly in the face, for which cowardly act he was promoted to the rank of officer. It is well known in Cuban history that the assassination of prisoners was fatally linked to Batista's name. How naive we were not to foresee this. However unjustifiable as those killings of 1933 were, they took place in a matter of minutes, in no more time than it took for a round of machine gun fire. Moreover, they took place while nerves were still on edge. This was not the case in Santiago de Cuba. Here all types of vicious outrages and cruelty were deliberately excessive. Our people were killed not in the course of a minute, an hour, or a day. Throughout an entire week the bashings and torture continued, people were thrown from rooftops and shot. All methods of extermination were ceaselessly perpetrated by well-skilled artisans of crime. The Moncada barracks were turned into a workshop of torture and death. Some shameless individuals turned their uniforms into butchers' aprons. The walls were splattered with blood. Bullets embedded in the walls were encrusted with singed bits of skin, brains, and human hair, the grisly reminders of rifles shot at point-blank range. The grass around the barracks was dark and sticky with human blood. The criminal hands that are guiding the destiny of Cuba had written for the prisoners at the entrance to that den of death the very inscription of hell: abandon here all hope. They never even attempted a cover-up. They did not bother in the least to conceal what they were doing. They thought they had deceived the people with their lies and they ended up deceiving themselves. They felt themselves lords and masters of the universe, with power over life and death. So the fear they had experienced on our attack at daybreak was dissipated in a festival of corpses, in a drunken orgy of blood. Chronicles of our history, down through 4.5 centuries, tell us of many acts of cruelty, the slaughter of defenseless Indians by the Spaniards, the plundering and atrocities of pirates along the coast, the barbarities of the Spanish soldiers during our War of Independence, the shooting of prisoners of the Cuban army by whalers' forces, the horrors of the Machado regime, and so on up to the bloody crimes of March 1935. But never has such a sad and bloody page been written in numbers of victims and in the viciousness of the victimizers as in Santiago de Cuba. Only one person in all these centuries has spilled so much blood in two separate periods of our history and has dug his claws into the flesh of 2 generations of Cubans. To release this river of blood, he waited for the centennial of the Apostle, just after the 50th anniversary of the Republic, whose people fought for freedom, human rights, and happiness at the cost of so many lives. Even greater is his crime and even more deplorable because the man who perpetrated it had already, for 11 long years, lorded over his people, a people who, through such deep-rooted sentiment and tradition, loves freedom and repudiates evil. Moreover, this man has never been sincere, loyal, honest, or chivalrous for a minute in his entire public life. He was not content with the treachery of January 1934, the crimes of March 1935 and the $40 million fortune that crowned his first regime. He had to add the treason of March 1952, the crimes of July 1953 and the millions of other crimes that only time will reveal. Dante divided his inferno into 9 circles. He put criminals in the 7th, thieves in the 8th and traitors in the 9th. What a difficult dilemma the devils will be faced with when they try to find an appropriate place for this man's soul, if this man has a soul. The man who instigated the atrocities in Santiago de Cuba cannot even have a heart. I know many details of the way in which these crimes were carried out, from the lips of some of the soldiers who, filled with shame, told me about the scenes they had witnessed. When the fighting was over, the soldiers descended like savage beasts on Santiago de Cuba and they took the first fury of their frustrations out against the defenseless population. In the middle of a street, and away from the scene of the fighting, they shot through the chest an innocent child who was playing beside his doorstep. When the father approached to pick him up, they shot him through the head. Without a word they shot the college child, who was on his way home with a loaf of bread in his hands. It would be a never-ending task to relate all the crimes and outrages perpetrated against the civilian population. And if the army dealt thus with those who had taken no part at all in the action, you can imagine the terrible fate of the prisoners who had participated or who were believed to have participated. Just as, in this trial, they accused many people in no way involved in our attack, they also killed many prisoners who had no involvement whatsoever. The latter are not included in the statistics of victims released by the regime, those statistics refer exclusively to our combatants. Someday the total number of victims will be known. The first prisoner killed was our doctor, Mario Munoz, who bore no arms, wore no uniform, and was dressed in the white smock of a physician. He was a generous and competent person who would have given the same devoted care to a wounded adversary as to a friend. On the road from the civilian hospital to the barracks they shot him in the back and left him lying there, face down in a pool of blood. But the mass murder of prisoners did not begin until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Until this hour they awaited orders. Then General Martín Díaz Tamayo arrived from Havana and brought specific instructions from a meeting he had attended with Batista, along with the head of the army, the head of military intelligence and others. He said, "It is humiliating and dishonorable for the army to have lost 3 times as many people in combat as the insurgents did. 10 prisoners must be killed for each dead soldier." This was the order. In every society there are those with base instincts. The sadists, brutes, conveyors of all the ancestral atavisms go about in the guise of human beings, but they are monsters, only more or less restrained by discipline and social customs. If they are offered a drink from a river of blood, they will not be satisfied until they drink the river dry. All these men needed was the order. At their hands the best and noblest Cubans perished, the most valiant, the most honest, the most idealistic. The tyrant called them mercenaries. There they were dying as heroes at the hands of those who collect a salary from the Republic and who, with the arms the Republic gave them to defend her, serve the interests of a clique and murder her best citizens. Throughout their torturing of our compañeros, the army offered them the chance to save their lives by betraying their ideology and falsely declaring that Prio had given them money. When they indignantly rejected that proposition, the army continued with its horrible tortures. They crushed their testicles and they tore out their eyes. But no one yielded. No complaint was heard and no favor asked. Even when they had been deprived of their virile organs, our people were still 1,000 times more men than all their tormentors put together. Photographs, which do not lie, show the bodies torn to pieces. Other methods were used. Frustrated by the valor of the men, they tried to break the spirit of our women. With a bleeding eye in their hands, a sergeant and several other men went to the cell where our compañeras Melba Hernandez and Haiti Santamaria were held. Addressing the latter, and showing her the eye, they said, "This eye belonged to your brother. If you will not tell us what he refused to say, we will tear out the other." Haiti, who loved her valiant brother above all else, replied full of dignity, "If you tore out an eye and he did not speak, much less will I." Later they came back and burned the women prisoners' arms with cigarettes until at last, full of malice, they told the young Haiti Santamaria, "You no longer have a fiancé because we've killed him too." But still imperturbable, she answered, "He is not dead, because to die for one's country is to live forever." Never had the heroism and the dignity of Cuban womanhood reached such heights. There wasn't even respect for those wounded in combat in the various city hospitals. There they were hunted down like prey pursued by vultures. In the Centro Gallego hospital they broke into the operating room at the very moment when 2 of our critically wounded were receiving blood transfusions. They pulled them off the tables and, as the wounded could no longer stand, they were dragged down to the first floor where they arrived as corpses. They could not do the same in the Colonia Española hospital, where Gustavo Arcos and José Ponce were patients, because Dr. Posada bravely told them they could enter only over his dead body. Air and camphor were injected into the veins of Pedro Mayret, Abelardo Crespo and Fidel Labrador in an attempt to kill them at the military hospital. They owe their lives to Captain Tamayo, an army doctor and true soldier of honor who, pistol in hand, wrenched them from the hands of their merciless captors and transferred them to the civilian hospital. These 5 young men were the only ones of our wounded who survived. In the early morning hours, groups of our combatants were removed from the barracks and driven to Siboney, La Maya, Songo, and elsewhere. Then they were taken out tied, gagged, already disfigured by the torture and murdered in isolated spots. They are recorded as having died in combat against the army. This went on for several days, and few of the captured prisoners survived. Many were compelled to dig their own graves. One of our men, while he was digging, wheeled around and slashed the face of one of his assassins with his pick. Others were even buried alive, their hands tied behind their backs. Many solitary spots became the graveyards of the brave. On the army target range alone, 5 of our combatants lie buried. Someday these men will be disinterred, so they can be carried on the shoulders of the people to a place beside the tomb of Martí. Their liberated land will surely want to erect a monument to honor the memory of the martyrs of the centennial. The last youth they murdered near Santiago de Cuba was Marcos Martí. He was captured with our compañero Ciro Redondo in a cave at Siboney on the morning of Thursday, July 30th. These 2 men were led down the road, with their arms raised, and the soldiers shot Marcos Martí in the back. After he had fallen to the ground, they riddled his body with bullets. Redondo was taken to the camp. When Major Pérez Chamon saw him he exclaimed, "And this one? Why have you brought him to me?" The court learned of this incident from Redondo himself, the young man who survived thanks to what Pérez Chamon called the soldier's stupidity. It was the same throughout the province. 10 days after July 26, A newspaper in the city printed the news that 2 young men had been found hanged on the road from Manzanillo to Bayamo. Later the bodies were identified as Hugo Camejo and Pedro Velez. Another extraordinary incident took place there. There were 3 victims. They had been dragged from Manzanillo barracks at 2 o'clock that morning. At a certain spot on the highway they were taken out, beaten unconscious and strangled with a rope. But after they had been left for dead, one of them, Andres Garcia, regained consciousness and hid in a farmer's house. Thanks to this, the court learned the details of this crime, too. Of all our combatants taken prisoner in the Bayamo area, he is the only survivor. Near the Cauto River, in a spot known as Barrancas, at the bottom of a pit, lie the bodies of Raúl de Aguiar, Armando del Valle and Andrés Valdez. They were murdered at midnight on the road between Alto Cedro and Palma Soriano by Sergeant Montes de Oca in charge of the military post at Miranda Barracks Corporal Macio, and the lieutenant in charge of Alto Cedro where the murdered combatants were captured. In the annals of crime, Sergeant Eulelio Gonzalez, better known as the Tiger of the Moncada Barracks, deserves a special place. Later, this man didn't have the slightest qualms in bragging about his unspeakable deeds. It was he who, with his own hands, murdered our companero Abel Santamaria. But that didn't satisfy him. One day as he was returning from the Puerto Banayato prison, where he raises pedigree fighting cocks in the rear courtyard, he got on a bus on which Abel's mother was also traveling. When this monster realized who she was, he began to brag about his grisly deeds, and in a loud voice so that the woman dressed in mourning could hear him he said, "Yes, I have gouged out many eyes and I expect to continue gouging eyes out." The unprecedented moral degradation to which our nation has sunk is beyond the power of words, and expressed in that mother's sobs of grief before the cowardly insolence of the very man who had murdered her son. When mothers went to the Moncada barracks to ask about their sons, they were told with incredible cynicism and sadism, "Of course, madam, you may see him at the Santa Ifigenia Hotel where we have put him up." Either Cuba is not Cuba, or those responsible for these deeds will have to face their reckoning one day. Heartless men, they crudely insulted the people who bared their heads in reverence as the corpses of the revolutionaries were carried by. There were so many victims that the government still has not dared make public the complete list. They know their figures are false. They have all the victims' names, because prior to every murder they recorded all the vital statistics. The whole long process of identification through the National Identification Bureau was a huge farce, and there are families still waiting for word of their son's fate. Why has this not been cleared up, after 3 months? I wish to state for the record here that all the victims' pockets were picked to the very last penny and that all their personal effects, rings and watches, were stripped from their bodies and are brazenly being worn today by their assassins. Honorable judges, a great deal of what I have just related, you already know from the testimony of many of my compañeros. But please note that many key witnesses have been barred from this trial, although they were permitted to attend the sessions of the previous trial. For example, I want to point out that the nurses from the civilian hospital are absent, even though they work in the same place where this hearing is being held. They were kept away from this court so that under my questioning, they would not be able to testify that besides Dr. Mario Muñoz 20 more of our combatants were captured alive. The regime fears that from the questioning of these witnesses some extremely dangerous testimony could find its way into the official transcript. But Major Pérez Chamont did appear here and he could not elude my questioning. What we learned from this man, a hero who fought only against unarmed and handcuffed men, gives us an idea of what might have been learned at the courthouse if I had not been kept out of the proceedings. I asked him how many of our combatants had died in his celebrated skirmishes at Siboney. He hesitated. I insisted and he finally said 21. Since I knew such skirmishes had never taken place, I asked him how many of our combatants had been wounded. He answered, none. All of them were killed. It was then that I asked him, in astonishment, if the soldiers were using nuclear weapons. Of course, where people are shot point blank, there are no wounded. Then I asked him how many casualties the army had sustained. He replied that 2 of his men had been wounded. Finally I asked him if either of these men had died, and he said no. I waited. Later, all of the wounded army soldiers filed by and it was discovered that none of them had been wounded at Siboney. This same Major Pérez Chaumont, who hardly flinched at having assassinated 21 defenseless young people, has built a palatial home in Sayudamar Beach. It's worth more than 100,000 pesos, his savings after only a few months under Batista's new rule. And if this is the savings of a major, imagine how much generals have saved. Honorable judges, where are our combatants who were captured on July 26, 27, 28, and 29? It is known that more than 60 combatants were captured in the area of Santiago de Cuba. Only 3 of them and the 2 women have been brought before the court. The rest of the accused were seized later. Where are our wounded? Only 5 of them are alive, the rest were murdered. These figures are irrefutable. On the other hand, 20 of the soldiers whom we held prisoner have been presented here and they themselves have declared that they received not even one offensive word from us. 30 soldiers who were wounded, many in the street fighting, also appeared before you. Not one was killed by us. If the army suffered losses of 19 dead and 30 wounded, how is it possible that we should have had 80 dead and only 5 wounded? Whoever witnessed a battle with 21 dead and no wounded, like these famous battles described by Pérez Chaumont? We have here the casualty lists from the bitter fighting sustained by the invasion troops in the War of 1895, both in battles where the Cuban army was defeated and where it was victorious. The Battle of Los Indios in Las Villas, 12 wounded, none dead. The Battle of Mal Tiempo, 4 dead, 23 wounded. Calimete, 16 dead, 64 wounded. La Palma, 39 dead, 88 wounded. Cacarajicara, 5 dead, 13 wounded. Descanso, 4 dead, 45 wounded. San Gabriel de Lombillo, 2 dead, 18 wounded. In all these battles the number of wounded is twice, 3 times and up to 10 times the number of dead, although in those days there were no modern medical techniques by which the percentage of deaths could be reduced. How then, now, can we explain the enormous proportion of 16 deaths per wounded man, if not by the government's slaughter of the wounded in the hospitals, and by the assassination of the other helpless prisoners they had taken? The figures are irrefutable. It is shameful and dishonorable for the army to have lost 3 times as many men in combat as those lost by the insurgents. We must kill 10 prisoners for each dead soldier. This is the concept of honor held by the petty corporals who became generals on March 10. This is the code of honor they wish to impose on the national army. A false honor, a feigned honor, an apparent honor based on lies, hypocrisy, and crime, a mask of honor molded by those assassins with blood. Who told them that to die fighting is dishonorable? Who told them the honor of an army consists of murdering the wounded and prisoners of war? In war, armies that murder prisoners have always earned the contempt and abomination of the entire world. Such cowardice has no justification, even in a case where national territory is invaded by foreign troops. In the words of a South American liberator, not even the strictest military obedience may turn a soldier's sword into that of an executioner. The honorable soldier does not kill the helpless prisoner after the fight, but rather, respects him. He does not finish off a wounded man, but rather, helps him. He stands in the way of crime and if he cannot prevent it, he acts as did that Spanish captain who, on hearing the shots of the firing squad that murdered Cuban students, indignantly broke his sword in two and refused to continue serving in that army. The soldiers who murdered their prisoners were not worthy of the soldiers who died. I saw many soldiers fight with courage, for example, those in the patrols that fired their machine guns against us in almost hand-to-hand combat, or that sergeant who, defying death, rang the alarm to mobilize the barracks. Some are alive. I am glad. Others are dead. They believed they were doing their duty, and in my eyes this makes them worthy of admiration and respect. I deplore only the fact that the valiant should fall for an evil cause. When Cuba is freed, we should respect, shelter and aid the wives and children of those courageous soldiers who perished fighting against us. They are not to blame for Cuba's miseries. They, too, are victims of this nefarious situation. But what honor was earned by the soldiers who died in battle was lost by the generals who ordered prisoners to be killed after they surrendered. Men who became generals overnight, without ever having fired a shot, men who bought their stars with high treason against their country, men who ordered the execution of prisoners taken in battles in which they didn't even participate. These are the generals of March 10, generals who would not even have been fit to drive the mules that carried the equipment in Antonio Macio's army. The army suffered 3 times as many casualties as we did because our men were expertly trained, as the military men themselves have admitted, and also because we had prepared adequate tactical measures, another fact recognized by the army. The army did not perform brilliantly, despite the millions spent on espionage by the SIM, they were totally taken by surprise, and their hand grenades failed to explode because they were obsolete. And this is all due to generals like Martín Díaz Tamayo and colonels like Ugalde Carrillo and Albert del Rio Chaviano. We were not 17 traitors infiltrated into the ranks of the army, as was the case on March 10. Instead, we were 165 people who had traveled the length and breadth of Cuba to look death boldly in the face. If the army leaders had a notion of real military honor, they would have resigned their commands rather than trying to wash away their shame and incompetence in the blood of their prisoners. To kill helpless prisoners and then declare that they died in battle, that is the military capacity of the generals of March 10. That was the way the worst butchers of Valeriano Weyler behaved in the cruelest years of our War of Independence. The chronicles of war include the following story. On February 23, Officer Baldomero Acosta entered Punta Brava with some cavalry when, from the opposite road, a squad of the Pizarro regiment approached, led by a sergeant known in those parts as Barragula, Potbelly. The insurgents exchanged a few shots with Pizarro's men, then withdrew by the trail that leads from Punta Brava to the village of Guatayo. Followed by another battalion of volunteers from Marianao, and a company of troops from the Public Order Corps, who were led by Captain Calvo, Pizarro's squad of 50 men marched on Guatayo. As soon as their first forces entered the village, they commenced their massacre, killing 12 of the peaceful inhabitants. The troops led by Captain Calvo speedily rounded up all the civilians that were running about the village, tied them up and took them as prisoners of war to Havana. Not yet satisfied with their outrages, on the outskirts of Guatayo they carried out another barbaric act, killing one of the prisoners and horribly wounding the rest. The Marquis of Cervera, a cowardly and palatine soldier, informed Weyler of the Pyrrhic victory of the Spanish soldiers, but Major Zagasti, a man of principle, denounced the incident to the government and officially called the murders perpetrated by the criminal Captain Calvo and Sergeant Barragula an assassination of peaceful citizens. Weyler's intervention in this horrible incident and his delight on learning the details of the massacre may be palpably deduced from the official dispatch that he sent to the Ministry of War concerning these cruelties. Small column organized by Commander Marianao with forces from garrison, volunteers, and firemen led by Captain Calvo, fought and destroyed bands of Villanueva and Baldomero Acosta near Punta Brava, killing 20 of theirs, who were handed over to Mayor of Guatayo for burial, and taking 15 prisoners, one of them wounded. We assume there are many wounded among them. One of ours suffered critical wounds, some suffered light bruises and wounds. Weyler. What is the difference between Weyler's dispatch and that of Colonel Chaviano detailing the victories of Major Pérez Jamont? Only that Weyler mentions one wounded soldier in his ranks. Chaviano mentions 2. Weyler speaks of one wounded person and 15 prisoners in the enemy's ranks. Chaviano records neither wounded nor prisoners. Just as I admire the courage of the soldiers who died bravely, I also admire the officers who bore themselves with dignity and did not drench their hands in this blood. Many of the survivors owe their lives to the commendable conduct of officers like Lieutenant Soria, Lieutenant Campa, Captain Tamayo, and others, who were real gentlemen in their treatment of the prisoners. If men like these had not partially saved the name of the armed forces, it would be more honorable today to wear a dishrag than to wear an army uniform. For my dead compañeros, I claim no vengeance. Since their lives were priceless, the murderers could not pay for them even with their own lives. It is not by blood that we may redeem the lives of those who died for their country. The happiness of their people is the only tribute worthy of them. Moreover, my compañeros are neither dead nor forgotten, they live today, more than ever, and their murderers will watch with dismay the victorious spirit of their ideas rise from their corpses. Let the apostle speak for me. There is a limit to the tears we can shed at the graveside of the dead, which is the infinite love for the homeland and its glory, a love that never falters, loses hope, or grows dim. For the graves of the martyrs are the highest altars of our reverence. When one dies in the arms of a grateful homeland, agony ends, prison chains break and at last, with death, life begins. Up to this point I have confined myself almost exclusively to relating events. Since I am well aware that I am before a court convened to judge me, I will now demonstrate that all legal right was on our side alone, and that the verdict imposed on my compañeros, the verdict now being sought against me, has no justification in reason, in social morality, or in terms of true justice. I wish to be duly respectful to the honorable judges, and I am grateful that you find in the frankness of my plea no animosity toward you. My argument is meant simply to demonstrate what a false and erroneous position the judicial power has adopted in the present situation. To a certain extent, each court is nothing more than a cog in the wheel of the system, and therefore must move along the course determined by the vehicle, although this by no means justifies any individual acting against his principles. I know very well that the oligarchy bears most of the blame. The oligarchy, without dignified protest, abjectly yielded to the dictates of the usurper and betrayed their country by renouncing the autonomy of the judicial power. Individuals who constitute noble exceptions have attempted to mend the system's mangled honor with their individual decisions. But the gestures of this minority have been of little consequence, drowned as they were by the obsequious and fawning majority. This fatalism, however, will not stop me from speaking the truth that supports my cause. My appearance before this court may be a pure farce in order to give a semblance of legality to arbitrary decisions, but I am determined to rip away with a firm hand the infamous veil that hides so much shamelessness. It is curious, the very men who have brought me here to be judged and condemned have never heeded a single decision of this court. Since this trial may be, as you said, the most important trial since we achieved our national sovereignty, what I say here will perhaps be lost in the silence that the dictatorship has tried to impose on me, but posterity will often look again at what you do here. Remember that today you are judging an accused man, but that you yourselves will be judged not once, but many times, as often as these days are submitted to scrutiny in the future. What I say here will then be repeated many times, not because it comes from my lips, but because the problem of justice is eternal and the people have a deep sense of justice above and beyond the hair-splitting of jurisprudence. The people wield simple but implacable logic, against everything that is absurd and contradictory. Furthermore, if there is in this world a people that utterly abhors favoritism and inequality, it is the Cuban people. To them, justice is symbolized by a maiden with a scale and a sword in her hands. Should she cower before one group and furiously brandish that sword against another group, then to the people of Cuba the maiden of justice will seem nothing more than a prostitute wielding a dagger. My logic is the simple logic of the people. Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time there was a republic. It had its constitution, its laws, its freedoms, a president, a congress, and courts of law. Everyone could assemble, associate, speak and write with complete freedom. The people were not satisfied with the government officials at that time, but they had the power to elect new officials and only a few days remained before they would do so. Public opinion was respected and heeded and all problems of common interest were freely discussed. There were political parties, radio and television debates and forums and public meetings. The whole nation pulsated with enthusiasm. The people had suffered greatly and although they were unhappy, they longed to be happy and had a right to be happy. They had been deceived many times and looked on the past with real horror. This country innocently believed that such a past could not return. The people were proud of their love of freedom and they carried their heads high in the conviction that liberty would be respected as a sacred right. They felt confident that no one would dare commit the crime of violating their democratic institutions. They wanted a change for the better, aspired to progress, and they saw all this at hand. All their hope lay in the future. Poor country! One morning the citizens woke up dismayed, under the cover of darkness, while the people slept. The ghosts of the past had conspired and had seized the citizenry by its hands, its feet, and its neck. That grip, those claws were familiar, those jaws, those death-dealing scythes, those boots. No, it was no nightmare, it was a sad and terrible reality. A man named Fulgencio Batista had just perpetrated the appalling crime that no one had expected. Then a humble citizen of that people, a citizen who wished to believe in the laws of the Republic, in the integrity of its judges, whom he had seen vent their fury against the underprivileged, searched through a social defense code to see what punishment society prescribed for the author of such a coup, and he discovered the following. Whosoever shall perpetrate any deed destined through violent means directly to change in whole or in part the constitution of the state or the form of the established government will incur a sentence of 6 to 10 years imprisonment. A sentence of 3 to 10 years imprisonment will be imposed on the author of an act directed to promote an armed uprising against the constitutional powers of the state. The sentence increases to between 5 and 20 years if the insurrection is carried out. Whosoever shall perpetrate an act with the specific purpose of preventing, in whole or in part, even temporarily, the Senate, the House of Representatives, the President, or the Supreme Court from exercising their constitutional functions will incur a sentence of 6 to 10 years imprisonment. Whosoever shall attempt to impede or tamper with the normal course of general elections, will incur a sentence of 4 to 8 years imprisonment. Whosoever shall introduce, publish, propagate, or try to enforce in Cuba instructions, orders or decrees that tend to promote the non-observance of laws in force, will incur a sentence of 2 to 6 years imprisonment. Whosoever shall assume command of troops, posts, fortresses, military camps, towns, warships, or military aircraft, without the authority to do so, or without express government orders, will incur a sentence of from 5 to 10 years imprisonment. A similar sentence will be passed on anyone who usurps the exercise of a function held by the Constitution as properly belonging to the powers of state. Without telling anyone, code in one hand and a deposition in the other, that citizen went to the old city building, that old building which housed the court, competent and under obligation to bring cause against and punish those responsible for this deed. He presented a writ denouncing the crimes and asking that Fulgencio Batista and his 17 accomplices be sentenced to 108 years in prison as decreed by the Social Defense Code, considering also the aggravating circumstances of repeated offense, malice, and stealth. Days and months passed. What a disappointment! The accused remained unchallenged. He strode up and down the country like a great lord and was called Honorable Sir and General. He dismissed and appointed judges at will. The very day the courts opened, the criminal occupied the seat of honor in the midst of our august and venerable patriarchs of justice. More days and months rolled by, the people wearied of the mockery and abuses. There is a limit to tolerance. A struggle began against this man who was disregarding the law, who had usurped power by the use of violence against the will of the people, who was guilty of aggression against the established order, who had tortured, murdered, imprisoned, and prosecuted those who had taken up the struggle to defend the law and to restore freedom to the people. Honorable judges, I am that humble citizen who one day demanded in vain that the courts punish the power-hungry men who had violated the law and torn our institutions to shreds. Now it is I who am accused for attempting to overthrow this illegal regime and to restore the legitimate constitution of the Republic. I am held incommunicado for 76 days and denied the right to speak to anyone, even to my son. I am led through the city between 2 heavy machine guns. I am transferred to this hospital to be tried secretly with the greatest severity, and the prosecutor with the code in his hand solemnly demands that I be sentenced to 26 years in prison. You will answer that on the former occasion the courts failed to act because force prevented them from doing so. Well then, confess, this time force will compel you to condemn me. The first time you were unable to punish the guilty, now you will be compelled to punish the innocent, the maiden of justice twice raped. So much charlatanry to justify the unjustifiable, to explain the inexplicable and to reconcile the irreconcilable. The regime has reached the point of asserting that might is right is the supreme law of the land. In other words, that using tanks and soldiers to take over the presidential palace, the national treasury and the other government offices, and aiming guns at the heart of the people, entitles them to govern the people. The same argument the Nazis used when they occupied the countries of Europe and installed puppet governments. I sincerely believe revolution to be the source of legal right, but the nocturnal armed assault of March 10 could never be considered a revolution. In everyday language, as José Ingenieros said, it is common to call revolutions those small disorders promoted by a group of dissatisfied persons in order to grab from those in power both political sinecures and economic advantage. The usual result is no more than a change of hands, the dividing up of jobs and benefits. This is not the criterion of a philosopher, and cannot be that of a cultured person. Leaving aside the problem of fundamental changes in the social system, not even on the surface of the public quagmire were we able to discern the slightest motion that could lessen the rampant putrefaction. The previous regime was guilty of petty politics, theft, pillage, and disrespect for human life, but the present regime has increased political skullduggery fivefold, pillage tenfold, and 100-fold the lack of respect for human life. It was known that Barragula had plundered and murdered, that he was a millionaire, that in Havana he owned a good number of apartments, countless stocks in foreign companies, fabulous accounts in U.S. banks, that he agreed to divorce settlements to the tune of 18 million pesos, that he was a frequent guest in the most lavishly expensive hotels for Yankee tycoons. But no one would ever think of Barragula as a revolutionary. Barragula is that sergeant of whalers who assassinated 12 Cubans in Guadalajara. Batista's men murdered 70 in Santiago de Cuba. De te fabula narrator history will be written about this. 4 political parties governed the country before March 10, the Auténtico, Liberal, Democratic and Republican parties. 2 days after the coup, the Republican Party gave its support to the new rulers. A year had not yet passed before the Liberal and Democratic parties were again in power. Batista did not restore the Constitution, did not restore civil liberties, did not restore Congress, did not restore universal suffrage, did not restore in the last analysis any of the uprooted democratic institutions. But he did restore Vertigia, Juaz Inclán, Salvatore Garcia Ramos, Anaya Murillo, and the top hierarchy of the traditional government parties, the most corrupt, rapacious, reactionary, and antediluvian elements in Cuban politics. So went Barragula's revolution. Lacking even the most elementary revolutionary content, Batista's regime represents in every respect a 20-year regression for Cuba. Batista's regime has exacted a high price from all of us, but primarily from the humble classes which are suffering hunger and misery. Meanwhile the dictatorship has laid waste the nation with chaos, ineptitude, and anguish, and now engages in the most loathsome forms of ruthless politics, concocting scheme after scheme to perpetuate itself in power, even if this is over a pile of corpses and a sea of blood. Batista's regime has not instigated a single nationwide program for the people's benefit. Batista delivered himself into the hands of the great financial interests. Little else could be expected from a person of his mentality, utterly devoid as he is of ideals and principles, and utterly lacking the faith, confidence, and support of the masses. His regime merely brought with it a change of hands and a redistribution of the loot among a new group of friends, relatives, accomplices and parasitic hangers-on that constitute the political retinue of the dictator. What great opprobrium the people have been forced to endure so that a small group of egoists, altogether indifferent to the needs of their homeland, may find in public life an easy and comfortable modus vivendi. How right Eduardo Chibas was in his last radio speech, when he said that Batista was encouraging the return of the colonels, castor oil, and the law of the fugitive. Immediately after March 10, Cubans again began to witness acts of veritable vandalism which they had thought banished forever from their nation. There was an unprecedented attack on a cultural institution. A radio station was stormed by the thugs of the SIM, together with the young hoodlums of Batista's Unitary Action Party, PAU, while broadcasting the University of the Air program. And there was the case of the journalist, Mario Cuelan, dragged from his home in the middle of the night and brutally tortured until he was nearly unconscious. There was the murder of the student Ruben Batista and the criminal volleys fired at a peaceful student demonstration next to the wall where Spanish volunteers shot the medical students in 1871. And many cases, such as that of Dr. Garcia Barchena, where right in the courtrooms people have coughed up blood because of the barbaric tortures inflicted upon them by the repressive security forces. I will not enumerate the hundreds of cases where groups of citizens have been brutally clubbed, men, women, children, and the elderly. All of this was occurring even before July 26. Since then, as everyone knows, even Cardinal Artiega himself was not spared such treatment. Everyone knows he was a victim of repressive agents. According to the official story, he fell prey to a band of thieves. For once the regime told the truth, because what else is this regime? People have just contemplated with horror the case of the journalist who was kidnapped and subjected to torture by fire for 20 days. Each new case brings forth evidence of unheard of effrontery, of immense hypocrisy, the cowardice of those who shirk responsibility and invariably blame the enemies of the regime. Such governmental tactics are to be envied only by the worst gangster mobs. Even the Nazi criminals were never so cowardly. Hitler assumed responsibility for the massacres of June 30, 1934, stating that for 24 hours he himself had been the German Supreme Court, the henchman of this dictatorship which defies all comparison because of its baseness, maliciousness, and cowardice. Kidnap, torture, murder, and then outrageously put the blame on the adversaries of the regime. Typical tactics of Sergeant Baragula. Not once in all the cases I have mentioned, honorable judges, have the agents responsible for these crimes been brought to court to be tried for them. How is this? Was this not to be the regime of public order, peace, and respect for human life? I have related all this in order to ask you now, can this state of affairs be called a revolution, capable of formulating law and establishing rights? Is it or is it not legitimate to struggle against this regime? And must there not be a high degree of corruption in the courts of law when these courts imprison citizens who try to rid the country of so much infamy? Cuba is suffering from a cruel and base despotism. You are well aware that resistance to despots is legitimate. This is a universally recognized principle, and our 1940 Constitution expressly makes it a sacred right. In the second paragraph of Article 40, it is legitimate to use adequate resistance to protect previously granted individual rights. And even if this prerogative had not been provided by the supreme law of the land, it is a consideration without which one cannot conceive of the existence of a democratic collectivity. Professor Infiesta, in his book on constitutional law, differentiates between the political and legal constitutions, and states, sometimes the legal constitution includes constitutional principles which, even without being so classified, would be equally binding solely on the basis of the people's consent, for example, the principle of majority rule or representation in our democracies. The right of insurrection in the face of tyranny is one such principle, and whether or not it is included in the legal constitution, it is always binding within a democratic society. The presentation of such a case to a high court is one of the most interesting problems of general law. Duguid has said in his treatise on constitutional law, if an insurrection fails, no court will dare to rule that this unsuccessful insurrection was technically not a conspiracy, not a transgression against the security of the state, inasmuch as, the government being tyrannical, the intention to overthrow it was legitimate. But please take note, Duguid does not state, the court ought not to rule. He says, no court will dare to rule. More explicitly, he means that no court will dare, that no court will have enough courage to do so, under a tyranny. If the court is courageous and does its duty, then yes, it will dare. Recently there has been a violent controversy concerning the 1940 Constitution. The Court of Social and Constitutional Rights ruled against it in favor of the so-called statutes. Nevertheless, honorable judges, I maintain that the 1940 Constitution is still in force. My statement may seem absurd and extemporaneous to you. But do not be surprised. It is I who am astonished that a court of law should have attempted to deal a death blow to the legitimate Constitution of the Republic. Adhering strictly to facts, truth, and reason as I have done all along, I will prove what I have just stated. The Court of Social and Constitutional Rights was instituted according to Article 172 of the 1940 Constitution, and the Supplementary Act of May 31, 1949. These laws, by virtue of which the court was created, granted it, insofar as problems of unconstitutionality are concerned, a specific and clearly defined area of legal competence, to rule in all matters of appeals claiming the unconstitutionality of laws, legal decrees, resolutions, or acts that deny, diminish, restrain, or adulterate the constitutional rights and privileges or that jeopardize the operations of state agencies. Article 194 established very clearly the following: all judges and courts are under the obligation to find solutions to conflicts between the Constitution and the existing laws in accordance with the principle that the former will always prevail over the latter. Therefore, according to the laws that created it, the Court of Social and Constitutional Rights should always rule in favor of the Constitution. When this court caused the statutes to prevail above the Constitution of the Republic, it completely overstepped its boundaries and its established field of competence, thereby giving a decision which is legally null and void. Furthermore, the decision itself is absurd, and absurdities have no validity in law nor in fact, not even from a metaphysical point of view. No matter how venerable a court may be, it cannot assert that circles are square or, what amounts to the same thing, that the grotesque offspring of the April 4 statutes should be considered the official constitution of a state. The Constitution is understood to be the basic and supreme law of the nation, defining the country's political structure, regulating the functioning of its government agencies, and determining the limits of their activities. It must be stable, enduring and, to a certain extent, inflexible. The statutes fulfill none of these qualifications. To begin with, they harbor a monstrous, shameless, and brazen contradiction in regard to the most vital aspect of all, the integration of the republican structure and the principle of national sovereignty. Article 1 reads, Cuba is a sovereign and independent state constituted as a democratic republic. Article 2 reads, sovereignty resides in the will of the people, and all powers derive from this source. But then comes Article 118, which reads, the President will be nominated by the Cabinet. So it is not the people who choose the President, but rather the Cabinet. And who chooses the Cabinet? Article 120, Section 13, the President will be authorized to nominate and reappoint the members of the Cabinet and to replace them when occasion arises. So, after all, who nominates whom? Is this not the classic old problem of the chicken and the egg that no one has ever been able to solve? One day, 18 hoodlums got together. Their plan was to assault the Republic and loot its 350 million peso annual budget. Behind people's backs and with great treachery, they succeeded. Now what do we do next, they wondered. One of them said to the rest, you name me Prime Minister, and I'll make you generals. When this was done, he rounded up a group of 20 men and told them, I will make you my cabinet if you make me president. In this way they named each other generals, ministers, and president, and then took over the treasury and the republic. Moreover, it was not simply a matter of usurping sovereignty at a given moment in order to name a cabinet, generals, and a president. This man ascribed to himself, through these statutes, not only absolute control of the nation, but also the power of life and death over every citizen, control, in fact, over the very existence of the nation. Because of this, I maintain that the position of the Court of Social and Constitutional Rights is not only treacherous, vile, cowardly, and repugnant, but also absurd. The statutes contain an article which has not received much attention, but which gives us the key to this situation and is the one from which we will derive decisive conclusions. I refer specifically to the modifying clause included in Article 257, which reads, "This constitutional law is open to reform by the Cabinet with a 2/3 quorum vote." This is where the farce reaches its climax. Not only did they exercise sovereignty in order to impose a constitution upon a people without that people's consent, and to install a regime which concentrates all power in their own hands, but also, through Article 257, they assume the most essential attribute of sovereignty, the power to change the basic and supreme law of the land. And they have already changed it several times since March 10. Yet, with the greatest gall, they assert in Article 2 that sovereignty resides in the will of the people and that the people are the source of all power. Since these changes may be brought about by a vote of 2/3 of the Cabinet and the Cabinet is named by the President, then the right to make and break Cuba is in the hands of one man, a man who is, furthermore, the most unworthy of all the creatures ever to be born in this land. Was this then accepted by the Court of Social and Constitutional Rights? And is all that derives from it valid and legal? Very well, you will see what was accepted. This constitutional law is open to reform by the Cabinet with a 2/3 quorum vote. Such a power recognizes no limits. Under its aegis, any article, any chapter, any section, even the whole law may be modified. For example, Article 1, which I have just mentioned, says that Cuba is a sovereign and independent state constituted as a democratic republic, although today it is in fact a bloody dictatorship. Article 3 reads, "The national boundaries include the island of Cuba, the Isle of Pines, and the surrounding keys," and so on. Batista and his cabinet under the provisions of Article 257 can modify all these other articles. They can say that Cuba is no longer a republic but a hereditary monarchy and he, Batista, can anoint himself king. He can dismember the national territory and sell a province to a foreign country, as Napoleon did with Louisiana. He may suspend the right to life itself, and like Herod, order the decapitation of newborn children. All these measures would be legal and you would have to incarcerate all those who opposed them, just as you now intend to do with me. I have put forth extreme examples to show how sad and humiliating our present situation is. To think that all these absolute powers are in the hands of those truly capable of selling our country along with all its citizens. As the Court of Social and Constitutional Rights has accepted the state of affairs, what more are they waiting for? They may as well hang up their judicial robes. It is a fundamental principle of general law that there can be no constitutional status where the constitutional and legislative powers reside in the same body. When the Cabinet makes the laws, the decrees and the rules and at the same time has the power to change the Constitution at any time, then I ask you, why do we need a Court of Social and Constitutional Rights? The ruling in favor of the statute is irrational, inconceivable, illogical, and totally contrary to the republican laws that you, honorable judges, swore to uphold. When the Court of Social and Constitutional Rights supported Batista's statutes over the Constitution, the supreme law of the land was not abolished but rather the Court of Social and Constitutional Rights placed itself outside the Constitution, renounced its autonomy and committed legal suicide. May it rest in peace. The right to rebel, established in Article 40 of the Constitution, is still valid. Was it established to function while the Republic was enjoying normal conditions? No. This provision is to the Constitution what a lifeboat is to a ship at sea. The lifeboat is only launched when the ship has been torpedoed by enemies laying wait along its course. With our Constitution betrayed and the people deprived of all their prerogatives, there was only one way open, one right which no power may abolish. The right to resist oppression and injustice. If any doubt remains, there is an article of the Social Defense Code which the honorable prosecutor would have done well not to forget. It reads, and I quote, "The appointed or elected government authorities that fail to resist sedition with all available means will be liable to a sentence of interdiction of 6 to 8 years. The judges of our nation were under the obligation to resist Batista's treacherous military coup of March 10. It is understandable that when no one has observed the law and when no one else has done their duty, those who have observed the law and have done their duty should be sent to prison. You will not be able to deny that the regime forced upon the nation is unworthy of Cuba's history. In his book, The Spirit of the Law, which is the foundation of the modern separation of governmental power, Montesquieu makes a distinction between three types of government according to their basic nature: the republican form wherein the whole people or a portion thereof has sovereign power, the monarchical form where only one person governs, but in accordance with fixed and well-defined laws, and the despotic form where one person without regard for laws or rules acts as they please, regarding only their own will or whim. And then he adds, people whose five senses constantly tell them that they are everything and that the rest of humanity is nothing are bound to be lazy, ignorant, and licentious. As virtue is necessary to democracy, and honor to a monarchy, fear is of the essence to a despotic regime, where virtue is not needed and honor would be dangerous. The right of rebellion against tyranny, honorable judges, has been recognized from the most ancient times to the present day by all creeds, ideas, and doctrines. It was so in the theocratic monarchies of remote antiquity. In China it was almost a constitutional principle that when an emperor governed badly and despotically he should be deposed and replaced by a virtuous prince. The philosophers of ancient India upheld the principle of active resistance to arbitrary authority. They justified revolution and very often put their theories into practice. One of their spiritual leaders used to say that an opinion held by the majority is stronger than the king himself. A rope woven of many strands is strong enough to hold a lion. The city-states of Greece and Republican Rome not only admitted but defended the meting out of violent death to tyrants. In the Middle Ages, John of Salisbury says in his Book of the Statesman that when a prince does not govern according to law and degenerates into a tyrant, violent overthrow is legitimate and justifiable. For tyrants, he recommends the dagger rather than poison. Saint Thomas Aquinas, in the Summa Theologica, rejects the doctrine of tyrannicide, and yet upholds the thesis that tyrants should be overthrown by the people. Martin Luther proclaimed that when a government degenerates into a tyranny that violates the law, its subjects are released from their obligations to obey. His disciple, Philippe Melanchthon, upholds the right of resistance when governments become despotic. Calvin, the outstanding thinker of the Reformation with regard to political ideas, postulates that people are entitled to take up arms to oppose any usurpation. No less a person that Juan Mariana, a Spanish Jesuit during the reign of Philip II, asserts in his book, De Regiti Regis Institutione, that when a governor usurps power, or even if he were elected, when he governs in a tyrannical manner, it is licit for a private citizen to exercise tyrannicide, either directly or through subterfuge with the least possible disturbance. The French writer, François Hotman, maintained that between the government and its subjects there is a bond or contract, and that the people may rise in rebellion against the tyranny of government when the latter violates that pact. About the same time, a booklet that came to be widely read appeared under the title Vindici contra Tyrannos, and it was signed with the pseudonym Stephanus Junius Brutus. It openly declared that resistance to governments is legitimate when rulers oppress the people and that it is the duty of honorable judges to lead the struggle. The Scottish reformers John Knox and John Poinet upheld the same point of view. And, in the most important book of that movement, George Buchanan stated that if a government achieves power without taking into account the consent of the people, or if a government rules their destiny in an unjust or arbitrary fashion, then that government becomes a tyranny and can be divested of power or, in a final recourse, its leaders can be put to death. Johannes Althusius, a German jurist of the early 17th century, stated in his treatise on politics that sovereignty as the supreme authority of the state is born from the voluntary concourse of all its members, that governmental authority stems from the people and that its unjust, illegal, or tyrannical exercise exempts them from the duty of obedience and justifies resistance or rebellion. Thus far, honorable judges, I have mentioned examples from antiquity, from the Middle Ages, and from the beginnings of our times. I selected these examples from writers of all creeds. Moreover, you can see that the right to rebellion is at the very root of Cuba's existence as a nation. By virtue of it you are today able to appear in the robes of Cuban judges. Would it be that those garments really served the cause of justice? It is well known that in England during the 17th century two kings, Charles I and James II, were dethroned for despotism. These actions coincided with the birth of liberal political philosophy and provided the ideological base for a new social class, which was then struggling to break the bonds of feudalism. Against divine right autocracies, this new philosophy upheld the principle of the social contract and of the consent of the governed, and constituted the foundation of the English Revolution of 1688, the American Revolution of 1775 and the French Revolution of 1789. These great revolutionary events ushered in the liberation of the Spanish colonies in the New World, the final link in that chain being broken by Cuba. The new philosophy nurtured our own political ideas and helped us to develop our constitutions, from the Constitution of Guaymaro up to the Constitution of 1940. The latter was influenced by the socialist currents of our time. The principle of the social function of property and of a person's inalienable right to a decent living were built into it, although large vested interests have prevented fully enforcing those rights. The right of insurrection against tyranny then underwent its final consecration and became a fundamental tenet of political liberty. As far back as 1649, John Milton wrote that political power lies with the people, who can enthrone and dethrone kings and who have the duty to overthrow tyrants. John Locke, in his essay on government, maintained that when the natural rights of man are violated, the people have the right and the duty to alter or abolish the government. The only remedy against unauthorized force is to oppose it by force. Jean-Jacques Rousseau said with great eloquence in his Social Contract, "While a people sees itself forced to obey and obeys, it does well, but as soon as it can shake off the yoke and shakes it off, it does better, recovering its liberty through the use of the very right that has been taken away from it." The strongest person is never strong enough to be master forever, unless he converts force into right and obedience into duty. Force is a physical power. I do not see what morality one may derive from its use. To yield to force is an act of necessity, not of will. At the very least, it is an act of prudence. In what sense should this be called a duty? To renounce freedom is to renounce one's status as a man, to renounce one's human rights, including one's duties. There is no possible compensation for renouncing everything. Total renunciation is incompatible with human nature, and to take away all free will is to take away all morality of conduct. In short, it is vain and contradictory to stipulate on the one hand an absolute authority and on the other an unlimited obedience. Thomas Paine said that one just person deserves more respect than a rogue with a crown. The people's right to rebel has been opposed only by reactionaries like that clergyman of Virginia, Jonathan Boucher, who said, "The right to rebel is a censurable doctrine derived from Lucifer, the father of rebellions." The Declaration of Independence of the Congress of Philadelphia, on July 4, 1776, consecrated this right in a beautiful paragraph which reads, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and to institute a new government. Laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them will seem most likely to effect their safety and happiness." The famous French Declaration of the Rights of Man bequeathed this principle to the coming generations. When the government violates the rights of the people, insurrection is for them the most sacred of rights and the most imperative of duties. When a person seizes sovereignty, he should be condemned to death by free men. I believe I have sufficiently presented my argument. I have called forth more reasons than the honorable prosecutor raised in demanding that I be condemned to 26 years in prison. All these arguments favor those who struggle for the freedom and happiness of the people. None support those who oppress the people, revile them and rob them blind. Therefore, I have been able to expound many reasons and he could not adduce even one. How can Batista's power be justified when he gained it against the will of the people and by violating the laws of the Republic through the use of treachery and force? How could anyone consider legitimate a regime of blood, oppression, and ignominy? How could anyone describe as revolutionary a regime that has gathered the most reactionary men, methods, and ideas of public life around it? How can anyone consider legally valid the high treason of a court whose duty was to defend the Constitution? With what right do the courts send to prison citizens who have tried to redeem their country by giving their own blood, their own lives? All this is monstrous in the eyes of the nation and in the face of the principles of true justice. Still, there is one argument more powerful than all the others. We are Cubans and to be Cuban implies a duty, not to fulfill that duty is a crime, it is treason. We are proud of the history of our country, we learned it in school and have grown up hearing of freedom, justice, and human rights. We were taught to venerate the glorious example of our heroes and martyrs. Cespedes, Agramonte, Maceo, Gomez, and Martí were the first names engraved in our minds. We were taught that the Titan Antonio Maceo once said liberty is not begged for but won with the blade of a machete. We were taught that for the guidance of Cuba's free citizens, the Apostle Martí wrote in his book The Golden Age. The person who abides by unjust laws and permits anyone to trample and mistreat the country in which he or she was born is not an honorable person. In the world there must be a certain degree of honor just as there must be a certain amount of light. When there are many without honor, there are always others who bear in themselves the honor of many. These are those who rebel with great force against those who steal the people's freedom, that is to say, against those who steal honor itself. In those individuals, thousands more are contained, an entire people is contained, human dignity itself is contained. We were taught that October 10th and February 24th are glorious anniversaries of national rejoicing because they mark days on which Cubans rebelled against the yoke of infamous tyranny. We were taught to cherish and defend the beloved flag of the Lone Star, and to sing every afternoon the verses of our national anthem, to live in chains is to live in disgrace and in opprobrium, and to die for one's homeland is to live forever. All this we learned and will never forget, even though today in our land there is murder and prison for those who practice the ideas taught to them from the cradle. We were born in a free country that our parents bequeathed to us, and the island will first sink into the sea before we consent to be the slaves of anyone. It seemed that the apostle would die during his centennial. It seemed that his memory would be extinguished forever. So great was the affront. But he is alive, he has not died. His people are rebellious. His people are worthy. His people are faithful to his memory. There are Cubans who have fallen defending his doctrines. There are young combatants who in magnificent selflessness came to die beside his tomb, giving their blood and their lives so that he could keep on living in the heart of his nation. Cuba, what would have become of you had you let your apostle die? I now come to the close of my defense, but I will not end it as lawyers usually do, asking that the accused be freed. I cannot ask for freedom for myself while my compañeros are already suffering in the ignominious prison of the Isle of Pines. Send me there to join them and to share their fate. It is understandable that honest people should be dead or in prison in a republic where the president is a criminal and a thief. To you, honorable judges, my sincere gratitude for having allowed me to express myself free from contemptible restrictions. I hold no bitterness toward you. I recognize that in certain aspects you have been humane, and I know that the Chief Justice of this court, a man of impeccable character, cannot disguise his repugnance at the current state of affairs that compels him to dictate an unjust verdict. Nevertheless, a more serious problem remains for the Court of Appeals, the indictments arising from the murders of 70 combatants, that is to say, the greatest massacre we have ever known. The guilty remain at liberty and with weapons in their hands, weapons that continue to threaten the lives of all citizens. If all the weight of the law does not fall upon the guilty because of cowardice or because of domination of the courts, and if then all the judges do not resign, I pity your honor. And I regret the unprecedented shame that will besmirch judicial power. I know that imprisonment will be harder for me than it has ever been for anyone, filled with cowardly threats and hideous cruelty. But I do not fear prison, as I do not fear the fury of the miserable tyrant who took the lives of 70 of my compañeros. Condemn me. It does not matter. History will absolve me. In 1871 8 medical students were accused of desecrating the tombstone of Spanish newspaperman Gonzalo Castañón. They were executed on November 27, despite public outrage. 2. On the triumph of the revolution. As the rebel forces swept across Cuba in late 1958, General Batista and General Cantillo conspired to establish a military junta in a last-ditched effort to thwart the revolution. Meanwhile, Fidel Castro won the cooperation of Santiago de Cuba's military chief, Colonel Rego Rubido. In the early hours of January 1, 1959, Batista and some of his henchmen fled the country, leaving General Cantillo in charge. He immediately appointed elderly Supreme Court Magistrate Dr. Carlos Piedra as head of a civilian military junta. But on the same day, Fidel Castro called a general strike for the following day, January 2, saying, "This time nothing and no one can impede the triumph of the revolution." Cespedes Park, Santiago de Cuba. January 2, 1959. In the early hours of January 2, Fidel Castro addressed the people of Santiago de Cuba in Cespedes Park, outlining the events that led up to the victory of the revolutionary forces. People of Santiago, compatriots of all Cuba. We have finally reached Santiago de Cuba. The road was long and difficult, but we finally made it. It was rumored that they expected us in the capital of the Republic, Havana, at 2 p.m. today. No one was more amazed than I was at this treacherous blow, which would place me in the capital of the Republic this morning. Besides, I had intended to be in the capital of the Republic, that is, in the new capital of the Republic, because Santiago de Cuba, in accordance with the wishes of the Provisional President, in accordance with the wishes of the rebel army, and in accordance with the wishes of the worthy people of Santiago de Cuba, Santiago will be the new provisional capital of Cuba. This measure may surprise some people. Admittedly, it is a change, but the revolution is characterized precisely by its newness, by the fact that it will do things that have never been done before. In making Santiago de Cuba the provisional capital of the Republic, we are fully aware of our reasons for doing so. This is no attempt to cajole a specific area by demagogy. It is simply that Santiago de Cuba has been the strongest bulwark of the revolution. The revolution begins now. It will not be an easy task, but a difficult and dangerous undertaking, particularly in the initial phases. And in what better place could we establish the government of the Republic than in this fortress of the revolution? So that you may understand that this will be a government solidly supported by the people of this heroic city, located in the foothills of the Sierra Maestra, because Santiago de Cuba is a part of the Sierra Maestra. Santiago de Cuba and the Sierra Maestra will be the two strongest fortresses for the revolution. But there are other reasons that motivate us, and one is the military revolutionary movement, the true military revolutionary movement that did not take place in Camp Columbia in Havana. In Camp Columbia they prepared a puny little uprising against the revolution, principally with Batista's assistance. Since it is necessary to tell the truth, and since we came here with a view to orienting the people, I can assure you that the military uprising in Camp Columbia was an attempt to deprive the people of power, to rob the revolution of its triumph, and to allow Batista to escape, to allow General Tabernilla to escape, to allow the Tabernilla family to escape together with the Pilar Garcias, to allow the Salas Canizares and the Venturas to escape. The uprising was an ambitious and treacherous blow that deserves the lowest epithets. We must call a spade and put the blame where it belongs. I am not going to be diplomatic. I will say outright that General Cantillo betrayed us, and I am not only going to say it, but I am going to prove it to you. We always said that there would be no point in resolving this matter at the last moment with a puny little military uprising, Because even if there was a military uprising, behind the people's backs, our revolution will go forward, and this time cannot be crushed. It will not be like 1895 when the North Americans came and took over, intervening at the last moment, and afterwards did not even allow Calixto Garcia to assume the leadership, although he had fought in Santiago de Cuba for 30 years. It will not be like 1933, when the people began to believe that the revolution was going to triumph, but then along came Mr. Batista to betray the revolution, seize power, and establish an 11-year dictatorship. Nor will it be like 1944, when the people took courage, believing that they had finally reached a position where they could take power, while those who assumed power proved to be thieves. We will have no thievery, no treason, no intervention. This time it is a true revolution, even though some might not desire it. At the very moment the dictatorship fell, as a consequence of our military victories, when they could not hold out even for another 15 days, Mr. Cantillo appears on the scene as a paladin of freedom. Naturally, we have never refused any offer of collaboration that might prevent bloodshed, providing the aims of our revolution were not imperiled by it. Naturally, we have always appealed to the military in our search for peace, but it must be peace with freedom and peace with the triumph of our revolution. This is the only way to obtain peace. Thus, on December 24, when we were told of General Cantillo's desire to meet us, we agreed to the interview. And I must confess, given the course of events, the extraordinary development of our military operations, that I had very little interest in speaking with the military. Nevertheless, I felt that it was the duty of those of us with responsibility not to allow ourselves to be carried away by our feelings. I also thought that if triumph could be achieved with minimum bloodshed, it was my duty to listen to the proposals made by the military. I went to meet Mr. Cantillo, who spoke on behalf of the army. We met on December 28 at the Orient Mill, where he arrived in a helicopter at 8 p.m. We talked for 4 hours, and I will not invent any stories about what took place, since there were several exceptional witnesses to the meeting. There was Dr. Raúl Chivas, there was a Catholic priest, and there were several military men, whose evidence cannot be questioned on any grounds whatsoever. After reviewing all of Cuba's problems, and considering every detail, General Cantillo agreed to create a military revolutionary movement with us. The first thing I said to him was this: after carefully studying the situation of the army, the situation in which it had been placed by the dictatorship, after explaining to him that he did not have to concern himself with Batista, or with the Tabernillas, or with the rest of those people because none of them had shown any concern for the Cuban military forces, we argued that the military had been led into a campaign against the masses, a campaign that would never be victorious. Because no one can win a war against the mass of the population. After telling him that the military forces were the victims of the regime's immorality, that the budgetary allocations for the purchase of arms had been embezzled, that the soldiers were being constantly defrauded, that those people did not deserve the consideration of honorable military men, that the army had no reason to bear the blame for crimes committed by Batista's gang of villains, I told him quite clearly that I did not authorize anything that would enable Batista to escape. I warned him that if Batista got away with the Tabernillas and the rest of them, it would be because we had been unable to prevent it. We had to prevent Batista's flight. Everyone knows that our first requirement in the event of an uprising by the military, that is, a military uprising coordinated with our movement, was the surrender of the war criminals. This is an essential condition. We could have captured Batista and all his accomplices, and I said loudly and clearly that I would not accept Batista's escape. I explained to him quite clearly what course of action would have to be taken, and that I did not give any support to Batista's escape, and neither would the July 26 movement, nor would the people support a coup d'état on such terms. The fact is that the people won their own freedom by conquest, the people did it themselves. Our freedom was taken from us by a coup d'état, but in order to finish once and for all with coups, it was necessary to achieve freedom through the people's sacrifice. We could achieve nothing by an uprising today and another tomorrow and another in 2 years and another 3 years later, Because here in Cuba it is the people, and the people alone, who must decide who is to govern them. The military forces must unconditionally obey the people's orders and be subject to the people, the Constitution, and the laws of the Republic. If there is a bad government that embezzles and does the wrong thing, the only thing to do is to wait for the next election when that bad government can be turned out of office. That is why in democratic, constitutional regimes, governments have a fixed mandate. If they are bad, they can be ousted by the people, who can vote for a better government. The function of the military is not to elect governments, but to defend the law and to guarantee the rights of citizens. That is why I warned him that a coup d'état was out of the question, but that a military revolutionary movement was acceptable and that it should take place in Santiago de Cuba and not in Camp Colombia. I told him quite clearly that the only way of forming a link with the people and joining them, of uniting the military and the revolutionaries, was not a coup d'état in the early hours of the dawn in Camp Colombia at 2 or 3 a.m. about which no one would know anything, as is the usual practice of these gentlemen. I told him it would be necessary to arouse the garrison at Santiago de Cuba, which was quite strong and adequately armed, in order to start the military movement, which would then be joined by the people and the revolutionaries. Given the situation in which the dictatorship found itself, such a movement would prove irresistible because all the other garrisons in the country would certainly join it immediately. That was what was agreed to, and not only was it what was agreed to, but I made him swear on it. He had planned to go to Havana the next day and we did not agree with this. I told him, "It is risky for you to go to Havana." And he replied, "No, there's no risk." I insisted, "You are running a great risk of arrest because if there is a conspiracy, everyone knows about it here." "No, I am sure they will not arrest me," he replied. And, of course, why would they arrest him if this was a Batista coup d'état? My thoughts were, well, all this seems so easy that it cannot be right, so I said to him, "Will you promise me that in Havana you will not be persuaded by those supporting you to carry out a coup d'état in the capital? Will you promise me that you won't do it?" He said, "I promise I won't." I insisted, "Will you swear to me that you won't?" He replied again, "I swear I won't." I believe that the primary requisite for a military man is honor, that the primary requisite for a military man is his word. This gentleman not only proved that he is dishonorable and that his word is worth nothing, but also that he lacks intelligence. I say this because a movement that could have been organized from the start with the support of the whole population, with its victory assured from the outset, did nothing more than dive into space. He believed that it would be only too easy to fool the people and to mislead the revolution. He understood a couple of things. He understood, for instance, that when we told the people that Batista had left in a plane the people would flock into the streets, wild with happiness. He assumed that the people were not sufficiently mature to distinguish between Batista's flight and the revolution. Because if Batista left and Cantillo's friends assumed control, it was quite likely that Dr. Urrutia would also have to go within 3 months. Just as they were betraying us now, so they would betray us later on. The truth of the matter is that Mr. Cantillo already betrayed us before the revolution. He had already given signs of this, and I can prove it. We agreed with General Cantillo that the uprising would take place on December 31st at 3 p.m., and it was agreed that the armed forces would give unconditional support to the revolutionary movement. The president was to appoint the revolutionary leaders and establish the positions to which the revolutionary leaders would assign the military. They were offering unconditional support and every detail of the plan was agreed to. At 3 p.m. on December 31st the garrison at Santiago de Cuba was to rise in revolt. Immediately after this, several rebel columns would enter the city and the people would fraternize with the military and the rebels, immediately issuing a revolutionary proclamation to the country as a whole and calling on all honorable military men to join the movement. It was agreed that the tanks in the city would be placed at our disposal and I personally offered to advance toward the capital with an armed column preceded by the tanks. The tanks were to be handed over to me at 3 p.m., not because it was considered that any fighting would be necessary but to guard against the possibility that in Havana the movement might fail, which made it necessary to place our vanguard as close as possible to the capital. It was evident that with the hatred for the repressive forces created by the horrendous crimes committed by Ventura and Pilar Garcia, Batista's overthrow would create considerable upheaval among the people. Moreover, the police force would inevitably feel that it lacked the moral strength to restrain the populace, as in fact happened. A series of excesses occurred in the capital. There was looting, shooting, and fires, the responsibility for which falls on the shoulders of General Cantillo, who betrayed his word of honor and failed to carry out the plan which had been agreed to. He believed that appointing police captains and commanders, many of whom had already deserted when they were appointed, proved that they had guilty consciences would be enough to solve the problem. How different things were in Santiago de Cuba! How orderly and civic-minded! How disciplined the behavior of the masses! There was not a single attempt at looting, not a single example of personal vengeance, not a single person dragged through the streets, not a single fire. The behavior of the population of Santiago de Cuba was admirable and exemplary, despite the fact that Santiago de Cuba was the city that had suffered the most, where there had been the greatest terror and where, consequently, one would expect the people to be most outraged. Despite our statements of this morning that we did not agree with the coup d'état, the population in Santiago de Cuba behaved in an exemplary fashion, and this is a matter of pride for the people, the revolutionaries, and the military. One can no longer say that revolution means anarchy and disorder. This happened in Havana because of treason, but that was not the case in Santiago de Cuba, which we can hold up as a model every time the revolution is accused of anarchy and disorganization. The people should know about the negotiations between General Cantillo and me. After the agreements were made, when we had already suspended operations in Santiago de Cuba because by December 28 our troops were quite close to the city and were ready for the assault, we were obliged to make a series of changes, abandoning the Santiago operation. Instead, we were to direct our troops elsewhere, in fact, to a place where it was believed that the movement might not be victorious immediately. When we had completed all our maneuvers, the column which was to march on the capital received the following note from General Cantillo, just a few hours before it was due to leave. The text of the note read as follows: "Circumstances have changed considerably and now are favorable to a national solution." This was strange, because the major factors already could not have been more favorable and everything pointed to victory. It was therefore strange that he should come and say that circumstances had changed greatly and favorably. The circumstances were that Batista and Tabernilla had come to an agreement, assuring the success of the coup. Cantillo recommended, nothing be done at the moment and that we should await the course of events over the next weeks, up to January 6. Obviously, given the indefinite truce, they would take care of everything in Havana. I responded immediately, the tenor of the note entirely contradicts our agreement. Moreover, it is ambiguous and incomprehensible and has made me lose confidence in the seriousness of the agreements. Hostilities will commence tomorrow at 3 p.m., the date and time agreed to for the launching of the movement. Something very curious happened immediately afterwards. On receiving the very short note, I advised the commanding officer in Santiago de Cuba, through a messenger, that if hostilities were to break out because the agreements were not complied with and we had to attack Santiago de Cuba, they would have no option but to surrender. But the messenger did not convey my message correctly. He told Colonel Rego Rubido that I demanded the surrender of the town as a precondition to any agreement. He did not explain that I had said, in the event of our launching an attack. I had not said that I demanded the surrender of the town as a condition from General Cantillo. As a result of this message, the commanding officer at Santiago de Cuba, Colonel Rubido, sent me a very enigmatic and punctilious reply that I will read to you, indicating, naturally, that he felt very offended with what had been mistakenly conveyed to him. The solution is neither a coup d'état nor a military revolt. Nevertheless, we believe that it is the most advisable solution for Dr. Fidel Castro, in accordance with his ideas, and one which would place the destiny of the country in his hands within 48 hours. It is not a local but a national solution, and any indiscretion might compromise or destroy this and lead to chaos. Therefore, we hope that you will have confidence in our decision and that there will be a solution before January 6. As for Santiago, because of the note and the messenger's report, it will be necessary to change the plan and not enter the city. This caused a certain amount of ill feeling among the key personnel, who would never surrender their arms without a fight. Arms are not surrendered to an ally, and they are not surrendered without honor. A beautiful phrase spoken by the commander of the garrison of Santiago de Cuba. If there is no confidence in us, or if Santiago de Cuba is attacked, this will be regarded as equivalent to breaking the agreements, which will disrupt the negotiations, and thereby formally absolve us from any commitments. It is our hope, given the time required to act in one way or another, that the reply arrives in time to be sent to Havana with the Viscount leaving this afternoon. I responded to Colonel José Rego Rubito's note as follows. Free Territory of Cuba, December 31, 1958. Colonel Sir. A regrettable error has occurred in the transmission of my message to you, due perhaps to the haste with which I replied to your note. This is what I surmise from the conversation I have since held with its bearer. I did not tell him that the conditions of our agreement required the surrender of the garrison of Santiago de Cuba to our forces. This would have been a discourtesy and an unworthy and offensive proposal to the military forces who approached us so cordially. The question is something entirely different. An agreement was reached between the leader of the military and ourselves, which was to go into effect from 3 p.m. on December 31. The plan included details established after careful analysis of the problems, and was to begin with the revolt of the Santiago garrison. I persuaded General Cantillo of the advantages to be derived from beginning in Orient Province rather than in Camp Columbia, because the mass of the people greatly feared any coup starting in the barracks in Havana, stressing how difficult it would be, in that case, to ensure that the people joined that movement. He expressed his full agreement with my point of view and said he was only concerned about maintaining order in the capital, so we jointly agreed on measures necessary to keep order. Specifically, this involved the advance of our column towards Santiago de Cuba. It was to be a combined effort of the military, the people and ourselves, a sort of revolutionary movement which, from the outset, would have the support of the entire nation. In accordance with this agreement, we suspended the operations that were underway and deployed our forces in other directions such as Holguin, where the presence of some of Batista's well-known henchmen virtually ensured resistance to the revolutionary military movement. When all our preparations were completed, I received yesterday's message from Cantillo, indicating that the plan of action agreed to was not to be carried out. Apparently there were other plans of which I was not informed because, in fact, the matter was no longer in our hands. Therefore, all we could do was wait. Everything was changed unilaterally, putting our own forces at risk, although according to our understanding and what was being said, they were being sent off on difficult operations. We remained dependent on General Cantillo, who took many risks on his frequent trips to Havana. Militarily, these trips might well prove to be a disaster for us. You must realize that everything is very confused at this moment, and Batista is an artful, crafty individual who knows how to maneuver. How can we be asked to renounce all the advantage we have gained during the past few weeks, and stand by, waiting patiently, for events to unfold? I made it quite clear that it could not be a unilateral military operation. We did not experience the horror of 2 years of war just to stand by with our arms crossed, doing nothing, at the most critical moment. They cannot expect this of combatants who have known no rest in 7 years of struggle against oppression. This cannot happen, even though it is your intention to hand over power to the revolutionaries. It is not power that is important to us, but the accomplishment of the revolution. I am also concerned that the military, through an unjustifiable excess of scruples, might facilitate the flight of the principal criminals, letting them escape abroad with their vast fortunes, to then, from some foreign country, do further harm to our country. I should add, that personally, I am not interested in power and do not envisage taking any post. All that I plan to do is ensure that the sacrifices of so many compatriots are not in vain, whatever the future may hold in store for me. I hope you will understand that I have every respect for the dignity of the military. Rest assured, this is not a matter of ambition or insolence. I have always acted with loyalty and frankness. What has been gained underhandedly or with duplicity cannot be called a victory. The language of honor you have heard from my lips is the only language I know. Never in the course of the meetings with General Cantillo did we refer to the word surrender. All I meant in my letter was that once the blood of our forces had been shed in the attempt to conquer a given objective, no other solution would be acceptable. Even though the cost might be extremely heavy, in view of the present conditions of the forces defending the regime, since these forces cannot support Santiago de Cuba, the latter must inevitably fall into our hands. This was the basic objective of our whole campaign over the past 2 months, and such a plan cannot be suspended for a week without grave consequences, should the military movement fail. Moreover, it would mean losing the most opportune time, which is the present, when the dictatorship is suffering severe losses in the provinces of Orient and Las Villas. We are faced with the dilemma of either renouncing these advantages or exchanging an assured victory for a doubtful one. Do you believe that in the face of yesterday's ambiguous and laconic note from Cantillo, presenting a unilateral decision, I could hold myself responsible for delaying the plans? As a military man, you must admit that is too much to ask of us. You have not stopped digging trenches for a single moment, and those trenches could be used against us by a Pedraza, or Pilar Garcia or Canizares. If General Cantillo is relieved of his command, along with his trusted lieutenants, you cannot expect us to remain idle. We have no alternative but to attack, because we, too, have sacred obligations. We hope that these honorable military men will be much more than mere allies. We want them to be our compañeros in a single cause, the cause of Cuba. Above all, I hope that you and your compañeros do not misunderstand me. With respect to the tactical ceasefire in Santiago, to leave no possible room for doubt, I confirm that although at any time before the fighting begins we can renew our negotiations, as of today it must be made clear that operations can begin at any time and that nothing will convince us to alter our plans again. Colonel Rego sent a punctilious, dignified reply as follows. Sir, I beg to acknowledge receipt of your letter of today's date, and believe me, I wish to thank you most sincerely for the explanation regarding the previous message. I must confess that I had felt some error of interpretation must have been involved, since I have observed your line of conduct for some time and know that you are a person of principle. I ignored the details of the original plan because I was only informed of the first part of it. I might add that I am also not aware of some of the details of the present plan. I believe you are partly right in your analysis of the first part of the original plan. But I believe that a few more days might be necessary before it could be consummated, and we would never be able to prevent some of the major, middle-level, and minor guilty parties from escaping. I am among those who believe it is absolutely essential that Cuba provides an example to all those who abuse the positions of power they occupy to commit every possible type of offense. Unfortunately, history is plagued with similar cases, and rarely are the criminals brought to account, because rarely do revolutions do what they have to do. I am fully aware of your concern for those who bear little responsibility for the course of historical events. I have no reason whatsoever to believe that any person is attempting to facilitate the escape of the guilty, and, personally, I might add that I am opposed to their flight. Should that happen, the historic responsibility will fall on the shoulders of those who facilitated the escape, and no one else. I believe that everything will take place in accordance with your ideas, and that it will be for the good of Cuba and for the revolution which you have initiated. I heard of a young student who had been murdered and whose body was found in the cemetery. Today, I took it upon myself to ensure that a thorough investigation was made to identify the perpetrator and what the circumstances of his death were, and how it took place, just as I had done a few days ago, not sparing any effort until I can put those guilty of such crimes at the disposal of the appropriate authorities. Lastly, I should advise you that I sent a message to the general, letting him know that I had obtained a plane to carry your note to him. Do not be impatient, for I feel sure that you will be in Havana even before the date mentioned. When the general left here, I asked him to let me have the helicopter and a pilot, just in case you might like to fly over Santiago de Cuba on Sunday afternoon. With sincerest greetings and my warmest wishes for a happy new year. Signed, Colonel Rego Rubito. This was the state of our negotiations when Colonel Rego, the commander of Santiago de Cuba, and I were equally surprised by the coup d'état in Camp Colombia, which completely contradicted everything that had been agreed to. The first and most criminal aspect of all was that Batista was allowed to escape, and with him Tabernilla, and the other major criminals. They were allowed to escape with their millions of pesos. Yes, they were allowed to flee with the 300 or 400 million pesos they had stolen. This will prove very costly for us, because now, from Santo Domingo and from other countries, they will be directing propaganda against the revolution, plotting all the damage they can inflict against our cause. For a good many years we will have them over there, threatening our people, and forcing the people to remain in a constant state of alert, because they will be conspiring against us and paying others to do the same. What did we do as soon as we learned of the blow when we heard about this on Radio Progreso? At that time I was making a statement when I was told that Batista had left for Santo Domingo. Could it be just a rumor? A mistake? I wondered. Could it be a trick? I sent someone out to confirm the story and was informed that Batista and his entourage had indeed left for Santo Domingo. The most astonishing thing of all was that General Cantillo declared that this had taken place thanks to the patriotism of General Batista, who had resigned in order to avoid bloodshed. What do you think about that? There is something else I have to tell you in order to demonstrate what kind of a coup had been planned. Pedraza had been appointed a member of the junta and then he left. I hardly need to say anything else about the nature of those responsible for carrying out the coup. They did not appoint Urrutia to the presidency, that is, the man supported by the movement and by all the revolutionary organizations. The person they chose was none other than the oldest member of the Supreme Court bench, Pedra, and all his colleagues are quite old themselves. And besides, he has already been a president of the Supreme Court of Justice, which has never dispensed any justice, which never dispensed any kind of justice. What would the result of all this be? Only half a revolution. A compromise, a caricature of a revolution. This nobody, or whatever you want to call this Mr. Pedra, if he has not resigned by now, he should be preparing to do so, because we are going to make him resign in Havana. I don't believe he will last 24 hours in office. It will break all records. They appoint this gentleman, and isn't it marvelous, Cantillo becomes a national hero, the defender of Cuba's freedom, the Lord and Master of Cuba, and there is Mr. Pedra. It would simply mean replacing one dictator with another. Every point contained in the documents from Camp Colombia indicated that it was to be a counter-revolutionary uprising. In every point, the general trend was away from the aims of the people, and in every point there was something suspect. Mr. Pedra immediately made an appeal, or stated that he was going to make an appeal, to the rebels and to a peace commission. Meanwhile, we were supposed to be so calm and trusting, we were to lay down our guns and abandon everything and go and pay homage to Mr. Pedra and Mr. Cantillo. It is obvious that both Cantillo and Pedra were out of touch with reality. I believe that the Cuban people have learned a great deal, and we rebels have also learned something. That was the situation this morning, but it is not the situation this evening, because many things have changed. Given these events, given this betrayal, I ordered all the rebel commanders to continue marching toward their targets, and consequently, I also immediately ordered all the columns assigned to Santiago de Cuba to advance on that city. I want you to know that we were determined to take Santiago de Cuba by force. This would have been regrettable because it would have led to considerable bloodshed, and then tonight would not have been a night of celebration and joy, as it is. It would not have been a night of peace and fraternization, as it is. I must acknowledge that if a bloody battle did not take place here in Santiago de Cuba, it is due largely to the patriotism of Army Colonel José Rego Rubido, to the commanders of the frigates Maximo Gomez and Maceo, and to the chief of the Santiago de Cuba Naval District, as well as to the officer who was acting as chief of police. Citizens, it is only just that we should recognize these facts here and now and be thankful to those responsible for them. They contributed to averting a bloody battle and to converting this morning's counter-revolution into the revolutionary movement of this afternoon. We had no alternative but to attack because we could not allow the Camp Columbia coup to be consolidated. Moreover, we had to attack without delay. When the troops were already marching toward their objectives, Colonel Rego used a helicopter to try to locate me. The Navy commanders contacted us and placed themselves unconditionally at the service of the revolution. With the support of their 2 vessels, equipped with heavy weaponry, and of the Naval District and the police, I called a meeting of all the Army officers stationed in Santiago de Cuba, and there are over 100 of these officers. I explained that I was not the least worried by the thought of addressing them because I knew I was right, and I knew they would understand my arguments and that we would reach an agreement in the course of the meeting. Indeed, in the early evening, just at nightfall, I went to the meeting at the Escandal, which was attended by nearly all the Army officers in Santiago de Cuba. Many of them were young men who were clearly anxious to fight for the good of their country. I met with these military men and explained our aims for our country, what we wanted for the country, the manner in which we had always dealt with the military, and all the harm done to the army by the tyrants. I said I did not think it fair that all military men be regarded equally, that the criminals were only a small minority, that there were many honorable men in the army who I knew abhorred the crimes, the abuses, and the injustice. It was clear that when the top ranks of the army were filled by Tabernilla, Pilar Garcia, and the like, relatives and blind followers of Batista, there was a generalized sense of fear in the army. One could not ask an individual officer to accept any responsibility. We are familiar with 2 types of military men. There are military men like Sosa Blanco, Canizares, Sanchez Mosquera, and Chaviano, known for their crimes and the cowardly murder of unfortunate peasants, and then there are military men who conducted honorable campaigns, who never murdered anyone or burned down houses, men such as Commander Quevedo, who was our prisoner after his heroic resistance at the Battle of El Jig and who is still an army officer. Men like Commander Sierra and many other officers who never in their lives burned down a single house. However, this type of officer got no promotion. Those who were promoted were the criminals because Batista always made a point of rewarding crime. For example, we have the case of Colonel Rego Rubido, who does not owe his position to the dictatorship since he was already a colonel when the March 10 coup took place. The fact is that I asked the army officers in Santiago de Cuba for support and they gave their unconditional backing to the Cuban Revolution. When the Navy, Army, and police officers met together, they agreed to condemn the Camp Columbia uprising and to support the legitimate government of the Republic because it has the support of the majority of the population, and is represented by Dr. Manuel Urrutia Leo. Thanks to their attitude, we were able to prevent a lot of bloodshed. Thanks to their attitude, this afternoon we saw the birth of a truly revolutionary movement. I fully understand that among the people there may be many justifiably passionate feelings. I appreciate the concern for justice evinced by our people. And we will have justice. But I want to ask that our people here, above all else, remain calm. Right now, we must consolidate power, before we do anything else. First and foremost, power must be consolidated. After that, we will appoint a commission, made up of reputable military men and officers of the rebel army, to take the necessary measures. These will include identifying those culpable. No one will oppose such measures because it is precisely the army and the armed forces who most want to ensure that the guilt of a few should not be borne by the whole corps. They are the ones most interested in ensuring that to wear a uniform is not shameful, and that the guilty are punished so that the innocent do not bear the dishonor of others. Have confidence in us. This is what we ask of the people because we know how to fulfill our obligations. Those were the circumstances surrounding the meeting held this afternoon, a meeting that proved to be a truly revolutionary movement in which the people, The military and the rebels participated. The enthusiasm of the military in Santiago de Cuba was indescribable. As proof of their trust, I asked the military to join me in entering Santiago de Cuba, and so here I am with all the army officers. And here are the tanks that now are at the service of the revolution. Here is the artillery at the service of the revolution. And there are the frigates, now at the service of the revolution. I do not need to say that the revolution can depend on the people because everyone knows this. I should say, however, that the people, who in the beginning had only shotguns, now have artillery, tanks and frigates, and many trained army technicians to help us handle them. Now the people are properly armed. And let me assure you that if, when we were only 12 people, we never lost faith, now that we have 12 tanks, how could we possibly lose faith? Let me say that today, tonight, as of this dawn because it is almost daybreak, the eminent magistrate Dr. Manuel Urrutia Leo will take over the presidency of the Republic. Does Dr. Urrutia have the support of the people or does he not have the support of the people? What I really mean to say is that it is the President of the Republic, the legitimate President, who has the support of the people of Cuba, and that is Dr. Manuel Urrutia. Who wants Mr. Piedra as President? If no one wants Mr. Piedra as President, how are they going to impose Mr. Piedra on us now? Since those are the instructions given by the people of Santiago de Cuba, and since they represent the feelings of all the people of Cuba, as soon as this meeting is over I will march with the veteran troops of the Sierra Maestra, with the tanks and the artillery, toward Havana in order to fulfill the will of the people. We are here entirely at the request of the people. The mandate of the people is the only legal mandate at present. The president is elected by the people and not by a council in Camp Columbia, meeting at 4 o'clock in the morning. I am absolutely convinced that by tomorrow morning all the army commands throughout the country will have put themselves at the service of the President of the Republic. The President will immediately appoint the chiefs of the Army, the Navy, and the police. Because of the very valuable service rendered now to the revolution, and because he placed thousands of his people at the service of the revolution, we would recommend that Colonel Rego Rubido be made Chief of the Army. Similarly, the Chief of the Navy will be one of the two commanders who first placed their vessels at the orders of the revolution. And I would recommend to the President of the Republic that Commander Ifigenio Almagiras be appointed National Chief of Police. He lost 3 brothers in the revolution, was one of the Granma expeditionaries and one of the most capable combatants in the Revolutionary Army. Almagiras is on active duty in Guantanamo but will arrive here tomorrow. All I ask for is time for us and for the civil power of the Republic, so that we can do the things the people want, but they must be done gradually, little by little. I would only ask one thing of the people, and that is that you remain calm. Time is a highly important factor in everything. The revolution cannot be completed in a single day, but you may be sure that we will carry the revolution through to the end. You may be sure that for the first time the Republic will be truly and entirely free and the people will have their just reward. Power was not achieved through politics, but through the sacrifices of hundreds and thousands of our fellow Cubans. It is not a promise we make to ourselves but to the people, the whole Cuban nation. The man who has taken over power has no commitment to anyone other than the people. Che Guevara has been ordered to march on the capital, not on the provisional capital of the Republic, but on Havana. Commander Camilo Cienfuegos of Column 2, the Antonio Maceo Column, was also ordered to march on Havana and to take over command of Camp Columbia. They will carry out the orders issued by the President of the Republic and the mandate of the revolution. We cannot be blamed for the excesses occurring in Havana. General Cantillo and his fellow Don conspirators are to blame for those. It is important to remember that the military forces are primarily at the service of law and authority, not improperly constituted authorities but legitimate authority. No reputable army man need fear anything from the revolution. In this struggle, there are no conquered ones because the only conqueror is the people. There are those who have fallen on one side and the other, but we have all joined together so that the victory may belong to the nation. We have all joined together, the reputable military and the revolutionaries. There will be no more bloodshed. I hope that no group puts up any resistance because, apart from being foolhardy, it would be overcome in short shrift. There will be no privileges, there will be no privileges for anyone, and the members of the armed forces who are capable and deserving will be promoted. It will not be as it was in the past, that is, when friends and relatives were promoted, regardless of performance. This sort of thing is over in the military as it is over for laborers. There will be no more exploitation or compulsory contributions, which for the workers are the trade union payments and for the military is a peso here for the First Lady and 2 pesos elsewhere for something else, until all their pay dwindles away. Naturally, the entire population has expectations and we are going to deliver. However, I have spoken of the military so that they, too, know they can count on the revolution for improvements in their situation. If the budgetary resources are not stolen, the military will be in a much better position than at the present. Moreover, the soldier will not be called on to act as a policeman because he will be busy with his own training in the barracks. The soldier will not be engaged in police work but will be busy being a soldier. I am certain that as soon as the President of the Republic takes office and assumes command, he will decree the restoration of all rights and freedoms, including the absolute freedom of the press, of all individual rights, of all trade union rights, and of the rights and demands of the campesinos and our own people. We will not forget our campesinos in the Sierra Maestra and those in Santiago de Cuba. We will not go and live in Havana and forget everyone, because I prefer to live in the Sierra Maestra, at least in that part for which I feel a very deep sense of gratitude. I will never forget those campesinos, and as soon as I have a free moment we will see about building the first school city with places for 20,000 children. We will do it with the help of the people and the rebels will work with them there. We will ask each citizen for a bag of cement and a trowel. I know we will have the help of our citizens. The country's economy will be re-established immediately. This year we will take care of the sugar cane to prevent it being burnt, because this year the tax on sugar will not be used for the purchase of murderous weapons, or for planes and bombs with which to attack the people. We will take care of communications, and already from Jiguani to Palma Soriano the telephone lines have been re-established, and the railroad is being rebuilt. There will be a harvest all over the country and there will be good wages because I know that this is the intention of the President of the Republic. There will be good prices because the fear that there would be no harvest has raised prices on the world market. The campesinos can sell their coffee and the cattle breeders can sell their fat steers in Havana because fortunately we triumphed early enough to prevent any catastrophes. I am not just saying these things. You know that we keep our word, and what we promise we accomplish, and we promise less than what we intend to accomplish. We promise not more but less, and we intend to do more than we have told the people of Cuba. We do not believe that all the problems can be solved easily. We know the road is strewn with obstacles, but we are people of good faith and we are always ready to face great difficulties. You can be certain of one thing, and that is that we might make one or even many mistakes. But the one thing that can never be said of us is that we have stolen, that we have profited from our position, that we have betrayed the movement. I know that the people can forgive mistakes but not dishonorable deeds, and what we have had in the past were dishonorable men. In accepting the presidency, Dr. Manuel Urrutia, from the moment he was invested in office, became the highest authority in the country. Let no one think that I intend to exercise any power greater than that of the President of the Republic. I will be the first to obey orders issued by the civil authority of the Republic, and I will be the first to set an example. We will carry out his orders, and within the scope of the authority granted to us, we will try to do the utmost for our people without personal ambition. Fortunately, we are immune to the temptations of such ambitions and such vanity. What greater glory could we have than the affection of our people? What greater reward could we envisage than the thousands of arms waving before us, full of hope, and faith in us and affection for us? We will never succumb to vanity or ambition, because, in the words of the Apostle, all the glory in the world can fit into a kernel of corn. There can be no greater reward or satisfaction than to fulfill one's duty, as we have been doing up to now and as we will continue to do. In saying this, I do not speak just for myself but in the name of the thousands and thousands of combatants who made the people's victory possible. I speak with the deepest sense of respect for our dead, who will not be forgotten, and whose faithful compañeros we will always remain. This time they will not say of us, as has been said of others in the past, that we betrayed the memory of those who died, because those who died will continue to guide us. Frank Pays is not physically among us, nor are many others, but they are all spiritually and morally present, and the mere knowledge that their sacrifice was not in vain is partial compensation for the immense emptiness they left behind them. Fresh flowers will continue to adorn their tombs, their children will not be forgotten, and assistance will be given to the families of the fallen. We rebels will not ask for retrospective pay for the years during which we struggled, because we feel proud not to be paid for the services rendered to Cuba. I will repeat here what I have already said in history will absolve me, that the children of the military who died fighting against us will be assured of maintenance, assistance, and education, because they cannot be blamed for the horrors of the war. We will be generous to everyone because, as I have said, here there are no vanquished, but only victors. Only war criminals will be punished, because this is the irrevocable duty of the revolution, and the people can be certain that we will fulfill that duty. The people can also be sure that when justice reigns there will be no revenge. If tomorrow there are to be no assaults against anyone, justice must reign today. As there will be justice, there will be no revenge, neither will there be hatred. Hatred will be exiled from the Republic, hatred that is a damned and evil shadow bequeathed to us by ambition and tyranny. Unfortunately, the major criminals escaped. There are thousands of people who would pursue them, but we must respect the laws of other countries. It would be easy for us because we have more than enough volunteers to pursue those delinquents, ready and willing to risk their lives. However, we do not wish to appear as people who violate the laws of other peoples. We will respect these laws while ours are respected. Nonetheless, I will issue one warning: if in Santo Domingo they begin to conspire against the revolution, if Dominican dictator Trujillo makes any mistake and directs any aggression against us, it will be a sorry day for him. If Santo Domingo is converted into a counter-revolutionary arsenal, if Santo Domingo becomes a base for conspiracies against the Cuban Revolution, and if these gentlemen over there devote themselves to conspiracies, it would be better for them to leave Santo Domingo immediately. They will not be very safe over there, not because we intend to meddle in Santo Domingo's problems, but because the citizens of the Dominican Republic have learned from Cuba's example, and conditions there will become very serious indeed. The citizens of the Dominican Republic have learned that it is possible to struggle against tyranny and defeat it. And this is the lesson dictatorships fear the most. Yet, it is a lesson that is encouraging for the Americas, a lesson exemplified just now in our country. All the Americas are watching the course and the fate of our revolution. All the Americas are watching us, following our actions with their best wishes for our triumph, supporting us in our difficult moments. Our happiness today in Cuba is shared throughout the Americas. As we rejoice at the overthrow of a dictator in Latin America, so do they rejoice with the Cuban people. I really should conclude, although I do so with an overwhelming sense of emotion and so many ideas all mixed up in my mind. As I was saying, there will be justice, and it was a pity that the major criminals escaped. If only one could see Mr. Batista now, if only one could see the arrogant, handsome Mr. Batista, who never spoke without calling others cowards, wretched villains, and so on. Here, we have called no one a villain. Here, there is not a whisper of hatred, arrogance, or disdain, which filled the speeches of the dictator, that man who claimed that he had a single bullet in his pistol when he entered Camp Columbia, and who left on a plane in the early hours of the dawn, with that single bullet still in his pistol. Surely this shows these dictators are not so fearsome or so likely to commit suicide, because when they have lost the game, they immediately take flight like cowards. The sad part is that they escaped when they should have been taken prisoner. Had we caught Batista, we could have seized the 200 million pesos he stole. But we will claim that money, wherever he is hiding it, because they are not political exiles but common criminals. and we will see who turns up in the embassies, if Mr. Cantillo has not already given them safe conduct passes. We will make a distinction between the political prisoners and the common criminals. They will have to go before the courts and prove that they are political delinquents. However, if they are proved to be common criminals, they will have to appear before the proper authorities. At last, the people have been able to rid themselves of this rabble. Now anyone may speak out, whether they are for or against. Anyone who wishes to do so may speak out. That was not the case previously because until now, they were the only ones allowed to speak out, and they spoke against us. There will be freedom for those who speak in our favor and for those who speak against us and criticize us. There will be freedom for everyone because we have achieved freedom for everyone. We will never feel insulted, we will always defend ourselves and we will follow a single precept, that of respect for the rights and feelings of others. Others have been mentioned here. Those people wherever they might be, in whatever embassy, on whatever beach, in whatever boat they now find themselves, we are free of them. If they have some tiny shack, a small boat, or a little farm somewhere, we will naturally have to confiscate it. We must sound the warning that the hirelings of tyranny, the representatives, the senators, and so on, those who did not necessarily steal but who accepted their remuneration, will have to pay back, up to the last penny, what they received over these 4 years, because they received it illegally. They will have to pay back to the Republic the money they received, and if they do not reimburse the national treasury, we will confiscate whatever property they have. That is quite separate from what they may have stolen. Those who robbed will not be allowed to retain any of the stolen goods. That is the law of the revolution. It is not fair to send a person to prison for stealing a chicken or a turkey, and at the same time to allow those who stole millions of pesos to have a wonderful lifestyle, traveling the world. Let them beware. Let those thieves of yesterday and today beware. The revolution's laws may extend to the guilty in every period. The revolution has triumphed and its only obligation is to the people, to whom it owes its victory. I am going to conclude for today. Remember that I have to leave right away. It is my duty. Moreover, you have been standing here for a good many hours. I see so much red and black on the clothing of our compañeros that it is really hard to leave this platform, where all of us have experienced the greatest emotions of our lives. For the moment, the task that required rifles is done, so let us keep the rifles where they are, within reach of those who have to defend our sovereignty and our rights. So that when our people are threatened, it will not be only the 30,000 or 40,000 armed combatants who will fight, but the 300,000 or 400,000 or 500,000 Cubans, men and women, who will have arms. There will be arms for everyone who wishes to fight when the time comes to defend our freedom. It has been proven that it is not only men who fight in Cuba but that women can also fight. The best evidence of this is the Mariana Grajales platoon of the rebel army, which distinguished itself in numerous encounters. The women soldiers are as good as our best military men. I wanted to prove that women can be good soldiers. In the beginning, this gave me a lot of trouble because there was considerable prejudice. There were men who asked how on earth a woman could be given a rifle while there were still men without weapons. And why not? I wanted to show that women could be just as good soldiers. Women represent a sector of our country that must be redeemed. They still face discrimination in employment and many other aspects of their lives. So we organized the women's units and these proved that women could fight, and furthermore, when the men of a village fight and the women fight alongside them, that village is impregnable. We have organized the female combatants or militias and we will continue to train them as volunteers. All these young women I see here with their black and red clothing reminded me of July 26th. And I hope all of you will learn how to handle firearms. Compatriots, this revolution that was made with so much sacrifice, our revolution, the revolution of the people, is now a magnificent and indestructible reality. What a source of pride and great joy for all our people, who waited for this day. I know that it is not only here in Santiago de Cuba, it is everywhere, from Macy to Cape San Antonio. I long to see the people on our route to the capital, because I know I will encounter the same hope, the same faith, of an entire people that rose up, a people who patiently bore all the sacrifices, who cared little for hunger. When we gave them 3 days leave to re-establish communications, in order to avoid hunger, everyone protested because what they wanted was victory at any price. Such a people deserves a better fate, and deserves the happiness it has not had in the last 56 years of the Republic. It deserves to become one of the leading nations in the world by reason of its intelligence, its valor, and its spirit. Let no one think I am speaking as a demagogue. Let no one accuse me of seeking to deceive the people. I have given ample proof of my faith in the people, when I landed with 82 combatants on the beaches of Cuba, and people said we were mad and asked us why we thought we could win the war. We replied, because we have the people behind us. When we were defeated for the first time, and only a handful of us remained, still we persisted in the struggle. We knew that this would be the outcome because we had faith in the people. When they dispersed us 5 times in 45 days and we met up together again and renewed the struggle, it was because we had faith in the people. And today is the most palpable demonstration of the fact that our faith was justified. I have the greatest satisfaction in the knowledge that I believed so deeply in the people of Cuba, and in having inspired my compañeros with this same faith. This faith is more than faith, it is total confidence in our people. This same faith that we have in you is the faith we hope that you will always have in us. The Republic was not liberated in 1895 when the dream of the Mambises was frustrated at the last minute. The revolution did not take place in 1933 when it was frustrated by its enemies. This time, however, we have a revolution of the entire people, supported by all the honorable military men. It is so vast and such an uncontainable force that this time victory is certain. We can say with great joy that in the 4 centuries since our country was founded, this will be the first time that we are entirely free and that the work of the Mambises is completed. A few days ago, I could not resist the temptation to go and visit my mother whom I had not seen for several years. On my return, as I was traveling along the road that cuts through Mangos de Baragua late at night, a sense of deep devotion among those of us in that vehicle made us stop at the monument erected to the memory of those involved in the protest at Baragua and the beginning of the invasion. At that late hour, at that place, we thought about the daring feats involved in our wars of independence and the fact that those people fought for 30 years and never saw their dream come true, but saw only one more frustrated republic. Yet they had a presentiment that sooner or later the revolution of which they dreamed, the homeland of which they dreamed, would become a reality. This filled us with the greatest conceivable emotion. In my mind's eye, I saw these people relieve their sacrifices which we also experienced. I conjured up their dreams and their aspirations, which were our dreams and our aspirations, and I ventured to think that the present generation in Cuba must render, and has rendered, homage, gratitude and loyalty as a fervent tribute to those heroes of our independence. The efforts of those who fell in our 3 wars of independence are now united with those who fell in this war, and of all those who fell in the struggle for freedom. We can now tell them that their dreams are about to be fulfilled and that the time has finally come when you, our people, our good and noble people, our people who have so much enthusiasm and have so much faith, our people who demand nothing in return for their affection, who demand nothing in return for their confidence, who offer a kindness far beyond anything they might deserve, the time has come, I say, when you will have everything you need. There is nothing left for me to add, except, with modesty and sincerity, to say with the deepest emotion, that you will always have in us, the combatants of the revolution, loyal servants whose sole motto is service to you. On this day, when Dr. Urrutia takes over the presidency of the Republic, Dr. Manuel Urrutia Leo, the leader who declared that this was a just revolution on territory that has been liberated, which by now includes the whole country, I declare that I will assume only those duties assigned to me by him. The full authority of the Republic is vested in him. And our arms now submit respectfully to the civil authority of the Civil Republic of Cuba. All I have to say is that we hope he will fulfill his duty. Naturally, We are confident that he will know how to fulfill his duty. I surrender my authority to the Provisional President of the Republic of Cuba, and with it I surrender to him the right to address the people of Cuba. Camp Columbia, Havana. January 8, 1959. After crossing the island of Cuba in a triumphal march, Fidel arrived in Havana, and in this speech at General Batista's former military fortress, Camp Columbia, on January 8, 1959, he presented the next tasks in the revolution. I know that my speaking here this evening presents me with an obligation that may well be one of the most difficult in the long process of struggle that began in Santiago de Cuba on November 30, 1956. The revolutionary combatants, the army soldiers, whose fate is in our hands, and all the rest of the people are listening. I think that this is a decisive moment in our history. The dictatorship has been overthrown and there is tremendous joy, but there is still much to do. We shouldn't fool ourselves, thinking that everything will be easy from now on, because things may turn out to be more difficult. The first duty of all revolutionaries is to tell the truth. Fooling the people, promoting illusions, always brings the worst consequences, and I believe that the people should be warned against excessive optimism. How did the rebel army win the war? By telling the truth. How did the Batista dictatorship lose the war? By deceiving the soldiers. When we were dealt a setback, we said so over radio rebelled, we criticized the mistakes of any officer who committed them, and we warned all the compañeros so the same thing wouldn't happen with another unit. That didn't happen with the Army's companies. Several units made the same mistakes, because no one ever told the officers and soldiers the truth. That's why I want to start, or, rather, continue using the same system, that of always telling the people the truth. We have advanced, perhaps quite a long way. Here we are in the capital, at Camp Columbia. The revolutionary forces appear to be victorious. The government has been constituted and recognized by many countries. It seems that we have achieved peace, yet we shouldn't be too optimistic. While the people laughed and celebrated today, I worried. The larger the crowd that came to welcome us and the greater the people's joy, the more worried I was, because the greater was our responsibility to history and to the Cuban people. The revolution no longer has to confront an army ready for action. Who might be the enemies of the revolution now and in the future? Who, in the face of this victorious nation, might be the enemies of the Cuban Revolution in the future? We ourselves, the revolutionaries. As I always told the rebel combatants, when we aren't confronting the enemy, when the war is over, we ourselves will be the only enemies the revolution can have. That's why I always said and still say that we should be more rigorous and demanding with the rebel soldiers than with anyone else, because the success or failure of the revolution depends on them. The first thing that those of us who have carried out this revolution have to ask ourselves is why we did it. Was it out of ambition, a lust for power, or any other ignoble reason? Were any of the combatants for this revolution idealists who, while moved by idealism, also sought other ends? Did we carry out the revolution thinking that as soon as the dictatorship was overthrown we would benefit from being in power? Did any of us do what we did simply to jump on the bandwagon? Did any of us want to live like a king and have a mansion? Did any of us become revolutionaries and overthrow the dictatorship in order to make life easy for ourselves? Did we simply want to replace some ministers? Or, did we do what we did out of a real spirit of selflessness? Did each of us have a true willingness to make sacrifices? Was each of us willing to give their all without any thought of personal gain? And, right from the start, were we ready to renounce everything that didn't mean continuing to carry out our duty as sincere revolutionaries? Those are the questions we must ask ourselves, because the future of Cuba, ourselves and the people, is largely dependent on this examination of conscience. When I hear talk of columns, battle fronts, and troops of whatever size, I always think, here is our firmest column, here are our best troops, the only troops that, alone, can win the war, the people. No general or army can do more than the people. If you were to ask me what troops I preferred to command, I would say, I prefer to command the people, because the people are invincible. It was the people who won this war, because we didn't have any tanks, planes, cannon, military academies, recruiting and training centers, divisions, regiments, companies, platoons, or even squads. So, who won the war? The people. The people won the war. It was the people who won this war. I'm saying this very clearly in case anyone thinks they won it or any troops think they won it. Therefore, the people come first. But there is something else. The revolution isn't interested in me or in any other commander or captain as individuals. The revolution isn't interested in any particular column or company. What it is interested in is the people. It was the people who won or lost. It was the people who suffered the horrors of the last 7 years, the people who must ask themselves if, in 10, 15 or 20 years, they and their children and grandchildren are going to continue suffering the horrors they have suffered ever since the establishment of the Republic of Cuba, crowned with dictatorships such as those of Machado and Batista. The people want to know if we're going to do a good job of carrying out this revolution or if we're going to make the same mistakes that previous revolutions made and, as a result, make them suffer the consequences of our mistakes, for every mistake has terrible consequences for the people. Sooner or later, every political mistake takes its toll. Some circumstances aren't the same. For example, I think that this time there is a greater chance than ever before that the revolution will really fulfill its destiny. This may explain why the people are so very happy, losing sight a little of how much hard work lies ahead. What do the people want? An honest government. Isn't that right? There you have it, an honorable judge as President of the Republic. What do you want? That young people whose slates are clean be the ministers of the revolutionary government? There you have them. Check out each of the ministers of the revolutionary government, and tell me if there are any thieves, criminals, or scoundrels among them. It's necessary to talk this way so there will be no demagogy, confusion, or splits, and so the people will be immediately aware if anyone becomes ambitious. As for me, since I want the people to command, and I consider the people to be the best troops and prefer them to all the columns of armed men put together, the first thing I will always do, when I see the revolution in danger, is call on the people. We can prevent bloodshed by speaking to the people. Before there is any shooting here, we must call on the people 1,000 times and speak to the people so that, without any shooting, the people will solve the problem. I have faith in the people, and I have demonstrated this. I know what the people are capable of, and I think I have demonstrated this, too. If the people here want it, no more shots will be heard in this country. Public opinion has incredible strength and influence, especially when there is no dictatorship. In eras of dictatorship, public opinion is nothing, but in eras of freedom, public opinion is everything, and the military must bow to public opinion. How am I doing, Camillo? The important thing, what I still have to tell you, is that I believe that the actions of the people in Havana today, the mass meetings that were held today, the crowds that filled the streets for kilometers, all of that was amazing, and you saw it, it will be in the movies and photos. I sincerely think that the people went overboard, for it's much more than we deserve. Moreover, I know that there never will be such a crowd again, except on one other occasion, the day I'm buried. I'm sure that there will be a large crowd then, too, to take me to my grave, because I will never defraud our people. 3.at The United Nations General Assembly, New York, September 26, 1960. Having visited the United States at the invitation of the Association of Newspaper Editors only a few months after the revolution in 1959, Fidel Castro returned to address the United Nations General Assembly in New York in September 1960. He was greeted at the airport by thousands of supporters, but the U.S. government immediately restricted the movements of the Cuban delegation to the island of Manhattan. After conflicts with the management of the downtown Shelburne Hotel, the Cubans moved to the Hotel Teresa on 125th Street in Harlem. Mr. President, distinguished representatives, Although it has been said that I speak at great length, you may rest assured that we will endeavor to be brief and to put before you what we consider our duty to say. I will speak slowly to assist the interpreters. Some people may think that we are annoyed and upset by the treatment the Cuban delegation has received. This is not the case. We understand full well the reasons for the state of affairs, and that is why we are not upset. Cuba will spare no effort to bring about an understanding in the world. But rest assured, we will speak frankly. It is extremely expensive to send a delegation to the United Nations. We underdeveloped countries do not have many resources to squander, and when we do spend money in this fashion, it is because we wish to address the representatives of virtually every country in the world. The speakers who have preceded me here expressed their concern about problems that are of interest to the whole world. We, too, are concerned about those same problems. However, in the case of Cuba, a special circumstance exists. Cuba itself should be a world concern. As various speakers here have correctly pointed out, the problem of Cuba is an international issue. Much has been said of the universal desire for peace. Everyone wants this, and this is also the desire of our people. But this peace the world wishes to preserve is something Cuba has not been able to enjoy for a long time. The dangers that other peoples of the world may now consider remote are, for us, very immediate concerns. It has not been easy to come here to this assembly to talk about the problems of Cuba. I do not know whether you are privileged in this respect. Do we, the representatives of the Cuban delegation, represent the worst type of government in the world? Do we, the representatives of the Cuban delegation, deserve the treatment that we have received? Why has our delegation been singled out? Cuba has sent many delegations to the United Nations in the past. Cuba has been represented at the United Nations by many different people. Yet only we have been singled out for such extraordinary measures: confinement to the island of Manhattan, notice to all the hotels not to rent us rooms, hostility, and, under the pretext of security, isolation. Perhaps none of you, fellow delegates, on your arrival in the city of New York, has had to suffer the personal mistreatment, the physically humiliating treatment, as that meted out to the president of the Cuban delegation. I am not trying to stir up anyone in this assembly. I am merely stating the truth. Now it is our turn to take the floor and to speak. So much has been said about us. For so many days we have been a focus of attention, but we have held our peace since we cannot defend ourselves against attacks in this country. But the time to speak the truth has come, and rest assured, we will not hesitate to do so. As I have said, we have put up with degrading and humiliating treatment, including eviction from the Shelburne Hotel where we were staying, along with efforts at extortion. We went to another hotel, doing everything possible to avoid difficulties. We refrained from leaving our hotel rooms. We went nowhere, except to this assembly hall, on the few times that we have come to the General Assembly. We also accepted an invitation to a reception at the Soviet Embassy, but generally we restricted our movements in order to avoid problems. But, this was not enough for us to be left in peace. There has been considerable Cuban immigration to this country. More than 100,000 Cubans have come to this country over the past 20 years because economic reasons forced them to leave their own land, where they would prefer to live and to which they would like to return. The Cubans who came to this country dedicated themselves to work. They respected and continue to respect the laws of this land, but still felt close to their own country and to the revolution. One day a different type of visitor began to arrive in this country. War criminals began to arrive, individuals who, in some cases, had murdered hundreds of our compatriots. It did not take long for them to gain publicity. The authorities received them warmly and encouraged them. Naturally, that encouragement is reflected in their conduct, and is also the reason for the frequent incidents with those Cubans who had arrived many years earlier and who are making an honest living in this country. One such incident resulted in the death of a child and was provoked by those who support the systematic campaigns against Cuba, with the connivance of the authorities. It was a tragic event. The Cubans who live here were not guilty, and neither were we, who have come to represent Cuba. But you have all seen the newspaper headlines stating that pro-Castro groups had killed a 10-year-old girl. With the typical hypocrisy of those who meddle in relations between Cuba and this country, a White House spokesperson immediately accused us, blaming the Cuban delegation. His Excellency, the U.S. representative to this assembly, did not miss the opportunity to add his voice to the farce, sending telegrams to the Venezuelan embassy and to the family, as though the United Nations felt obligated to give some explanation for something for which the Cuban delegation was supposedly responsible. But that was not the end of it. We were forced to leave our hotel, and so a modest hotel of the city, a hotel in the black community of Harlem, took us in. The offer from this hotel came while we were speaking with the UN Secretary General. Nevertheless, a State Department official did everything in his power to stop us from being given rooms there. At that moment, as if by magic, offers arrived from hotels all over New York, even hotels that had previously refused us, and some even for free. But out of elementary gratitude, we accepted the Hotel Teresa in Harlem. We felt we had earned the right to some peace and quiet. But no, we were not left in peace. As soon as we arrived in Harlem, since no one could stop us from staying there, the defamation campaign began. The news was spread that the Cuban delegation had found accommodation in a brothel. For some, a humble hotel in Harlem, a hotel occupied by the black people of the United States must, by definition, be a brothel. So they heaped slander on the Cuban delegation, showing particular disrespect for the female members of our delegation. If we were the type of individuals that we are constantly portrayed as, then imperialism would not have lost hope, as it did long ago, of buying us off or seducing us in some way. But, since imperialism has lost all hope of winning us over, they should recognize the fact that imperialist finance capital is itself a prostitute that cannot seduce us, and not necessarily Jean-Paul Sartre's respectful prostitute. So to return to the problem of Cuba, some of you may be aware, others not, depending on the sources of your information, that as far as the world is concerned, the problem of Cuba has arisen in the last few years. Previously, there were few reasons to recognize that Cuba even existed. For many, especially for many citizens of this country, Cuba was an appendage of the United States, a virtual colony of the United States. Although the map showed something different, Cuba being represented with a different color from the United States, in reality, Cuba was a colony of the United States. How did our country become a colony of the United States? It was not so by origin. The people who colonized the United States did not colonize Cuba. Cuba's ethnic and cultural roots were very different, and over centuries these roots have grown stronger. Cuba was the last country of the Americas to shake off Spanish colonial rule, to cast off, with all due respect to the representative from Spain, the Spanish colonial yoke. Because it was the last, Cuba had to struggle. Spain had one last foothold in the Americas and defended it tooth and nail. Our people, few in numbers, scarcely 1 million inhabitants at that time, stood alone for nearly 30 years, confronting an army considered one of the strongest in Europe. Against the tiny population of Cuba, the Spanish mobilized an enormous number of troops, as many as had been mobilized against the independence struggles of all the Latin American countries combined. 500,000 Spanish soldiers fought against the heroic and indomitable desire of our people to be free. For 30 years, the Cubans fought alone for their independence, 30 years that laid the foundation of our love for independence and freedom. But in the opinion of John Adams, U.S. President at the beginning of the last century, Cuba was a fruit, a ripe apple on the Spanish tree, ready to fall into the hands of the United States. The Spanish power had exhausted itself in Cuba. Spain did not have the soldiers or the economic resources left to continue the fight in Cuba. Spain was defeated. Apparently the apple was ripe, and the U.S. government held out its hands. Cuba was not the only apple to fall. Puerto Rico fell, heroic Puerto Rico, which had begun its independence struggle at the same time as Cuba. The Philippines fell, as did several other Spanish possessions. But the measures required to dominate our country had to be different. Cuba had struggled for independence and world opinion was in our favor. Our country had to be seized in a different way. The Cubans who had fought for our independence, the Cubans who at that very moment were giving their blood and their lives, believed in good faith in the joint resolution of the U.S. Congress of April 20, 1898, which declared, Cuba is, and by right ought to be, free and independent. The people of the United States were supposedly behind the Cubans in their struggle for independence. The U.S. Congress adopted the joint declaration into law, by virtue of which, war was declared on Spain. This illusion ended in a cruel deception. After 2 years of military occupation of our country, at the very moment when the people of Cuba, through their Constituent Assembly, were drafting the Constitution of the Republic, the U.S. Congress passed a new law proposed by Senator Platt. This stated that the Cuban Constitution must stipulate that the United States had the right to intervene in Cuba's political affairs and the right to lease certain parts of the island for naval bases or coaling stations. In other words, Cuba's constitution had to include those provisions passed by the legislative body of a foreign country. The drafters of our constitution were clearly told that if they did not accept this, the occupying forces would not be withdrawn. The legislative body of a foreign country imposed on our country, by force, its right to intervene and its right to lease bases or naval stations. It would be worthwhile for those countries entering this organization, countries just beginning their independent life, to bear in mind our history. They may find similar experiences awaiting them along their own road, if not now, then maybe for those coming after them, for their children or their grandchildren, although it seems to us that it might not be that long. Thus the recolonization of our country began, the acquisition of the best agricultural land by U.S. firms, concessions of Cuban natural resources and mines, concessions of public utilities for purposes of exploitation, commercial concessions, concessions of all types that, when linked with the constitutional right of intervention in our country, transformed Cuba from a Spanish colony into a U.S. colony. Colonies do not speak. Colonies are not recognized in the world. Colonies are not allowed to express their opinions until they are granted permission to do so. That is why our colony and its problems were not known to the rest of the world. In geography books there appeared one more flag, one more coat of arms. There was another color on the map, but there was no independent republic. Let no one be deceived, because only fools allow themselves to be deceived. Let no one be mistaken. There was no independent republic. It was a colony where the U.S. ambassador gave the orders. We are not ashamed to proclaim this from the rooftops. On the contrary, we are proud that we can now say, today no embassy rules our people govern themselves. Once again, the Cuban people had to return to fight for independence, and that independence was finally attained after 7 bloody years of dictatorship. What dictatorship? The dictatorship of forces that were nothing but the cat's paws of those who dominated our country economically. How can an unpopular regime, inimical to the interests of the people, stay in power unless by force? Do we have to explain to our sister republics of Latin America what military dictatorships are? Do we have to outline how these dictatorships have kept themselves in power? Do we have to explain to them the classic history of many of those dictatorships? Do we have to show what kept them in power? Do we have to explain what national and international interests kept them in power? The military group that tyrannized our country was based on the most reactionary sectors of the nation and, above all, was based on the foreign interests that dominated the country's economy. Everyone here knows and we understand that even the U.S. government recognizes that this type of government was preferred by the monopolies. Why? Because with force you can repress any demands made by the people. With force, you can repress strikes that seek better conditions of work and living standards. With force, you can quell the peasants' movement demanding land. With force, you can quash the most deeply felt aspirations of a nation. That is why governments based on force are the governments preferred by the U.S. policymakers. That is why governments based on force are able to stay in the saddle for so long. That is why governments based on force still rule in the Americas. Naturally, it depends on the circumstances whether the support of the US government is forthcoming or not. For example, it is now said that the United States opposes one such government, that of Trujillo in the Dominican Republic. But they are not against other governments based on force in Nicaragua or Paraguay, for example. In Nicaragua there is no longer just a government based on force, it is a monarchy that is almost as constitutional as that of the United Kingdom, where the mantle is passed down from father to son. The same might have occurred in our own country. Fulgencio Batista's regime best suited the US monopolies in Cuba, but it was not the type of government that suited the Cuban people. The Cuban people, with great sacrifice, rose up and threw that government out. When the revolution triumphed in Cuba, what did we find? What marvels lay spread out before the eyes of Cuba's victorious revolutionaries? First of all, the revolution found that 600,000 Cubans, ready and able to work, were unemployed as many, proportionally, as were unemployed in the United States at the time of the Great Depression which shook this country, and which produced a catastrophe here. We found permanent unemployment in my country. 3 million in a population of just over 6 million had no electricity and therefore none of its advantages and comforts. 3.5 million people lived in shacks or in slums, without even minimal sanitation. In the cities, rents took almost one-third of family incomes. Electricity rates and rents were among the highest in the world. 37.5% of our population was illiterate, 70% of rural children lacked teachers, 2% of our population suffered from tuberculosis, that is to say, 100,000 people, out of a total population of a little over 6 million, were suffering from the ravages of tuberculosis. 95% of children in rural areas were suffering from parasites. Infant mortality was appallingly high. The standard of living was appallingly low. 85% of the small farmers were paying rent on their land to the tune of almost 30% of their gross income, whilst 1.5% of all landowners controlled 46% of land in the countryside. The proportion of hospital beds to the number of inhabitants of the country was ludicrous when compared with countries that have even halfway decent medical services. Public utilities, electricity, and telephone services all belong to U.S. monopolies. A major portion of the banking sector, importing businesses, and the oil refineries, a greater part of the sugar production, the lion's share of arable land in Cuba and the most important industries in all sectors belong to U.S. companies. The balance of payments in the last 10 years, from 1950 to 1960, has favored the United States vis-a-vis Cuba to the tune of $1 billion. This is without taking into account the hundreds of millions of dollars that were extracted from the country's treasury by corrupt officials of the dictatorship, which were later deposited in U.S. or European banks. A poor and underdeveloped country in the Caribbean, with 600,000 unemployed, was contributing $1 billion over 10 years to the economic development of the most highly industrialized country in the world. This was the situation that confronted us. Yet this should not surprise many of the countries represented in this assembly, because when all is said and done, what applies in Cuba is, one might say, a template that could be superimposed and applied to many of the countries represented here. What alternative was there for the revolutionary government? To betray the people? As far as the U.S. president is concerned, of course, we have betrayed our people. But would he have said the same if, instead of being true to the people, we had been true to the monopolies that were exploiting Cuba? At the very least, let a note be taken of the marvels that were laid before our eyes when our revolution triumphed. These were no more and no less than the usual marvels of imperialism, which are themselves no more and no less than the marvels of the free world, as far as we, the colonies, are concerned. We cannot be blamed for the 600,000 unemployed in Cuba or the 37.5% of the population that was illiterate, for the 2% of the population that suffered from tuberculosis or for the 95% that suffered from parasites. Not in the least. Until that moment, none of us had any hand in the destiny of our country. Until that moment when the revolution was victorious, the only voices heard in our country were those of the monopolies. Did anyone object? No. Did this bother anyone? No. The monopolies went about their nefarious business, and these were the results. What was the state of the national reserves? When the dictator Batista came to power, there was $500 million in the treasury. A decent amount had it been invested in the development, industrial or otherwise, of the country. But when the revolution triumphed, we found only $70 million. Was any concern ever shown for the economic and industrial development of our country? No, never. That is why we were astonished, and we are even more amazed to hear about the extraordinary concern of the U.S. government for the fate of countries in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. And it continues to amaze us, when we have seen the results of that concern over 50 years. What has the revolutionary government done? What crime has been committed by the revolutionary government to warrant the treatment we have been given here? Why do we have such powerful enemies? Did these problems with the United States arise at the very beginning? No, they did not. When we came to power, did we desire international difficulties? No. No revolutionary government achieving power wants international problems. What it wants to do is to devote itself to settling its own problems at home. Like any government truly concerned with the progress of their country, it wants to improve things for the people. The first unfriendly act perpetrated by the U.S. government was to throw open its doors to a gang of murderers and bloodthirsty criminals, men who had murdered hundreds of defenseless peasants, who had tortured prisoners for years, who had killed right and left. These criminals were received by this country with open arms. We were deeply stunned at this unfriendly act by the U.S. authorities. Why such hostility? At the time, we could not quite understand. Now we see the reasons clearly. Was that policy in keeping with proper treatment of Cuba, with proper relations between the United States and Cuba? No. Cuba was the injured party. We were the injured party because Batista's government was maintained in power with the assistance of the U.S. government. The Batista regime was maintained in power with the assistance of tanks, planes, and weapons supplied by the U.S. government. Batista's government was maintained in power thanks to the use of an army whose officers were instructed and trained by a U.S. military mission. We hope no official of the United States will dare to deny this fact. When the rebel army arrived in Havana at the most important military camp, Camp Columbia in that city, it encountered the U.S. military mission. We could easily have considered that these foreign officers were training enemies of the people. We could have considered them to be prisoners of war. But we did not. We merely asked the members of that military mission in Havana to go home. After all, we did not need their lessons and their pupils had been defeated. I have a document here. Don't be surprised at its worn appearance. It is an ancient military pact, by virtue of which the Batista regime received generous assistance from the U.S. government. It is interesting to note the contents of Article 2 of this agreement. The government of the Republic of Cuba commits itself to make efficient use of the assistance it receives from the U.S. government in conformity and pursuant to the present agreement, in order to carry out the plans of defense accepted by both governments, pursuant to which the two governments would take part in important missions for the defense of the Western Hemisphere, and unless prior agreement is obtained from the U.S. government. I repeat. And unless prior agreement is obtained from the U.S. government, such assistance will not be devoted to ends other than those for which such assistance has been given. That assistance was used to fight the Cuban revolutionaries, and to do so, prior agreement from the U.S. government was required. A few months before the war ended, after more than 6 years of military assistance, an arms embargo was declared on weapons sent to or intended for Batista. Nevertheless, even after this embargo was solemnly declared, the rebel army has documentary proof to show that Batista's forces were supplied with 300 rockets, to be fired from planes. When Cuban immigrants in this country revealed these documents to the public, The US government simply argued that we were mistaken. They said the United States had not supplied new weapons to the dictatorship, they had merely exchanged some rockets that were the wrong size for their planes for new rockets of a different caliber that were the correct size. These rockets were, as a matter of fact, fired at us when we were in the mountains. I must say that this is a novel way of explaining a contradiction that can be neither justified nor explained. According to the United States, this was not military assistance. What was it then? Some type of technical aid? Why did this make our people angry? After all, even the most naive, innocent, guileless person knows that in these modern times, given the revolution that has taken place in military equipment and technology, weapons from the last war have become obsolete for modern warfare. 50 tanks or armored cars and a few obsolete aircraft cannot defend a continent or a hemisphere. But they are useful to oppress people, especially if those people have no weapons. They are useful to intimidate people, they are useful to defend the outposts of monopoly. These hemispheric defense pacts might better be described as pacts to defend US monopolies. So the revolutionary government began to take its first steps. The first was a 50% reduction in rents paid by families, a very just measure since, as I said earlier, some families were paying up to 1/3 of their incomes on rent. People had been the victims of housing speculation, urban real estate had been the subject of speculation, to the detriment of the entire Cuban economy. When the revolutionary government reduced rents by 50%, there were some people who were very upset. Yes, a few people, those who owned buildings and apartment houses, were upset. But the people rushed into the streets rejoicing, as they would in any country, even here in New York, if rents were reduced by 50% for all families. But this caused no problems for the monopolies. Some US monopolies owned large buildings, but they were relatively few in number. Then another law was passed, a law canceling the concessions granted by Batista to the telephone company, a US monopoly. Due to the defenselessness of the people, valuable concessions had been obtained. The revolutionary government cancelled those concessions and re-established normal prices for telephone services. That is how the first conflict with the US monopolies arose. The third measure was a reduction in the cost of electricity, which had been among the highest in the world. This led to the second conflict with the US monopolies. They were already painting us as Reds, simply because we had clashed with their interests. Then came another law, an essential and inevitable law for our people and, sooner or later, for all the peoples of the world. This was the Agrarian Reform Law. Naturally, everyone agrees with agrarian reform in theory. Nobody would dare deny it, nobody except an ignorant fool would deny that agrarian reform in the underdeveloped countries of the world is one of the essential conditions for economic development. In Cuba, even the landowners agreed with agrarian reform, only they wanted their own type of reform, like that defended by many theorists. They wanted an agrarian reform that was never actually carried out, as long as it could be avoided. Agrarian reform is something that is recognized by the economic bodies of the United Nations, it is something no one can argue with. In our country such reform was indispensable. More than 200,000 peasant families lived in the countryside without land on which to plant essential foodstuffs. Without agrarian reform, our country could not have taken its first tottering steps toward development. So we took that step. We instituted an agrarian reform. Was it radical? Yes, it was a radical reform. Was it very radical? No, it was not very radical. We instituted an agrarian reform appropriate to our need for development, appropriate to the possibilities of agricultural development. In other words, it was an agrarian reform that would solve the problem of landless peasants, the problem of the lack of basic foodstuffs, the great unemployment problem on the land, and a reform that would end, once and for all, the appalling poverty of the countryside. That is when the first major difficulty arose. In the neighboring Republic of Guatemala the same thing happened. When agrarian reform occurred in Guatemala in 1954, problems developed. Speaking quite frankly, I would like to draw to the attention of my colleagues from Latin America, Africa, and Asia that when they plan a just and fair agrarian reform, they must be ready to confront a situation similar to that which confronted us, especially if the best and largest lands are held by the U.S. monopolies, as was the case in Cuba. It is possible we may later be accused of giving bad advice in this assembly. That is not our intention. It is not our intention to keep anyone awake at night. We merely want to express the facts, which are enough to give anyone insomnia. So then the question of payments and indemnities arose. Notes from the U.S. State Department rained down on Cuba. They never asked us about our problems, they never expressed any sympathy with our situation, despite their responsibility for the problems. They never asked us how many people died of starvation in our country, how many were suffering from tuberculosis or how many were unemployed. No. Did they express any solidarity regarding our needs? Never. Every conversation with the representatives of the U.S. government concerned the telephone company, the electricity company or the problem of the lands owned by U.S. companies. The first question they always asked was how we were going to pay, while the first question that should have been asked was not how, but with what. Ours is a poor, underdeveloped country bearing the burden of 600,000 unemployed, with extremely high rates of disease and illiteracy, whose reserves have been sapped, and which has contributed to the economy of a powerful country to the tune of $1 billion in 10 years. How were we to pay for the lands affected by the agrarian reform, or at least pay for them under the conditions set by the U.S. State Department as compensation? What did the U.S. State Department say? They demanded three things: speedy, efficient, and just payment. Do you understand that language? Speedy, efficient, and just payment. It means, pay up now, in dollars, and whatever we ask. We were not 150% communists at that time. We were only slightly pink. We were not confiscating land. We simply proposed to pay compensation over 20 years, and the only way we could pay was through bonds, which would mature in 20 years, at 4.5% interest, amortized annually. How could we pay for the land in dollars? How could we pay cash, upfront, and how could we pay the price they asked? It was ludicrous. Under those circumstances, we had to choose between proceeding with the agrarian reform or doing nothing. If we chose to do nothing, then the economic misery of our countryside would continue, and if we carried out agrarian reform we risked incurring the wrath of the government of our powerful neighbor of the north. We went ahead with the agrarian reform. Clearly, the representative here from the Netherlands, for example, or a representative of any European country, would be surprised by the limits we set to land holdings and estates, because they were so big. The maximum amount of land established by the agrarian reform law was 400 hectares. In Europe, 400 hectares is a true estate. In Cuba, where there were U.S. monopolies that had up to 200,000 hectares, that is 200,000 hectares, in case anyone thinks they misheard, an agrarian reform that reduced the maximum to 400 hectares was outrageous to those monopolies and landowners. The trouble was that in our country, not only the land was in the hands of the U.S. monopolies, but also the best mines. For example, Cuba produces a lot of nickel, which was exploited by U.S. interests. A U.S. company, the Moa Bay Company, had obtained such a juicy concession that in only 5 years, it sought to amortize an investment of $120 million. That certainly was a juicy plum. Who had given the Moa Bay Company this concession completely tax-free through the intercession of the U.S. government? Quite simply, the Fulgencio Batista dictatorship, which was there to defend the interests of the monopolies. What were these enterprises going to leave for the Cubans? Empty, exhausted mines and impoverished land, without making the slightest contribution to the economic development of our country. So the revolutionary government passed a mining law obliging these monopolies to pay a 25% tax on the export of minerals. The attitude of the revolutionary government had already been too bold. It had clashed with the interests of the International Electricity Trust, it had clashed with the interests of the International Telephone Trust, it had clashed with the interests of the International Mining Trusts, it had clashed with the interests of the United Fruit Company, it had clashed, in effect, with the most powerful interests of the United States, which, as you know, are very closely linked with each other. This was more than the U.S. government, that is, the representative of the U.S. monopolies, could tolerate. Then a new stage began in the harassment of our revolution. I pose the question to anyone who objectively analyzes the facts, who is ready to think for themselves and not parrot United Press International, UPI, and Associated Press, AP, who thinks with their own brain and draws their own conclusions, who sees the facts without prejudice, sincerely and honestly, is what the revolutionary government has done enough to justify the destruction of the Cuban Revolution? Surely not. But the interests adversely affected by the Cuban Revolution were not particularly concerned about Cuba, they were not being ruined by the measures of the Cuban revolutionary government. That was not the problem. The problem lay in the fact that those same interests owned the natural wealth and resources of the majority of the peoples of the world. So the Cuban Revolution had to be punished. Punitive actions of every type, including the destruction of those insolent Cubans, had to be carried out against the revolutionary government. Honestly, to that moment, we had not had the opportunity to even exchange letters with the distinguished Prime Minister of the Soviet Union, Nikita Khrushchev. On our honor, we swear that is the truth. At a time when the U.S. press and the international news agencies who supply information to the world described Cuba as a communist government, a red menace 90 miles from the United States, the revolutionary government had not yet had the opportunity of establishing diplomatic or commercial relations with the Soviet Union. But hysteria knows no boundaries, hysteria can lead to the most unlikely and absurd claims. Yet no one should think for a moment that we are going to intone a mea culpa. There will be no mea culpa. We do not have to beg anyone's pardon. We have acted with our eyes wide open and, above all, fully convinced of our right to do so. Threats began against our sugar quota. The cheap philosophy of imperialism revealed its nobility, its egotistical and exploitative nobility. They began to show kindness to Cuba, declaring they were paying us a preferential price for sugar, amounting to a subsidy for Cuban sugar, sugar which was not so sweet for Cubans since we did not own the best sugar-producing lands or the largest sugar mills. In their threats lay hidden the true history of Cuban sugar, the sacrifices made by my country, the periods when it had been economically harmed. Previously, it had not been a question of quotas, but of customs tariffs. By virtue of one of those agreements made between a shark and a sardine, the United States, through a so-called reciprocity agreement, obtained a range of concessions for its products, enabling them to compete easily and displace from the Cuban market the products of its English and French friends. In exchange, certain tariff concessions were granted on our sugar which, on the other hand, could be altered unilaterally in accordance with the will of Congress or the U.S. government. And that is what happened. When they deemed it to be in their interests, they raised the tariff, and our sugar was blocked. Or if it was allowed in, it faced a disadvantage in the U.S. market. As World War II approached, the tariffs were reduced, since Cuba was the source of sugar closest to home, and that source had to be assured. Thus, tariffs were lowered and production was encouraged. During the war years, when the price of sugar in the rest of the world was up in the stratosphere, we were selling our sugar to the United States at a low price, despite the fact that we were the only supplier. At the end of the war our economy collapsed. We paid for these errors committed in the distribution of our raw material. At the end of World War I, for example, prices rose dramatically. There was tremendous encouragement to production. Then, a sudden reduction of prices ruined the Cuban sugar refineries, which fell conveniently into the hands of, I'll give you one guess, U.S. banks, because when the Cuban nationals went bankrupt, the U.S. banks in Cuba became wealthy. This situation continued until the 1930s. The U.S. government, searching for a formula that would reconcile its need for supplies with the interests of its domestic producers, established a quota system. This was supposed to be based on the historical participation of the different sources of supply in the market. The historical participation of my country's supply would have been almost 50% of the US market. When the quota was set up, however, our participation was reduced to 28% and the few advantages granted to us by those laws were gradually taken away in successive laws. Naturally, the colony depended on the colonial power. The economy of the colony had been organized by the colonial power. The colony was subordinated to the colonial power, and if the colony took measures to declare itself free, the colonial power would take measures to crush it. The US government was conscious of the importance of our economy to the US market, so it began to issue a series of warnings that our quota would be reduced further. Meanwhile, other events were taking place in the United States, the activities of the counter-revolutionaries. One afternoon, an airplane coming from the north flew over one of the sugar refineries and dropped a bomb. This was an unprecedented event, but we knew full well where that plane came from. On another afternoon, another plane flew over some sugar cane fields and dropped a few incendiary bombs. These events, which began sporadically at first, continued systematically. One afternoon, when a number of U.S. tourist agencies were visiting Cuba as a result of the revolutionary government's effort to promote tourism as one of the sources of national income, a U.S. plane flew over Havana, dropping pamphlets and a few hand grenades. Naturally, anti-aircraft guns went into action. There were more than 40 victims, between the grenades dropped by the plane and the anti-aircraft fire, because as you know, some of the shells explode on contact. Among the victims were children with their entrails torn out, old men and old women. This was not the first time, either. Young girls and boys, old men and women, had often been killed, murdered in the villages of Cuba by U.S. bombs supplied to the Batista dictatorship. On one occasion, 80 workers were killed when a mysterious explosion too mysterious took place on a ship La Cabra, in March 1960, carrying Belgian weapons to our country, after the U.S. government made a great effort to prevent the Belgian government from selling weapons to us. There have been dozens of victims in the war, 80 families were destroyed with that explosion. There were another 40 victims caused by an airplane peacefully flying over our territory. The U.S. authorities denied that these planes came from U.S. territory. Moreover, they said that the plane was safely in its hangar. But when one of our magazines published a photograph of this plane in Cuba, the U.S. authorities seized the plane. As expected, an account of the affair was issued to the effect that this was not particularly significant and that these victims had not died because of the bombs but because of anti-aircraft fire. Meanwhile, those who were to blame for this crime were wandering about peacefully in the United States, where they were not prevented from continuing these acts of aggression. I would like to take this opportunity to tell His Excellency, the representative of the United States, that there are many mothers in Cuba who are still hoping to receive a telegram of condolence from the U.S. government for their children murdered by U.S. bombs. The planes came and went. There was no proof, unless you define what you mean by proof. The plane was right there, photographed and seized. Yet we were told that this plane had not dropped any bombs. It is not known how the U.S. authorities were so well informed. These pirate planes continued to fly over our territory dropping incendiary bombs. Millions upon millions of pesos were lost with the burning of sugar cane fields. Many working people, the humble people of Cuba, who saw this wealth in flames, a wealth that was now theirs, were themselves burned or wounded in the struggle against these persistent and tenacious bombings by pirate aircraft. Then one day, while flying over one of the sugar refineries, a plane exploded and the revolutionary government had the opportunity of gathering the remains of the pilot. It was, in fact, a U.S. pilot, whose papers were found, identifying the plane as from the United States, with proof about the airfield from which he had taken off. The plane had actually flown over 2 bases in the United States. Now it could not be denied that this plane had come from the United States. In view of such irrefutable proof, the U.S. government gave an explanation to the Cuban government. Its response in this case was not the same as it was later in the case of the U-2 in the Soviet Union. When it was proven that the planes were coming from the United States, the US government did not proclaim its right to burn our cane fields. Instead, they apologized. We were lucky, after all, considering that after the U-2 incident the US government never even apologized, but proclaimed its right to fly over Soviet territory. Too bad for the Soviets. At any rate, we do not have many anti-aircraft batteries, and planes continued to come until the sugar cane was harvested. When there was no cane left in the fields, the bombing stopped. We thought we were the only country in the world where this had happened, although I do recall that at the time of his visit to Cuba, Indonesian President Sukarno told us that they, too, had suffered problems with certain US planes flying over their territory. I don't know whether I have committed an indiscretion in mentioning this, I hope not. The fact of the matter is that at least in this peaceful hemisphere, our country, while not being at war with anyone, had to withstand the constant attacks of pirate aircraft. Were those planes able to leave and enter US territory with impunity? We invite you to think about this for a moment, and we also invite the people of the United States, if by chance the US people have the opportunity to hear about the matters we are discussing here, to meditate on this matter. According to the statements of the US government itself, the territory of the United States is completely protected against any air incursion, and the defense measures protecting US territory are infallible. It is stated that the defense of the free world, although, as far as we are concerned, we were not free, at least, not until January 1, 1959 is complete and impregnable. If that is so, how could these little propeller planes that can barely fly 150 miles an hour, I am not talking about supersonic jets, fly in and out of US national territory undetected? How could they pass over two bases, and back over these same two bases, without the US government ever being aware of the fact that these planes were flying in and out? This means one of two things. Either the US government is lying to the US people and the United States is not impregnable against aerial incursions, or the US government was an accomplice in these aerial incursions. The aerial incursions finally ceased, and then came economic aggression. What was the argument against our agrarian reform? The enemies of our agrarian reform said that it would cause chaos in agricultural production, that production would diminish considerably, and that the US government was concerned because Cuba might not be able to fulfill its commitments to the US market. That was the first argument, and I think that the new delegations here in the General Assembly should at least become familiar with some of these arguments, because at some time they may have to answer similar accusations, that agrarian reform might bring about the ruin of their countries. In Cuba, that was not the case. Had agrarian reform brought about the ruin of our country, had agricultural production been reduced drastically, then the US government would not have had to carry out its economic aggression. Did they sincerely believe what they said when they asserted that the agrarian reform would bring about a decline in production? Perhaps. Everyone believes what they want to believe. It is possible they imagined that without the all-powerful monopolies, we Cubans would be incapable of producing sugar. It is possible they even believed that we would destroy our own country. It is clear that if the revolution was ruining the country, the United States would not have had to attack us. They would have left us alone, so that the US government would have appeared as a good and honorable government, while we revolutionaries proceeded to destroy our own country. This would demonstrate that revolutions should not be carried out because revolutions destroy countries. Fortunately, that is not the case. There is living proof that revolutions do not destroy countries, and this proof has just been supplied by the US government. It has proved many things, in particular, that revolutions do not destroy countries, while imperialist governments do destroy countries. Cuba was far from being ruined and, therefore, it had to be ruined. Cuba needed new markets for its products. We honestly and frankly ask any delegate present, which country does not want to sell what it produces? Which country does not want its exports to increase? We wanted what every country wants, to increase our exports. This is a universal law, only selfish interests can oppose the universal interest in commercial exchange, which surely is one of the most ancient aspirations and needs of humankind. We wanted to sell our products and we went to seek new markets. We signed a trade agreement with the Soviet Union, according to which we would sell 1 million tons of sugar and we would purchase a certain amount of Soviet products. Surely no one can say that this was wrong. We did not have to ask permission of the State Department in order to sign a trade agreement with the Soviet Union, because we considered ourselves, and we continue to consider ourselves, a truly independent and free country. When more of our sugar began to be sold, we received a major blow. By request of the executive branch of the United States, Congress approved an act according to which the U.S. President or the executive power could set the appropriate limits for the quota of sugar imports from Cuba. This economic weapon was wielded against our revolution. The justification for this measure had been prepared in advance in the media. A campaign had been conducted over a long period of time, because you know perfectly well that here in the United States, the monopolies and the mass media are completely intertwined. The economic weapon was used and in one fell swoop our sugar quota was cut by about 1 million tons sugar that had already been produced for the U.S. market. The goal was to deprive our country of the resources it needed for development and to reduce our country to impotence in order to obtain a political objective. Such a measure had been expressly prohibited by regional international law. As all representatives of Latin America here know, economic aggression is expressly condemned by regional international law. Nevertheless, the U.S. government violated that law, wielded their economic weapon and cut our sugar quota by almost 1 million tons, and that was that. They could do it. What could Cuba do when confronted by that reality? Turn to the United Nations. Go to the United Nations to denounce the political and economic aggression, to denounce the incursions by pirate aircraft, to denounce the constant interference of the U.S. government in our country's political affairs and the subversive campaigns against the revolutionary government of Cuba. So we turn to the United Nations. The United Nations has the power to deal with these matters. The United Nations, in the hierarchy of international organizations, stands at the head. It has authority even above the Organization of American States, OAS. We wanted the problem aired in the United Nations, because we fully understand Latin America's economic dependency on the United States. The United Nations took up the question. It sought an investigation to be carried out by the OAS. The OAS met. What was to be expected? That the OAS would protect the attacked country? That the OAS would condemn the political aggression against Cuba, or that it would condemn, in particular, the economic aggression of which we were the victims? We expected this, and had a right to expect it. After all, we are a small nation, a member of the Latin American community. And besides, we were just one more victim, not the first, and we will not be the last. Mexico has been attacked more than once militarily. A great part of Mexico's territory was stolen in a war, during which the heroic sons of Mexico, draped in the Mexican flag, threw themselves from Chapultepec Castle rather than surrender. Such were the heroic sons of Mexico. And that was not the only aggression. That was not the only time that U.S. infantry forces plowed their way into Mexican territory. Nicaragua was invaded, and for 7 long years was heroically defended by Cesar Augusto Sandino. Cuba was attacked more than once, as were Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Guatemala was attacked. Who here can honestly deny the role of the United Fruit Company and the U.S. State Department in the overthrow of the legitimate government of President Arbenz in Guatemala? I understand there are some who consider it their official duty to be discreet about such matters, and who may even be willing to come here and deny this. But in their consciences they know I am speaking the truth. Cuba was not the first victim of aggression. Cuba was not the first country threatened by aggression. In this hemisphere everyone knows that the U.S. government has always imposed its own law, the law of the mightiest. In accordance with this law, it has destroyed Puerto Rican nationhood and maintained its control over that island. In accordance with this law, it seized and still holds the Panama Canal. So this was nothing new. The OAS should have defended us, but it didn't. Why not? Let us now go to the heart of this matter and not merely consider the surface. If we stick to the letter of the law, then we have guarantees. If we stick to reality, however, there are no guarantees whatsoever because reality imposes itself over and above the law outlined in international codes. And this reality is that a small country attacked by a powerful country was not defended and could not be defended. What happened at the OAS meeting in Costa Rica? Lo and behold, by an ingenious miracle there was no condemnation of the United States or the US government in Costa Rica. I wish to avoid any misunderstanding here that we are confusing the government of the United States with the US people. We regard them as two completely different entities. The US government was not condemned in Costa Rica for the 60 incursions by pirate aircraft. The US government was not condemned for the economic and other aggressions of which we have been victim. No. The Soviet Union was condemned. It was really quite bizarre. We had not been attacked by the Soviet Union. We had not been the victims of aggression by the Soviet Union. No Soviet aircraft had flown over our territory. Yet in Costa Rica it was the Soviet Union that was condemned for interference. The Soviet Union had only said, theoretically speaking, that if there was a military aggression against our country, they could, figuratively speaking, support us with rockets. Since when is support for a weak country under attack from a powerful country regarded as interference? In legal terms, there is something called an impossible condition. If a country considers that it is incapable of committing a certain crime, it can simply say, because there is no possibility that we, i.e. the United States, will attack Cuba, there is no possibility that the Soviet Union will support Cuba. But that principle was not followed. Instead, it was established by the OAS that the intervention of the Soviet Union had to be condemned. And what about the bombing of Cuba? Not a word. And what about the aggressions against Cuba? Not a word. Of course, there is something that we should remember, which should concern us all to some extent. We are all, without exception, actors and participants in a crucial moment in the history of humanity. At times, criticism apparently does not reach us, we may not be aware of the condemnation and censure of our deeds. This is especially the case when we forget that just as we have the privilege of playing a part in this all-important historic moment, someday history itself will judge us for our acts. In the face of the refusal of the Costa Rica meeting to defend our country, we can only smile, because history will judge that episode. I say this without bitterness. It is difficult to condemn individuals, who are often just the playthings of circumstance. And we, who know the history of our country and who are also exceptional witnesses to what our country is experiencing today, understand how terrible it is for a nation's economy and its very life to be subjected to the economic might of a foreign country. I need only note that my country was not defended at the OAS in Costa Rica. Furthermore, there was a desire to avoid bringing this matter to the United Nations, perhaps because it was felt it would be easier to obtain a mechanical majority in the OAS. That fear is not easy to explain, since we have seen that mechanical majorities also often operate in the United Nations. With all due respect to this organization, we must say that our people have learned so much in the school of these recent international events, a people equal to the role they are now playing and to their heroic struggle. They know that in the end, when their rights have been denied or are not safeguarded by either the OAS or the United Nations, and when aggressive forces fall upon them, they have the supreme and heroic right to resist. That is why we, the small countries, still do not feel confident that our rights will be protected. That is why, when we small countries want to be free, we know that we are doing so on our own account and at our own risk. Because, in truth, when the peoples are united, defending a just cause, they can rely only on their own energies. It is not a matter of a few individuals ruling a country, as they have tried to make us appear. It is a matter of a whole people ruling a country, firmly united and with a great revolutionary consciousness, defending their rights. The enemies of the Cuban Revolution should know this, and if they don't know it they are making a big mistake. These are the circumstances in which the revolutionary process in Cuba has taken place. This is how we found the country, and this is why difficulties have arisen. Nevertheless, the Cuban Revolution is changing things. What was yesterday a land without hope, a land of misery, a land of illiteracy, is gradually becoming one of the most enlightened, advanced, and developed nations of this continent. The revolutionary government, in just 20 months, has created 10,000 new schools. In this brief period of time, we have doubled the number of rural schools that had been established in 50 years, and Cuba today is the first country of the Americas that has met all its educational needs, having teachers in even the most remote corners of the mountains. In this brief period of time, the revolutionary government has built 25,000 houses in the countryside and the urban areas. 50 new townships are at this moment being built in our country. What were previously the most important military fortresses, today house tens of thousands of students. In the coming year, our country plans to commence its great battle against illiteracy, with the ambitious goal of teaching every single illiterate person in our country to read and write. To that end, organizations of teachers, students, workers, that is, the entire people, are preparing themselves for an intensive campaign to wipe out illiteracy. Cuba will be the first country in the Americas that, after a few months, will be able to say it does not have a single illiterate person in the country. Today our people are receiving the assistance of hundreds of doctors who have been sent out into the rural areas to fight against the endemic sicknesses, the parasitic diseases, and to improve the sanitary conditions of the nation. With regard to the preservation of our natural resources, we point with pride to the fact that in 1 year, in the most ambitious conservation plan for natural resources being carried out in this hemisphere, including the United States and Canada, we have planted close to 50 million timber-yielding trees. Young people who were unemployed, or who had no schools, have been organized by the revolutionary government and today are gainfully and usefully employed. Agricultural production in our country has registered something almost unique, an increase in production from the very start. Why did this happen? First of all, the revolutionary government transformed more than 100,000 agricultural workers into landowners. At the same time, large-scale production was maintained through agricultural cooperatives, thanks to which we have been able to apply the most modern techniques and processes to our agricultural production. Since the very beginning we have seen an increase in production. All of these social programs, teachers, houses, hospitals, have been carried out without sacrificing the resources needed for development. At this moment, the revolutionary government is carrying out a program of industrialization, and the first factories are already being built in Cuba. We have utilized the resources of our country rationally. Previously, for example, cars were imported into Cuba to the value of $35 million and just $5 million was spent on tractors. A primarily agricultural country imported 7 times more automobiles than tractors. We have reversed this figure, and we are now importing 7 times more tractors than automobiles. Close to $500 million was recovered in cash and assets from the corrupt politicians who had enriched themselves during the dictatorship. The proper investment of this wealth and these resources is allowing the revolutionary government to carry out its plans of industrialization and increasing agricultural production, to build houses and schools, to send teachers to the farthest corners of the country, and to provide everyone with medical attention. In other words, it is carrying out a real program of social development. At the recent Bogotá meeting, the U.S. government proposed another plan. Was it a plan for economic development? No, it was a plan for social development. What did this mean? Well, it was a plan for building houses, schools, and roads. Does this solve the problem? How can there be a solution for social problems without a plan for economic development? Is this how they try to deceive the peoples of Latin America? What will the families live on when they occupy those houses, if those houses are actually built? What shoes or clothes are they going to wear, and what food are they going to eat, when they go to those schools, if those schools are actually built. Perhaps they do not understand that when a family doesn't have clothes or shoes for the children are not sent to school. With what resources are they going to pay the teachers? With what resources are they going to pay the doctors, or pay for the medicines? If they want a good way of saving on medicines, they should increase the people's nutritional level so that what is spent in feeding the people will not have to be spent on hospitals. In view of the tremendous reality of underdevelopment, the US government now comes out with a plan for social development. Naturally, it is significant that the US government is now concerned about the problems of Latin America, as up to now, it has not cared at all. Isn't it a coincidence that they are now concerned with these problems? And the fact that this concern has arisen after the Cuban Revolution, they might say this is purely coincidental. Until now, the monopolies have only been concerned with exploiting the underdeveloped countries. But as soon as the Cuban Revolution rears its head, the monopolies start concerning themselves with the underdeveloped countries. While they attack our economy and try to crush us, at the same time the US government offers charity to the peoples of Latin America. Not the resources for economic development, of course, which is what Latin America wants, but resources for social development. They offer resources for houses for people without work, for schools that children cannot attend, and for hospitals that would not be necessary if there were adequate levels of nutrition in Latin America. Although some of my Latin American colleagues may feel it is their duty to be discreet here, they should welcome a revolution like the Cuban Revolution, which has forced the monopolies to return at least a small part of their profits from the natural resources and the sweat of the peoples of Latin America. As you know, we are not included in any of that assistance, and this does not bother us. We do not get angry about such things. We have been solving our own problems for a long time, problems of schools and housing and so on. Some people may feel, however, that we are using this forum for propaganda purposes. The US president said that some people might use this rostrum to make propaganda. Well, all of my colleagues in the United Nations have a standing invitation to visit Cuba. We do not close our doors to anyone, and we do not restrict anyone's movements. All of my colleagues in this assembly are welcome to visit Cuba whenever they wish and see with their own eyes what is going on. There is that chapter of the Bible that speaks of St. Thomas who had to see before he would believe. Well, we invite any newspaper correspondent, any member of any delegation, to visit Cuba and see what a people can do with its own resources when it invests those resources honestly and rationally. We are not only solving our problems of houses and schools. We are solving our problems of development, because without solving the problems of development there can be no solution to social problems. So what is happening? Why does the US government not wish to speak of economic development? The answer is obvious, because the US government does not want to quarrel with the monopolies, and the monopolies need natural resources and investment markets for their capital. That is the paradox, that is where the contradiction lies. That is why a real solution for this problem is avoided. That is why there is no development plan for the underdeveloped countries using public monies. This should be stated frankly, because when all is said and done, we, the underdeveloped countries, are a majority here, just in case anyone was unaware of this fact. And we are witnesses to what is going on in the underdeveloped world. There is so much talk about the contribution of private capital, yet the true solution is not sought. Naturally, this means markets for the investment of surplus capital, such as investments that amortize in 5 years. The US government cannot propose a plan for public investment, because this would go against its very reason for existence, which is the US monopolies. There is no need to beat about the bush. That is why no real program of economic development is planned. The goal is to preserve the lands of Latin America, Africa, and Asia for the investment of surplus capital. So far, we have referred to the problems of our own country. Why haven't those problems been solved? Is it because we don't want them solved? No, the government of Cuba has always been ready to discuss its problems with the US government, but the US government has not been ready to discuss its problems with Cuba. It must have its reasons for not wanting to discuss these problems with Cuba. I have here the note sent by the revolutionary government of Cuba to the U.S. government on January 27, 1960. It says, "The differences of opinion between our two governments that are subject to diplomatic negotiation can be settled by such negotiation. The government of Cuba is ready and willing to discuss these problems without reservation and in depth, and declares itself as being unaware of any obstacles in the path of such negotiations through any of the traditional channels, on the basis of mutual respect and reciprocal benefit. The government of Cuba wishes to maintain and increase diplomatic relations as well as economic relations between our two countries, and understands that on this basis the traditional friendship between the peoples of Cuba and the United States is indestructible." On February 22 of this year, the revolutionary government of Cuba wrote, "In accordance with its desire to renew through diplomatic channels the negotiations already begun on issues outstanding between the United States and Cuba, the revolutionary government has decided to set up a commission with the necessary powers to carry out negotiations and discussions in Washington on a mutually agreed date. The revolutionary government of Cuba wishes to clarify, however, that the renewal and continuance of such negotiations must obviously be subject to the proviso that the government or Congress of your country take no unilateral measures prejudging the results of the above-mentioned negotiations or prejudicial to the economy or the people of Cuba. It seems obvious that the adherence of your government to this point of view would not only contribute to the improvement of relations between our respective countries but would also reaffirm the spirit of close friendship that has traditionally linked and still links our peoples. It would also allow both governments, in an atmosphere of calm and with the widest scope possible, to examine the questions that have affected the traditional relations between Cuba and the United States of America." What was the reply of the U.S. government? "The government of the United States cannot accept the conditions for negotiations expressed in Your Excellency's note, to the effect that measures not be taken of a unilateral nature on the part of the government of the United States that might affect the Cuban economy or the people of Cuba, be it through the legislative or the executive branches." As President Eisenhower stated on January 26, the government of the United States, in the exercise of its own sovereignty, must remain free to take whatever measures it deems necessary, conscious of its international commitments and obligations to defend the legitimate rights and interests of its people. In other words, the U.S. government does not deign to discuss matters with the small country of Cuba. What hope can the people of Cuba have for the solution of these problems? All the facts that we ourselves have noted here conspire against the resolution of these problems. Surely the United Nations should take this very much into account, because the government of Cuba, and the people of Cuba, too, are justifiably concerned at the aggressive turn in U.S. policy regarding Cuba. It is important that the United Nations should be up-to-date and well-informed. First of all, the U.S. government considers it has the right to promote and encourage subversion in our country. The U.S. government is promoting the organization of subversive movements against the revolutionary government of Cuba, and we denounce this here in the General Assembly. Concretely, we wish to denounce that Caribbean islands belonging to Honduras, known as the Swan Islands, have been taken over militarily by the U.S. government. The U.S. Marines are there, despite the fact that this is Honduran territory, and in violation of international law, in violation of the international conventions that govern radio broadcasting, it has set up a powerful transmitter, which it has put at the disposal of the war criminals and subversive groups that are sheltered in this country. Furthermore, military training is taking place there to promote subversion and the landing of armed forces on our island. It would be good for the representative of Honduras here to assert Honduras's right to that piece of its territory, but that is incumbent on the representative of Honduras. What does concern us is that a piece of territory belonging to a sister country, seized in a pirate-like fashion by the U.S. government, should be used as a base for subversion and attacks against our territory. I want careful note taken of this denunciation that we make on behalf of the people of Cuba. Does the U.S. government feel that it has the right to promote subversion in our country, violating all international agreements, invading our airwaves to the detriment of our own radio stations? Does this mean that the Cuban government has a similar right to promote subversion in the United States, that we have the right to violate the airwaves of the United States? What right does the US government have over us or over our island that it denies to others? Let the United States return the Swan Islands to Honduras, it has never had jurisdiction over these islands. There are even more alarming circumstances for our people. We know that through the Platt Amendment, the US government took upon itself the right to establish naval bases in our territory, a right imposed on us by force and which has been maintained by force. A naval base in the territory of any country is surely a just cause for concern. In our case, first of all, because a country that has followed an aggressive and warlike policy possesses a base Guantanamo in the very heart of our island. It leaves our island vulnerable in any international conflict or even a nuclear conflict, despite us having no involvement whatsoever. We have nothing to do with the problems of the US government, or the crises that the US government provokes. And yet there is a base in the heart of our island that poses a great danger for us in the event of an armed conflict. But is that the only danger? By no means. There is an even greater danger closer to home. The revolutionary government of Cuba has repeatedly expressed its concern at the fact that the imperialist US government may use that base in the heart of our national territory to stage an attack against its own forces as a pretext for an attack on our country. Our concern about this is increasing, because the aggressiveness and the attacks are increasing and the signs are becoming more alarming. For instance, I have here an AP cable, which reads as follows. Admiral R. Lee Burke, U.S. Chief of Naval Operations, says that if Cuba should attempt to take the Guantanamo naval base by force, we would fight back. In a copyrighted interview published today in the magazine U.S. News and World Report, Admiral Burke was asked if the Navy is concerned about the situation in Cuba under Premier Fidel Castro. Yes, our Navy is concerned not just about our base at Guantanamo, but about the whole Cuban situation, Admiral Burke said. He added that all the military services were concerned. Is that because of Cuba's strategic position in the Caribbean, he was asked. Not necessarily, Admiral Burke said. Here is a country with a people normally very friendly to the United States, people who have liked the people of this country, and we have liked them. Yet, here comes a man with a small, hard core of communists determined to change all of that. Castro has taught hatred of the United States and he has gone a long way toward wrecking his country. Admiral Burke said, we would react very fast if Castro moved against the Guantanamo base. If they would try to take the place by force, we would fight back, he added. To a question whether Soviet Premier Khrushchev's threat about retaliatory rockets gives Admiral Burke second thoughts about fighting in Cuba, the Admiral said, no. Because he's not going to launch his rockets. Khrushchev knows he will be destroyed if he does. I mean Russia will be destroyed. First of all, I must emphasize that for this gentleman, the fact that industrial production in my country has increased by 35%, the fact that we have given jobs to more than 200,000 Cubans, the fact that we have solved many of the social problems of our country, constitutes the wrecking of our country. Therefore, they take upon themselves the right to set the stage for aggression. See how they make their calculations. And their calculations are very dangerous, since this gentleman intimates that if there was an attack against us we would be alone. Maybe Admiral Burke thought this up for himself. But let's imagine that Mr. Burke is mistaken. Let's suppose for a moment that Mr. Burke, even though he is an admiral, is mistaken. Then in that event, Admiral Burke is playing irresponsibly with the fate of the world. Admiral Burke and that whole group of aggressive militarists are playing with the fate of the world. The fate of each of us as individuals is really of no concern. Yet we, who represent the peoples of the world, are duty-bound to concern ourselves with the fate of the world, and it is our duty to condemn all those who play irresponsibly with it. They are not only playing with the fate of the people in my country, they are also playing with the fate of their own people, and that of all of the peoples on the entire planet. Or does this Admiral Burke think that we are still living in the time of the blunderbuss? Does he not realize that we are living in the nuclear age, with disastrous and cataclysmic destructive forces beyond what even Dante or Leonardo da Vinci could have imagined, because they surpass what humankind has been able to imagine in our worst nightmares. And yet, he makes this calculation, which AP then spreads around the world. The magazine has just come out and already the campaign has begun, fanning the hysteria about the imaginary danger of a Cuban attack against the Guantanamo base. But that is not all. Yesterday, a UPI dispatch was released with a declaration by U.S. Senator Styles Bridges, who, I understand, is a member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. He said, "The United States must defend at all costs its naval base at Guantanamo in Cuba." He explained, "We must go as far as necessary to preserve that base and to defend that gigantic installation of the United States. We have naval forces there, we have military forces and we have the Marines, and if we were attacked we should defend it, for I consider it to be the most important base in the Caribbean area." This member of the Senate Armed Services Committee did not entirely discount the use of nuclear weapons in the case of an attack against the Guantanamo base. What does this mean? This means it is not only a matter of whipping up hysteria and the systematic preparation of the right climate, but even of threatening the actual use of nuclear weapons. Among the many questions we should ask this Mr. Bridges is whether he is ashamed of himself to threaten a small country like Cuba with nuclear weapons. As far as we are concerned, and with all due respect, I must say that the world's problems are never settled by threats or by sowing fear. And what about our small and humble nation? We exist, whether they like it or not. And the revolution will go forward, whether they like it or not. Our people are not afraid. Our small and humble country must resign itself to its fate. It will not be shaken by this threat to use nuclear weapons. What does this mean? Many countries have U.S. military bases, but those bases, naturally, are not directed against the governments that granted the concessions, at least, not as far as we know. In our case, we are in the tragic position of having a base within our own territory, directed at the heart of Cuba and the heart of the revolutionary government of Cuba, in the hands of the declared enemies of our country, our revolution, and our people. In the entire history of bases set up around the world, the most tragic case is that of Cuba. This base was thrust upon us by force, in a territory that is unquestionably ours, that is a good many miles from the coast of the United States. It is a base that was imposed by force, that is directed against Cuba and its people, that is a constant threat and a constant cause for concern for our people. For these reasons, we must state here that all this talk of attacks is intended primarily to create a climate of hysteria and to set the stage for attacks against our country. We have never spoken a single word that could imply any type of attack on the Guantanamo base, because it is clearly in our interest not to give imperialism the slightest pretext to attack us. We state this here categorically. We have always stated this since the base became a threat to the peace and security of our country and our people. The revolutionary government of Cuba is seriously considering requesting, within the framework of international law, that the naval and military forces of the United States be withdrawn from the Guantanamo base, from that part of our national territory. There will be no option for the imperialist U.S. government but to withdraw its forces. How will it be able to justify before the world its right to install in our national territory a nuclear base or a base that threatens our people? How can they justify to the world any right to retain a hold over a part of our territory? How can they stand before the world and justify something so arbitrary? And since they will be unable to justify this to the world when our government requests it, then within the framework of international law, the U.S. government will have no option but to abide by the canons of international law. This assembly has to be kept informed regarding the problems of Cuba and must be alert to attempts to confuse or deceive. We have to explain these problems very clearly because with them lies the security and the fate of our country. That is why we want these matters clearly understood, especially since there seems to be little chance of correcting the opinion, or the erroneous impression, the politicians of this country have regarding Cuba. Here, for example, I have Mr. Kennedy's declarations that are enough to astound anyone. On Cuba he says, we must use all the power of the OAS to avoid Castro interfering in other Latin American countries and force him to return freedom to Cuba. They are going to return freedom to Cuba. We must state our intention, he says, of not allowing the Soviet Union to turn Cuba into its Caribbean base, and to apply the Monroe Doctrine. More than halfway through the 20th century, and this presidential candidate speaks of the Monroe Doctrine. We must force Prime Minister Castro to understand that we intend to defend our right to the naval base of Guantanamo. He is the third person to speak of this problem. And we must show the Cuban people that we sympathize with their legitimate economic aspirations. So why did they not sympathize before? We recognize their love of freedom, and we will never be satisfied until democracy returns to Cuba. What democracy is he speaking about? The democracy made by the monopolies of the United States? To explain why planes from U.S. territory fly over Cuba, pay attention to what this gentleman says. The forces that are struggling for freedom in exile and in the mountains of Cuba must be supplied and assisted, and in other countries of Latin America, communism must be confined and not allowed to expand or spread. If Kennedy were not an illiterate, ignorant millionaire, he would understand that it is not possible to carry out a revolution against the wishes of the peasants in the mountains and with the support of the landowners. Every time imperialism has tried to stir up counter-revolutionary groups, the peasant militia has put them out of action within a few days. But it seems he has been reading too much fiction or watching too many Hollywood film stories about guerrilla warfare and believes that the social forces exist in Cuba today to conduct counter-revolutionary guerrilla warfare. In any case, this is not encouraging. Nevertheless, no one should think that our comments on Kennedy indicate that we feel any sympathy for the other candidate, Mr. Nixon, who has, in actual fact, made similar statements. As far as we are concerned, both of them lack political brains. General Assembly President Boland, I am sorry to have to interrupt the Prime Minister of Cuba, but I am sure that I am faithfully reflecting the feelings of the Assembly as a whole when I ask him to consider whether it is right and proper that the candidates in the current election in this country be discussed at the rostrum of the Assembly of the United Nations. I am sure that in this matter the distinguished Prime Minister of Cuba will, on reflection, see my point of view, and I feel that I can rely with confidence on his goodwill and cooperation. On that basis I would ask him kindly to continue with his remarks. Fidel Castro, it is not our intention in the least to infringe upon the rules that determine behavior in the United Nations, and the President can depend fully on my cooperation to avoid having my words misunderstood. I have no intention of offending anyone. It is somewhat a question of style and, above all, a question of confidence in the Assembly. In any case, I will try to avoid giving the wrong impression. Up to this point we have been dealing with the problems of our country, the fundamental reason for us attending this session of the United Nations. We understand perfectly that we would be somewhat selfish if we limited our concerns to our specific case alone. It is also true that we have used the greater part of our time informing the Assembly about the case of Cuba, and in the little time left, we would like to deal with the remaining questions, to which we will briefly refer. The case of Cuba is not an isolated one. It would be an error to think of it only as the case of Cuba. The case of Cuba is that of all underdeveloped nations. It is the case of the Congo, it is the case of Egypt, it is the case of Algeria, it is the case of Iran, and finally, it is the case of Panama, which wants its canal back. It is the case of Puerto Rico, whose national spirit they are destroying. It is the case of Honduras, a portion of whose territory has been seized. In short, without specifically referring to other countries, the case of Cuba is the case of all the underdeveloped and colonized countries. The problems we have outlined in relation to Cuba apply to all of Latin America. The control of Latin America's economic resources is exercised by the monopolies which, when they do not directly own the mines, control them in other ways, as is the case with copper in Chile, Peru, and Mexico, with zinc in Peru and Mexico, and with oil in Venezuela. They are the owners of the public utility companies, such as is the case with the electricity services in Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Peru, Ecuador, and Colombia, or with the telephone services in Chile, Brazil, Peru, Venezuela, Paraguay, and Bolivia. Or, they commercially exploit our products, as is the case with coffee in Brazil, Colombia, El Salvador, Costa Rica, and Guatemala, with cotton in Mexico and Brazil, or with the exploitation, marketing, and transportation of bananas by the United Fruit Company in Guatemala, Costa Rica and Honduras. Economic control of the most important industries of our countries is exercised by U.S. monopolies. These countries are completely dependent on those monopolies. Woe to any countries in Latin America, if they too wish to carry out agrarian reform. They will be asked for speedy, efficient, and just payment. And if, in spite of everything, a sister nation carries out agrarian reform, any representatives coming here to the United Nations will be confined to Manhattan, they will have hotel rooms denied to them, they will have insults poured on them, and they may, possibly, be mistreated by the police themselves. The problem of Cuba is only an example of the problem of Latin America. How long must Latin America wait for its development? As far as the monopolies are concerned, it will have to wait ad calendas graecas forever. Who will industrialize Latin America? It will certainly not be the monopolies. No way. There is a UN Economic Commission report that explains how even private capital, instead of going to the countries that need it most for the establishment of basic industries, is being channeled to the more industrialized countries, where private capital finds greater security. Naturally, even the UN Economic Commission has had to recognize the fact that there is no possibility of development through the investment of private capital, in other words, through the monopolies. The development of Latin America will have to be achieved through public investment planned and granted unconditionally with no political strings attached. Obviously, we all want to be representatives of free countries. No one wants to represent a country that does not feel itself to be completely free. No one wants the independence of one's country to be subject to any interests other than its own. Any assistance must therefore have no political strings attached. The fact that Cuba has been denied assistance does not matter. We never asked for it. However, in the interests of and for the benefit of the peoples of Latin America, we feel bound, out of solidarity, to stress that assistance must be given without any political conditions whatsoever. Public investment must be for economic development, not for social development, which is the latest invention to hide the genuine need for economic development. The problems of Latin America are like the problems of the rest of the underdeveloped world, in Africa and Asia. The world is divided up among the monopolies, and those same monopolies that we find in Latin America are also found in the Middle East. Oil in Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, and in every corner of the earth is in the hands of monopolistic companies that are controlled by the financial interests of the United States, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and France. The same situation exists in the Philippines. The same situation exists in Africa. The world has been divided among the monopolistic interests. Who would dare deny this historical truth? The monopolistic interests are not concerned with the development of the peoples. What they want is to exploit the natural resources of our countries and to exploit the peoples. And they want to amortize their investments or get them back as quickly as possible. The problems experienced by the Cuban people with the imperialist U.S. government are the same problems that Saudi Arabia, Iran, or Iraq would face if they decided to nationalize their oil fields, the same problems that Egypt had when it justifiably and correctly nationalized the Suez Canal, the very same problems Indonesia had when it wanted to become independent. They would face the same surprise attacks that were made against Egypt and the Congo. Have the colonialists or the imperialists ever lacked a pretext when they wanted to invade a country? Never. Somehow they always manage to find the necessary pretext. Which are the colonialist countries? Which are the imperialist countries? There are not 4 or 5 countries but 4 or 5 groups of monopolies that possess the world's wealth. Let us imagine someone from outer space were to come to this assembly, someone who had read neither Karl Marx's Communist Manifesto nor the UPI and AP cables, nor any other publication controlled by the monopolies. That person might ask how the world was divided, and would see on a map how wealth was divided among the monopolies of 4 or 5 countries. They would say, the world has been divided up badly, the world has been exploited. Here in this assembly, where there is a majority of underdeveloped countries, they might comment, the great majority of the peoples, who are represented here, have been exploited for a long time. The forms of that exploitation may have varied, but the peoples are still being exploited. That would be the verdict. In the statement made by Premier Khrushchev, a particular remark attracted our attention because of the value that it holds. He said that the Soviet Union has neither colonies nor investments in any country. How great would it be for our world, a world threatened with catastrophe, if all the representatives of all countries could make the same statement, our country has neither colonies nor investments in any foreign country. Why labor the matter further? Because this is the crux of the matter. This is the crux of the question of peace and war. This is the crux of the arms race and disarmament. Since the beginning of humankind, wars have emerged for one reason, and one reason alone, the desire of some to plunder the wealth of others. And the philosophy of plunder and the philosophy of war will end. And the existence of colonies and the exploitation of countries by monopolies, and humankind will achieve a true era of progress. Until that step is taken, until that stage is reached, the world will live in constant terror of being dragged into crisis and wiped out by a nuclear conflagration. Why? There are those who wish to perpetuate this plunder and there are those who wish to maintain this exploitation. We have spoken here about Cuba. Because of the problems we have had to confront with imperialism, we have learned that imperialism is always the same, and that all imperialisms are allied. A country exploiting the peoples of Latin America or elsewhere is the ally of others who are doing the same in other parts of the world. One thing alarmed us considerably in the statement made by the U.S. President. In the developing areas, we must seek to promote peaceful change, as well as to assist economic and social progress. To do this, to assist peaceful change, the international community must be able to manifest its presence in emergencies through United Nations observers or forces. I would like to see member countries take positive action on the suggestion in the Secretary-General's report looking to create a qualified staff within the Secretariat to assist him in meeting future needs for UN forces. In other words, after considering Latin America, Africa, Asia, and the Pacific as developing areas, he recommends peaceful change, and proposes that in order to bring this about, UN observers or forces should be used. The United States itself came into being as the result of a revolution against colonial rule. The right of a people to self-determination, by means of revolution if necessary, to throw off colonialism or any type of oppression, was recognized in Philadelphia with the Declaration of July 4, 1776. And yet today the United States proposes to use UN forces to block revolutionary change. President Eisenhower continued. The Secretary-General has now suggested that members should maintain a readiness to meet possible future requests from the United Nations for contributions to such forces. All countries represented here should respond to this need by earmarking national contingents that could take part in UN forces in case of need. The time to do it is now at this assembly. I assure countries that now receive assistance from the United States that we favor use of that assistance to help them maintain such contingents in a state of readiness suggested by the Secretary-General. In other words, he proposes to the countries that have bases and that are receiving assistance that he is ready to give them more assistance for the formation of this UN emergency force. He continued. To assist the Secretary-General's efforts, the United States is prepared to earmark substantial air and sea transport facilities on a standby basis to help move contingents requested by the United Nations in any future emergency. In other words, the United States also offers its planes and ships for the use of such emergency forces. We wish to state here that the Cuban delegation does not agree with this emergency force until all the peoples of the world can feel sure that these forces will not be at the disposal of colonialism and imperialism. This is especially the case as any of our countries might, at any moment, become the victim of the use of such forces against our people. There are a number of inherent problems here, and much has been said on this by various delegations. For reasons of time, we would merely like to express our views on the problem of the Congo. Naturally, since we oppose colonialism and the exploitation of the underdeveloped world, we condemn the way in which the intervention by UN forces was carried out in the Congo. First of all, these forces did not go there to counter the invading forces, the original reason why they were to be sent. All the time necessary was given to bring about the first dissension, and when this did not suffice, further time was allowed to enable the second division to occur in the Congo. And finally, while the radio stations and the airfields were occupied, further time was given for the emergence of the third man, as they call those saviors who emerge in such circumstances. We know them only too well. In 1934, one of these saviors appeared in our country. His name was Fulgencio Batista. In the Congo his name is Mobutu. In Cuba the savior paid a daily visit to the U.S. Embassy, and it seems the same thing happens in the Congo. Don't just take my word on this. This was published in none other than Time magazine, a major defender of the monopolies, which therefore cannot be considered biased against them. In no way can they be considered to be in favor of Patrice Lumumba, they are against him and in favor of Mobutu. Time magazine explains who Mobutu is, how devoted he is to his work, and concludes. Mobutu became a frequent visitor to the U.S. Embassy and held long talks with officials there. One afternoon last week, Mobutu conferred with officers at Camp Leopold, and got their enthusiastic support. That night he went to Radio Congo. The same radio Lumumba had not been allowed to use. And abruptly announced that the army was assuming power. In other words, all this occurred after frequent visits and lengthy conversations with the officials of the U.S. Embassy. This is what Time magazine says, as the champion of the monopolies. The hand of the colonialists has been clearly visible in the Congo and therefore, in our view, bad faith has been evident in the Congo and favoritism shown to the colonial interests. The people of the Congo, and this is the reason for the problems in the Congo, support the only leader who remained there defending the interests of his country, and that leader is Lumumba. This mysterious third man in the Congo was called upon to overthrow the legitimate government and trample the legitimate interests of the Congolese people. In spite of this, if the Afro-Asian countries manage to reconcile all these interests to the benefit of the Congo, so much the better. But if this conciliation fails, then justice and the law will be on the side of the person who not only has the support of the people and the parliament but who stood firm against the interests of the monopolies and shoulder to shoulder with his people. Regarding the problem of Algeria, I hardly need to say that we support 100% the right of the Algerian people to independence. It is ridiculous to pretend as many vested interests do that Algeria is part of the French nation. At other times, other countries have made similar efforts to keep hold of their colonies. Such a stance, known as integralism, has been a historic failure. Let's look at the question in reverse. Suppose Algeria was the metropolis and declared that part of Europe formed an integral part of its territory. This is obviously a ludicrous idea that makes no sense whatsoever. Algeria belongs to Africa, gentlemen, just as France belongs to Europe. For a number of years this African people has been struggling heroically against the metropolis. While we are calmly discussing matters here, French army bombs and shells are falling over the villages and hamlets of Algeria. And people are dying in this struggle where there can be no possible doubt which side is right. This fight could be settled, even taking into account the interests of the minority living there, which has been used as a pretext to deny the right of independence to 9/10 of the population of Algeria. Yet we do nothing. We were so quick to go to the Congo, but so half-hearted about Algeria. If the Algerian government, which is a government because it represents millions of Algerians who are fighting and struggling, asks for UN forces, would we go there? And with the same enthusiasm? I wish this were the case, but we would go with a very different purpose, to defend the interests of the Algerians, and not the interests of the colonizers. We are on the side of the Algerian people, just as we are on the side of the other countries of Africa that are still colonies. We are on the side of the blacks who are discriminated against in the Union of South Africa. We are on the side of the peoples who wish not only to be politically free because it is very easy to raise a flag, choose a coat of arms, sing an anthem and put another color on the map, but also to be economically free. There is a truth we should bear in mind above all others: there can be no political independence unless there is economic independence. Political independence is a fiction unless there is economic independence, and therefore we defend the aspiration to be economically and politically free, not just the right to have a flag, a coat of arms and representation in the United Nations. Here, we want to mention another right, a right that was proclaimed by our people at a gigantic public meeting a few days ago. I refer to the right of the underdeveloped countries to nationalize, without compensation, their natural resources and the monopoly investments in their countries. In other words, we support the right to nationalize the natural resources of any foreign investments in the underdeveloped countries. If the highly industrialized countries wish to do likewise, we will not oppose them. For countries to be truly free politically, they must be truly free economically. And they must be assisted in this aim. We may be asked, what about the value of the investments? We would ask in return, what about the value of the profits that have been extracted from the colonies and the underdeveloped countries for decades, if not centuries? We would like to support a proposal made by the head of the delegation from Ghana to rid African territory of military bases, and therefore of nuclear weapons bases. The proposal aims to keep Africa free from the dangers of nuclear war. This has already been done in relation to Antarctica. Why, as we advance on the road to disarmament, do we not also advance on the road to freeing certain regions of the earth from the danger of nuclear war? If Africa is to be reborn, it will be the Africa we are learning about today, not the Africa we are shown on the maps, in Hollywood films and about which we read in novels, not the Africa of semi-naked tribes carrying spears, ready to run away at their first encounter with the white hero, whose heroism increases in proportion to the number of Africans he kills. Not that Africa, but the Africa which stands here today represented by such leaders as Sekou Touré and Kwame Nkrumah, the Africa of the Arab world, of Nasser. That is the true Africa, the oppressed continent, the exploited continent, the continent from which millions of slaves came, the Africa that has suffered so greatly throughout its history. Toward that Africa we have a duty, to preserve it from the danger of destruction. Let other nations of the world compensate Africa. Let the West somehow compensate it for everything Africa has suffered, by preserving it from the danger of nuclear war, by declaring it a zone free from that danger. Let no nuclear bases be established there. If we can do nothing else, let that continent become a sanctuary where human life is preserved. So we warmly support Ghana's proposal. On the question of disarmament, we entirely support the Soviet proposal. We do not blush when we say we openly and warmly support the Soviet proposal. We believe it is a correct proposal, with clear and precise terms. We have very carefully read the speech delivered here by President Eisenhower. He did not speak of disarmament, neither did he speak of the development of the underdeveloped countries, he did not speak of the problem of colonies. It would be worthwhile for U.S. citizens, who are so influenced by false propaganda, to carefully and objectively read the U.S. President's speech and the speech of the Soviet Prime Minister in order to see who is truly concerned about the problems of the world. They could then see who uses clear and sincere language, they could then see who wants disarmament and who does not want disarmament, and why. The Soviet proposal could not be clearer, it leaves nothing to be desired. Why are there reservations when this tremendous problem has never before been so clearly presented? The history of the world has shown, tragically, that arms races always lead to war. Yet at no time has war entailed such a dreadful holocaust for humanity as at the present time. It follows, therefore, that the responsibility has never been greater. What has the Soviet delegation proposed on this question that is so crucial for humankind? The Soviet delegation has presented a proposal for total and complete disarmament. Can anything more be asked? If so, then ask for it. If further guarantees are required, then ask for them. The Soviet proposal could not be clearer or more precise. It cannot be rejected without taking on the dreadful responsibility for war and everything war entails. Why should responsibility for this problem be removed from the General Assembly? Why doesn't the US delegation want this problem to be discussed here, among all of us? Have we in the General Assembly no judgment? Should we remain uninformed about this problem? Does a commission have to meet? Why shouldn't the problem be discussed in the most democratic way possible? Why shouldn't all the delegates in the General Assembly discuss the problem of disarmament? Let everyone lay their cards on the table so that we may know who stands for disarmament and who does not, who wants to play at war and who does not. We should know who is betraying humanity's aspiration for peace and who is not. Humankind must never be dragged into a holocaust because of egotistical and illegitimate interests. Humankind, our peoples, not just ourselves, must be safeguarded from that holocaust, so that everything human knowledge and intelligence has created does not serve to destroy humanity itself. The Soviet delegation spoke in clear terms, and I am speaking objectively here. I invite you all to study those proposals and to place your cards on the table. This is not simply a question of delegations now, this is, above all, a question of world public opinion. The warmongers and the militarists must be exposed and condemned by world public opinion. This is not just the duty of a minority, this is the duty of the world itself. The warmongers and the militarists must be unmasked. That is the task for world public opinion. Not only must this be discussed in the plenary of the General Assembly, but it must be discussed before the eyes of the entire world. It must be discussed in the Great Assembly of the world itself. Remember, in the event of a war, those responsible will not be the only ones exterminated, hundreds of millions of totally innocent people will be exterminated. That is why we are meeting here as representatives of the world, or at least part of it, because the world is not completely represented here, because the People's Republic of China is not represented, a quarter of the world is absent from this assembly. But those of us who are present here have a duty to speak frankly and not beat around the bush. This is an extremely serious problem, a more important problem than economic assistance and all other commitments. This is the commitment to preserve human life. Everyone has to discuss the problem, we all have to speak about it, and we all have to struggle so that peace will prevail in the world. Above all, if we of the underdeveloped countries want to have some hope of progress, if we want to have some hope that our peoples will enjoy a better standard of living, then we must struggle for peace. We must struggle for disarmament. With 1/5 of what the world spends on arms, we could stimulate development in the underdeveloped countries at a growth rate of 10% per annum. With 1/5. And of course the standard of living of the people in those countries spending their resources on arms would be raised as well. So what are the difficulties of disarmament? Who is interested in being armed? Those interested in being armed to the teeth are those wanting to hold on to their colonies or their monopolies, those wanting to hold on to the oil of the Middle East and the natural resources of Latin America, Asia, and Africa. And in order to defend those interests, they need force. You know full well that these territories were occupied and colonized through force. It was through force that millions of human beings became slaves. And it is with force that this exploitation is maintained throughout the world. Clearly, those who do not want disarmament are those who wish to maintain the use of force, to maintain their control over the resources and the cheap labor of the underdeveloped countries. I said I would speak frankly, and things must be called by their right names. The colonialists, therefore, are those opposed to disarmament. We will have to fight, with world opinion on our side, to impose disarmament on them, just as we will have to fight to impose on them the rights of the peoples to political and economic liberation. Another reason why the monopolies are against disarmament, besides the fact that they need arms to defend their interests, is the fact that the arms race has always been good business. Everyone knows, for example, that the great monopolies in this country doubled their capital during World War II. Like vultures, the monopolies feed on the corpses of the wars. And war is good business. Let's unmask those for whom war is a business, those who enrich themselves through war. Let's open the eyes of the world and expose those warmongers who make a business out of the fate of humanity, who trade on the dangers of war, even when war can be so terrifying as to leave no hope of escape for anyone. To do this, we, a small, underdeveloped country, invite other small, underdeveloped countries, as well as this whole assembly, to fight to bring the problem here for discussion. We would never forgive ourselves if, through neglect or weakness on our part, the world were to find itself increasingly confronting the dangers of war. There is one remaining point which, as I have read in some newspapers, was one of the points that the Cuban delegation wanted to raise. That is the question of the People's Republic of China. A number of delegations have already spoken about this. We merely wish to say that the fact that this question has not even been discussed here is a negation of the raison d'être of the United Nations. Why hasn't it been discussed? Because the US government does not wish to discuss the matter? Why should the UN General Assembly renounce its right to discuss the question? In recent years, various countries have joined our organization. It is a denial of historical reality and a denial of life itself to oppose discussing the right of the People's Republic of China, one of the most populous countries of the world, to be represented here. It is simply preposterous and absurd that this matter cannot even be discussed. How long must we play this pathetic game of avoiding this problem in the United Nations, even when there are representatives here, for example, of Franco's Spain? Mr. President, will you allow me to express my opinion, with all due respect, on this specific point, without offense to anyone? General Assembly President Boland, I think it is only fair to the Prime Minister to make clear the position of the Chair. The Chair does not think it is in keeping with the dignity of the Assembly or the decorum that we like to preserve in our debates that references of a personal nature should be made to the heads of state or government of member states of the United Nations, whether or not they are present. I hope that the Prime Minister will consider that a fair and reasonable rule. Fidel Castro, I merely wanted to make some comments, sir, on how the United Nations arose. The United Nations emerged after the struggle against fascism, after tens of millions died on the battlefield. From that struggle, which took so many lives, this organization arose as a hope. But there are some extraordinary paradoxes. While US soldiers were falling in Guam, Guadalcanal, Okinawa, and many other islands in the Pacific, they were also dying on the Chinese mainland, fighting on the same side as those to whom today we deny even the right to discuss their entry into the United Nations. At the same time, the soldiers of the Blue Division from Spain were fighting in the Soviet Union to defend fascism. While the People's Republic of China is denied the right to put its case to the United Nations, the regime born of Italian fascism and German Nazism, which took power thanks to Hitler's armies and Mussolini's black shirts, has received the generous accolade of membership in the United Nations. China represents 1/4 of the world, and is truly represented by the government of the People's Republic of China. And yet another regime, Taiwan, sits in its place, a regime maintained in power by the interference of the US 7th Fleet dispatched in the midst of a civil war. Can we ask here by what right the fleet of one country, and an extracontinental country at that, and let us emphasize the word extracontinental because there has been so much talk here about extracontinental interference, can interfere in the purely domestic affairs of China? It would be interesting to hear an explanation for this. It was done with the sole purpose of maintaining a group of US allies and preventing the total liberation of China. And since this is an absurd and illegitimate position, from any point of view, the US government wants to avoid a discussion on the problem of the representation of the People's Republic to China. We want it to be clearly noted that we support a discussion of this problem here. We believe the UN General Assembly should seat the legitimate representatives of the Chinese people, the government of the People's Republic of China. I understand very well that it is somewhat difficult for anyone here not to be judged according to certain stereotypes. But let me state that we came here free of all prejudice, to analyze the problems objectively, without fear of what others might think of us, and without fear of the consequences of our conduct or our position. We have been honest and frank without being Francoist, because we do not want to be accomplices to the injustice perpetrated against many Spaniards who, for more than 20 years, have been imprisoned in Spain, who fought together with the North Americans in the Lincoln Brigade that went to Spain to raise the name of that great man Abraham Lincoln. We would like now to sum up our views on certain aspects of world affairs about which there can be no doubt. In doing this, we place our trust in reason and honesty. We have explained the problem of Cuba, which is part of the world's problems. Those who attack us today are those who attack others elsewhere in the world. The US government cannot be on the side of the Algerian people, because the United States is an ally of France. It cannot be on the side of the Congolese people, because the United States is an ally of Belgium. It cannot be on the side of the Spanish people, because it is an ally of Franco. It cannot be on the side of the Puerto Rican people, whose nationhood it has been destroying for 50 years. It cannot be on the side of the Panamanian people, who are demanding their canal. It cannot allow the expansion of civilian rule in Latin America, or in Germany or Japan. The US government cannot be on the side of the peasants who want land because it is an ally of the landowners. It cannot be on the side of workers seeking better living conditions, in any part of the world, because it is an ally of the monopolies. It cannot be on the side of the colonies seeking liberation, because it is an ally of the colonizers. In other words, the US government is on Franco's side. It is on the side of the colonizers of Algeria. It is on the side of the colonizers of the Congo. It is on the side of maintaining its own privileges and interests in the Panama Canal. It is on the side of colonialism all over the world. The US government is on the side of German militarism and its resurgence. It is on the side of Japanese militarism and its resurgence. The US government forgets the millions of Jews who died in the concentration camps of Europe at the hands of the Nazis, who are today recovering their influence in the German army. It forgets the French who were slaughtered in their heroic struggle against the German occupation. It forgets the US soldiers who died at the Siegfried Line, in the Ruhr, on the Rhine and on all the battlefields of Asia. The US government cannot be on the side of the unity and the sovereignty of the peoples. Why not? Because it must suppress the sovereignty of the peoples in order to maintain its military bases. Each military base is a dagger stuck into the sovereignty of a nation, each base is a sovereignty suppressed. That is why the US government must oppose the sovereignty of the peoples. It must constantly suppress this sovereignty in order to maintain its policy of bases around the Soviet Union. We understand that these issues have not been clearly explained to the people of the United States, but they should try to imagine what would happen if the Soviet Union were to begin to set up a string of nuclear bases in Cuba, Mexico, or Canada. They would certainly not feel calm or secure. World opinion, including public opinion in the United States, has to be taught to understand these problems from another point of view, from other nations' points of view. The underdeveloped countries cannot always be presented as aggressors. Revolutionaries cannot always be presented as aggressors, as enemies of the US people. We can't be enemies of the US people because we have seen North Americans like Carlton Beals and Waldo Frank, and other illustrious and distinguished intellectuals like them, who weep at the thought of the errors that are committed, at the lack of hospitality toward us, in particular. There are many humane North Americans, intellectuals, progressive and courageous writers, in whom I see the nobility of the early leaders of this country, such as Washington, Jefferson, and Lincoln. I am not speaking demagogically. I am speaking with the sincere admiration that we feel for those who fought to free their people from colonialism, so that their country would always defend noble and just ideals. They did not fight so that this country would become, as it is today, the ally of all the reactionaries, gangsters, big landowners, monopolies, militarists, and fascists in the world. They did not fight so that their country would become the ally of the most backward and reactionary forces in the world. We know full well what the people of the United States will be told about us today, tomorrow, and always, to deceive them. It makes no difference. We are fulfilling our duty by expressing our views and stating these true facts in this historic assembly. We proclaim the right of the peoples to their territorial integrity and to their nationhood. Those who conspire against nationalism do so because they know it means the desire of the peoples to recover what belongs to them, their wealth and their natural resources. In short, we support all the noble aspirations of all peoples. That is our position, that is where we stand. We are, and always will be, on the side of the just. We are, and always will be, against colonialism, against exploitation, against the monopolies, against warmongering, against the arms race and against the playing at war. That is, and always will be, our position. In conclusion, we consider it our duty to bring to the attention of this assembly the essential part of the Declaration of Havana. The Declaration of Havana was the response of the Cuban people to the Declaration of San Jose at the OAS meeting in Costa Rica. It was not made by 10 people, or 100, or 100,000. An assembly of more than 1 million Cubans made this declaration on September 2. Anyone who doubts this can come and count them at the next mass rally or general assembly that we hold in Cuba. You will certainly see the spectacle of a fervent and conscious people, a sight difficult to encounter except when people are passionately defending their most sacred interests. At this assembly, in answer to the Declaration of San Jose, the people were consulted and proclaimed by acclamation the following principles of the Cuban Revolution. The National General Assembly of the People of Cuba condemns the latifundium as the source of misery and poverty for the peasants and as a backward and inhuman agricultural system. It condemns starvation wages and the iniquitous exploitation of human labor by illegitimate and privileged interests. It condemns illiteracy and the lack of teachers, schools, doctors, and hospitals, and the lack of care of the elderly that prevails in Latin America. It condemns the inequality and exploitation of women. It condemns discrimination against blacks and Indians. It condemns the military and political oligarchies that keep our peoples in abject poverty and block the development toward democracy and the full exercise of their sovereignty. It condemns the handing over of our country's natural resources to foreign monopolies in a submissive policy that betrays the interests of the peoples. It condemns the governments that ignore the feelings of their people and yield to foreign dictates. It condemns the systematic deception of the people by the information media that serve the interests of the oligarchies and the imperialist oppressors. It condemns the news monopoly by the instruments of the monopoly trusts and their agents. It condemns the repressive laws that prevent workers, peasants, students, and intellectuals, who form the great majority of each country, from organizing themselves to fight for their social demands and patriotic aspirations. It condemns the monopolies and imperialist companies that continuously plunder our wealth, exploit our workers and peasants, bleed and keep in backwardness our economies, and force the political life of Latin America to submit to their own designs and interests. In summary, the National General Assembly of the People of Cuba condemns both the exploitation of one human being by another and the exploitation of underdeveloped countries by imperialist finance capital. Therefore, the National General Assembly of the People of Cuba proclaims before the Americas, and we do so here before the world, the right of the peasants to the land, the right of the workers to the fruits of their labor, the right of children to education, the right of the sick to medical treatment and hospital attention, the right of youth to work, the right of students to free education that is both practical and scientific, the right of blacks and Indians to full dignity as human beings, the right of women to civil, social, and political equality, the right of the elderly to a secure old age, the right of intellectuals, artists, and scientists to fight, with their work, for a better world, the right of nations to nationalize the imperialist monopolies, thereby recovering their national wealth and resources, the right of countries to engage freely in trade with all the peoples of the world, the right of nations to their full sovereignty, the right of peoples to turn fortresses into schools and to arm their workers. Because on this question we must indeed engage in an arms build-up. We must arm our people to defend ourselves from imperialist attack, and to arm their workers, peasants, students, intellectuals, blacks, Indians, women, the young and the old, and all the oppressed and exploited people, so they themselves can defend their rights and their destiny. Some of you wanted to know what line the revolutionary government in Cuba was following. There it is. 4. The Bay of Pigs invasion. And the proclamation of the socialist character of the revolution. On April 15, simultaneous air attacks were launched on 3 airfields in Cuba with the aim of eliminating the possibility of an effective Cuban defense against the invasion scheduled to take place the following day. The invasion was defeated within 72 hours and over 1,179 members of the invading mercenary brigade 2,506 were captured. Colón Cemetery, Havana. April 16, 1961. In a speech outside the main cemetery in Havana where the victims of the bombing raids were buried, Fidel Castro compared the attack to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941, and went on to proclaim, for the first time, the socialist character of the Cuban Revolution. When, in the midst of World War II, the imperialist government of Japan wanted to join in, it made no declaration of war and issued no warning. One Sunday morning, at dawn December 7, 1941, Japanese planes and ships made a surprise attack on the naval base at Pearl Harbor and destroyed nearly all of the ships and planes of the U.S. naval force in the Pacific. Everyone remembers what happened there. Everyone remembers the wave of indignation it caused among the people of the United States. Everyone remembers the irritation which that underhanded, surprise attack produced in that country and the indignation it caused in the rest of the world. The people of the United States mobilized in the face of that act of aggression, and they will never forget the treacherous, cowardly way in which their ships and planes were attacked that December dawn in 1941. That attack stands as a symbol of treachery. It has gone down in the history of the United States as a symbol of perfidy, wickedness, and cowardice. The United States and U.S. public opinion have condemned it as a despicable, treacherous, cowardly act. I'm not trying to establish comparisons, because when the Japanese were fighting against the United States, it was a struggle between 2 imperialist countries, 2 capitalist countries, 2 exploiting governments, 2 colonialist governments, 2 governments that were trying to control the markets, raw materials, and economies of a large part of the world. Here, it isn't a struggle between 2 exploiting forces, it isn't a struggle between 2 imperialisms. Cuba is very different from the United States. The United States exploits other nations, has appropriated a large part of the world's natural resources and is making tens of millions of workers all over the world labor in the service of its caste of millionaires. Cuba doesn't exploit other nations, Cuba hasn't appropriated, and is not struggling to appropriate, the natural resources of other nations. Cuba isn't trying to make the workers in other nations labor in its service. With our revolution, we are eradicating not only the exploitation of one nation by another but also the exploitation of one human being by another. We have stated in a history-making General Assembly, the Declaration of Havana in September 1960, that we oppose the exploitation of human beings. We have denounced the exploitation of human beings, and we will put an end to the exploitation of human beings in our homeland. The people of the United States consider the attack on Pearl Harbor to have been a crime and a treacherous, cowardly act. Our people, therefore, are fully entitled to consider the imperialist attack that took place yesterday as a doubly criminal, doubly underhanded, doubly treacherous, and 1,000 times more cowardly act. Without a doubt, the imperialist U.S. government is treating us this way because Cuba isn't a powerful country. Unquestionably, it is treating us this way because it knows that we can't give the criminal, cowardly actions it carries out against us the response they deserve. Without a doubt, if Cuba were a military power, the imperialist U.S. government would never dare to perpetrate any such acts against us. When the imperialist government of Japan took that action, it didn't try to hide its responsibility. In contrast, the President of the United States is acting like Pontius Pilate. President Kennedy is acting exactly like Pontius Pilate, which sums up the U.S. government's policy. How well those facts help us to understand How well they show us what our world is really like and help us to educate our people. Those lessons come at a high price, they are painful and bloody. But how much the people learn from these things. How well our people have learned and have grown. Yesterday, as everyone knows, 3 groups of bombers, coming from outside the country, entered our national territory at 6 o'clock in the morning and attacked 3 different targets in our national territory. In each of these places, our people defended themselves heroically. In each of these places the valuable blood of our defenders was shed. In each of these places there were thousands and, where there were not thousands, hundreds and hundreds, of witnesses to what happened. Moreover, this was something we expected, it was something that was expected every day, it was the logical culmination of the burning of the sugarcane fields, of the hundreds of violations of our airspace, of the pirate air raids, of the pirate attacks on our refineries from vessels that enter our waters before the sun is up. It was the consequence of what everyone knows, it was the consequence of the plans to attack us that were hatched by the United States in complicity with its lackey governments in Central America, it was the consequence of the air bases that everyone knows about only too well, because even the US newspapers and news agencies have published this information, and even their own news agencies and newspapers are tired of talking about the mercenary armies that are being organized, about the air fields that they have made ready, about the planes that the US government has given to them, about the Yankee instructors, about the air bases they have established in Guatemalan territory. Imperialism plans the crime, organizes the crime, arms the criminals, trains the criminals, pays the criminals, and the criminals come here and kill 7 working people and then calmly go back and land in the United States. Even when the whole world knows about their deeds, they then say it was Cuban pilots who did it, and they make up a fantastic tale, spread it all around the world, publish it in all the newspapers, propagate it from all the radio and television stations of the Miami reactionaries throughout the world, and then along come the archbishops to bless and sanctify the lie. Thus the whole throng of mercenaries, exploiters, and phonies from all around the world come together in crime. This is because what these imperialists can't forgive is that we are here, and what these imperialists can't forgive is the dignity, the firmness, the courage, the ideological integrity, the spirit of sacrifice, and the revolutionary spirit of the Cuban people. This is what they can't forgive, the fact that we are here right under their very noses, and that we have brought about a socialist revolution right under the nose of the United States. And we are defending this socialist revolution with these guns. We are defending this socialist revolution with the same courage that our anti-aircraft artillery showed yesterday in riddling the attacking planes with bullets. We are not defending this revolution with mercenaries, we are defending this revolution with the men and women of our people. Who has the arms here? Perhaps it is the mercenary who has the arms. Perhaps it is the millionaire who has the arms. Perhaps the mercenary and the millionaire are one and the same thing. Perhaps the little boys with rich daddies have the arms. Perhaps the overseers have the arms. Whose hands hold the arms here? Are they the hands of playboys? Are they the hands of the rich? Are they the hands of the exploiters? Whose hands hold the arms here? Aren't they workers' hands, peasants' hands? Aren't they hands that have been hardened by work? Aren't they hands that create? Aren't they the hands of our humble people? And who are the majority of our people? Millionaires or workers? Exploiters or exploited? The privileged or the humble? Do the privileged have arms? Or do the humble have arms? Aren't the privileged a minority? Aren't the humble a majority? Isn't a revolution where the humble bear arms democratic? Compañeros, workers and peasants, this is a socialist and democratic revolution of the humble, by the humble and for the humble. And for this revolution of the humble, by the humble, for the humble, we are ready to give our lives. Workers and peasants, humble men and women of our country, do you swear to defend this revolution of the humble, by the humble, for the humble, to the last drop of your blood? Compañeros, workers and peasants of our country, yesterday's attack was a prelude to a mercenary aggression. Yesterday's attack, which cost 7 heroic lives, aimed to destroy our planes on the ground. But it failed. They only destroyed 2 planes while most of the enemy planes were damaged or shot down. Here, before the tomb of our fallen compañeros, here, next to the remains of these heroic young people, children of workers, children of the humble, we reaffirm our resolve that just as they exposed themselves to the bullets, just as they gave their lives, we, too, all of us, proud of our revolution, proud of defending this revolution of the humble, by the humble and for the humble, shall not hesitate, whenever the mercenaries come, no matter who is against us, to defend it to our last drop of blood. Long live the working class! Long live the peasants! Long live the humble! Long live the martyrs of our country! May the martyrs of our country live forever! Long live the socialist revolution! Long live a free Cuba! Patria o muerte! Homeland or death! Venceremos! We will win! May Day! Havana, May 1, 1961. A few weeks after the Bay of Pigs at a mass rally in Havana celebrating May Day, Fidel summed up the lessons of the invasion, reviewing the unfolding revolutionary process and the next steps forward. Distinguished visitors from Latin America and the entire world. Combatants of the armed forces of the people, workers. We have had 14.5 hours of marching. I think that only a people imbued with infinite enthusiasm is capable of such an endurance test. Nevertheless, I will try to be as brief as possible. I believe that today we should outline the course we should follow, analyze a little what we have done up to now, consider what point in our history we have reached, and what lies ahead. This May Day says a lot. It says a lot about what the revolution has been so far, and what it has achieved so far. Maybe it tells our visitors more than it tells us. All we Cubans have been witnesses to every step taken by the revolution, so maybe we don't realize how much we have advanced as fully as our visitors do, particularly those visitors from Latin America, where today they still live in a world very similar to the one we lived in yesterday. It is as if they were suddenly transported from the past and parachuted into this moment of our revolution to see all the incredible progress. We do not intend tonight to stress the merits of what we have done. We merely want to identify for ourselves the point we have currently reached and assess the revolution's genuine results. This May Day is so different from those of the past. Previously, this date was the occasion for each sector of labor to raise its demands, its aspirations for improvement, to those who were totally deaf to working class interests, to those who would not grant even the most basic demands because they did not govern for the people, for the workers, for the peasants, for the humble. They governed solely for the privileged, for the dominant economic interests. Doing anything for the people would have meant harming the interests they represented. So they could not accede to any just demand from the people. The May Day marches of those years registered the complaints and protests of the workers. How different today's march has been. How different even from the first marches after the triumph of the revolution. Today's march shows us how much progress we have made. The workers no longer have to submit themselves to those ordeals, the workers no longer have to implore rulers deaf to their appeals, the workers are no longer subject to the domination of any exploiting class, the workers no longer live in a country run by those serving exploiting interests. The workers know now that everything the revolution does, everything the government does or can do, has one goal: helping the workers, helping the people. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for this spontaneous show of support for the revolutionary government, this flood of goodwill that every man and woman has expressed here today. The fruits of the revolution can be seen everywhere. The first to parade today were the children of the Camilo Cienfuegos school complex. We saw the pioneers march by with smiles of hope, confidence, and affection. We saw the young rebels march by. We saw the women of the Federation of Cuban Women, FMC, go by. We saw children from countless schools created by the revolution. We saw 1,000 students from the 600 sugarcane cooperatives who are studying artificial insemination here in the capital. We saw young people, humble people, parade in the uniforms of the schools where they are learning to be the diplomatic representatives of the future. We saw the pupils of the schools for young peasants of the Zapata swamps, where the mercenaries chose to launch their Bay of Pigs attack. We saw thousands and thousands of peasants who are studying in the capital and who come from remote mountain areas, from sugarcane cooperatives or from people's farms. We saw the young women studying to be workers in child care centers. Each of these groups created a wonderful display. We have seen not only those who came from the rural areas but also those who are going to the countryside, such as the volunteer teachers and some of the 100,000 young people on their way to the interior of the country to wipe out illiteracy. Where does this strength come from? It comes from the people, and it extends toward the people in return. These young people are truly children of the people. When we saw them today spelling out "Long live our socialist revolution," we realized how difficult it would have been to have all this without a revolution, how difficult for any of these children from the mountains to have marched here today, or for any of them to have the chance to get to know the capital, or to study in any of these schools, or to march with the joy and pride shown here today, or to march with the faith in the future shown today. Schools, university careers, art, culture, and honors were never for the children of poor families, in the towns or in the countryside. They were never meant for peasants in the remote rural areas. They were never meant for the poor youth, black or white, from the countryside or the cities. Art, culture, university careers, opportunities, honors, elegant clothes, all these were the privileges of a small minority, a minority represented today with that grace and humor shown by some workers' federations in their mimicry of the rich. It is truly astounding to think that today more than 20,000 athletes and gymnasts marched, bearing in mind we are only just beginning. And all this, without mentioning the most marvelous thing we have seen today, this armed nation, this united people, which has been a highlight of these ceremonies. How would this be possible without a revolution? How can one compare the present with the past? How can one not feel emotion on seeing the endless lines of workers, athletes, and militia march by? At times all became intermingled. After all, workers, athletes and soldiers are the same thing. Everyone can see why our people must emerge victorious from any battle. We noted the many women in the ranks of the Union federations. The men were in the artillery units, mortar units, anti-aircraft units, or militia battalions. The women were the wives and sisters and sweethearts of the militiamen who marched by later. And those secondary school students, the pioneers who marched by first or with the athletes, these too are the children of the militia members. In this way, we can appreciate the working people as a whole. Workers of every profession, all marching together, manual laborers and intellectual workers, the writers, artists, actors, radio announcers, doctors, nurses, healthcare workers, all marching together in massive numbers. Under the banner of the National Education Workers Union were teachers and employees of the Ministry of Education. Today we have had a chance to see everything that is worthwhile in our country, everything produced by our country. We can understand better than ever that there are two classes of citizens, or rather, there used to be two classes of citizens: those who worked, who produced, and who created, and those who lived without working or producing, those who were simply parasites. In this young, combative nation, who did not march today? The parasites. Today it was the working people who marched, everyone who produces with their hands or their brain. This truly is the people. Someone living as a parasite or who wants to live as a parasite does not belong to the people. Only invalids, the sick, the elderly and children are entitled to live without working and are entitled to have us work for them and care for them. We have a duty to work for the children, the elderly and the sick. No moral law can ever justify that the people must work for the parasites. Those marching today were the working people who will never again resign themselves to work for the parasites. This is the way our nation has come to understand what the revolution is, and how a nation can rid itself of foreign and domestic parasites. We recall that when the largest industries were nationalized, in the same way that we nationalized the U.S. factories, some people asked, But wasn't this factory a Cuban factory? Why should a Cuban factory be nationalized? Well, that factory did not belong to the people, it belonged to some gentlemen. It did not belong to the people, it did not belong to the nation. Certain gentlemen used to talk a lot about the homeland and the need to defend the homeland. They had quite a distorted idea of the homeland. What homeland were they referring to? The homeland of the few? The homeland of the privileged? The homeland of the gentleman with 1,000 caballerias of land and 3 houses, while others live in hovels? What homeland did you have in mind, sir? A homeland where a small group has all the opportunities and lives off the labor of others. A homeland of the unemployed? The homeland of a family living in a slum? The homeland of the hungry, barefoot child begging for alms on the street? What homeland are you referring to? The homeland that belonged to a small minority? Or the homeland of today, where we have won the right to chart our own destiny, where we have won the right to construct a better future? A homeland that will be, now and forever as Marty wanted it, for the good of all, and not a homeland for the few. The homeland will be a place where injustice is eliminated. This is our concept of the homeland. We will defend and are willing to die for a homeland that belongs to all Cubans, not just the few. When a Yankee monopolist or a member of the U.S. ruling circles talks about the homeland, they are referring to the homeland of the monopolies, of the large banking monopolies. They are thinking of sending the blacks of the South and the workers to be killed to defend the homeland of the monopolies. What kind of morality and what right or reason do they have to make a black person die defending the monopolies, or the factories and the mines of the ruling class? What right do they have to send a Puerto Rican of Latin blood, of Latin tradition, to the battlefields to defend the policy of large capitalists and monopolies? The only threat to security is the threat to the monopolies. What concept of morality, law, and rights is it to send the blacks from the South and Puerto Ricans to fight for them? This is their concept of homeland. A real homeland is one where the interests of the privileged classes have been eliminated, and where the nation and its wealth belong to everyone, the wealth is for everyone, and opportunity and happiness are for everyone. Let's not talk about what might have happened to the people's hopes and aspirations if the imperialists had succeeded in the Bay of Pigs invasion. There can be no more tragic spectacle in the history of humanity than that of a defeated revolution. When the revolt of the slaves in Rome was defeated, thousands were nailed to crosses on the roadside. This should give us an idea of what a defeated revolution is. There was also the dreadful slaughter of workers after the defeat of the Paris Commune in 1871. This, too, should give us an idea of what a defeated revolution is. History teaches us that a defeated revolution has to pay an extraordinary toll in blood. The victorious ruling class demands payment for the anxiety it experienced, for all the interests that were affected, or that were threatened. But it not only demands payment for present debts, it also seeks to collect, in blood, payment for future debts. It tries to annihilate the revolution down to its very roots. Of course, under certain circumstances it is impossible to smash a revolution. I've spoken of revolutions that were defeated before the people had conquered power. What has never happened before in history is the defeat of a revolutionary people that has truly conquered power. I am only trying to point out what the situation of this country might have been had imperialism got what it wanted. I am trying to point out the kind of Mayday our workers would be having had imperialism got what it wanted. For this reason, we think about everything we owe to those who fell. This is why we consider that every smile today is a tribute to those who made possible this happy and optimistic day. The blood that was shed in battle was the blood of workers and peasants. It was the blood of children from poor working families. It was not the blood of plantation owners, millionaires, thieves, criminals, or exploiters. The blood that was shed was of those who were exploited yesterday but today are free. It was humble blood, honest blood, working class blood, creative blood. It was the blood of patriots, not mercenaries. It was the blood of workers who voluntarily and spontaneously enlisted in the army of the homeland. It was not the blood of conscripts forced into service by some law. It was the blood of those who spontaneously and generously offered to confront all the risks of battle to defend an ideal, a true ideal they felt deeply, not the false and hypocritical ideal that the Yankees inculcated in their mercenaries, as if they were parrots repeating the word ideal. Theirs was not an ideal of parrots, not an ideal to which you pay lip service, but an ideal from the heart. Not an ideal of those coming to recover their lost privileges, their lost lands, their lost banks, their lost factories, their lost riches. Not an ideal of those who came to recover the easy life, by those who never had a drop of sweat on their brow while they lived off the sweat and blood of everyone else. Not the ideal of the mercenary who sells his soul for the mighty empire's gold. Rather, it is the ideal of the worker who does not want to continue being exploited. The ideal of the peasants who do not want to lose their land again. The ideal of the young person who does not want to lose his or her teacher. The ideal of the black person who does not want to be discriminated against anymore. The ideal of the woman who wants to live with rights and dignity. The ideal of working people, those who never lived off the sweat of others. The ideal of those who never considered life as a gift, but as work. The ideal of those who never stole anything from anyone, or killed anyone in defense of illegitimate interests. It is the ideal of a working person who defends the revolution because the revolution is everything. Previously that worker was nothing, lowly and downtrodden, subject to humiliation, discriminated against and mistreated. A person whom the ruling and exploiting class considered to be a nobody. Today that worker is a somebody, one among millions of people. And that worker defends the revolution because the revolution is their life, and because identified with the revolution is that person's life, future, and hopes. Before sacrificing these hopes, those workers would rather lose their lives 1,000 times. Because they are not thinking selfishly about themselves. They are thinking that while an individual may fall, it would not be in vain, because the cause for which they fall will bring happiness to millions of their brothers and sisters. Working class blood, peasant blood, the blood of the poor was shed by the homeland in the battle against imperialism's mercenaries. What kind of blood and what kind of people did imperialism send here to establish a beachhead? A beachhead from which they could plunge our people into a war of attrition, systematically burning our cane fields with incendiary bombs as they have been doing without holding a piece of the national territory with which to try to give some legitimacy for launching their planes. Launching a war of destruction against our factories and our people, as they have been doing when they didn't even have a base here, sending their planes from abroad, at the same time as they were deceiving the world in the most cynical manner. We have a right to say to the people, above all to our visitors, that at the same time that 3 of our airports were being bombed by us-made planes, with Yankee bombs and bullets, U.S. news agencies were telling the world that our airports had been attacked by planes from our own Air Force, with pilots who had deserted that same day. So, who were the people that fought against those workers and peasants? I'm going to tell you. There are close to 1,100 mercenary prisoners captured by the revolutionary forces at the present moment, not counting the ship's crews. We analyzed the social composition of these prisoners with the following results. Approximately 800 are from wealthy families, whose property collectively amounts to 27,566 caballerias of land taken over by the revolution, 9,666 houses, 70 factories, 10 sugar mills, 2 banks, 5 mines, and 2 newspapers. In addition, more than 200 of these 800 belong to the most exclusive and aristocratic clubs in Havana. Of the remaining 200, 135 were former members of Batista's army, and the other 65 were lumpen or déclassé individuals. You will remember that during a discussion with the prisoners, I asked if any of them had cut sugar cane and no one came forward. Finally, one person raised his hand and said that he had once been a sugar cane cutter. If instead of this question, I had asked how many owned large landed estates, 77 would have raised their hands. So this is the social composition of the invaders, 27,556 caballerias of land, 9,666 buildings and houses, 70 factories, 10 sugar mills, 2 banks, 5 mines and 2 newspapers. We are sure that if we were to ask everyone here how many own sugar mills, or how many own banks, or how many own large landed estates, there would not be one. Had we asked the combatants who were killed, members of the militias or soldiers of the Revolutionary National Police or rebel army, had we asked about the wealth of those who were killed or who fought, you can be sure there would not have been a single bank, a single mine, a single sugar mill, a single apartment building, a single factory, a single plantation, nor would there be a single member of any of the aristocratic clubs that used to exist in the city. And some of those shameless individuals said they came here to fight for ideals, for free enterprise. Let some idiot come here today to say he was fighting for free enterprise. As if our people did not know more than enough about what free enterprise is. Free enterprise was the slums of Las Yaguas, Liga Ypon, Cueva del Humo and dozens of other places around the city. Free enterprise was unemployment for 500,000 Cubans. Free enterprise was hundreds or thousands of families living in guard areas. Free enterprise was more than 100,000 peasant families working the land in order to pay a considerable part of their produce to absentee landlords who had never even seen a single seed being planted. Free enterprise was discrimination, arbitrary acts, abuse against workers and peasants, beatings by police, murders of workers' leaders, mutualism, yellow unionism, contraband, gambling, casinos, vice, exploitation, lack of education, illiteracy, and poverty. How are they going to talk about free enterprise to a people that had almost 500,000 unemployed, 1.5 million illiterates, 500,000 children without schools, who had to stand in line to get into a hospital in addition to finding some politician to help, in exchange for selling him your vote? How can they come and talk about free enterprise to a people that knows what free enterprise is? Aristocratic clubs for a few thousand families while there are beggars in the streets, while hungry children go swimming at El Morro, next to sewage because they could not afford to go to a beach, because the beaches were off limits and for the aristocrats only, the beaches were for the fortunate beneficiaries of free enterprise. They could not even dream of going to Varadero Beach, because Varadero was for a few wealthy families. They could not even dream that the child of a poor person could go to a university, because the universities were only for the privileged of free enterprise. They could not dream that their child would go and study languages in Europe, because the only ones who went to Europe were the privileged of free enterprise. They could not dream that the child of a construction worker or any low-paid worker could attend high school. A sugar worker could not dream that their child could graduate from high school, not to mention become a doctor or engineer. The child of a worker could only go to school if the worker lived in the capital and could afford to send that child. Even then the possibilities were few, but 75 or 90% of the workers' children lived in areas where there were no secondary schools and they lacked the resources to pay for room and board in the city, so there was no opportunity to go to school. That opportunity was exclusively for the children of the beneficiaries of free enterprise. A cart driver or a sugar-cane cutter could not even dream that his daughter would march in a parade, or do a tap dance and wear elegant clothing. A peasant could not even dream that his son could go and study agriculture in the Soviet Union. Nor could working families dream that their children would have the opportunity to study diplomatic law, mechanics, or any other profession, because these opportunities, with only a few exceptions, were for the children of wealthy families. Some little rich kid, who doesn't know what it means to work, to sweat, or to suffer, and who came to murder peasants and workers, how can he tell us that he shed the people's blood in order to defend free enterprise? And not just his daddy's free enterprise, but the free enterprise of the United Fruit Company, the free enterprise of the Yankee electricity monopoly, the free enterprise of the company that used to control the telephones, the free enterprise of the companies that used to control the oil refineries. These were not free enterprises, they were monopolies that as such virtually eliminated competition. When these gentlemen who came here, armed by imperialism, say they were defending free enterprise, what they were really defending were the monopolies. Monopolies in fact are against free enterprise, because they control the entire industry, its prices, and its resources. Its method consists precisely in ruining everyone else. So, they were not even defending free enterprise, technically speaking. These very ignorant or very stupid people were defending the Yankee monopoly interests here and abroad. How can they tell the Cuban people that they came to defend the interests of free enterprise? They also say they came to defend the 1940 Constitution. It is curious that they did nothing to defend the 1940 Constitution when it was torn up by the Batista dictatorship. They did nothing to defend the Constitution when it was destroyed in the March 10 military coup with the complicity of first, the U.S. Embassy, second, the reactionary clergy, and third or rather first, together with the others the dominant economic classes, the monopolies and the rich of our country, with the complicity of a judiciary corrupted down to the marrow of its bones, and of a whole series of corrupt politicians. It is truly cynical to see a little rich kid together with mayors, representatives, and politicians of all types from the Batista years saying they were coming to defend the 1940 Constitution. It was Batista himself who trampled on and destroyed that Constitution, with the complicity of imperialism and the ruling classes. Also accompanying these little rich kids were hundreds of former members of Batista's army, and along with them a bunch of criminals and torturers, as well as a bunch of corrupt politicians all saying they were coming to defend the 1940 Constitution. In point of fact, insofar as there were any advanced or revolutionary aspects of the 1940 Constitution, the only government that has respected it, abided by it and moved it forward is precisely the revolutionary government. That Constitution said, the system of large landed estates is prohibited, and that to bring about its disappearance the Constitution spoke of its disappearance the law will establish the maximum amount of landed property that any agricultural or industrial enterprise can possess. Obviously that provision was never carried out. Why not? Because there needed to be a subsequent law brought into Congress. And who was in Congress? The politicians, the lawyers for the Yankee monopolies, the owners of the large landed estates, the millionaires, the rich. Only a tiny handful of workers' leaders made it to the House of Representatives or the Senate, where they were condemned to remain in the minority, because all the newspapers, all the radio and television stations belonged to the same ruling economic sectors who owned and had a monopoly over the means of disseminating ideas. Any attempt to do something on behalf of the peasants was drowned in lies. Back then it was very difficult for the people to learn about the evictions of peasants, about the frightful misery of the peasants, about the extremely high infant mortality rate. Tens of thousands of children of all ages died without a single doctor. The fact that tens of thousands of children died for lack of doctors and medicine was not a crime as far as the ruling class was concerned. It was not a crime as far as the beneficiaries of free enterprise were concerned. This did not pain them. This was not important to them. Society hardly even knew of these things. The members of that Congress who had to decide on the supplementary provisions of the Constitution were none other than the owners of large landed estates, the millionaires, and the lawyers for the Yankee monopolies. There was no agrarian reform law then. Despite the fact that the law said, the system of large landed estates is prohibited, a single Yankee company owned 17,000 caballerias of land. And despite the fact that another provision of the 1940 Constitution said, the law will determine the appropriate norms so that the land returns to Cuban hands, in 19 years after the 1940 Constitution was approved and went into effect, there was not a single law that took even a single caballeria from a Yankee monopoly that owned 17,000. Another monopoly had 15,000 caballerias, another had 10,000, which is almost 140,000 hectares. There were companies here with more than 200,000 hectares of the best land in Cuba. The Constitution also stated that the state shall exhaust all means at its disposal to give work to every worker, manual or intellectual. Does this refer to teachers? The revolution discovered over 10,000 teachers without a classroom, without work, and it immediately gave them jobs, because there were also 500,000 children who needed schools. Let me repeat, the state shall exhaust all the means at its disposal to give work to every worker, manual or intellectual, in order to provide them a decent existence. This is what the revolution did. It exhausted all the means at its disposal for this. And if it didn't exhaust all the means at its disposal, it was prepared to exhaust all the necessary means to give them jobs. Yes, jobs, because that's what the Constitution ordered. Those basic principles, which would have resolved the problem of hundreds of thousands of peasants, hundreds of thousands of unemployed, were set forth in the Constitution but not complied with. Those who follow the instructions of the U.S. State Department, promoting the policy of isolating Cuba, those complying with imperialism's orders and breaking relations with a Latin American country under attack by imperialism, are miserable traitors to the interests and feelings of the Americas. These facts show us the rotten and corrupt politicking that prevails in many Latin American countries. It shows how the Cuban Revolution has turned those business as usual and corrupt ways upside down in order to establish completely new ways of life in our country. To those who talk to us about the 1940 Constitution, we say that the 1940 Constitution is already too outdated for us. We are way beyond it. We have outgrown the 1940 Constitution like an old jacket. That Constitution was good for its time, although it was never carried out. That Constitution has been bypassed by this revolution, which, as we have said, is a socialist revolution. We must talk of a new Constitution. Yes, a new Constitution, but not a bourgeois Constitution, not a Constitution corresponding to the rule of an exploiting class over other classes. What we need is a Constitution corresponding to a new social system, one without the exploitation of one human being by another. That new social system is called socialism, and this Constitution will therefore be a socialist Constitution. If Mr. Kennedy does not like socialism, well, we do not like imperialism. We do not like capitalism. We have as much right to protest the existence of an imperialist and capitalist system 90 miles from our shore as he feels he has the right to protest over the existence of a socialist system 90 miles from his shore. Rights do not come from size. Right does not come from one country being bigger than another, that does not matter. We have only a limited territory, a small nation, but our right is as respectable as that of any country, regardless of its size. It does not occur to us to tell the people of the United States what system of government they must have. Therefore, it is absurd for Mr. Kennedy to take it into his head to tell us what kind of government we should have here. That is absurd. It occurs to Mr. Kennedy to do that only because he does not have a clear concept of international law or sovereignty. Who had those ideas before Kennedy? Hitler and Mussolini. They spoke the same language of force. It is the language of fascists. We heard it in the years before Germany's attack on Czechoslovakia. Hitler split it up because it was governed by a reactionary government. The reactionary and pro-fascist bourgeoisie were afraid of the advance of a socialist system, and even preferred domination by Hitler. We heard that language on the eve of the invasion of Denmark, Belgium, Poland, and so forth. It is the right of might. This is the only right Kennedy advances in claiming the right to interfere in our country. This is a socialist regime, yes. Yes, this is a socialist regime. It is here, but the fault is not ours, the blame belongs to Columbus, the English colonizers, the Spanish colonizers. The people of the United States, too, will someday get tired of capitalism. The U.S. government says that a socialist regime here threatens U.S. security. But what threatens the security of the U.S. people is the aggressive policy of the warmongers of the United States. What threatens the security of the North American family and the U.S. people is the violent, aggressive policy that ignores the sovereignty and the rights of other peoples. It is Kennedy's aggressive policy that is threatening the security of the United States. That aggressive policy could lead to a world war, and that world war might cost the lives of tens of millions of North Americans. Therefore, it is not the Cuban revolutionary government threatening the security of the United States, but the aggressive government of the United States itself. We do not endanger the security of a single North American. We do not endanger the life or security of a single U.S. family. We are making cooperatives, agrarian reform, people's farms, houses, schools, literacy campaigns, and sending thousands and thousands of teachers to the interior of Cuba, building hospitals, sending doctors, giving scholarships, building factories, increasing the productive capacity of our country, creating public beaches, converting fortresses into schools, and giving the people the right to a better future. We are not endangering a single U.S. family or a single U.S. citizen. The lives of millions of families, of tens of millions of North Americans are being endangered by those who are playing with nuclear war. Those who, as General Cardenas said, are playing with the possibility that New York becomes a new Hiroshima. Those playing with nuclear war, along with their aggressive war and their policy violating the rights of people, are the ones endangering the security of the U.S. nation and the lives of untold millions of North Americans. What do the monopolists fear? Why do they say that they are not secure with the socialist revolution nearby? As Khrushchev says, they are proving that they know their system is inferior. They don't even believe in their own system. Why don't they leave us alone when all our government wants is peace? Our government recently issued a statement saying we were willing to negotiate. Why? Because we are afraid? No. We are convinced that they fear the revolution more than we fear them. They have a mentality that does not permit them to sleep when they know that there is a revolution nearby. Fear. No one is afraid here. The people struggling for their liberty are never frightened. Those frightened are the wealthy, those who have been wealthy. We are not interested in having imperialism commit suicide at our expense. They do not care about the death of blacks, Puerto Ricans, or Americans. But we do care about every Cuban life. We want peace. We are ready to negotiate. They say that economic conditions can be discussed, but not communism. Well, where did they get the idea we would discuss that? We would discuss economic problems. But we are not ready to admit that these talks so much as brush a petal of a rose here. The Cuban people are capable of establishing their own government. We have never considered the possibility of discussing this. We will discuss only matters that do not affect our sovereignty. But we do want to discuss peace. Those who are not concerned about taking the U.S. people to war are being led by their emotions. We have no fear. If they think that is the case, they should forget it. No Cuban is afraid. If they think we will discuss our internal politics, they should forget that, too. They can discuss anything they want to discuss. We discussed things with invaders, didn't we? Well, we will debate with anyone. We are willing to talk. We are willing to debate. But does that mean we are desperate to negotiate? No way. We are just acting rationally. Does this mean the revolution will slow down? No way. We will continue, picking up speed as we can. We announce here that in the next few days the revolutionary government will pass a law nationalizing the private schools. This law cannot be a law for one sector, it will be general. That means the private schools will be nationalized, of course, not a little school where one teacher gives classes, but private schools with several teachers. The conduct of the directors of private schools has varied. Many private school directors have not been instilling counter-revolutionary poison. The revolution feels it is its duty to organize and establish the principle of free education for all citizens. The people feel they have the duty of training future generations in a spirit of love for the country, for justice, for the revolution. What will happen to the private schools that have not supported the counter-revolution? The revolutionary government will indemnify those directors or owners of schools whose attitude has not been counter-revolutionary, whose attitude has been favorable to the revolution, but the revolution will not indemnify any school whose directors have been waging a counter-revolutionary campaign, who have been against the revolution. In other words, there will be indemnity for those schools that have displayed a patriotic, decent attitude toward the revolution, and their directors will be invited to work with the revolutionary government in directing that school or another school. The teachers and employees of all these schools, of a lay nature, will be given work, they will have their jobs guaranteed. The pupils of these schools can go on attending, the educational standards will be maintained and even improved, and furthermore, now they will have to pay absolutely nothing to attend these schools. Religion is one thing, politics is another. If those gentlemen the Catholic bishops were not against the political interests of the people, we would not care at all about their pastorals, their discussions about religious matters. The churches can remain open, religion can be taught there. Wouldn't it be much better if they had stuck to their religious teaching? Wouldn't it be much better to have peace? They can have peace, within strict limits of the respect due to the revolutionary people and government. But they cannot make war on the people on behalf of the exploiters. That has nothing to do with religion, it concerns blood, gold, and material interests. They can have the consideration of the people, within a mutual respect for rights. Christianity arose as a religion of the poor, the slaves and the oppressed of Rome. It was the religion that flourished in the catacombs. It was the religion of the poor, and it won respect. It coexisted with the Roman Empire. Then came feudalism. The church coexisted with feudalism, later with absolute monarchies, and later still with bourgeois republics. With the disappearance of the bourgeois republic, why shouldn't the church continue to coexist with a system of social justice that is far superior to those previous forms of government? This system is much more like Christianity than Yankee imperialism, the bourgeois republic or the Roman Empire. We believe coexistence is perfectly possible, because the revolution does not oppose religion. Religion has been used as a pretext to combat the poor, forgetting that Christ said it was easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into heaven. These are the facts. We have spoken clearly as always. It means simply that we are prepared to defend the revolution and continue to move forward, convinced of the justice of our cause. We have spoken about our socialist revolution. It doesn't mean the small business owner or small industrialist need worry. Mines, fuel, banking, sugar mills, export and import trade, the bulk of the economy is in the hands of the people. That way the people can develop our economy. The small industrialist and small business owner can coexist with the revolution. The revolution has always cared for the interests of small business. Our urban reform is a proof of this. This month small landlords will be collecting around 105,000 pesos. Formerly, if tenants did not pay their rent, the landlord lost out. Now a fund has been established to ensure that the small landlord will be paid. The revolution will have some 80 million pesos a year for construction from the urban reform. And when rent is the only income of these landlords, the revolution has decided that after the house is all paid for, the landlord will receive a pension. A socialist revolution does not mean that interests of certain sectors are eliminated without consideration. The interests of the big landholders, bankers, and industrialists were eliminated, but no middle interests will be affected without due consideration. Small business owners and industrialists have credit today, and the revolution has no interest in nationalizing them. The revolution has enough to do developing the sources of wealth it now has at its disposal. Counter-revolutionaries have claimed that barber shops will be nationalized, and even food stands. That is not the aim of the revolution. The solution to those issues will be found over time. There are some problems related to a small plague of middle people that results in tomatoes and pineapples being sold in the city at far higher prices than in the country. The revolution must still take measures to eliminate such abuses, to improve the consumption levels of the people. But I don't want anyone to be confused. Everyone should know what to expect. Why are some Cubans so incapable of understanding that this happiness can also be theirs? Why do they not adapt to the revolution? This is the time to ask them to join us. The revolution does not want to use its force against a minority. The revolution wants all Cubans to understand. We do not want to keep all this happiness and emotion to ourselves. It is the glory of the people. We say this to those who have lied in the past or those who have not understood. In all honesty, we say that our revolution should not be diminished by severe sanctions against the mercenaries. It might serve as a weapon for our enemies. We have had a moral victory, and it will be all the greater if we do not besmirch our victory. The lives lost hurt us as much as they do others. But we must overcome that hurt and focus on our prestige and our cause. What lies ahead of us? The risk of imperialist aggression. Big tasks. We should realize that the time has come to make the greatest effort. The coming months are very important. They will be months in which we must make greater efforts in every field. We all have the duty to do the utmost. No one has a right to rest. With everything we have seen today, we must learn that with effort and courage we can harvest wonderful fruit. And today's fruits are nothing compared to what can be done if we apply ourselves to the maximum. Before concluding, I want to recall what I said during the Moncada trial. Here is part of that statement: the country cannot remain on its knees imploring miracles from the golden calf. No social problem is resolved spontaneously. At that time we expressed our views. The revolution has followed the revolutionary ideas of those who had an important role in this struggle. That is why when 1 million Cubans met to proclaim the Declaration of Havana in September 1960, the document expressed the essence of our revolution, our socialist revolution. It condemned landed estates, starvation wages, illiteracy, shortage of teachers, doctors, and hospitals, discrimination, exploitation of women, oligarchies that hold our countries back, governments that ignore the will of their people by obeying U.S. orders, monopoly of the news media by Yankee agencies, laws that prevent the masses from organizing, and imperialist monopolies that exploit our wealth. The General Assembly of the people condemned the exploitation of human beings. The General Assembly proclaimed the following: the right to work, education, the dignity of human beings, civil rights for women, secure old age, artistic freedom, nationalization of monopolies, and the necessities of life. This is the program of our socialist revolution. Long live the Cuban working class. Long live the Latin American sister nations. Long live the homeland. Patria o muerte. Homeland or death. Venceremos. We will win. 5. Words to intellectuals. Havana, June 30, 1961. On June 16, 23 and 30, 1961, broadly representative meetings of Cuba's intellectuals and cultural figures were held in the auditorium of the National Library in Havana. Artists and writers had the opportunity to discuss at length different aspects of cultural work and problems related to creative activity. Present at these meetings were President Osvaldo Dorticos, Prime Minister Fidel Castro, Minister of Education Armando Hart, members of the National Council of Culture and other representatives of the revolutionary government. At the last session, Fidel argued within the revolution, everything; against the revolution, nothing. Compañeros. Compañeras. Over the course of 3 sessions, various issues relating to culture and creative work have been discussed. Many interesting questions have been raised and different points of view expressed. Now it is our turn. I am not speaking because I'm the best qualified person to deal with this matter, but because this is a meeting between you and us, we feel it is necessary to express our point of view. We have been very interested in these discussions, and I believe we have shown what might be called great patience. Actually, no heroic effort was necessary. For us it has been an enlightening discussion and, in all sincerity, a pleasant experience. Of course, in this type of discussion we, the members of the government, are not the most qualified people to be expressing opinions on issues you specialize in. At least, that is true for me. We have been active participants in this revolution, the social and economic revolution taking place in Cuba. At the same time, this social and economic revolution will inevitably produce a cultural revolution in our country. We have tried to do something in this field, although perhaps there were more pressing problems to deal with at the beginning of the revolution. If we were to review our efforts with a critical eye, it could be said we have somewhat neglected a discussion as important as this one. Not that it was forgotten completely. The government was already considering a discussion like this, and perhaps the incident referred to repeatedly here helped speed things up. Months ago we intended to call a meeting like this one to review and discuss the question of culture. But important events kept taking place, one after the other, and the latest ones especially prevented this from taking place earlier. The revolutionary government has adopted a few measures that express our concern over this question. A few things have been done, and several members of the government have brought the question up more than once. In any case, it can be said that the revolution itself has already brought about changes in the cultural sector, and that the artists' conditions of work have changed. I believe that a pessimistic perspective has been somewhat overemphasized here. Concerns have been expressed that go far beyond what can really be justified. The reality of the changes that have occurred in this sector and in the actual conditions for artists and writers has been almost ignored in the discussion. It is unquestionable that things are better for Cuban artists and writers than in the past, when their conditions were truly depressing. If the revolution started off by bringing about profound changes in the environment and conditions of work, why should we fear that the same revolution would seek to destroy those changes? Why should we fear that the revolution would destroy the very conditions it created? What we are discussing here is not a simple problem. All of us here have the responsibility to analyze it carefully. It is not a simple problem, it has arisen many times in all revolutions. It is a knotty problem, we might say, and it is not easy to untangle. Nor is it one we are going to solve easily. The various compañeros who have spoken here expressed a great variety of points of view, and they gave their reasons for them. The first day, people were a little timid, and for this reason, we had to ask the compañeros to tackle the subject directly, to have everyone state their concerns openly. If we are not mistaken, the fundamental question raised here is that of freedom of artistic creation. When writers from abroad have visited our country, political writers in particular, this question has been brought up more than once. It has undoubtedly been a subject of discussion in every country where a profound revolution like ours has taken place. By chance, shortly before we returned to this hall, a compañero brought us a pamphlet containing a brief conversation on this subject between Jean-Paul Sartre and myself that Lisandro Otero included in the book entitled Conversations at the Lake Revolucion, Tuesday, March 8, 1960. I was asked a similar question on another occasion by C. Wright Mills, the U.S. writer. I must confess that in a certain way these questions caught us a little unprepared. We did not have our Yenin conference with Cuban artists and writers during the revolution. In reality, this is a revolution that arose and came to power in what might be called record time. Unlike other revolutions, it did not have the main problems resolved. Therefore, one of the revolution's characteristics has been its need to confront many problems under the pressure of time. We are just like the revolution, that is, we have improvised quite a bit. This revolution has not had the period of preparation that other revolutions have had, and the leaders of this revolution have not had the intellectual maturity that leaders of other revolutions have had. Yet I believe that we have contributed to current developments in our country as much as has been in our power. I believe that through everyone's efforts, we are carrying out a true revolution, and that this revolution is developing and seems destined to become one of the important events of the century. We have had an important part in these events, however we do not consider ourselves revolutionary theoreticians or revolutionary intellectuals. If people are judged by their deeds, perhaps we might have the right to consider the revolution itself to be our merit. But we do not think so, and I believe that we should all adopt a similar attitude, regardless of the work we might have done. Whatever merits our work may appear to have, we should begin by honestly placing ourselves in the position of not presuming that we know more than anyone else, that we know all there is to know, that our viewpoints are infallible, and that everyone who does not think exactly as we do is mistaken. We should honestly evaluate, although not with false modesty, what we know. I believe it will be easier to progress in this way and with confidence. If all of us adopt that attitude, you as well as us subjective attitudes will disappear, and the element of subjectivity in analyzing problems will disappear too. What do we really know, in fact? We are all learning and we all have much to learn. We have not come here to teach, we have also come to learn. There have been certain fears floating about, expressed by some compañeros. Listening to them, we felt at times that we were dreaming. We had the impression that our feet were not firmly planted on the ground, because if we have any fears or concerns today, they are connected with the revolution itself. The great concern, for all of us, should be the revolution. Or do we believe that the revolution has already won all its battles? Do we believe that the revolution is not in danger? What should be the first concern of every citizen today? Should it be concerned that the revolution is going to commit excesses, that the revolution is going to stifle art, or that the revolution is going to stifle the creativity of our citizens, or should it be the revolution itself? Should our first concern be the dangers, real or imaginary, that might threaten that creative spirit, or should it be the dangers that might threaten the revolution? We are not invoking this danger as a simple point of argument. We are saying that the concern of the country's citizens and of all revolutionary writers and artists, or of all writers and artists who understand the revolution and consider it just, should be, what dangers threaten the revolution and what can we do to help the revolution? We believe that the revolution still has many battles to fight, and that our first thoughts and our first concerns should be, what can we do to assure the victory of the revolution? That comes first. The first thing is the revolution itself, and then, afterwards, we can concern ourselves with other questions. This does not mean that other questions should not concern us, but that the fundamental concern in our minds, as it is with me, has to be the revolution. The question under discussion here and that we will tackle is the question of the freedom of writers and artists to express themselves. The fear in people's minds is that the revolution might choke this freedom, that the revolution might stifle the creative spirit of writers and artists. Freedom of form has been spoken of. Everyone agrees that freedom of form must be respected. I believe there is no doubt on this point. The question becomes more delicate, and we get to the real heart of the matter, when dealing with freedom of content. This is a much more delicate issue, and it is open to the most diverse interpretations. The most controversial aspect of this question is, should we or should we not have absolute freedom of content in artistic expression? It seems to us that some compañeros defend the affirmative. Perhaps it is because they fear that the question will be decided by prohibitions, regulations, limitations, rules, and the authorities. Permit me to tell you in the first place that the revolution defends freedom. The revolution has brought the country a very high degree of freedom. By its very nature, the revolution cannot be an enemy of freedom. If some are worried that the revolution might stifle their creativity, that worry is unnecessary. There is no basis for it whatsoever. What could be the basis for such a concern? Only those who are unsure of their revolutionary convictions can be truly worried about such a problem. Someone who lacks confidence in their own art, who lacks confidence in their ability to create, might be worried about this matter. Should a true revolutionary, an artist, or an intellectual who feels the revolution is just and is sure that they are capable of serving the revolution, worry about this problem? Should truly revolutionary writers and artists hold any doubts? My opinion is no. The only ones who could hold any doubts are those writers and artists who, without being counter-revolutionaries, are not revolutionaries either. It is correct for writers or artists who do not feel themselves to be true revolutionaries to pose this question. An honest writer or artist, who is capable of grasping the revolution's purpose and sense of justice without being part of it, should consider this question. A revolutionary puts one thing above all else. A revolutionary puts one thing above even their own creativity. They put the revolution above everything else. And the most revolutionary artist is one who is ready to sacrifice even their own artistic calling for the revolution. No one has ever assumed that every person, every writer, or every artist has to be a revolutionary, just as no one should ever assume that every person or every revolutionary has to be an artist, or that every honest person, just because they are honest, has to be a revolutionary. Being a revolutionary is to have a certain attitude toward life. Being a revolutionary is to have a certain attitude toward existing reality. There are some who resign themselves and adapt to this reality, and there are others who cannot resign or adapt themselves to that reality but who try to change it. That's why they are revolutionaries. There can also be some who adapt themselves to reality who are honest people. It is just that their spirit is not a revolutionary spirit, their attitude toward reality is not a revolutionary attitude. Of course, there can be artists, and good artists, who do not have a revolutionary attitude toward life, and it is precisely this group of artists and intellectuals for whom the revolution constitutes something unforeseen, something that might deeply affect their state of mind. It is precisely this group of artists and intellectuals for whom the revolution constitutes a problem. For a mercenary artist or intellectual, for a dishonest artist or intellectual, this would never be a problem. They know what they have to do, they know what is in their interest, they know where they are going. The real problem exists for the artist or intellectual who does not have a revolutionary attitude but who is an honest person. Obviously, a person who has such an attitude toward life, whether or not they are a revolutionary, whether or not they are an artist, has their own goals and objectives. We should all ask ourselves about such goals and objectives. For the revolutionary, those goals and objectives are directed toward changing reality and toward the redemption of humanity. It is humanity itself, one's fellow human being, the redemption of one's fellow human being that constitutes the revolutionary's objective. If we revolutionaries are asked what matters most to us, we will say, the people, and we will always say the people. The people in their true sense, that is, the majority of those who have had to live under exploitation and the cruelest neglect. Our fundamental concern will always be with the great majority of the people, the oppressed and exploited classes. We view everything from this standpoint: whatever is good for them will be good for us, whatever is noble, useful, and beautiful for them, will be noble, useful, and beautiful for us. If one does not think in this manner, if one does not think of the people and for the people, if one does not think and act for the great exploited mass of the people, for the great masses we seek to redeem, then one simply does not have a revolutionary attitude. From this standpoint we analyze what is good, what is useful and what is beautiful. We understand that it must be a tragedy when someone understands this and nevertheless has to confess that he or she is incapable of fighting for it. We are, or believe ourselves to be, revolutionaries. Whoever is more an artist than a revolutionary cannot think in exactly the same way that we do. We suffer no inner conflict, because we fight for the people and we know that we can achieve the objectives of our struggle. The principal goal is the people. We have to think about the people before we think about ourselves. That is the only attitude that can be defined as truly revolutionary. It is for those who cannot or do not have such an attitude, but who are honest people, that this problem exists. And just as the revolution constitutes a problem for them, they constitute a problem the revolution should be concerned about. The case was well made here that there are many writers and artists who are not revolutionaries, but who are nevertheless sincere writers and artists. It was stated that they wanted to help the revolution, and that the revolution is interested in their help, that they wanted to work for the revolution and that for its part, the revolution had an interest in them contributing their knowledge and efforts on its behalf. It is easier to appreciate this by analyzing specific cases, and some of these are difficult. A Catholic writer spoke here, raising problems that concerned him, and he spoke with great clarity. He asked if he would be able to write on a particular question from his ideological point of view, or if he would be able to write a work defending that point of view. He asked quite frankly if, within a revolutionary system, he could express himself in accordance with his beliefs. He thus posed the problem in a way that might be considered symptomatic. He wanted to know if he could write in accordance with those beliefs or that ideology, which is not exactly the ideology of the revolution. He was in agreement with the revolution on economic and social questions, but his philosophical position was different from that of the revolution. It is worth keeping this case in mind, because it is representative of the type of writers and artists who demonstrate a favorable attitude toward the revolution, and wish to know what degree of freedom they have within the revolution to express themselves in accordance with their beliefs. This is the sector that constitutes a problem for the revolution, just as the revolution constitutes a problem for them. It is the duty of the revolution to concern itself with these cases. It is the duty of the revolution to concern itself with the situation of these artists and writers, because the revolution should strive to have more than just the revolutionaries march alongside it, and more than just the revolutionary artists and intellectuals. It is possible that women and men who have a truly revolutionary attitude toward reality are not the majority of the population. Revolutionaries are the vanguard of the people, but revolutionaries should strive to have all the people march alongside them. The revolution cannot renounce the goal of having all honest men and women, whether or not they are writers and artists, march alongside it. The revolution should strive to convert everyone who has doubts into revolutionaries. The revolution should try to win over the majority of the people to its ideas. The revolution should never give up relying on the majority of the people. It must rely not only on the revolutionaries, but on all honest citizens who, although they may not be revolutionaries, who may not have a revolutionary attitude toward life, are with the revolution. The revolution should turn its back only on those who are incorrigible reactionaries, who are incorrigible counter-revolutionaries. The revolution must have a policy and a stance toward the sector of the population, this sector of intellectuals and writers. The revolution has to understand this reality and should act in such a way that these artists and intellectuals who are not genuine revolutionaries can find a space within the revolution where they can work and create. Even though they are not revolutionary writers and artists, they should have the opportunity and freedom to express their creative spirit within the revolution. In other words, within the revolution, everything; against the revolution, nothing. Against the revolution, nothing, because the revolution also has its rights, and the first right of the revolution is the right to exist, and no one can oppose the revolution's right to exist. Inasmuch as the revolution embodies the interests of the people, inasmuch as the revolution symbolizes the interests of the whole nation, no one can justly claim a right to oppose it. I believe that this is quite clear. What are the rights of writers and artists, revolutionary or non-revolutionary? Within the revolution, everything; against the revolution, there are no rights. This is not some special law or guideline for artists and writers. It is a general principle for all citizens. It is a fundamental principle of the revolution. Counter-revolutionaries, that is, the enemies of the revolution, have no rights against the revolution, because the revolution has one right, the right to exist, the right to develop, and the right to be victorious. Who can cast doubt on that right, the right of a people who have said, Patria o muerte, homeland or death, that is, revolution or death? The existence of the revolution, or nothing. This is a revolution that has said, venceremos. We will win. It has very seriously stated its intention. And as much as one may respect the personal reasons of an enemy of the revolution, the rights and the welfare of a revolution must be respected more. This is even more true in light of the revolution being a historical process, inasmuch as a revolution is not and cannot be the product of a whim or of the will of a single individual. A revolution can only be the product of the needs and the will of the people. In the face of the rights of an entire people, the rights of the enemies of the people do not count. We speak of extreme cases only in order to express our ideas more clearly. I have already said that among those extreme cases there is a great variety of attitudes and there is also a great variety of concerns. To hold a particular concern does not necessarily signify that one is not a revolutionary. We have tried to define basic attitudes. The revolution cannot seek to stifle art or culture, since one of the goals and fundamental aims of the revolution is to develop art and culture, precisely so that art and culture truly become the patrimony of the people. Just as we want a better life for the people in the material sense, so too do we want a better life for the people in a spiritual and cultural sense. Just as the revolution is concerned with the development of conditions that will let the people satisfy all their material needs, so too do we want to develop conditions that will permit the people to satisfy all their cultural needs. Do our people have a low cultural level? Do a high percentage of the people not know how to read and write? A high percentage of our people have also known hunger, or live or have lived in very difficult conditions, in conditions of extreme poverty. A section of the population lacks a great many of the material goods they need, and we are trying to bring about conditions that will give those people access to all these material goods. In the same way, we should bring about the necessary conditions so that works of culture reach the people. This does not mean that an artist has to sacrifice the artistic value of their creations, or the quality. It means that we all have to struggle so that the artist creates for the people, so that, in turn, the people's cultural level is raised and they draw nearer to the artist. We cannot establish a general rule. All artistic expressions are not exactly the same, and at times we have spoken here as if that were the case. There are expressions of the creative spirit that by their very nature are much more accessible to the people than other manifestations of the creative spirit. Therefore it is impossible to establish a general rule. What type of expression should the artist follow in an effort to reach the people, and in what ways will the people draw nearer to the artist? Can we make a general statement about this? No, it would be an oversimplification. It is necessary to strive to reach the people with all creative expressions, but at the same time it is necessary to do everything we can to enable the people to understand more and to understand better. I believe that this principle does not conflict with the aspirations of any artist, and much less so if it is kept in mind that people should create for their contemporaries. Don't say that there are artists who create only for posterity, because without considering our judgment infallible, I believe that anyone proceeding on this assumption is deluding themselves. That is not to say that artists who work for their contemporaries have to renounce posterity, because it is precisely by creating for one's contemporaries whether or not one's contemporaries understand them that works acquire historic and universal value. We are not making a revolution for the generations to come, we are making a revolution with this generation and for this generation, independently of the fact that it benefits future generations and may become a historic event. We are not making a revolution for posterity. This revolution will be important to posterity because it is a revolution for today, and for the men and women of today. Who would support us if we were making a revolution for future generations? We are working and creating for our contemporaries, without depriving any artistic endeavor of its aspiration to eternal fame. These are truths that we should all analyze with honesty. And I believe it is necessary to start from certain basic truths in order to avoid false conclusions. We do not see how any honest artist or writer has reason for concern. We are not enemies of freedom. No one here is an enemy of freedom. Whom do we fear? What authority do we fear will stifle our creativity? Do we fear our compañeros in the National Council of Culture? In talks we have held with members of the National Council of Culture, we have observed feelings and viewpoints that are far removed from the concerns expressed here about limitations, straitjackets, and so on, imposed on creativity. Our conclusion is that the compañeros of the National Council of Culture are as concerned as all of you are about achieving the best conditions for the development of creative work by artists and intellectuals. It is the duty of the revolution and the revolutionary government to see that there is a highly qualified agency that can be relied upon to stimulate, encourage, develop, and guide that creative spirit. We consider it a duty. Does this perhaps constitute an infringement on the rights of writers and artists? Does this constitute a threat to the rights of writers and artists, implying that there will be arbitrary measures or an excess of authority? It would be the same as being afraid that the police will attack us when we pass a traffic light. It would be the same as being afraid that a judge will condemn or sentence us, the same as being afraid that the forces of the revolutionary power will commit some act of violence against us. In other words, we would then have to worry about all these things. And yet our citizens do not believe that the militia is going to fire at them, that the judge is going to punish them, that the state power is going to use violence against them. The existence of an authority in the cultural sector does not mean that there is any reason to worry about that authority being abused. Does anyone think that such a cultural authority should not exist? By the same token, one could think that the militia should not exist, that the police should not exist, that the state power should not exist, and even that the state should not exist. And if anyone is so anxious for the disappearance of the slightest trace of state authority, then let them stop worrying, be patient, for the day will come when the state will not exist either. There has to be a council that guides, that stimulates, that develops, that works to create the best conditions for the work of the artists and intellectuals. What organization is the best defender of the interests of the artists and intellectuals if not this very council? What organization has proposed laws and suggested various measures to improve those conditions, if not the National Council of Culture? What organization proposed a law to create the National Printing House to remedy the deficiencies that have been pointed out here? What organization proposed the creation of the Institute of Ethnology and Folklore, if not the National Council of Culture? What organization has advocated the allocation of the funds and the foreign currency necessary for importing books that had not entered the country in many months, for buying material so that painters and plastic artists can work? What organization has concerned itself with the economic problems, that is, with the material conditions of the artists? What organization has concerned itself with the whole range of current needs of writers and artists? What organization has defended within the government the budgets, the buildings, and the projects directed at improving your working conditions? That organization is none other than the National Council of Culture. Why should anyone view that council with suspicion? Why should anyone fear that it will use its authority to do exactly the opposite, limit our conditions, stifle our creativity? It is conceivable that some people who have had no problems at all are concerned about that authority. But those who appreciate the necessity of all the steps the council has had to take, and all the work it has to do, can never look at it with suspicion, because the council also has an obligation to the people and it has an obligation to the revolution and to the revolutionary government. And that obligation is to fulfill the objectives for which it was created, and it has as much interest in the success of its work as each artist has in their own success. I don't know if I have failed to touch on some of the fundamental questions that were raised here. There was much discussion on the question of the film Pasado Meridiano or PM by Cuban filmmakers Orlando Jimenez and Saba Cabrera. I have not seen the film, although I want to see it. I am curious to see it. Was the film dealt with unfairly? In fact, I believe that no film has received so many honors or been discussed so much. Although I have not seen that movie, I have heard the opinions of compañeros who have seen it, including the president and various members of the National Council of Culture. At the very least, their opinion, their judgment, merits respect from us all. But there is one thing I believe cannot be disputed, and that is the right established by law to exercise the function that was exercised in this case by the Film Institute or the Review Board. Perhaps that right of the government is being disputed? Does the government have the right to exercise that function or not? For us, what is fundamental in this case is, above all, to determine if the government did or did not have that right. The question of procedure could be discussed, as it was, to determine if it was fair or not, if another, more amicable procedure would have been better, if the decision was just or not. But there is one thing I believe no one can dispute, and that is the government's right to exercise that function. For if we challenge that right, then it would mean that the government does not have the right to review the films that are going to be shown to the people. I believe this is a right that cannot be disputed. There is, in addition, something that we all understand perfectly, and this is that some intellectual or artistic creations are more important than others as far as the education or the ideological development of the people is concerned. I don't believe anyone can disagree that among the most fundamental and highly important media is the cinema, as well as television. Now, in the midst of the revolution, can anyone challenge the government's right to regulate, review and supervise the films that are shown to the people? Is this, perhaps, what is being disputed? Can the revolutionary government's right to supervise the mass media that influence the people so much be considered a limitation or a prohibition? If we were to challenge that right of the revolutionary government, we would be faced with a problem of principle, because to deny that right to the revolutionary government would be to deny the government's function and responsibility, especially in the midst of a revolutionary struggle, in leading the people and leading the revolution. At times, it has seemed that this right of the government was being challenged, and in response, we state our opinion that the government does have such a right. And if it has that right, it can make use of that right. It can make mistakes. We are not pretending that the government is infallible. The government, in exercising its right or its functions, is not required to be infallible. But can anyone be so skeptical, so suspicious, and so distrustful toward the revolutionary government that in believing one decision is wrong, they are terror-stricken that the government might always be wrong? I am not suggesting the government was mistaken in that decision. What I am saying is that the government exercised its right. I am trying to put myself in the place of those who worked on that film. I am trying to put myself in their state of mind, and I am even trying to understand their sorrow, unhappiness, and pain when the film was not shown. That is perfectly understandable. But one must understand that the government acted within its rights. This judgment had the support of competent and responsible members of the government, and there is no reason for distrusting the spirit of justice and fairness of the members of the revolutionary government, because the revolutionary government has given no cause for anyone to doubt its spirit of justice and fairness. We should not think that we are perfect, we should not even think that we are free of subjectivity. Some people might point out that certain compañeros in the government are subjective, or not free of subjectivity. Can those who believe this assure us that they themselves are completely free of subjectivity? Can they accuse some compañeros of holding subjective views without accepting the fact that their own opinions might also be influenced by subjective factors? Let us state here that whoever feels themselves perfect or free from subjectivity should cast the first stone. I believe there has been a personal and emotional element in the discussion. Hasn't there been a personal and emotional element in the discussion? Did absolutely everyone come here free of emotionalism and subjectivity? Did absolutely everyone come here free of any group spirit? Are there no currents and tendencies within this discussion? There undoubtedly are. If a 6-year-old child had been seated here, he or she too would have noticed the different currents and viewpoints, the different emotions that were confronting one another. People here have said many things. They have said interesting things. Some have said brilliant things. Everyone has been very erudite. But, above all, there has been a reality, the reality of the discussion itself and the freedom with which everyone has been able to express themselves and defend their point of view. The freedom with which everyone has been able to speak and explain their views in the midst of a large meeting, which has grown larger by the day, a meeting that we consider positive, where we have been able to dispel a whole series of doubts and worries. Have there been quarrels? Undoubtedly. Have there been battles and skirmishes here among the writers and artists? Undoubtedly. Has there been criticism and supercriticism? Undoubtedly. Have some compañeros tried out their weapons at the expense of other compañeros? Undoubtedly. The wounded have spoken here, expressing their complaints at what they consider unjust attacks. Fortunately, we've had no dead, only wounded, including compañeros who are still convalescing from their wounds. And some of them presented as a clear case of injustice the fact that they had been attacked with high-caliber artillery without ever having had the chance to return fire. Have harsh criticisms been made? Undoubtedly. In a certain sense a problem has been raised here that we are not going to pretend to be able to address in a few words. But I believe that among the things said here, one of the most correct is that the spirit of criticism should be constructive, it should be positive and not destructive. That's what we believe. But, in general, that is not kept in mind. For some, the word criticism has become a synonym for attack, when it really means nothing of the sort. When they tell someone, so and so criticized you, the person gets angry before even asking what was really said. In other words, he or she assumes they were torn apart. If those of us who have been somewhat removed from these problems or struggles, these skirmishes and weapons tests, were told about the cases of certain compañeros who have almost been on the verge of deep depression because of devastating criticism leveled against them, it is quite possible that we would sympathize with the victims, because we have a tendency to sympathize with victims. We who sincerely want only to contribute to an understanding and unity among everyone have tried to avoid words that could wound or discourage anyone. One thing is unquestionable, however, there may have been struggles or controversies in which conditions have not been equal for everyone. From the point of view of the revolution, this cannot be fair. The revolution should not give weapons to some to be used against others. We believe that writers and artists should have every opportunity to express themselves. We believe that writers and artists, through their association, should have a broad cultural magazine open to all. Doesn't it seem to you this would be a fair solution? But the revolution cannot put those resources in the hands of one particular group. The revolution can and should marshal those resources in such a manner that they can be widely utilized by all writers and artists. You will shortly constitute an association of writers and artists UNEC at the Congress you will attend. That Congress should be held in a truly constructive spirit, and we are confident that you are capable of holding it in that spirit. From that Congress will emerge a strong association of writers and artists where everyone who has a truly constructive spirit can take part. If anyone thinks we wish to eliminate them, if anyone thinks we want to stifle them, we can give assurances that they are absolutely mistaken. Now is the time for you to contribute in an organized way and with all your enthusiasm to the tasks corresponding to you in the revolution, and to constitute a broad organization of all writers and artists. I don't know if the questions that have been raised here will be discussed at the Congress, but we know that the Congress is going to meet, and that its work as well as the work to be done by the Association of Writers and Artists will be good topics for discussion at our next meeting. We believe that we should meet again, at least, we don't want to deprive ourselves of the pleasure and usefulness of these meetings, which have served to focus our attention on all these questions. We have to meet again. What does that mean? That we have to continue discussing these questions. In other words, everyone can rest assured that the government is greatly interested in these questions, and that the future will hold ample opportunity for discussing all these questions at large meetings. It seems to us that this should be a source of satisfaction for writers and artists, and we, too, look forward to acquiring more information and knowledge. The National Council of Culture should also have an information agency. I think that this is putting things in their proper place. It cannot be called cultural imposition or a stifling of artistic creativity. What true artist with all his or her senses could think that this constitutes a stifling of creativity? The revolution wants artists to exert the maximum effort on behalf of the people. It wants them to put the maximum interest and effort into revolutionary work. We believe this is a just aspiration of the revolution. Does this mean that we are going to tell the people here what they have to write? No. Everyone should write what they want, and if what they write is no good, that's their problem. If what they paint is no good, that's their problem. We do not prohibit anyone from writing on the topic they prefer. On the contrary, everyone should express themselves in the form they consider best, and they should express freely the idea they want to express. We will always evaluate a person's creation from the revolutionary point of view. That is also the right of the revolutionary government, which should be respected in the same way that the right of each person to express what he or she wants to express should be respected. A series of measures are being taken, some of which we have mentioned. We wish to inform those who were concerned about the question of the National Printing House that a law is under consideration to regulate its functions, to create various editorial divisions in line with different publishing needs and to overcome the deficiencies existing at present. The National Printing House is a recently created organization that has emerged under difficult conditions. It had to begin working in the offices of a newspaper that was closed suddenly. We were present the day that newspaper plant became the largest print shop in the country, with all its workers and editors, and it had to carry out the publication of urgently needed works, including many of a military nature. The National Printing House does have deficiencies, but these will be remedied. There will be no grounds for complaints such as those expressed here, in this meeting, about the National Printing House. Measures are also being taken to acquire books, to acquire work materials, that is, to resolve all the problems that have concerned writers and artists and which the National Council of Culture has repeatedly pointed to. For as you know, the state has different departments and different institutions and, within the state, each body seeks to have the resources necessary for doing its job well. We want to point to some areas where we have already advanced, areas that should be sources of encouragement for all of us. One example is the success achieved by the symphony orchestra, which has been completely reorganized. Not only has it reached a high level in the artistic sense, but also in the revolutionary sense, for there are now 50 members of the symphony orchestra who belong to the militia. The Cuban ballet has also been rebuilt and has just made a tour abroad, where it won admiration and recognition in all the countries it visited. The modern dance group has also been quite successful, and has been highly praised in Europe. The National Library, for its part, is working hard on behalf of culture. It is engaged in awakening the interest of the people in music and painting. It has set up an art department with the objective of making fine paintings known to the people. It has a music department, a young people's department, and a children's section. Shortly before coming here, we visited the children's department of the National Library. We saw the number of children who were there, the work that is being done there. The progress made by the National Library is a motivation for the government to provide it with the means necessary for continuing this work. The National Printing House is now a reality, and with its new form of organization, it is also a victory for the revolution that will contribute mightily to the education of the people. The Cuban Film Institute ICAIC is also a reality. The first stage has consisted chiefly in supplying it with necessary equipment and materials. The revolution has established at least the foundation of a film industry. This has required a great effort, if it is kept in mind that ours is not an industrialized country and that the acquisition of all this equipment has meant sacrifices. Any lack of facilities for the cinema is not due to a restrictive government policy, but simply to the scarcity of economic resources at present for creating a movement of film enthusiasts that would permit the development of all cinematic talent when the resources are available. For its part, the Cuban Film Institute's policy will be the object of discussion, and of emulation among the various work teams. It is not yet possible to assess the work of ICAIC itself. The Film Institute has not yet had time to do enough work to be judged, but it has been working hard, and we know that a number of its documentaries have contributed greatly to making the revolution known abroad. But what we should emphasize is that the foundation for the film industry has already been laid. There has also been cultural work done in the form of publicity, lectures, and so on, sponsored by different agencies. However, this is nothing compared to what can be done and what the revolution aims to do. There are still many questions to resolve that are of interest to writers and artists. There are problems of a material nature, in other words, of an economic order. Yesterday's conditions do not exist now. Today there is no longer a small privileged class to buy the works of artists, although at miserable prices, to be sure, since more than one artist died in poverty and neglect. These problems remain to be confronted and solved, and the revolutionary government should solve them. The National Council of Culture should be concerned with them, too, as well as with the problem of artists who no longer produce and are left completely abandoned. Artists should be guaranteed not only adequate material conditions for the present, but security for the future. In a certain sense, now, with the reorganization of the Institute of Royalty Payments, the living conditions of a great number of authors, who were miserably exploited and whose rights were scorned, have improved considerably. Today, authors, many of whom used to live in extreme poverty, have incomes that permit them to escape from that situation. These are steps that the revolution has taken, but they are only preliminary steps. they will be followed by other steps that will create still better conditions. There is also the idea of organizing a place where artists and writers can rest and work. Once, when we were traveling throughout the whole national territory, the idea occurred to us in a very beautiful place, on the Isle of Pines, to build a community in the middle of a pine forest, where we could send prize-winning writers and artists. At that time we were thinking about establishing some sort of prize for the best progressive writers and artists of the world. That project did not materialize, but it can be revived and a place can be created in some peaceful haven that facilitates rest, that facilitates writing. I believe that it is worthwhile for artists, and architects as well, to begin thinking of and planning the ideal retreat for writers and artists, and to see if they can agree. The revolutionary government is ready to contribute its share to the budget, now that everything is planned. Will such planning be a limitation imposed by us revolutionaries on the creative spirit? Don't forget that we revolutionaries have been improvising a bit, and are now faced with the reality of planning. That presents a problem to us too, because until now we have had a creative spirit toward revolutionary initiatives and revolutionary investments, which are now part of a plan. So don't think we are exempt from the problem, for we could protest too. In other words, now that we know what is going to be done next year, the following year, and the year after that, who is going to dispute the fact that economic planning is necessary? But the construction of a retreat for writers and artists fits in with that plan. Truly, it would be a source of satisfaction for the revolution to accomplish this project. We have been concerned here with the present situation of writers and artists. We have overlooked future perspectives to some degree. And we, who have no reason to grumble about you, have also spent a moment thinking about the artists and writers of the future. We wondered what it would be like if the members of the government, not us necessarily, and the artists and the writers were to meet again, as they should, in the future, in 5 or 10 years, when culture has achieved the extraordinary development we hope it will achieve, when the first fruits of the present educational and training programs begin to appear. Long before these questions were raised, the revolutionary government was already concerned about the extension of culture to the people. We have always been very optimistic. I believe that it is not possible to be a revolutionary without being an optimist, because the difficulties that a revolution has to surmount are very serious, and one has to be an optimist. A pessimist can never be a revolutionary. The revolution has had various stages. There was a stage when different agencies took the initiative in the field of culture. Even INRA National Institute of Agrarian Reform was conducting activities of a cultural nature. There was even a clash with the National Theatre, because certain work was being done there and suddenly we were off doing other work on our own. Now all that is within one organization. In connection with our plans for the peasants in the cooperatives and state farms, the idea arose of extending culture into the countryside, to the state farms and cooperatives. How? By training music, dance, and drama instructors. Only optimists can take initiatives like that. So how were we to awaken love for the theater, for example, among the peasants? Where were the instructors? Where would we get instructors to send to 3,000 state farms and 600 cooperatives, for example? All this presents difficulties, but I am certain that you will all agree that if this is achieved it will be a positive accomplishment. Above all, it will be a start in discovering talents among the people and transforming the people from participants into creators, for ultimately it is the people who are the great creators. We should not forget this, and neither should we forget the thousands and thousands of creative talents lost in our countryside and cities due to lack of conditions and lack of opportunity to develop. Many talents have been lost in our countryside, of that we are sure, unless we presume ourselves to be the most intelligent people ever born in this country, and I want to say that I presume no such thing. I have often given as an example the fact that of several thousand children in the place where I was born, I was the only one who was able to study at the university, study poorly to be sure. And I first had to attend a number of schools run by priests, and so on. I don't want to anathematize anyone, although I do want to say that I have the same right as anyone here to say what I please, to complain. I have the right to complain. Someone spoke of the fact that he was molded by bourgeois society. I can say that I was molded by something even worse, that I was molded by the worst reactionaries, and that a good many years of my life were lost in obscurantism, superstition, and lies. That was the time when you were not taught how to think, but forced to believe. I am of the opinion that when a human being's ability to think and reason is impaired, that human being is transformed into a domesticated animal. I am not challenging anyone's religious beliefs. We respect those beliefs, we respect the right to freedom of belief and religion. But they did not respect my right to this freedom. I had no freedom of belief or religion. On the contrary, they imposed a belief and a religion on me and domesticated me for 12 years. Naturally, I have to speak with an element of grievance about those years, the years when young people have the greatest interest and curiosity about everything, years I could have employed in systematic study that would have enabled me to acquire the culture that the children of Cuba today are going to have every opportunity to acquire. With all that, only 1 in 1,000 could get a university degree, and that person had to bear that millstone where only by a miracle was his mind not crushed forever. The 1 person in 1,000 had to go through all that. Why? Because he was the only one of 1,000 who could afford to study at a private school. Now, am I to believe that I was the most capable and intelligent of the 1,000? I believe that we are a product of selection, but not natural selection so much as social. I was selected to go to the university by a process of social selection, not natural selection. Who knows how many tens of thousands of young people, superior to us all, have been left in ignorance by social selection. That is the truth. And whoever thinks of themselves as an artist should remember that there are many people, better than they are, who were unable to become artists. If we do not admit this, we are avoiding reality. We are privileged, among other things, because our fathers were not wagon drivers. What I have said shows the enormous number of talented minds that have been lost simply through lack of opportunity. We are going to bring opportunity to all those minds. We are going to create the conditions that permit all talent, artistic, literary, scientific, or otherwise, to develop. Think about the significance of a revolution that permits such a thing. As of right now, we have already begun teaching everyone to read and write, and we will have accomplished this by the next school term. Add to this the creation of schools everywhere in Cuba, educational advancement campaigns, and the training of teachers, and we will be able to discover and bring to light every talent. And this is only the beginning. All the teachers in the country will learn to recognize which child has a special talent, and will recommend which child should be given a scholarship to the National Academy of Art, and at the same time they will awaken artistic taste and love for culture among adults. Some trials have been made to demonstrate the capacity of peasants and common people to assimilate artistic questions, to assimilate culture and immediately begin to produce it. There are compañeros who have been at some cooperatives that now have their own theater groups. Recent performances in various parts of the Republic, and the artistic works of ordinary men and women, demonstrate the interest of the people of the countryside in all these things. Imagine, then, what it will mean when we have drama, music, and dance instructors at each cooperative and each state farm. In the course of only 2 years, we will be able to send 1,000 instructors, from each one of these fields, more than 1,000 in drama, dance, and music. The schools have been organized. They are already functioning. Imagine when there will be 1,000 dance, music, and drama groups throughout the island. In the countryside we are not speaking of the city, it is somewhat easier in the city. Imagine what that will mean for cultural advancement, because some have spoken here of the need to raise the level of the people. But how? The revolutionary government is concerned about this question, and it is creating conditions so that within a few years the people's level of culture will have been raised tremendously. We have selected those 3 branches, but we can continue selecting other branches and we can continue working to develop all aspects of culture. The School of Art instructors is already functioning, and the compañeros who work there are satisfied with the progress of that group of future instructors. In addition, we have already begun to construct the National Academy of Art, separate from the National Academy of Manual Arts. Cuba is certainly going to have the most beautiful Academy of Art in the world. Why? Because that academy is going to be located in one of the most beautiful residential districts of the world, where the section of the bourgeoisie of Cuba living in the greatest luxury used to reside, in the best district of that section of the bourgeoisie that was the most ostentatious, the most luxurious, and the most uncultured. Let me say this in passing, because none of those houses lacked a bar, but with few exceptions their inhabitants did not concern themselves with cultural questions. They lived in an incredibly luxurious manner, and it is worthwhile to take a trip there to see how these people lived. But they didn't know that one day an extraordinary Academy of Art would be built there, and this is what will remain of what they built, because the students are going to live in their homes, the homes of millionaires. They will not live sheltered lives, they will live in a home-like atmosphere, and they will attend classes in the academy. The academy is going to be located in the middle of the country club district, and it will be designed by a group of architects and artists. They have already begun work, and they are committed to finishing by December. We already have 300,000 feet of mahogany. The schools of music, ballet, theater, and plastic arts will be in the middle of a golf course, in a dreamlike setting. This is where the Academy of Art will be located, with 60 houses surrounding it, with a social center, dining rooms, lounges, swimming pools, and also a building for visitors, where the foreign teachers who are coming to assist us can live. This academy will have a capacity of up to 3,000 children, that is, 3,000 scholarship students. We expect it to start operating in the next school year. The National Academy of Manual Arts will also begin functioning soon. It, too, has another group of houses for students to live in, another golf course, and a type of construction similar to the others. These academies will be national in character. This does not mean in any way that they are the only schools, but that the young people who show the greatest ability will receive scholarships to go there, costing their families absolutely nothing. These youth and children are going to have ideal conditions for developing their abilities. Anybody would want to be a child now, to attend one of those academies. Isn't that so? We spoke here of painters who used to live off café con leche alone. Just imagine how different conditions will be now, and we will see if the ideal conditions for developing the creative spirit are not found. Instruction, housing, food, general education. There will be children who will begin to study in those schools at the age of 8, and along with artistic training, they will receive a general education. They will be able to fully develop their talents and their personalities. These are more than ideas or dreams, these are the realities of the revolution. The instructors are being trained, the national schools are being organized, the schools for art appreciation are also being founded. This is what the revolution means. This is why the revolution is important for culture. How could we do this without a revolution? Let's suppose that we are afraid that our creative spirit is going to wither or be crushed by the despotic hands of the Stalinist revolution. Wouldn't it be better, ladies and gentlemen, to think about the future? Are we going to think about our flowers withering when we are planting flowers everywhere? When we are forging those creative spirits of the future? Who would not exchange the present, who would not exchange even their own present existence for that future? Who would not exchange what they have now? Who would not sacrifice what they have now for that future? Doesn't someone with artistic sensibility also possess the spirit of the fighter who dies in battle, understanding that they are dying, that they are ceasing to exist physically, in order to enrich with their blood the triumph of their fellow beings, of their people? Think about the combatant who dies fighting, who sacrifices everything, life, family, wife, children. Why? So that we can do all these things. And what person with human sensibility, artistic sensibility, does not think that to do all that the sacrifice must be worthwhile? But the revolution is not asking sacrifices from those with creative genius. On the contrary, it says, put that creative spirit at the service of the revolution, without fear that your work will be impaired. But if, someday, you think that your personal work may be impaired, then say, it is well worth it for my work to be impaired if it contributes to the great work before us. We ask artists to develop their creative efforts to the fullest. We want to bring about the ideal conditions for artists and intellectuals to create, because if we are creating for the future, how can we not want the best for the artists and intellectuals of today? We are asking for maximum development on behalf of culture and, to be very precise, on behalf of the revolution, because the revolution means precisely more culture and more art. We ask intellectuals and artists to do their share in the work that is, after all, the work of this generation. The coming generation will be better than ours, but we will be the ones who will have made that better generation possible. We will be the ones to shape that future generation. We, the members of this generation, whether young or old, beardless or bearded, with an abundant head of hair, or no hair, or with white hair. This is the work of us all. We are going to wage a war against ignorance. We are going to wage a great battle against ignorance. We are going to unleash a merciless fight against ignorance, and we are going to test our weapons. Is there anyone who doesn't want to collaborate? What greater punishment is there than to deprive oneself of the satisfaction that others are getting? We spoke of the fact that we were privileged. We learned to read and write in a primary school, went to secondary school, to university, to acquire at least the rudiments of education, enough to enable us to do something. Shouldn't we consider ourselves privileged to be living in the midst of a revolution? Haven't we read about other revolutions with great interest? Who has not avidly read the histories of the French Revolution, of the Russian Revolution? Who has never dreamed of witnessing those revolutions personally? In my own case, for example, when I read about the Cuban War of Independence, I regretted that I had not been born in that period and that I had not been a fighter for independence and had not lived through that epic time. All of us have read the chronicles of our War of Independence with deep-felt emotion, and we envied the intellectuals and artists and fighters and leaders of that time. However, we have the privilege of living now and being eyewitnesses to a genuine revolution, to a revolution whose strength is now developing beyond the borders of our country, whose political and moral influence is making imperialism on this continent tremble and stagger. The Cuban Revolution has become the most important event of the century for Latin America, the most important event since the wars of independence of the 19th century. In truth, the redemption of humanity is something new, for what were those wars of independence but the replacement of colonial domination by the domination of ruling and exploiting classes in all those countries? It has fallen to us to live during a great, historic event. It can be said that this is the second great, historic event that has occurred in the last 3 centuries in Latin America. And we Cubans are active participants, knowing that the more we work, the more the revolution will become an inextinguishable flame, the more it will be called upon to play a transcendental role in history. You writers and artists have had the privilege of being living witnesses to this revolution. And a revolution is such an important event in human history that it is well worth living through, if only as a witness. That, too, is a privilege. Therefore, those who are incapable of understanding these things, those who let themselves be tricked, let themselves be confused, those who let themselves become perplexed by lies, are renouncing the revolution. What can we say about those who have renounced it? How can we think of them but with sorrow? They have abandoned this country, in full revolutionary effervescence, to crawl into the belly of the imperialist monster, where no expression of the spirit can have any life. They have abandoned the revolution to go there. They have preferred to be fugitives and deserters from their homeland rather than remain here even if only as spectators. You have the opportunity to be more than spectators, you can be actors in the revolution, writing about it, expressing yourselves about it. And the generations to come, what will they ask of you? You might produce magnificent artistic works from a technical point of view, but if you were to tell someone from the future generation, 100 years from now, that a writer, an intellectual, lived in the era of the revolution and did not write about the revolution, and was not a part of the revolution, it would be difficult for a person in the future to understand this. In the years to come there will be so many people who will want to paint about the revolution, to write about the revolution, to express themselves on the revolution, compiling data and information in order to know what it was like, what happened, how we used to live. I recently had the experience of meeting an old woman, 106 years old, who had just learned to read and write, and I proposed to her that she write a book. She had been a slave, and I wanted to know what the world looked like to her as a slave, what her first impressions were of her life, of her masters, of her fellow slaves. I believe that this old woman could write something more interesting than any of us could about that era. It is possible that in a single year someone can learn to read and write, and then write a book, at 106 years of age. That's what happens in a revolution. Who can write about what a slave endured better than she can? And who can write about the present better than you? How many people who have not lived through the present will begin to write in the future, at a distance, selecting material from other writings? On the other hand, let us not hasten to judge our work, since we will have more than enough judges. What we have to fear is not some imaginary, authoritarian judge, a cultural executioner. Other judges far more severe should be feared, the judges of posterity, of the generations to come. When all is said and done, they will be the ones to have the last word. 6. Manifesto for the Liberation of the Americas. The Second Declaration of Havana. Havana, February 4, 1962. In August 1960, at Washington's instigation, 19 of the 21 Organization of American States, OAS, members meeting in San Jose, Costa Rica, voted to censure Cuba for not rejecting aid from the Soviet Union and China. In response, a mass rally in Havana on September 2, 1960, adopted the Declaration of Havana. After Cuba was finally expelled from the OAS at a meeting in Punta del Este, Uruguay, in January 1962, and after Washington imposed a blockade on the island in February, another mass assembly took place in Havana, where Fidel Castro read this Second Declaration of Havana, asserting the right of the peoples of the Americas to sovereignty and independence. From the people of Cuba to the peoples of the Americas and the world. On May 18, 1895, on the eve of his death from a Spanish bullet through the heart, José Martí, the apostle of our independence, wrote in an unfinished letter to his friend Manuel Mercado. Now I am able to write. I am in danger each day now of giving my life for my country and for my duty, of preventing the United States, as Cuba obtains her independence, from extending its control over the Antilles and consequently falling with that much more force on the countries of our America. Whatever I have done so far, and whatever I will do, has been for that purpose. The nations most vitally concerned in preventing the imperialist annexation of Cuba, which would make Cuba the starting point of that course which must be blocked and which we are blocking with our blood of the annexation of our American nations to the violent and brutal North that despises them, are being hindered by lesser and public commitments from the open and avowed espousal of the sacrifice, which is being made for our and their benefit. I have lived inside the monster and know its entrails, and my sling is David's. In 1895, Martí had already pointed out the danger hovering over the Americas and called imperialism by its name, imperialism. He pointed out to the people of Latin America that more than anyone, they had a stake in seeing to it that Cuba did not succumb to the greed of the Yankees, scornful of the peoples of Latin America. And with his own blood, shed for Cuba and Latin America, he wrote the words that posthumously, in homage to his memory, the people of Cuba place at the top of this declaration. 67 years have passed. Puerto Rico was converted into a colony and is still a colony burdened with military bases. Cuba also fell into the clutches of imperialism, whose troops occupied our territory. The Platt Amendment was imposed on our first constitution, as a humiliating clause that sanctioned the odious right of foreign intervention. Our riches passed into their hands, our history was falsified, and our government and our politics were entirely molded in the interests of the overseers. The nation was subjected to 60 years of political, economic, and cultural suffocation. But Cuba rose up. Cuba was able to redeem itself from the bastard tutelage. Cuba broke the chains that tied its fortunes to those of the imperial oppressor, redeemed its riches, reclaimed its culture, and unfurled its banner of free territory and people of the Americas. Now the United States will never again be able to use Cuba's strength against the Americas. Conversely, the United States, dominating the majority of the other Latin American states, is attempting to use the strength of the Americas against Cuba. The history of Cuba is but the history of Latin America. The history of Latin America is but the history of Asia, Africa, and Oceania. And the history of all these peoples is but the history of the most pitiless and cruel exploitation by imperialism throughout the world. By the end of the last and the beginning of the present century, a handful of economically developed nations had finished partitioning the world among themselves, subjecting to their economic and political domination 2/3 of humanity, which was thus forced to work for the ruling classes of the economically advanced capitalist countries. The historical circumstances that permitted a high level of industrial development to certain European countries and the United States placed them in a position to subject the rest of the world to their domination and exploitation. What were the compelling motives behind the expansion of the industrial powers? Were they reasons of morality and civilization as they claim? No, the reasons were economic. From the discovery of the Americas, which hurled the European conquerors across the seas to occupy and exploit the lands and inhabitants of other continents, the fundamental motive for their conduct was the desire for riches. The discovery of the Americas was carried out in search of shorter routes to the Orient, whose goods were highly paid for in Europe. A new social class, the merchants and the producers of manufactured articles for commerce, arose from the womb of the feudal society of lords and serfs in the decline of the Middle Ages. The thirst for gold was the cause that spurred the efforts of that new class. The desire for gain has been the incentive of its conduct throughout history. With the growth of manufacturing and commerce, its social influence also grew. The new productive forces that were developing in the womb of feudal society clashed more and more with feudalism's relations of servitude, its laws, its institutions, its philosophy, its morality, its art, and its political ideology. New philosophical and political ideas, new concepts of rights and of the state were proclaimed by the intellectual representatives of the bourgeois class, which because they responded to the new necessities of social life gradually entered into the consciousness of the exploited masses. At that time, these were revolutionary ideas opposed to the worn-out ideas of feudal society. The peasants, the artisans, the workers in manufacturing, led by the bourgeoisie, overthrew the feudal order, its philosophy, its ideas, its institutions, its laws, and the privileges of the ruling class, that is, the hereditary nobility. At that time, the bourgeoisie considered revolution necessary and just. It did not think that the feudal order could and should be eternal as it now thinks its capitalist social order is. It encouraged the peasants to free themselves from feudal servitude, it encouraged the artisans to rebel against the medieval guilds and demanded the right to political power. The absolute monarchs, the nobility, and the high clergy stubbornly defended their class privileges, proclaiming the divine right of kings and the immutability of the social order. To be liberal, to proclaim the ideas of Voltaire, Diderot, or Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the spokespeople for bourgeois philosophy, at that time constituted, in the eyes of the ruling classes, as serious a crime as it is today in the eyes of the bourgeoisie to be a socialist and to proclaim the ideas of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. The bourgeoisie took political power and established on the ruins of feudal society its capitalist mode of production, and on the basis of this mode of production it erected its state, its laws, its ideas, and its institutions. Those institutions sanctified, above everything, the essence of its class rule, private property. The new society based on the private ownership of the means of production and free competition was thus divided into two basic classes, 1. the owners of the means of production, ever more modern and efficient, and the other, those deprived of all wealth, possessing only their labor power, to be sold on the market as just another commodity simply in order to live. With the feudal bonds broken, the productive forces developed extraordinarily fast. Great factories arose in which greater and greater numbers of workers were assembled. The most modern and technically efficient factories continually displaced from the market the less efficient competitors. The cost of industrial equipment continually rose. It became necessary to accumulate more and more capital. A greater portion of production passed into a smaller number of hands. Thus arose the great capitalist enterprises and later, according to the degree and character of the association, the great industrial conglomerates through cartels, syndicates, trusts and corporations, controlled by the owners of the major portion of the stock, that is to say, by the most powerful heads of industry. Free trade, characteristic of capitalism in its first phase, gave way to monopolies, which entered into agreements among themselves and controlled the markets. Where did the colossal quantity of resources come from that permitted a handful of monopolists to accumulate billions of dollars? Simply from the exploitation of human labor. Millions of people, forced to work for a wage of bare subsistence, produced with their strength the gigantic capital of the monopolies. The workers amassed the fortunes for the privileged classes, ever richer, ever more powerful. Through the banking institutions these classes were able to make use not only of their own money but that of society as a whole. Thus came about the fusion of the banks with big industry, and finance capital was born. What could they do with the great surplus of capital that was accumulating in ever greater quantities? Invade the world with it? Always in pursuit of profit, they began to seize the natural resources of all the economically weak countries and to exploit the human labor of their inhabitants with much more wretched wages than what they were forced to pay the workers of their own developed countries. Thus began the territorial and economic division of the world. By 1914, 8 or 10 imperialist countries had subjugated territories beyond their own borders, covering more than 83.7 million square kilometers, with a population of 970 million inhabitants. They had simply divided up the world. But as the world, limited in size, was divided up to the very last corner of the earth, a clash ensued among the different monopolistic nations. Struggles arose for new divisions, originating in the disproportionate distribution of industrial and economic power that the various monopolistic nations had attained in their uneven development. Imperialist wars broke out that would cost humanity 50 million dead, tens of millions wounded, and the destruction of incalculable material and cultural wealth. Even before this had happened, Karl Marx had written, "Capital comes into the world dripping from head to foot and from every pore with blood and dirt." The capitalist system of production, once it had given all it was capable of giving, became an abysmal obstacle to the progress of humanity. But the bourgeoisie from its beginning carried within itself its antithesis. In its womb gigantic productive instruments were developed, but with time a new and vigorous social force developed, the proletariat, destined to change the old and worn-out social system of capitalism to a higher socio-economic form in accordance with the historical possibilities of human society, converting into social property those gigantic means of production which the people and no one else but the people by their work had created and amassed. At such a stage of development of the productive forces, it became completely anachronistic and outmoded to have a regime based on private ownership and with it the economic subordination of millions and millions of human beings to the dictates of a small social minority. The interests of humanity cried out for a halt to the anarchy of production, the waste, economic crises, and the rapacious wars that are part of the capitalist system. The growing necessities of the human race, and the possibility of satisfying them, demanded the planned development of the economy and the rational utilization of its means of production and natural resources. It was inevitable that imperialism and colonialism would experience a profound and insoluble crisis. The general crisis began with the outbreak of World War I, with the revolution of the workers and peasants that overthrew the Tsarist Empire of Russia and founded, amid the most difficult conditions of capitalist encirclement and aggression, the world's first socialist state, opening a new era in the history of humanity. From that time until today, the crisis and decomposition of the imperialist system has steadily worsened. World War II, unleashed by the imperialist powers into which were dragged the Soviet Union and other criminally invaded peoples of Asia and Europe, who engaged in a bloody struggle of liberation, culminated in the defeat of fascism, the formation of the World Camp of Socialism, and the struggle of the colonial and dependent peoples for their sovereignty. Between 1945 and 1957, more than 1.2 billion human beings conquered their independence in Asia and Africa. The blood shed by the people was not in vain. The movement of the dependent and colonial peoples is a phenomenon of a universal character that agitates the world and marks the final crisis of imperialism. Cuba and Latin America are part of the world. Our problems form part of the problems engendered by the general crisis of imperialism and the struggle of the subjugated peoples, the clash between the world that is being born and the world that is dying. The odious and brutal campaign unleashed against our nation expresses the desperate as well as futile effort that the imperialists are making to prevent the liberation of the peoples. Cuba hurts the imperialists in a special way. What is hidden behind the Yankees' hatred of the Cuban Revolution? What is it that rationally explains the conspiracy uniting for the same aggressive purpose the richest and most powerful imperialist power in the contemporary world and the oligarchies of an entire continent, which together are supposed to represent a population of 350 million human beings against a small country of only 7 million inhabitants, economically underdeveloped, without financial or military means to threaten the security or economy of any other country? What unites them and agitates them is fear. What explains it is fear. Not fear of the Cuban Revolution but fear of the Latin American Revolution. Not fear of the workers, peasants, intellectuals, students, and progressive layers of the middle strata who by revolutionary means have taken power in Cuba, but fear that the workers, peasants, students, intellectuals, and progressive sectors of the middle strata might take power by revolutionary means in the oppressed and hungry countries exploited by the Yankee monopolies and reactionary oligarchies of America, fear that the plundered people of the continent will seize the arms from their oppressors and, like Cuba, declare themselves free peoples of the Americas. By crushing the Cuban Revolution they hope to dispel the fear that torments them, the specter of revolution that threatens them. By liquidating the Cuban Revolution, they hope to liquidate the revolutionary spirit of the people. They imagine in their delirium that Cuba is an exporter of revolutions. In their sleepless, merchants' and usurers' minds there is the idea that revolutions can be bought, sold, rented, loaned, exported and imported like some piece of merchandise. Ignorant of the objective laws that govern the development of human societies, they believe that their monopolistic, capitalistic, and semi-feudal regimes are eternal. Educated in their own reactionary ideology, a mixture of superstition, ignorance, subjectivism, pragmatism, and other mental aberrations, they have an image of the world and of the march of history that conforms to their interests as exploiting classes. They imagine that revolutions are born or die in the brains of individuals or are caused by divine laws, and moreover that the gods are on their side. They have always thought that way from the devout patrician pagans of Roman slave society who hurled the early Christians to the lions at the circus, and the inquisitors of the Middle Ages who, as guardians of feudalism and absolute monarchy, burned at the stake the first representatives of the liberal thought of the nascent bourgeoisie, up to today's bishops who anathematize proletarian revolutions in defense of the bourgeois and monopolist regime. All reactionary classes in all historical epochs, when the antagonism between exploiters and exploited reaches its highest peak, presaging the arrival of a new social regime, have turned to the worst weapons of repression and calumny against their adversaries. The primitive Christians were taken to their martyrdom accused of burning Rome and of sacrificing children on their altars. Philosophers like Giordano Bruno, reformers like Hus, and thousands of other nonconformists with the feudal order, were accused of heresy and taken by the inquisitors to be burned at the stake. Today persecution rages against the proletarian fighters and this crime brings out the worst calumnies in the monopolist and bourgeois press. In every historical epoch, the ruling classes have always committed murder. They do so invoking the defense of society, order, country, their society of the privileged minority against the exploited majority, their class order maintained by blood and fire against the dispossessed, the country, whose fruits only they enjoy, depriving the rest of the people of them, all this to repress the revolutionaries who aspire to a new society, a just order, a country truly for all. But the development of history, the ascending march of humanity cannot, and will not, be halted. The forces that impel the people, who are the real makers of history, are determined by the material conditions of their existence and by the aspirations for higher goals of well-being and liberty that emerge when the progress of humanity in the fields of science, technology, and culture make it possible. These forces are superior to the will and the terror unleashed by the ruling oligarchies. The subjective conditions of each country, that is to say, the factors of consciousness, organization, leadership, can accelerate or retard the revolution, according to its greater or lesser degree of development. But sooner or later, in every historical epoch, when the objective conditions mature, consciousness is acquired, the organization is formed, the leadership emerges and the revolution takes place. Whether this takes place peacefully or through a painful birth does not depend on the revolutionaries, it depends on the reactionary forces of the old society, who resist the birth of the new society engendered by the contradictions carried in the womb of the old society. Revolution historically is like the doctor who assists at the birth of a new life. It does not needlessly use the tools of force, but will use them without hesitation whenever necessary to help the birth that brings to the enslaved and exploited masses the hope of a new and better life. In many countries of Latin America, revolution is today inevitable. That fact is not determined by anyone's will. It is determined by the horrifying conditions of exploitation in which Latin Americans live, the development of the revolutionary consciousness of the masses, the world crisis of imperialism and the universal movement of struggle of the subjugated peoples. The anxiety felt today is an unmistakable symptom of rebellion. The very depths of a continent are profoundly moved, a continent that has witnessed 4 centuries of slave, semi-slave and feudal exploitation, beginning with its aboriginal inhabitants and slaves brought from Africa, up to the nuclei of nationalities that emerged later, white, black, mulatto, mestizo, and Indian, who today are made brothers and sisters by scorn, humiliation, and the Yankee yoke, and are brothers and sisters in their hope for a better tomorrow. The peoples of Latin America liberated themselves from Spanish colonialism at the beginning of the last century, but they did not free themselves from exploitation. The feudal landowners assumed the authority of the Spanish rulers, the Indians continued in painful servitude, Latin Americans in one form or another continued to be slaves, and the tiniest hopes of the people gave way under the power of the oligarchies and the yoke of foreign capital. This has been the truth of Latin America in one hue or another, in one variation or another. Today Latin America lies beneath an imperialism more ferocious, much more powerful and cruel than the Spanish colonial empire. And in the face of the objective reality and the historically inexorable Latin American Revolution, what is the attitude of Yankee imperialism? To prepare to wage a colonial war against the peoples of Latin America, to create an apparatus of force, the political pretexts and the pseudo-legal instruments subscribed to by the reactionary oligarchies to repress with blood and fire the struggle of the Latin American peoples. The intervention of the U.S. government in the internal politics of the countries of Latin America has become increasingly open and unbridled. The Inter-American Defense Council, for example, has been and is the nest where the most reactionary and pro-Yankee officers of the Latin American armies are trained, for use later as shock troops in the service of the monopolies. The U.S. military missions in Latin America constitute a permanent apparatus of espionage in each nation directly tied to the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, inculcating in officers the most reactionary sentiments and trying to convert the armies into instruments of U.S. political and economic interests. In the Panama Canal Zone, the U.S. High Command has organized special courses to train Latin American officers in fighting against revolutionary guerrillas, with the aim of repressing the armed actions of the peasant masses against the feudal exploitation to which they are subjected. In the United States itself, the CIA has organized special schools to train Latin American agents in the most subtle forms of assassination, and in the Yankee military services the physical liquidation of anti-imperialist leaders is an accepted policy. The Yankee embassies in the different Latin American countries are notorious for organizing, instructing, and equipping fascist bands to spread terror and to attack labor, student and intellectual organizations. These bands, into which they recruit the sons of the oligarchies, lumpens and people of the lowest moral character, have already perpetrated a series of aggressive acts against the mass movements. Nothing reveals more clearly and unequivocally the intentions of imperialism than its recent conduct in the events in Santo Domingo. Without any kind of justification, without even making use of diplomatic relations with that republic, after stationing its warships near the Dominican capital, the United States declared with its usual arrogance that if Balaguer's government sought military aid, it would land troops in Santo Domingo against the insurgent Dominican people. The fact that Balaguer's power was absolutely spurious, that each sovereign country of Latin America should have the right to resolve its internal problems without foreign intervention, that there exist international norms and world opinion, even that there exists an OAS, did not count at all in the considerations of the United States. What did count were its designs for holding back the Dominican Revolution, the reinstitution of its odious policy of landing Marines, with no more basis or prerequisite for establishing this new, pirate-like concept of law than a tyrannical, illegitimate, crisis-ridden ruler's request. The significance of this should not escape the peoples of Latin America. In Latin America there are more than enough of the kind of rulers who are ready to use Yankee troops against their own people when they find themselves in a crisis. U.S. imperialism's declared policy of sending troops to fight the revolutionary movement of any country in Latin America, that is to say, to kill workers, students, peasants, Latin American men and women, has no other objective than the continued maintenance of its monopolistic interests and the privileges of the traitorous oligarchies that support it. It can now be seen clearly that the military pacts signed by the U.S. government with Latin American governments, often secret pacts and always behind the back of the people, invoking hypothetical foreign dangers that no one saw anywhere, have the sole and exclusive objective of preventing the struggle of the people. They were pacts against the people, against the sole danger, the local danger of the liberation movement that would imperil the Yankee interests. It was not without reason that the people asked themselves, why so many military agreements? Why the shipment of arms that, although outmoded for modern war, are still efficient for smashing strikes, repressing popular demonstrations, staining the land with blood? Why the military missions, the Rio de Janeiro Pact and the 1001 international conferences? Since the end of World War II, the countries of Latin America have become more and more impoverished, their exports have less and less value, their imports cost more, the per capita income falls, the frightful rate of infant mortality does not decrease, the number of illiterates is higher, the people lack jobs, land, adequate housing, schools, hospitals, means of communication and means of life. On the other hand, U.S. investments exceed $10 billion. Latin America, moreover, is the provider of cheap raw materials, and the buyer of expensive finished articles. Like the first Spanish conquerors, who bartered mirrors and trinkets for gold and silver, that is how the United States trades with Latin America. To guard that torrent of riches, to gain ever more control of Latin America's resources and exploit its suffering peoples, that is what is hidden behind the military pacts, the military missions and Washington's diplomatic lobbying. This policy of gradual strangulation of the sovereignty of the Latin American nations and of a free hand to intervene in their internal affairs culminated in the recent meeting of foreign ministers at Punta del Este in Uruguay. Yankee imperialism gathered the ministers together to wrest from them through political pressure and unprecedented economic blackmail, in collusion with a group of the most discredited rulers of this continent, the renunciation of the national sovereignty of our peoples and the consecration of the Yankees' odious right of intervention in the internal affairs of Latin America, the submission of the peoples entirely to the will of the United States of North America, against which all our great leaders, from Simon Bolivar to Augusto Sandino, fought. Neither the U.S. government, nor the representatives of the exploiting oligarchies, nor the big reactionary press in the pay of the monopolies and feudal lords tried to disguise their aims. They openly demanded agreements that constituted the formal suppression of the right of self-determination of our peoples, abolishing it with the stroke of a pen at the most infamous conspiracy in this continent's memory. Behind closed doors, in reluctant meetings, where the Yankee Minister of Colonies devoted entire days to beating down the resistance and scruples of some ministers, bringing into play the Yankee treasury's millions in a blatant buying and selling of votes, a handful of representatives of the oligarchies of countries that together barely add up to a third of the continent's population, imposed agreements that served up to the Yankee master on a silver platter the head of a principle that has cost the blood of all our countries since the wars of independence. The Pyrrhic character of imperialism, such sad and fraudulent accomplishments, its moral failure, the broken unanimity and the universal scandal do not diminish the grave danger that agreements imposed at such a price have brought to the peoples of Latin America. At that evil conclave, Cuba's thundering voice was raised without weakness or fear, to indict the monstrous attempt before all the peoples of the Americas and the world, and to defend with a virility and dignity that will go down in the annals of history not only Cuba's rights but the abandoned rights of all our sister nations of the American continent. Cuba's voice could find no echo in that housebroken majority, but neither could it find a refutation. Impotent silence was the only response to its demolishing arguments, the clarity and courage of its words. But Cuba did not speak for the ministers, Cuba spoke for the people and for history, where its words will be echoed and will find a response. At Punta del Este a great ideological battle unfolded between the Cuban Revolution and Yankee imperialism. Who did each side represent, for whom did each one speak? Cuba represented the people, the United States represented the monopolies. Cuba spoke for the exploited masses of Latin America, the United States for the exploiting, oligarchic and imperialist interests. Cuba for sovereignty, the United States for intervention. Cuba for the nationalization of foreign enterprises, the United States for new investments by foreign capital. Cuba for culture, the United States for ignorance. Cuba for agrarian reform, the United States for great landed estates. Cuba for the industrialization of the Americas, the United States for underdevelopment. Cuba for creative work, the United States for sabotage and counter-revolutionary terror practiced by its agents, the destruction of sugarcane fields and factories, bombing by their pirate planes of a peaceful people's work. Cuba for the murdered literacy workers, the United States for the assassins. Cuba for bread, the United States for hunger. Cuba for equality, the United States for privilege and discrimination. Cuba for the truth, the United States for lies. Cuba for liberation, the United States for oppression. Cuba for the bright future of humanity, the United States for the past without hope. Cuba for the heroes who fell at the Bay of Pigs to save the country from foreign domination, the United States for the mercenaries and traitors who serve the foreigner against their own country. Cuba for peace among peoples, the United States for aggression and war. Cuba for socialism, the United States for capitalism.